This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1. Where is this place? Roland was playing The Lord of the Rings on his computer, when a sudden computer explosion transported him to this godforsaken place. Chi-chi-chi-chi. A shrill scream rang out, startling Roland, who quickly turned around and looked around. He was stunned when he looked down. He was wearing the adamantine armor of a lord from The Lord of the Rings, the epic dragon slayer sword slung around his waist, and an adamantine tower shield slung across his back. Oh my god! Isn't this the equipment from The Lord of the Rings? Roland's mind froze as he looked at the unfamiliar equipment. Have I traveled to Middle-earth from The Lord of the Rings? Roland wondered. Roland realized with dismay that if this was the Middle-earth from the movie The Lord of the Rings, it would have been fine. But what if this was The Lord of the Rings from the computer game? Roland felt like he could dig a hole and lie in it. The Lord of the Rings is a game based on the films The Hobbit and The Lord of the Rings. It incorporates a host of magical elements like war spirits and magic, and alters the map of Middle-earth and the distribution of factions. Aside from a few key characters, almost everything else has been completely overhauled. Roland was terrified. Chirp! Several short, green-skinned goblins, armed with bone clubs, pickaxes, and other weapons, leaped out of the bushes. Oh my god! The Lord of the Rings is confirmed. Roland saw it was the most recognizable wasteland goblin from The Lord of the Rings. Clang! Roland drew the Dragon Slayer sword from his waist, and drew his shield from behind, holding it before him. The goblins howled as they charged forward, their frail arms swinging their inferior weapons feebly against the adamantine shields. Ha! Roland roared, and a flash of golden light instantly dismembered several goblins. Sure enough, Roland felt the battle spirit surging through his body. He must have been a grand knight, undoubtedly in the Lord of the Rings world. The levels of supernatural power are divided into Apprentice Knight, Knight, Grand Knight, Knight Commander, and Knight Commander. All other supernatural professions are divided into 5 levels. Suppressing the discomfort in his stomach, Roland turned his head away from the torn goblins on the ground and sheathed his sword. He had to admit, the Dragon Slayer sword was truly a fine sword. It wouldn't stick to blood and was incredibly sharp. A brief battle to test my skills. Completed. Reward: 1 fully armored Shire warhorse. Stored in the Lord of the Rings space. The ring on Roland's hand suddenly heated up, and a screen of light appeared before his eyes. Lord of the Rings system? Oh my god! This thing's here. It's so advanced. Roland exclaimed excitedly. With this thing, with all the rewards, he could definitely found his own kingdom and become a lord. After all, Middle-earth in Lord of the Rings is vast, and most of it is uninhabited. Back then, countless players had established territories in the wastelands and become powerful lords. After figuring out how to use it, Roland pulled out a fully armed Sharma from the ring. After all, cavalry had an advantage over infantry in the wastelands, and what was a knight without a steed? Wow! Fully armed, Roland said helplessly, looking at the Sharma, which was covered in 3 layers of armor. This thing must be for heavy cavalry. Looking at the steel chainmail that extended to the horse's calves, Roland wondered if it weren't for the Sharma's exceptional weight-bearing capacity, any other warhorse would have collapsed after running a few kilometers. That's fine, but we're not afraid of small-scale orcs now. Roland encouraged himself. After all, orcs do have a certain desire to survive. Who would rob a fully armed knight if they had nothing better to do? Lord of the Rings, tell me what I need to do next. Roland tried to ask the ring. Well, it seems this ring is used to reward achievements. It should only give rewards when you meet the reward requirements for certain tasks, Roland muttered to himself. So now I should find a place to stay. After all, it's getting dark. Maybe I should find some food. Tomorrow, I should set out to find some towns or villages. God knows where I am now, Roland said helplessly, covering his head. After collecting some dead branches along the way, Roland rode aimlessly, hoping a few ignorant orcs would show up to help him pass the time. This is it. Roland looked at the interlaced stone slabs before him, forming a small cave about 10 square meters. Roland decided to spend the night there. So, how do we light a fire? Roland was suddenly stunned. I should have watched more wilderness survival shows, Roland said bitterly, looking at the pile of dry wood in front of him. How about trying to make fire by rubbing 2 sticks together? Oh my god. Nothing. Oh. Smoke. Damn. My hand. Get lost. Roland completely collapsed, looking at the gradually darkening wilderness with immense frustration. No. We have to light a fire. The wilderness at night is not kind, Roland encouraged himself. Finally, before complete darkness, a small spark illuminated Roland's face. Enduring cramps in his hands, Roland carefully placed the tinder among the dense pile of dead branches. Ah! Praise the light! Roland danced with joy as he gazed at the fire. First fire, completed. Rewards, 100 loaves of bread, 100 water. Already distributed to the ring space. Huh? Rewards. Now I don't have to worry about food and drink, Roland said with a smile. The loaves of bread were the kind half a meter long and a palm's width, while the water came in bags, each about a liter. Roland placed the bread on the fire to roast, then fished out a water bag and took a few sips. When the bread was golden brown and gave off a weedy aroma, Roland removed it from the fire and chewed it heartily. After leading the horse into the cave, Roland began to remove the horse's vest under the firelight, praising the system's excellent quality as he did so. After all, the firelight showed the vest's links were fine and lightweight, surely made of high-quality alloy steel. Casually storing his vest into the system, Roland leaned his shield against his side, drew his dragon-slaying sword, and reclined against his horse, gazing at the bright starry sky. A wave of lonely thoughts washed over him. Ha ha, first night in Middle-earth, good night, Roland muttered to himself. Outside the cave entrance, a fire flickered gently in the evening breeze. Unbeknownst to Roland, the flames not only repelled wild beasts, but also attracted uninvited guests. Puff puff. The Shire horse snorted uneasily. Roland, who had been a light sleeper, was awakened by the noise. He rolled over, resting his shield on his left shoulder, his longsword drawn in his right hand, and peered warily out of the cave. Oh! Shit! Roland felt 1,000 words to express his feelings at this moment. Damn it! It's a ground dragon! Roland wailed. Chapter 2. I hope the Dragon Slayer's sword can really slay dragons. Roland sighed. As a sub-dragon, the ground dragon is infinitely closer to Dragakin, its bloodline second only to that of the flying dragon. It inherits the dragon's powerful melee ability and scorching breath, easily destroying a small army. Roland couldn't sit still and wait for death. He quickly led his warhorse out of the cave and saddled it. As for donning his armor, he could only pray for his own survival. Thankfully, the trained Char warhorse wasn't intimidated by the sub-dragon's might, eliminating the possibility of a sudden breakdown during battle. Perhaps this was what made Roland feel he could give the ground dragon a head-on fight. Gee! Roland gripped the horse's belly and thrust his sword forward. Roar! The ground dragon opened its mouth and lunged at Roland. Roland yanked the reins, yanking the horse's head, narrowly avoiding the gaping maw. Evil beast! Watch out for the sword! Roland foolishly counterattacked with his sword. Ouch! Along with the dragon's roar, a stream of boiling dragon blood flowed out from the sword's tip. It works! I can actually pierce dragon scales! Roland exclaimed in surprise. Ouch! With a backhanded strike, he slashed another gash in the dragon's leg. The ground dragon roared in pain and twisted its body, its thick steel tail swishing left and right. Sharma nimbly dodged the sweeping tail. Boom! The huge dragon's head swung back, and a thick pillar of fire swept past Roland. Oh my god! I almost died! Roland cried in fear. Even through the adamantine armor, Roland could feel the deadly heat. Ha! Roland blocked the blow with both hands. A sudden surge of force emanated from the hilt, nearly breaking his grip on the sword. Wow! What a sword! Roland exclaimed in astonishment. It turned out that Roland had subconsciously blocked the earth dragon's sweeping steel tail with his dragon-slaying sword, effectively severing it in two with a single blow. Ouch! The enraged earth dragon, enraged by the ant on horseback, began to attack with a furious dragon breath. The scorching dragon flames ignited the surrounding dead trees, and suddenly the surroundings became bright. Roland finally got a clear look at the behemoth. It was at least 10 meters long. Its door-sized head bore a bloody maw filled with dagger-length dragon teeth. Its sturdy limbs were powerful, and its body was covered in tough dragon scales. It's truly enormous. Roland marveled at the wonders of the creator. Bang! Roland was distracted when the tail slammed into him, knocking him off his horse. The moment he landed, he rolled sideways, avoiding the dragon's jaws. He then rolled several times to avoid the dragon's claws. After a few maneuvers, Roland was surprised to find himself beneath the ground dragon's belly. Roland thrust his sword upwards with joy, then lowered himself along the ground. Dragon blood gushed out, showering him with blood. Damn it! Not good. Roland's expression suddenly changed. He suddenly remembered the ground dragon's weight, which could reach several tons. If it were to crush him, Roland broke into a cold sweat. After a few attempts to emerge from the dragon's belly, Roland finally confirmed his victory. Luckily, he had successfully opened a nearly 3-meter-long gash beneath the dragon's belly. In other words, the dragon was doomed. Far away from the struggling ground dragon, Roland found his warhorse not far away. The horse stood quietly waiting for Roland, not taking advantage of the chaos to flee, which delighted Roland. Dragon Hunter, completed. You have successfully proven your courage and strength. Reward, 1 Dragon Knight. Summon at any time. The ring is not silent. Dragon Knight. Roland's pupil shrank. This thing must be the second most powerful flying unit in the sky, with the Dragon Knight undoubtedly being first. He just didn't know what kind of dragon it was. Dragons, the lowest level of pure-blooded dragons, come in many varieties. Take Smaug in The Hobbit, for example, a giant flaming dragon, even larger than a giant dragon. A true giant dragon isn't particularly large, but if the two fought, Smaug would definitely be crushed. Summon! Roland felt like he was opening a box. Lord! I'm here, Caslo! A young, blonde knight appeared before Roland. Even Roland, who had lived through the information age, couldn't help but exclaim, "How handsome!" "How old are you?" Roland asked, looking at the unfamiliar face. "Your Excellency, I'm 18, Caslo said respectfully. "Wow! He's even older than me." Roland was only 16 before he crossed over, and everyone here is a big shot. By the way, what's your level? And most importantly, where's your dragon? Roland asked curiously. Your Excellency, I now possess the strength of a Grand Knight. As for my dragon, it's in my dragon flute, Caslo said respectfully. Damn! An 18-year-old Grand Knight could definitely reach the position of Knight Commander in the future, and hopefully reach another level. A hero. Just as the ultimate mage is a sage, the ultimate knight is a hero. Summon your dragon. Let me see it, Roland commanded. Yes, sir. Caslo pulled a dragon flute from his collar and played. Soon, a cyan dragon about 15 meters long soared through the air. A wind-type quadrupedal flying dragon. Not bad, at least not a lowly wyvern like a two-legged dragon, Roland said with satisfaction. Quadrupedal flying dragons, as the name suggests, are four-legged flying dragons. They resemble giant dragons, and are considered a decent dragon race. They possess simple dragon language magic and melee abilities, though their breath and melee abilities are slightly weaker than giant dragons. The way to distinguish them from giant dragons is by their crests. They lack the complex horn ornaments of giant dragons, only simple bone crests. People who don't know them often mistake quadrupedal flying dragons for young giant dragons. Although for ordinary people, their destructive power is indistinguishable. Alright, put them away, Roland said calmly. While possessing a dragon rider is a source of pride, caution is advised in the remade Middle-earth. The consequences of prematurely revealing your dragon rider status before establishing a stable territory and power are extremely devastating. The most significant consequence is the hunting of your dragon rider by various factions to seize the dragon flute. Dragons are not uncommon, but why are dragon riders and dragon knights so scarce? Humans can steal many dragon eggs, but they are unable to raise many dragon riders. The reason is the dragon flute. The dragon flute is the most important item for contracted dragons. A dragon rider without a dragon flute contract is not a true dragon rider at all. The dragon flute grants the knight space to carry their dragon rider, allowing them to summon their mount across space to their side. These are all magical properties of the dragon flute. The method of making a dragon flute has long been lost. You go on foot first. Roland sighed. He realized he was jealous. Caslo was a true knight, fully armed with adamantine dragon armor, adamantine dragon shield, mithril long sword, adamantine dragon lance, dragonbone longbow, and a star silver iron warhammer. He, on the other hand, had only a sword and a shield besides his plate armor. After dealing with the earth dragon's corpse, and storing the useful materials into the infinite space of the ring, Roland led his horse back to the cave, and laid down to sleep again. After all, under the dragon's might, no monsters or wild beasts dared to attack. Chapter 3. Have you eaten? Roland asked, clapping his hands. I have, my lord, said Caslo. Let's go then. Hopefully, we can find a village or town today, and figure out where we are. Roland sighed. Yes, my lord, Caslo replied. My lord. We might be in trouble. Caslo suddenly grabbed Roland's horse's head. This is the feces of the Gundaba wargs, Caslo explained. So? Roland's face darkened. Indeed, there are orc wolf riders nearby. Damn it! Be alert. Roland suddenly raised his tower shield. Bang! An iron arrow deflected off the shield. Caslow! Summon your dragon. Go! Quick! Roland screamed. In the distant woods, shadows crisscrossed. From the swaying branches, orcs on wargs charged out, followed by a steady stream of orc infantry. Sir! We must be entering orc territory. Caslow said bitterly, quickly drawing his dragon flute and summoning a flying dragon. For the glory of the night. Charge! Roland, his battle spirit surging, drove his armor-char horse, his entire body and steed covered in it, charging towards the hundreds of orcs. Swish! Roland slashed an orc's ugly head with his sword. Bang! Roland's tower shield blocked the incoming scimitar, and he thrust his sword forward. The sharp dragon-slaying sword easily pierced the orc's chest. Awing! A passionate dragon roar echoed. Caslow, riding his dragon, took to the air. The orc army was visibly stunned for a moment, giving Roland the opportunity to chop off a few more heads. The next second, a wind blade several meters wide spewed out from the dragon's mouth, which quickly turned into a series of palm-length wind blades. The dozen or so orc wolf riders caught in the wind blades were quickly strangled into mincemeat along with their wolves, which made Roland feel nauseous. An obscure dragon voice rang out, and Roland immediately turned his horse and took flight. Good heavens, staying within the range of the dragon's magic, what kind of madness would one have to do such a thing? The wind-winged dragon flapped its wings, and a tornado suddenly erupted, growing ever thicker. As it advanced, it sucked up nearly half the orcs, and flung them 100 meters into the air, where they rained down like raindrops. Roar! Caslow drove the dragon in pursuit of the orcs. Wind blades rained down from the sky, dismembering the orcs below. Roland, following below, could only stare blankly at the corpses, not even getting a chance to finish them off. After all, the orcs on the ground were either dismembered or shattered into pieces. It was a brutal act. Finally, the last orc was blasted to pieces at the edge of the woods, and Caslow, satisfied, descended from the sky. Sir, it's all settled. Well, that's enough. Put the dragon away. Ride this. Roland pointed to a nearby shire horse. This was the system's recent reward for the First Blood achievement. No grass left, completed. Successfully annihilated the orcs, leaving no one alive. Reward, 10 fully armored apprentice knights. Roland had already seen the final reward and was quite satisfied. After all, an apprentice knight with extraordinary powers was more powerful than even the strongest cavalry. And there were 10 of them, and most importantly, fully armed. As expected, after summoning these 10 apprentice knights, Roland was immediately impressed. All 3 shire horses wore 3 layers of armor, each equipped with fine steel plate armor, a fine steel cross shield, a fine steel law sword, a fine steel lance, an ironwood bow, and even a mithril combat hoe, specially designed for piercing armor, perfect for dealing stun tin cans. They were truly armed to the teeth. Most impressively, they all wore cloaks, emblazoned with the dragon emblem on their fine gold armor. A group of 12 people looked majestic and domineering. 5 days later. Is this a village? Roland thought his eyes were blurring. Yes, sir. It is a village, but they don't look very friendly to us. Caslow said, looking at the closed wooden gate and the militiamen standing guard on the wall. With his sharp eyes, Caslow could even see their hands already on the strings of their hunting bows. Oh! God! Men, put away your weapons and relax. Roland commanded. Everyone put away their weapons upon hearing this. Roland rode towards the village gate and looked at the villagers above. Excuse me, we are just travelers. We would like to find a place to stay. We can pay, Roland said sincerely. Really? Where are you from, strangers? An elderly villager from above spoke. I'm from the Eastern Empire. These are my retainers, recruited in Gundor. Roland removed his helmet. As expected, the villagers above began to discuss Roland's dark hair and dark eyes. After a while, they must have concluded their discussion. Yes, you may come in to rest, but we ask that you refrain from using weapons in the village and refrain from disturbing the villagers. As you wish, we will comply, Roland quickly agreed. Creaky. The wooden door slowly opened, and Roland hurriedly called everyone to dismount and enter. However, as soon as he entered, Roland had a clue. I'm afraid we're not in the Shire. Roland thought to himself, as he noticed a row of little dwarves standing before him. More accurately, they were hobbits, or the more familiar hobbits. Hello, may I ask where we are? We're lost in the wilderness. Roland quickly grabbed someone and asked. After some inquiries, it was confirmed that Roland was in the northernmost part of the Shire, and not the Middle-earth from the movies, but the continent from the Lord of the Rings. That's easy. I'm familiar with the map of the Lord of the Rings. Roland rubbed his chin. By the way, what year is it now? Caslow, go find out. Yes, sir. What? Third age 2940. Roland exclaimed in surprise. What's the matter, sir? Caslow asked with concern. There's something very interesting going on, and I'm considering whether we should get involved. Roland was referring to the Dwarf Crusade, the plot of The Hobbit. Thorin Oakenshield is a good friend. If we want to gain a foothold in this land, we need to unite these forces we can rally around, Roland muttered to himself. Because this is a remastered Middle-earth, the power structure has undergone significant changes, most notably the lack of gods. Coupled with the fact that there are many spellcasters, at least more than in the original Middle-earth, which only had 5 wizards, no one knows what the outcome of this expedition will be. After all, in the original game, many Lord players led the team to help Thorin and his men successfully recapture the Lonely Mountain. Let's go! To Hobbiton. Roland finally decided to lend a hand. Chapter 4. Gee! The rapid sound of hooves shattered the tranquility of Hobbiton, and 12 fully armed knights appeared on the small road. The young knight shouted at his squire, Caslow, are you sure this is the way? Yes, I mean it should be. After all, you know my lord. The country roads here are too winding, Dragon Knight Caslow stammered. Are you all losers? Roland choked back a curse. Oh sorry, brothers, that's not what I meant. Roland apologized, realizing his choice of words. Let's keep asking for directions. Let's find out where this damn bag end is, Roland said dejectedly. Hey! Excuse me, friend, do you know where Bilbo Baggins lives? Roland asked everyone he passed by. After his inquiries proved fruitless, Roland couldn't help but complain, who said hobbits are friendly? Hello, do you know Bilbo Baggins? Roland asked a hobbit sitting in a yard by the road. Baggins? What are you looking for him for? The young man exclaimed in surprise. Because? Well, the situation is that a group of dwarves and a wizard will find him soon, and I want to find those dwarves. Roland explained. Well, I am, but I haven't seen the dwarves, but a wizard has come today. He wants me to go on an adventure with him, and even funnier, he wants me to be a thief. I don't even know how to fight. Bilbo Baggins explained. This? Roland was stunned. He had picked the right time. Thinking of this, Roland couldn't help but glance at Bilbo with sympathy, thinking that his inventory would be in tatters tonight. 13 dwarves would empty his storeroom tonight. Roland glanced at the corner of his front door, and said with a smile, See you tonight, Mr. Baggins? Sir, you mean you be visiting me tonight? Bilbo asked in surprise. Yes, I just need to prepare food for myself. My entourage won't be coming. Oh, and my name is Roland. Roland smiled friendly. Very well, sir, and welcome to your evening. Bond of Fate, achieved. Reward, 90 apprentice knights. Summon at any time. The long-dormant magic ring in Roland's hand finally came to life. 90 knights. Plus these 10. That's a full 100 apprentice knights. Now we have the next knightly order. Roland felt like laughing out loud. After finding a corner to summon the knights, Roland quickly used the gold coins awarded by the system to book a larger inn for his entourage to stay overnight. The crisp clatter of horse hooves echoed, and Roland couldn't help but marvel at the system's efficiency. And there were no worries. These knights had all come from the wasteland, and no one knew they had been summoned. Watching the gradually darkening sky, Roland summoned Caslow and asked him to arrange for his knights while he headed off to the feast. Ding, ding, ding. Roland rang the doorbell at Bag End. Bang! The door opened, and the aroma of food mingled with a chaotic cacophony of sounds. Clearly, the dwarves had begun their reunion. Roland's eyes twitched as he gazed at the mess in the room. Just as he was debating whether to enter, he looked down and caught Bilber's dejected gaze. Mr. Roland, do you know anything? And I'm sorry about the food I prepared for you, Mr. Baggins said awkwardly. It's okay, Bilber, it's all right, Roland reassured Baggins, then stepped inside. As soon as he entered, Roland recognized Gandalf. After all, his robes and staff clearly betrayed his identity. Respected Mr. Gandalf, hello, Roland greeted. Should I call you Thorin Oakenshield or the King under the mountain? Roland said calmly, looking at the king of the dwarves. Thorin, evidently irritated by Roland's words, stood up with his fists clenched. Hey, Thorin. Relax a little. Gandalf quickly blocked his way. Young man, I can't see through you, Gandalf said in surprise. Roland smiled faintly, remaining noncommittal. He looked at Thorin and asked, Blood of Durin, grandson of Thor, son of Thorn, can you still be called the king beneath the mountain? Bang! Thorin slammed the table, ready to leap out and fight Roland. The others quickly restrained him, and his nephew, Keely, stepped forward. "Excuse me, sir, are you deliberately looking for trouble?" The other dwarves looked at him unkindly, only Gandalf looked at him thoughtfully. "Looking for trouble? You're not worthy. I simply don't want to see the end of Durin's bloodline." Roland knew the plot well. Even if they won, the Durin bloodline would inevitably end. With the help of the ring, Roland was able to sense the people present. Aside from Thorin, a berserker, the others were either apprentices or warriors. Even with this lineup, it wasn't enough to withstand a charge from Roland's knights. The warrior class levels are apprentice, warrior, berserker, commander, warlord, and finally, the ultimate class, overlord. Bullshit. Nonsense. Everyone started accusing Roland, while Gandalf looked at him with increasing surprise. "Enough. State your purpose," Thorin suddenly shouted, stopping his men's accusations. "Frankly, as expected of a descendant of Durin, I'm the leader of the Holy Order of the Knights. I need to find a territory to settle down with my knights, so you know. I need money." Roland calmly stated his request. "What? A knightly order? Oh my god! He actually has a knightly order." The dwarves were utterly astonished, but Gandalf's expression grew increasingly confused. "Mr. Roland, that's not a funny joke. Do you know what qualifies as a knightly order?" Thorin asked solemnly. "Of course, I command only a very small order of knights, consisting of 100 apprentice knights and 1 knight general," Roland said with a haughty expression. "So, what do you mean?" Thorin's tone softened. After all, they shared common interests, and everything was negotiable. "I will lead my knights into battle. I will escort you all the way to Lonely Mountain. You will have to pay a commission, and if there are casualties, you will also have to pay a pension. Of course, if we fail to recapture Arabore, then you will pay nothing." Roland's eyes gleamed with a fire of ambition. "If you agree, then I can gather my followers now," Roland continued. Thorin lowered his head in thought. Gandalf quietly pulled him closer and whispered in his ear, "Promise him. There are too many risks on this journey. With the protection of a knightly order, we can arrive more safely." After hearing Gandalf's whisper, Thorin nodded. He raised his head and said loudly, "Mr. Roland, I will draft the contract now." With that, he and his dwarves began to write the contract. Roland saw a contract that was even longer than the one Mr. Baggins had received for the thieves' case, a whole scroll. Then, "I wish our expedition a successful one." Roland signed the contract, put it away, nodded to the others, declined Bilber's invitation, and walked out. "By the way, I meet you at the edge of the forest tomorrow morning." Roland's voice came from afar. Chapter 5. Lonely Mountain Expedition, joined. Reward, 10 Bedanian archers. Available for recruitment at any time. Puff. Roland nearly choked on his own saliva. What was he seeing? The Basque archer, hailed as the strongest archer in Mount and Blade. This was a truly magical transformation. After summoning these 10 archers, Roland couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow! They smell so good." Let's start with the high-level yuppie class. The archer class is divided into apprentice archer, marksman, sharpshooter, eagle-eye archer, sniper, and the highest level star hunter. Looking at their equipment again, Roland couldn't help but admire it. It was so luxurious. Mithril inner armor overlaid with silver mail, a mithril purple bow in hand, 50-star silver steel armor-piercing arrows slung across their backs, a mithril combat sword hung from their waists, and a fine steel arm shield draped over their left hand. Most outrageous of all, they also carried a 1-meter-long fine steel armor-piercing hammer. Luckily, they were wearing mail. If they wore plate armor, they could have been heavy infantry. Roland wanted to stop them and ask if they had forgotten their duties. Their actions were seriously hurting the melee heavy armor classes. Perhaps sensing Roland's confusion, the group didn't say anything. Instead, they each fired their bows in the darkness and brought back 11 startled birds for Roland to enjoy as a treat. The reason for 11 was because one arrow had pierced 2 birds. Then Roland shut up, never again raising the question of whether they had forgotten their duties. Early in the morning, Roland and his men were waiting outside the woods of Hobbiton. His 100 apprentice knights formed a neat square formation, while 10 Bedanian archers also mounted their system-produced, fully armored char warhorses, looking even more like heavy cavalry. Roland no longer cared. Putting aside the conspicuous longbows, just by looking at their attire, he mistaked them for melee units. "Hey guys. I've been waiting for you." Roland finally spotted the belated arrival of the expedition. 1, 2, 3. 14. Great. Bilbo still hasn't come. Roland counted the number of people and nodded. Just like in the movie, Mr. Bilbo from last night hadn't decided to join, but he should be on his way now. Is everyone here? Aren't we waiting for Master Baggins? Roland asked. No, everyone is here. He won't be coming, Thorin said flatly. Hey, Mr. Roland, your army is truly magnificent. The dwarves praised. Even Gandalf cast a look of amazement. Thank you for the compliment. But I think Bilbo will still come. Roland said the latter part to Thorin. But it doesn't matter. He can catch up with us. Roland glanced at Hobbiton and muttered to himself. After all, hobbits are known for their ability to run away. Oh! God of Forge. It's mithril, adamantium, and star silver steel. Philly suddenly shouted. Oh man, I spent a fortune on their equipment. Otherwise I wouldn't be so broke. Roland said lightly. Everyone chose to believe it. After all, how could they possibly know something so unreliable about the system? Hey! Wait! Wait! Suddenly, a voice approached from afar. It was Bilbo Baggins, running towards them. The Bedanian archers immediately raised their longbows, and several knights at the rear drew their lances, ready to pin the swift-running dwarf to the ground. Oh! Master Baggins. Okay, put down your weapons. We're one of you. Roland looked at Bilbo with a look of realization. Oh! Hello, Mr. Roland, Mr. Thorin, I signed. After greeting Roland, Bilbo quickly raised the contract. Yes, that's correct. Several dwarves gathered around, took a look, and after finding nothing amiss, announced to the crowd. Then welcome you to the expedition as the 14th member. Thorin opened his arms. 14th? Wait, then they... Bilbo pointed at Roland and the others in disbelief. We're mercenaries, Master Baggins. Roland explained. They're paid separately, Gandalf said. Wizard, how do we go? Roland asked. Take the eastern road, then cross the misty mountains, and finally take the old forest road along the swift stream to the lonely mountain. That sounds good, but it won't be a peaceful journey. Roland gazed into the distance. Alas! This journey is destined to be full of dangers, Roland thought to himself. He knew the story well enough to encounter quite a few orcs later, even a battle of 5 armies. Sir, your army amazes me. I don't think I've seen their armor, Thorin asked, walking alongside Roland. Well, I'm a human from the east. This is the plate armor unique to our homeland. We were defeated in battle by the Dongi people, and our people have since wandered the north. Roland quickly made an excuse. After all, the plate armor from this system was vastly different from the armor of Middle-earth. It all felt like iron cans when worn. The mail on the Bedanian archers looked normal, while the plate armor on the knights looked more like Milanese plate armor from a previous life. Sir! Enemies are approaching. Orcs! A Bedanian archer, on scouting duty, galloped onto his horse, bringing the bad news. Did you see clearly? How many are there? Roland asked hurriedly. About 300? Sir, I think we should gather the knights now. After all, the knights' strength comes primarily from their collective charge. Get the knights moving, otherwise, if we're separated, we'd be prime targets. Caslow rode up to Roland and advised, understanding that Roland didn't want him to reveal his identity as a dragon knight. Gather the knights. Crush them with our iron hooves, Roland said fiercely. After all, he had soldiers at his disposal, so he felt at ease. Sure enough, hundreds of goblins soon burst out of the woods in a chaotic procession, brandishing all sorts of broken weapons. Roland even spotted dung forks among them. Huh? Gandalf let out a long sigh. Fortunately, it's not the goblin army from the Misty Mountains. Don't be too happy. Perhaps our whereabouts and purpose have already been exposed, Roland said, pouring cold water on him. Charge. Crush them. Roland drew his Dragon Slayer sword and charged forward. The trainee knights urging of various war energy flames enveloped their horses, armor, and weapons. As they charged, the knights gradually united their auras into a single entity. Each of their weapons radiated a nearly half-meter-long ray of war energy. This was the true difference between knights and cavalrymen. During the charge, the knights released their war energy, connecting themselves with the other knights as a whole. Thereafter, as long as their war energy remained fully depleted, they shared the damage and benefited from the knights' war energy bonus. They were the knights known as the kings of land warfare. Bang! With a series of dull thuds, and the ripping sounds of spears piercing flesh, the knights collided with the orc vanguard. Roland and his knights, brandishing their weapons, and steering their horses, swiftly shredded the dozen or so orcs before them. Behind them, 10 Bedanian archers raised their yew longbows. With a single movement, an orc fell to the ground, pierced by an arrow in the eye or throat. All the orcs, who had managed to bypass the knight's charge were felled by these 10. So you won't help? A Bedanian archer asked, looking at the stunned group. Ugh! Kill! The dwarves, reacting with shock, quickly seized axes, swords, hammers, and other weapons and charged forward. Only Bilbo remained, bewildered. Gandalf, with his staff, chanted a spell. The next second, a fireball the size of a human head flew over their heads and slammed into the orcs' rear. Beautiful. Finally not the battle wizard in the movies. Roland looked at Gandalf in surprise, and then said to himself. Chapter 6. After a flurry of hacking and slashing, the remaining orcs tumbled and scrambled back into the woods. Seeing this, Roland decisively halted his pursuit. He gathered his knights, and prepared to continue on his journey. Encounter completed. Reward: 1 Paladin of the Raglan Royal Guard. Available for summoning at any time. Holy crap! Roland was so excited he almost called out the name of a mysterious plant. The Royal Paladins of Raglan are one of the most powerful arms in the Lord of the Rings game, but it's only the 3rd age. The Royal Paladins of Raglan in the game didn't appear until the 5th age. Their numbers are second only to superclasses like the Dragon Knights. They barely form an army to form a knight order, but in reality, they haven't even gathered the lowest level of a 100-man knight order. At its peak, there were only 87 people. Later, after the Battle of the Rapids, the number was less than 50, and the organization was almost disbanded. The most famous thing about this legion is its attribute. Holy! The entire knight order is composed of true paladins, not the Knights of Light, who use paladins like the Holy Order. Moreover, the quality of their knights is extremely high. The knights collectively referred to as the Royal Paladins of Raglan are actually mostly at the level of Grand Knights, and even a small half are paladin captains. The leader, La Ruse, is even a sacred hero. Secondly, the equipment of this legion is outrageously luxurious. They are covered in full-body, dragon armor forged with dragon blood holy steel, fine steel tempered with the dragon blood of a sacred dragon, dragon-patterned swords, dragon spears, and dragon shields, as well as dragon bows that use the main tendons of a sub-dragon as strings, and the bow arms are polished with the sub-dragon arm bones. You can only see the same equipment on Dragon Knights. Even elite air knights such as Pegasus Knights and Griffin Knights cannot compare to them. Hence the famous saying that Dragon Knights dominate the sky and Paladins rule the earth. Now Roland actually had a Paladin of the Royal Guard of Raglan at his disposal. He was so moved he almost cried. He even suspected the Lord of the Rings system was using his lifespan for a lottery. Strictly speaking, the number of Royal Guard Paladins of Raglan was actually even smaller than the number of Dragon Knights. Remember, when Roland logged into the Lord of the Rings, many great lords had Dragon Knights under their command, and even Dragon Knights could form a knightly order. The organization of a Dragon Knight order was different from that of a regular knightly order. A Dragon Knight order consisted of only 50 members. Because Dragon Knights were so rare that they would have to recruit Dragon Knights from all over the continent to form 100. So many players wanted to recruit, lure, or abduct a member of the Royal Guard of Raglan, but few succeeded. Roland resisted the urge to summon a paladin to admire his might, and could only suppress his temper and continue his march. We're almost to Bree. Let's rest a bit, Roland said to Gandalf and Thorin, glancing at the map. That's good. We can go resupply. There won't be many places to resupply anymore, Thorin said. Master Baggins. We can stay at the inn tonight. You can sleep on a soft bed instead of on the ground. Roland rode up to Bilbo on his pony and teased him. Oh, really? That's great. You don't know how rough the ground is in a tent. Bilbo complained. Ha ha ha, you should thank old Gandalf for pulling you out of warm bag bottom, Roland said with a smile. God, I'm really crazy. How could I agree to take this risk with you? Bilbo complained. That's because you have a restless heart. Gandalf suddenly exclaimed. Ha ha, the wizard is right. Roland laughed. Roland was now eagerly anticipating the Paladin of Raglan's Royal Guard waiting for him in Bree. Roland had just chosen to summon, and the system had thoughtfully configured that knight to be waiting in Bree. Wait, a knight waiting for him in Bree. Don't let it be Aragorn, he's the protagonist of the Lord of the Rings. Roland suddenly felt startled. While thinking, Roland saw the outline of Bree town. All right, men, we can enjoy ourselves. Sir Renault, Paladin of Raglan's Royal Guard, reports to you. A tall, handsome, silver-haired man, about 30 years old, shouted, approaching Roland. Oh my God! Roland was now filled with a huge, black question mark. The Paladin of Raglan's Royal Guard was great, but Lord Renault was nothing. This knight commander couldn't control himself. In the Lord of the Rings games, Renault was known as Lord Ray. The fall of the Raglan Empire and the devastation of the Raglan Royal Guards were directly linked to Renault. Renault single-handedly dominated the entire northern map's plot and quests. He single-handedly led the battles throughout the north, causing the northern orcs to migrate south, directly leading to the collapse of the Raglan Empire. Yet, his glory on the battlefield is remembered, and so he became known as the Dawn of the North. How did this troublemaker with maxed out skills end up under my command? Can we discuss a replacement with the system? Roland wailed inwardly. Welcome, brave paladin. Welcome to join us. Roland forced a smile as he greeted the knight who had come to his side. I hope his troublemaking abilities haven't been brought along. Otherwise, adding a few more enemy lines to the Battle of Five Armies would be a truly spectacular sight. Roland recalled his friend's inherent enemy reinforcement buff. Renault, can you still activate your holy domination aura? Roland suddenly remembered this crucial matter. Of course, Lord. If you need it, I can activate it now, Renault said respectfully. That's good. Roland breathed a sigh of relief. If the system had cancelled the holy aura of the Raglan Royal Guard Paladin, Roland would really need to find a return window. You know, the Paladin's holy aura is a valuable asset. It grants allies within a certain range increased resistance, stamina, morale, and vitality, and allows for divine attribute attacks to blend in with their attacks. As a leading paladin, Master Lei's aura's range reaches a 500-meter radius, encompassing allies. In the Lord of the Rings world, lacking group buff magic, the holy aura is a valuable asset. Used well, it can at least double your combat power. No! Roland, so excited, almost called him Lord Ray. Sir! Renault stepped forward immediately. Caslow and the Bedanian archers will protect me. The knights will be in your command. Roland waved his hand, and the knights were handed over to Renault. After all, for Renault, who commanded millions of player troops in the game, commanding a mere 100-man knight order was a piece of cake. Roland himself lacked the command buff, and Caslow, a dragon knight, had no experience commanding ground knights. Renault, with his aura skills, was Roland's guiding light in the dark, both handy and useful. Yes, Lord. May the light of Raglan shine upon you and me, Renault said humbly. Chapter 7. Roland sighed as he looked at Renault. He truly felt that Renault was truly pathetic. He shouldered everything on his own, yet still failed to prevent the Empire's fall, and even accelerated its demise. The Lord of the Rings was originally an open-world game, where any player's actions could potentially alter the main storyline. This is where Renault's story begins. Initially, as an insignificant NPC, Renault arrived in the north with a warrant from the Royal Paladins of Raglan, tasked with scouting the movements of orcs, and other evil factions. At the time, his weakness led him to be discovered by the player lords. The lords' enthusiasm instantly exploded. A lone paladin of the Raglan Royal Guard. It meant a chance to win their favor, a chance to abduct him. Consequently, Rainer's reconnaissance mission was completed by a large number of enthusiastic lords. Then, influenced by the players, Rainer, who was supposed to return to report, remained in the north. A large number of players hoping to recruit Raglan Royal Guard paladins traveled across vast distances to the north. Under the Mastermind's algorithm, Rainer began issuing quests. Thus, a new main storyline was created by the players. By the time the players realized what was happening, Rainer had become the governor of the north. Good thing, forget recruiting, just meeting him was a blessing. That's still considered okay. The most outrageous thing is that players completed countless quests to improve their favorability, which brought Renault a huge amount of reputation. Do you know how terrifying Renault's reputation is? Just imagine how much reputation hundreds of thousands of northern players have accumulated for Renault. Someone compared the highest reputation, Emperor Gary Carr of the Raglan Empire, with 300 million reputation points. What about Lord Renault? 700 million reputation points. The Emperor was so frightened that he crowned him king. However, Renault refused to accept the crown of King of the North, but instead demanded the position of Governor of the North, commanding all matters in the North. This was the beginning of the tragedy. Renault, uniting millions of players, led his army to attack the orc fortress. Gundabad was eventually besieged by various orc tribes and evil creatures in the Misty Mountains. The battle was horrific and lasted for half a month, ultimately ending in the defeat of the player coalition. A large number of the Northern Lords' armies were annihilated, leaving the north empty and almost defenseless except for hundreds of thousands of NPC troops. That battle was officially named Empire's Twilight and recorded in the game chronicles. In its heyday, the Raglan Empire almost occupied the entire Rune and most of Rovanian. Because of the impact of the Empire's Twilight War, the evil forces in the Misty Mountains and the northern wastes counterattacked, causing the fall of the Rovanian region. The entire Rovanian region, except for the elves, was completely destroyed. The woodland kingdom of the dwarves, the mountain kingdom of the dwarves, the human dale and lake town, and the outskirts of the northern viceroyalty all fell. All communication with the outside world was cut off. Rohan and Gundor in the south, and Arnor in the north, were unable to support the Raglan Empire. Under attack from the evil forces of Mordor and the northern Flowage region, the Raglan Empire was declared destroyed. Only the area north of the Sea of Run remained, and the entire country was completely devastated. Renault did not give up. He actively gathered an NPC and player coalition and marched south to the astonished world. He eventually joined forces with the orcs in the Green Forest, formerly the Dark Forest. The two armies met. Both sides were quite surprised and immediately picked up their weapons to give each other warm greetings. Unexpectedly, more and more people joined the battle, not only human players and NPCs, but also elf players, dwarf players, and orc players. The whole Greenleaf Forest was in chaos. Countless lords' territories were destroyed and countless soldiers were buried. In the end, the war ended with Lord Lay successfully occupying Dol Guldur, declaring the victory of the human coalition. Now the kingdom of Lagrang, no longer qualified to be an empire, and its national status was not as big as a state before, can finally be considered to be in contact with the human family. After all, using the teleportation array all day is not a big deal. Now, it is directly bordering the Golden Forest and Gundor. Logically speaking, the matter should have been over, and now it is time to accumulate strength to regain the territory. But, is Lord Lay still Lord Lay if he doesn't cause trouble? That is not Lord Lay's style. As a result, Lord Lay's glorious Third War. The decisive battle of the past began, and this battle was also recorded in the game chronicles. What happened? The thing is, after Renault returned, he found that going south all day to contact other kingdoms was not a good thing, so he thought about finding a breakthrough in the west. After searching for a while, hey? He really found it. The old pass of the Misty Mountains. This guy set people to contact Rivendell, and summoned a large army to the south for a feint attack. He and the elves attacked from the front and back, and took the old pass. What happened? That's great, isn't it? But the Greenleaf Forest is in trouble again. Countless lords have been ravaged once again. The entire Greenleaf Forest is in turmoil. Dwarves and orcs in the north, elves, humans, and orcs in the south, Raglan knights in the east, elven rangers in the west. The entire Greenleaf Forest is in utter chaos. Everyone finally calmed down and went home to enjoy a couple of days of peace. But then Master Lay got angry again. He took a look and saw that the orcs in the north were feeling a bit empty. Together with the Woodland Kingdom, they recruited the dwarves of Lonely Mountain and the humans of the Riverlands below. Another battle of 5 armies, now recorded in the annals as the Second Battle of 5 Armies. It's outrageous. Under Rainer's leadership, the Lagrang Empire was transformed into a kingdom. The Golden Forest elves were severely weakened. The human player lords of the Leafy Forest had their territory plowed back and forth 3 times. The evil camp in the Misty Mountains was beaten to a low self-esteem, and the Orc Kingdom and Orc players in the north were defeated and collapsed. Why? In the Second Battle of 5 Armies, Rainer launched another surprise attack. He had no martial ethics. He actually directly attacked the Orc's lair, Gundaba Fortress, and borrowed the Orc King's head. Of course, he very politely left his body there. After all, he couldn't borrow too much. Following the principle of borrowing is worth returning, and borrowing again is easy, Lord Lay thoughtfully charged out from behind the orcs, while everyone was engaged in a fierce battle. Well, he led a night group of tens of thousands of people, then raised his hand, and returned the Orc King's head back to the Orc army. The orcs then hid their heads and fled, with Renault leading his troops in pursuit. Anyway, before Roland traveled through time, Lord Lay was still assembling his army and preparing for war, as if he was planning another major event. Now that Renault had come along, Roland just hoped they wouldn't organize one. He only had so few troops now, and he couldn't afford to make a fuss. Back in the game, when Roland was still a Viscount, he had only about 2,000 men under his command. After a fierce battle in the Greenleaf Forest, his territory was completely destroyed. Hopefully, tomorrow will be better. Roland sighed quietly as he watched the sunset. Chapter 8. Early in the morning, everyone packed their bags and left the small town of Bree under the rising sun. Roland opened the map and frowned as he looked at the woodland west of the Misty Mountains on the east-west road. Trollwood? Roland couldn't help but worry. In both the game and the movie, that area was inhabited by roaming trolls, And it was also a crucial part of the Hobbit's plot. The 3 elven swords were revived in glory, Glamdring, the Fostrix, or crest, the Beast's bite, and Bilber's signature sting. Evil lurks in this forest. Gandalf appeared at Roland's side and whispered, "Trolls? My knights will chop off their heads." Roland's eyes flashed coldly. "I hope so." Gandalf gave Roland a deep look. Clang. Roland drew the dragon slayer from his waist. "Attention, everyone! Stay alert." Roland, sword raised, rode back and forth through the ranks, ensuring everyone could hear him. The knights silently tightened their belts, fastened their swords, and hung their lances on the most convenient part of their saddles. The knights in the front row raised their lances, scanning the surrounding dense forest. The Bedanian archers unhooked their mithril bows and placed arrows on the strings. Stay alert, stay in formation. In the event of danger, don't panic. Use your shields to block attacks from all directions. Keep moving, don't let yourself become a static target. Renault rode to the perimeter of the ranks, shouting instructions to the alert knights. "Sir, I notice some knights are close to advancing." Caslin suddenly realized something and rode quickly to Roland's ear, whispering, Roland raised an eyebrow and opened the magic ring system. Sure enough, the first 10 apprentice knights under his command had already reached a war chi level close to knight level. Roland smiled happily. Although an apprentice knight was still a knight was still much more appealing and far more powerful than an apprentice knight. Moreover, knight-level knights possess several impressive skills that apprentice knights simply couldn't match. Compared to an apprentice knight, a knight possessed several very useful abilities. Shield Wall concentrates a large amount of war chi within the shield, forming a light shield 2 meters long and 1 meter wide in front of the body. Requires a shield. Sword Counter. After successfully blocking an enemy attack, the opponent can immediately launch a slashing attack. The slashing war chi also has armor-piercing capabilities. Requires a sword. Flash Sword. Summons a long sword of concentrated war chi from the sky, dealing burn damage upon impact. The attack range is 10 meters. Castle has a task for you. Roland's eyes rolled. "Sir, I'm at your service at any time," Castle said quickly. "You should be able to teach them skills," Roland whispered. "Of course, many of the skills of dragon knights are shared with ordinary knights," Castle muttered, startled. "Then you will be responsible for teaching them skills." Roland patted his shoulder. "What?" Castle immediately raised a questioning face. "We don't have a professional instructor here, so please take over. Renault still needs to lead the team, so this task is up to you." Roland patted his shoulder encouragingly. "Sir, am I being conscripted?" Castle asked, face palming. "Ahem, it's called the more capable, the more work," Roland said calmly. "Thorin, we need to be careful down here. Tell your dwarf brothers that our whereabouts may have been exposed, and the orcs may be targeting us." Roland approached Thorin. "What?" Thorin exclaimed in surprise. "This forest is not easy to navigate down here. The trolls hidden within won't let us pass easily." Roland sighed helplessly as he looked at the others. "You know, the troll forest isn't just home to the 3 trolls from the movies. There are many more lurking within." "Don't worry, sir. I have everyone on high alert," Thorin replied after a moment's thought. "I hope so." At night, by the campfire, Balin recounted the story of Thorin and the pale orc Azig to Bilber, just as Roland knew. So what happened next? What happened to the orc? Bilber couldn't help but ask. "Dead. Severely wounded, died in the pitch-black cave." Thorin approached with a stern expression. "Let's get some rest early. We have to travel tomorrow." Roland approached. "Sleep, sleep." Bilber and the others quickly spread out their blankets and lay down by the warm campfire. Roland went to his own camp to rest. The camp was large, enough to accommodate 10 fully armed knights. Roland and his men had set up 13 tents, one each for Roland, Caslo, and Renault, one for the other 10, and another 10 to keep watch. "Damn it! Someone's missing!" Roland heard someone shouting in a daze. "I forgot there were troll attacks these past few nights." Roland jumped up and out of the tent, drawing his dragon slayer sword. "What's going on?" Roland asked, grabbing Ollie. "Bilbo and Keely are missing," Ollie said in panic. "Renault, wake everyone up. Prepare for battle," Roland shouted. "Thorin, your men are such troublemakers," Roland said helplessly. "Wait, where did you tie the horses?" Roland suddenly realized. It seemed like they tied the horses in the woods, where the trolls had taken them. "Keely and Philly tied the horses in the woods," Dwalin suddenly said. "Go check if the horses are there," Roland said hurriedly. Someone rushed over, and soon Balin ran over. "No! There are at least a dozen trolls. Roland was in a state of panic. Knights, assemble! Roland shouted. Help! Help! Philly suddenly tumbled out of the bushes. Trolls! They caught Bilber and stolen our pony. Lead the way, Renault said coldly. Oh, follow me. Philly was stunned for a moment before quickly reacting. If I catch you, I tear you into pieces and eat you with sauce, roared a 3 or 4 meter tall troll. Below, Bilber and Keely kept dodging the troll's outstretched hands. Haven't you caught those 2 little mice yet? How should we eat these horses? Raw, I think. Let's make soup. I have some squirrel droppings for seasoning. Why do I hear horse hooves? It sounds a bit like the hooves of human heavy cavalry. A troll, who was stoking a fire, suddenly looked up at the swaying trees in the distance and asked in confusion. For the glory of knights. Charge. Kill. For justice. For the revival of Raglan. This was Renault. Instantly, a torrent of steel burst forth from the brush. Lance blazing with cold light rose, like a forest, like tin cans, smashing through all obstacles in front of them as they pressed forward. The ogre chasing Bilber and Keely was instantly knocked over head-on by a cavalryman. The knight behind him, lance raised, charged forward. Feeling the immense resistance, the knight frowned and immediately let go of his lance, grabbing his fighting pick. As they passed by, he struck with a blow. Ouch! The ogre howled in pain. Alas, before its howl could last long, it was drowned by the torrent of steel. The torches of the endless stream of knights illuminated only a paste of minced meat on the ground. Chapter 9. As the knights charged, Roland felt his blood boiling, as if a familiar background music were playing. Perhaps Star's Sky was particularly fitting. Kill! Roland roared, severing the ogre's left calf with a single blow. The ogre's massive body fell to the ground, then was mercilessly trampled by the iron hooves. Running shot! The Bedanian archer shouted. Skill, running shot. Activate. Running shot is a very useful skill, greatly improving shooting accuracy while running or riding. Swish. A steel arrow pierced the ogre's eye socket. The ogre immediately covered its injured eye, wailing and spinning in circles. Its agony was soon ended. 2 knights lifted it high with their lances and swung it aside. It rolled a few times before dying. Kill! A golden flame of battle energy enveloped his entire body, a sacred glow spreading. Renault, seemingly cast from gold, charged head-on into the ogre with his lance. A burst of powerful battle energy instantly blasted the ogre to pieces, sending black blood and tissue flying through the air. Renault remained as sacred and noble as ever. Behind him, the knights of Raglan brandished their weapons, following the torrent of steel as they poured down. Damn! These filthy creatures! Roland cursed as he watched his foot entangled in the unknown tissue. He couldn't keep it. He was nearly nauseated. Sir, let me wash it off for you. Caslow eagerly picked up his water bag and ran over. No! Stop! Ugh! Roland was covered in the unidentified objects, and mud mixed with rancid blood thrown up by Caslow's charge. I'm going to kill you! Kill you! Roland frantically cried. Purification. A flash of golden light washed away the stains on Roland's body. Wow! What a luxury! Purification is used to cleanse his own stains. This Lord Lay has quite a bit of battle chi. Ogre Rebellion, completed. Reward, Holy Battle Chi, and the ability to become a paladin. Issued. Roland was about to speak when a sudden surge of divine energy erupted from his heart, cutting his words off. A surge of golden battle chi filled Roland, and he felt an unprecedented power. Even his skills were transformed. God bless Raglan. Congratulations, Lord, on successfully awakening the paladin. Renault exclaimed excitedly. At that moment, he felt a hope for the revival of the Empire. The system implanted in them the memory of the fall of the Raglan Empire, and Roland being the only remaining Raglan Lord. Paladin! Gandalf exclaimed in surprise. You know, not just anyone can be a paladin. Historically, the paladin and the Black Knight were a pairing. Where did the Black Knight come from? That's the depravity of the paladin. The birth of a paladin can bring benefit to a region, but it can also sow the seeds of destruction. Now, it's interesting to see 2 paladins among 100 or so people. If someone gets too downhearted and falls, everyone's done for. Forget about the expedition, just pack up and run. Paladins are hard to kill, right? Their endless supply of holy magic and abilities makes them indestructible. You can't hit them as fast as they heal. The Black Knights are even harder, because they not only heal, but also drain life to restore mana and mana. Gandalf took a deep look at the 2 men and quietly wiped a cold sweat from his forehead. For the first time, he felt that organizing the expedition to Lonely Mountain was a mistake. As a wizard who had attained divinity, he had lived for thousands of years, and had seen everything. The 9 ringwraiths under Sauron were the Black Knights. When the Witch King of Angmar, the chief ringwraith, wreaked havoc on the kingdom of Arnor, they were a devastating defeat. Trolls can't appear in the daytime, Gandalf said, gazing at the rising sun. That proves there must be a cave nearby. Thorin's eyes lit up. Everyone, look! Roland shouted from his warhorse. Soon, someone discovered the troll's cave nearby, and everyone hurried to follow. The smell of this place is so bright and fresh, it's intoxicating. Roland covered his nose, nearly ecstatic. Oh, look what I found! Gloin emerged, carrying a small box. Wow! All gold coins! Nori exclaimed in surprise. Oh, there's even a bunch of them scattered here. These trolls really don't know how to take care of them. Roland smacked his lips. Pick them all up quickly. Roland's face beamed. Huh? Gandalf exclaimed softly, walking over to a pile of weapons covered in spiderwebs, and gently fiddling with them with his staff. Clang! The crisp sound of a long sword being unsheathed echoed, a flash of silver light gleaming in the torchlight, dazzling the eyes. Enemy fencing sword. Ragmudron! Roland exclaimed. He had been searching for the 3 elven swords for ages. While not as good as the Dragon Slayer, it would still be a nice addition to his collection. It turned out Roland and these swords were simply not meant to be. You know them? Gandalf asked in surprise. Nonsense! The sword of the forest king of Gondolin, Roland said without a second thought. Gandalf gave Roland a deep look, saying nothing, then casually drew another sword. Puff! Beastbite! Ogres! Roland's face darkened. Of the 3 elven swords, Roland had his eye on these 2. After all, Master Baggins's personal sword, the Sting, looked like a bread knife to Roland. It was too short. And yet, Gandalf, just like history, unearthed them. Roland's face darkened, and with a wave of his hand, he ordered his men to pack away all the weapons. While this might seem shameless, Tink was still quite useful as a short sword for self-defense. As for his face, he just put it in his pocket for now. Dwarf brothers, do you want to change your clothes? These weapons are forged by the Noldor, and they're quite good, Roland kindly reminded. No! Let's get out of this filthy place. Thorin was immediately furious at the mention of elven weapons, and he turned and led his men away. Gandalf shrugged and said helplessly, Thorin, this is the Beastbite sword. It's the best weapon we have. He looked at Thorin deeply. Thorin pondered for a moment, then looked up at the mithril hammers on the knights carrying the weapons, and the adamantium weapons and armor of Roland and his companions. He swallowed hard, but ultimately, he couldn't escape the law of true love and obediently accepted the weapons. The remaining dwarves also happily ran to pick up weapons from the pile, like women buying vegetables at the market. Bilber, this is for you. Gandalf, emerging from the cave, handed Bilber a short sword. Roland took a look and nearly fainted. I commanded my men to clear the ground below, but it didn't stop you from retrieving the 3 elven swords. How could I possibly have these 3 weapons? Is it not possible for a fellow Lord of the Rings member to collect a few famous swords? Roland muttered, his mind filled with the word bad luck. No, I can't have it. In fact, I never used a sword before. Bilber waved his hand in a panic. Baggins, this is a magical weapon forged by the elves. When orcs approach, Gandalf introduced. I hope you never need it. But when it does, remember that true courage lies not in taking life, but in sparing it. Chapter 10. Swish, swish, swish. Suddenly, a noise erupted from the distant bushes, and several archers raised their bows and arrows. Ah! Fire! Death! Murderer! A figure, riding a sled pulled by a dozen rabbits, rushed out. Radagast. Gandalf, recognizing the newcomer, quickly waved everyone down. Radagast the Brown? He must be a high-ranking wizard like Gandalf, right? Roland wondered. Since this Middle-earth world lacked Vala or Mayor, Roland couldn't fathom the rank of this brown wizard, who was relegated to the bottom of the original story. Don't be nervous, everyone. This is Radagast the Brown Wizard, Gandalf introduced them. Radagast, how did you get here? Gandalf asked curiously. I was looking for you. The Green Forest is sick. Radagast lowered his voice mysteriously. Gandalf looked at him puzzledly. As Roland knew, poor Radagast had forgotten what he was going to say. Suddenly, Roland's expression changed, and he immediately turned around, taking in the scenery. Sure enough, Radagast opened his mouth and pulled out a stick insect. Ugh. Some knights who witnessed this immediately vomited. Even the stoic dwarf's eyes twitched, and Bilber's face turned pale, his face turning blue and purple. Roland was thankful he didn't see that awful scene, or else his eyes would have been in serious trouble. Ha! It's a stick insect. Radagast finally shouted happily. Ugh! Several knights, who had just managed to contain their churning stomach juices, could no longer hold back. The green forest is sick. Darkness has fallen upon the land, nothing has grown, and the air is filled with a stench of decay. Worst of all are the webs. Webs? What webs? Gandalf asked in surprise. They're spiders? Very large ones. I'm sure they're the descendants of Ungoliant. I followed them all the way from Dol Guldur. Radagast said seriously. Dol Guldur? The old fortress? Gandalf asked in surprise. It's been abandoned for a long time. Gandalf said. No. No. A necromancer lurks there. Radagast began to recall, his voice filled with fear. Hey! A little old Toby tobacco will help you calm down. Gandalf offered his pipe. Looking at Radagast, who took a deep drag, Gandalf said, Are you sure it's a necromancer now? Radagast said nothing, but pulled a cloth bag from his pocket. This is definitely not a weapon from the human world, he said with certainty. Gandalf opened the bag with a grimace, his expression suddenly changing. He was about to speak. Woo! What's that? Are there wolves in this forest? Bilber asked curiously. All troops, alert. It's a warg. Roland's face changed. Clang. Renault drew his sword. Roar! A majestic figure leaped from the shadows. This warg was clearly stronger than any Roland had encountered before. Die! Caslo raised his spear and prepared to throw, but the alert Badani archer was faster than him, and his sharp arrow instantly pierced the warg's eye socket. Damn it! Warg spy. Gandalf's face changed drastically. We're being hunted. The goblin army is near. Roland cried in panic. Ah! A knight was struck down by a warg, but fortunately, his companion was reliable and chopped off the warg's head with a single blow. Leave the woods! Roland forced himself to calm down. Sir! Which way do we go? Renault now came to Roland's side. Gandalf! Lead us to Rivendell! Roland shouted. This way. Gandalf quickly pointed the way. Why Rivendell? Do you think those damned elves will help us? Thorin cried angrily. My friend, if you wish to be swept away by the goblin tide, then so be it. The bloodline of Durin ends today. I will not take the knights of Raglan with you, Roland said coldly. If you think 13 dwarves can defeat an army of goblins, then so be it. Knights, let us go! Roland turned his horse and charged out. Thorin should have felt lucky. After all, in the original story, they lost all their ponies. Now, at least they had a way to get around. As expected, true to his word, Thorin and his men finally followed. Gandalf, you lead them. We stay behind to cover their retreat. Otherwise, no one can escape. Roland roared. Leave this place. All Bardanian archers, listen up. Follow them, and keep them safe, Roland said, turning his horse. Brothers of the Holy Order, let's go to the plain. Roland called out to the knights, charging towards the plain beside them. As expected, the main orc army was drawn in, completely unaware of the small group's departure. No! Thorin said bitterly from his horse. Let's go back and rescue them. At this moment, Thorin had not yet been affected by the curse of the Lonely Mountain. He was still the dwarf, incredibly loyal to his friends. Come back. They paid a huge price just to let us go. We can't let them down. Gandalf stopped his foolish behavior. We should look for the elves. A Bardanian archer said. This place is very close to Rivendell. There should be elven cavalry and rangers on guard. Another Bardanian archer analyzed. Yes. We should seek the help of King Iron. Gandalf's gaze pierced the distance. Arm. Formation. Roland stopped his horse and let it rest for a moment. Down, I leave it to you, Roland said to Renault. Yes, my lord. Renault accepted the task with a worried look on his face. Don't worry, Caslo will support us at any time. Roland patted his shoulder, looking relieved. Out of sight, Roland's strongest force could unleash its full might. Dragon riders proved a formidable opponent for the orc wolf riders hunting the dwarves. You know, don't you? Caslo is a dragon rider, the kind with a flying dragon? Roland asked, looking at the bewildered Renault. No one told me. Renault gave Caslo a deep look. It's true you can't judge a person by appearances. This handsome guy has a dragon in his pocket. No wonder Lord Roland wasn't panicking at all, even sending the others away. A woof! Roar! A chaotic swarm of wolf riders appeared before Roland and the others' view, perhaps 200 or 300 of them. That's it? Roland nearly spit out his words. Ah ha ha. Renault, who had been so nervous, gave a dry laugh. This? Caslow covered his face. The orcs who had frightened everyone half to death and fled in panic were so few in number. Roland, Renault, and Caslow all covered their faces. How humiliating! Telling others that a single knightly order had scared 300 orc wolf riders into fleeing from the woods onto the plains, even preparing to launch a flying dragon to fight. Roland glanced around. No one was around. Good. Otherwise, he could have considered silencing them. Men! Go get him! Roland, instantly possessed by the spirit of the Mountain King, shouted a childish slogan, spurring his horse with his spear at the ready. Knights! Charge! Renault blushed as he ordered the knights to activate their charge skill. The horses charged out in a measured stride. From above, it looked like 100 trainee knights, under Renault's command, were performing a difficult wall charge. Ride like a wall! Raynor shouted. Boom! The next moment, the steel wall slammed down heavily on the orcs. Congratulations, host, for successfully completing the main quest, Lonely Mountain Expedition. Unlock the sign-in feature. Sign in once a day to receive various random rewards. Just as the battle ended, a screen of light appeared before Roland's eyes. I thought your lousy ring was dead. Turns out I only just figured out the main quest. Roland thought, growing increasingly indignant. He had assumed this system was just a reward system for achievements, and he figured it out. Who knew someone would tell him he hadn't even opened the actual page? Sign in. Roland signed in for the first time, his face darkening. Sign in successfully. Congratulations, host, for achieving 90th place among the Bedanian archers. Oh my god! System, am I supposed to understand you're stockpiling troops for the upcoming War of the Ring? Roland exclaimed, this system is truly adorable. Because this battle of 5 armies excluded other players from interfering, Roland squealed like a pig. The orc coalition consisted of only 30,000 men, the dwarves 500, the elves 3,000, and a few hundred humans. It could be said that Roland was the straw that broke the camel's back. No longer just straw, but pure sugarcane. With his daily accumulation of Char Warhorse rewards, Roland could easily arm these 90 Bedanian archers and use them as heavy cavalry. With 200 fully armed mobile troops, plus an Aura Paladin and a Dragon Knight, the combined forces could easily crush the orcs. Chapter 11. Roland arrived with 103 men and returned with 193. Could this be the legendary ultimate military strategy? The more you fight, the more you gain? Men, hurry up! We need to get to Rivendell, Roland said with high spirits. So, sir, where exactly is Rivendell? Renault asked weakly. In this world, Renault wasn't yet the governor of the north. He didn't know where Rivendell was. Roland. Caslow, do you know where Rivendell is? Roland asked with a glimmer of hope. Ahem, how about we look at the map? Caslow scratched his head. So, we're lost again? Roland said in disbelief. Looking at Renault and Caslow's affirmation, Roland felt a surge of anxiety and immediately covered his face. He remembered the last time he got lost was when he was looking for Bag End in Hobbiton. Alright, let's try. Roland sighed. This is the last elven refuge of the Eastern Sea, as it is often called. Gandalf introduced, raising an eyebrow. Rivendell. Bilbo murmured, stunned by the beauty before him. Gandalf? An elf came forward. Ah! Lind, I'm here to find King Iron, Gandalf said. Unfortunately, King Iron is not here, Lind said. The sound of horse hooves echoed behind them. When the thrush strikes, stand by the grey rock. The setting sun, with the last rays of Durance Day, will shine through the keyhole. King Iron read the moon words on the map in the moonlight. Late at night, exhausted, Roland and his companions gathered around a campfire, carefully examining the map, trying to find something. Unfortunately, the parchment map, resembling a simple sketch, offered nothing. Sir, why don't we just go our own way? Renault said helplessly. What are you thinking? We still have 10 brothers with him. Roland held his head. With Roland's current strength, he could easily conquer a small town in the Shire region and become a local tyrant, but he couldn't bear to part with the main storyline quest rewards. System sign-in. Roland looked up at the sky. It was already past midnight. Sign-in successful. Reward, 100 Raglan Empire Flood Infantrymen. A real troop buildup. Roland exclaimed in surprise. However, the flood infantry couldn't ride horses. First, as infantry, they wouldn't be able to gain any combat effectiveness on horseback, and second, Roland's warhorse reserves were nearly depleted. Roland chose to summon these 100 infantrymen, and soon, the sound of dense footsteps could be heard in the distance. The alert Bedanian archers had already drawn their bows. "We're on our side, take it easy." Roland rolled his eyes at the overly nervous crowd. No group of wandering orcs would attack an army composed entirely of professionals, unless it was a large orc army. "Sir, we've been ordered to support." The neatly lined flood infantry pounded their chests with fists. The memories granted to them by the system showed that they had come from the Shire region to support their lord, of course, the last lord of Raglan. "You worked hard, rest now." Roland waved his hand, and someone immediately came up to help set up the tent. Everything proceeded smoothly. Roland carefully examined the Swiftstream infantry. This was his first time observing this unit in detail. This was the largest infantry unit in the Raglan Empire. Because they weren't professionals, they were simply ordinary, armed infantrymen. In the game, they were practically cannon fodder, but now, clearly, they weren't. Thanks to the Raglan Empire's immense national strength, even the ordinary infantrymen were incredibly well equipped, relatively speaking. This infantry unit's recruitment base was in the Swiftstream River Basin, hence the name Swiftstream Infantry. They were a cross between light and heavy infantry. They wore fine iron barrel helmets, leather armor lined with chain mail, and wielded 5-meter-long chevaux de frise spears. They carried iron-studded leather full-body shields, and wore fine steel maces on their waists. They were well armed, but unfortunately, the Swiftstream infantrymen weren't professionals, and couldn't use their skills. If they faced an equal number of professional infantrymen, even trainee-level ones, they would be completely slaughtered. Clearing the sky, Roland led a large group of men and horses, setting off, in a circle. Everyone spread out. "Look for the elves." "I can't find Rivendell, but I'm sure I find the elves." Roland suddenly had an idea. Hi! It's truly high." Caslow quickly flattered him. Renault covered his face. This lord was truly outrageous. This was so embarrassing. This was the first time I ever seen someone kidnap someone to ask for directions after getting lost. At this moment, Linda was leading a patrol of 10 elven cavalry. They climbed over hills, crossed streams, and walked through meadows, and then they were surrounded. Nearly 300 men, weapons drawn, surrounded them from all sides. Linda's heart sank. The weakest among them were the Torrent infantry, but that barrage of 5-meter-long lances was far too hostile. The heavily armored archers roaming around the periphery looked difficult to deal with. The Bedanian archers were simply too deceptive when they mounted their horses, and the knights in full plate armor and holding steel lances were likely to be hunted down in the field after a single charge. Thinking of this, Linda rode forward, roaring with all his might, "What do you want? Are humans going to break the covenant? This is Rivendell." Puff! Someone couldn't help but cry out. Roland's eye twitched. Seeing the young man with thick eyebrows and big eyes rushing out with a look of righteous indignation, he thought he was playing a duel or something. Who knew he was just trying to use the cover of a tiger to spread rumors? "Okay, we're looking for Rivendell. Capture them." Roland rubbed his hands. "All right. Just watch." His loyal lackey, Caslow, grinned grimly and led the others around. "Ah! Despicable humans. Fuck you. Don't hit me in the face." "Sir, they're all back," Caslow said happily. Puff! Renault was shocked by the scene before him. "What did you do to them?" Roland asked, pointing at the 11 pigheads in front. They're resisting. Aren't we supposed to kill them?" Caslow said sheepishly. Shark! Len mumbled. Let go." Roland turned away, his shoulders shaking. After a long moment, Roland finally turned back. "Hello, how do I get to Rivendell?" Roland suppressed a smile as he looked at the pighead before him. "Damn it! I can't even get to the mud," Lind exclaimed angrily. "What should we do, sir?" Renault shrugged helplessly. "Everyone, alert. Wait for the other elves to come and look. A patrol has gone missing, and I doubt the elves will respond," Roland sighed. "Okay." Renault took the order and left to make arrangements. Chapter 12. "Sir, aren't we being too arrogant?" Renault, having made his arrangements, mustered up the courage to approach. "It can't be helped. I need to know where Rivendell is." "Who wouldn't want to do that?" Roland shrugged helplessly. "Alas, I hope there won't be any misunderstandings with the elves." Renault glanced at the elves, still struggling tied up. "I get some sleep. Call me when the elves come." Roland waved his hand, and returned to the shade of a tree, lying comfortably. Rivendell at this moment. King Elrond. Lind and his scouting team are missing. An elf came to report. When did they leave? Elrond's eyes narrowed. They left early in the morning. Lind said they were patrolling the kingdom to prevent damage from orcs heading south from the north. But half a day has passed, and there's still no news from them. Take them in, and let's go find Lind. Elrond said solemnly. God, please protect them from harm. Elrond prayed softly. My lord, something's not right. Castle woke Roland. What? Roland looked up and froze. Why are we surrounded by the elven army? Roland asked Raynor in disbelief. Maybe there's some misunderstanding. Raynor pointed at Lind and the others, who were still tied up nearby. Good heavens. This doesn't match my expectations. Roland was stunned. He had assumed that even if this small group had disappeared, the elves would only send out 100 cavalrymen to scout and search. Who knew they would attract a large elven army instead? What Roland didn't know was that the orcs had learned of the dwarf expedition and had organized several wolf cavalry units south to intercept them. What they encountered yesterday was just one of them. Elrond, believing the orc army was heading south, hurriedly led his troops out to search for the enemy. Instead, they saw a small group of humans resting in the shade of a tree. Looking again, wow! Lind and the others were tied up nearby, leading Elrond to believe the humans were planning a war with the elves. A full 3,000 elven archers formed up in the rear, preceded by 1,000 elven cavalrymen mounted on moon deer. Judging by the surging magical energy behind them, there were probably a dozen or so elven mages as well. Roland's 100 torrent infantrymen slammed their shields to the ground. Only then did Roland realize they weren't iron-plated shields, but rather leather-wrapped iron shields. 5-meter-long chevaux de frise pointed obliquely towards the sky. Behind them came the Bedanian archers, abandoning their mounts and hiding behind the infantry. This effectively protected their fragile bodies, compared to the fragility of the heavily armored classes, once the battle began. The knights also mounted their horses and gathered together, ready to activate their battle chi and form a combined attack. Let's go! Roland, fully aware that good fortune is inevitable and misfortune is inevitable, led Renault and Caslo to meet them. Across the way, Elrond also rode a moon deer. Why, sir, have you invaded elven territory and captured our people without cause? Elrond's tone wasn't particularly kind. King Elrond? Roland recognized the Elrond before him instantly. He looked remarkably like him in the movie. You know me? But I never seen you before. Where are you from? Where are you going? Elrond was surprised, his eyes gleaming as if casting some kind of detection spell. A tyrant! This half-elf is actually a tyrant. Roland was also shocked. After all, elves are known for their archers, mages, and rangers, and the elven warriors are truly a complex group. We come from the remnants of the Eastern Lagrang Empire. Our homeland was destroyed by the Easterlings. Roland did not continue the sad topic. After all, to some extent, Roland was not lying, the Lagrang Empire had indeed been dismembered. We're specifically looking for you, King Elrond. Roland bowed respectfully to Elrond. Looking for me? Elrond asked, puzzled. To be more precise, we're looking for the group of dwarves, humans, and Gandalf who entered Rivendell. Roland said. Elrond looked at Roland warily. You misunderstood. We are a knightly order hired by Thorin Oakenshield. We have 10 brothers with him. We don't know how to get to Rivendell, so we had to resort to this last resort. Roland explained with a shrug. Wouldn't you ask Lind and the others? Elrond pointed in disbelief at the bruised elves. Maybe we scared them. They were ready to attack as soon as they saw us, so we had to capture them first. Roland's eyes rolled, and he started to lie. Elrond was speechless. So can you let them go now? Elrond asked with a dark face. Of course. Why don't you go and release them, Caslo? Roland feigned anger. Yes, sir. Caslo hurried to release them. You bastard. I kill you. Lind's ghostly howls echoed from the other side. What? Thorin and his men left first? My men stayed behind? Elrond had told Roland this news on the way to Rivendell. Well, your soldiers are quite loyal. They insisted on waiting for your return before continuing their journey. Thorin and his men didn't want to waste time and went ahead, Elrond said. Outrageous. Roland was stunned. Thorin was so timid. Was he going to run away without admitting his mistake? Wait. The afterglow of Durance Day. I sat up in shock from my dying illness. I was the fool. Lord Iron, I need your help. I have to catch up with them. Roland said hurriedly. What's going on? Elrond was puzzled. Our whereabouts have been exposed. The orcs should know that the dwarves are heading for the Lonely Mountain. The orcs of the Misty Mountains will definitely intercept them. Without our help, they will all die in the Misty Mountains, and Durant's bloodline will soon end. Roland said sternly. We've been attacked by the wargs of Gundabad and the orcs of Mount Gundabad. They're targeting us. Roland added quickly, seeing Elrond's disbelief. Elrond gave Roland a deep look and quickened his pace. Follow me. Sir, we are so glad to see you safe. A Bedanian archer stepped forward. Thank you, Raglan. Our lord is safe. All right, retreat. Roland waved his hand. Lord Iron. Where are the dwarves going? Roland asked anxiously. There. Elrond pointed to a distant mountain path. Are you kidding? You can ride there? Roland stared at the narrow, man-wide path in disbelief. Actually, they abandoned their horses. They left secretly last night. Elrond shrugged. Damn it! They're courting death. The goblins will tear them apart. Where's Gandalf? Roland said angrily. They even left Gandalf behind. Elrond spread his hands. Roland forced himself to calm down. That damn Thorin, that stubborn and arrogant dwarf, had successfully disrupted Roland's plans. There were no doubt many goblins chasing them. Without Gandalf, the wizard, with these half-hearted men. Roland wanted to ask if it was still too late to return to the Shire. It's getting late. You should get some rest. Elrond glanced at Roland and turned to leave. Roland watched him leave without saying a word. The situation was chaotic now. Gandalf should have gone to Dol Guldur, as he remembered. The dwarves who entered the mountains would likely fall into the goblin town, and Bilbo would still obtain the ring as history had said. It seems the course of history is truly difficult to change. Roland couldn't help but feel depressed. The moon rose above the trees, but Roland couldn't sleep. Finally, he got out of bed and found Caslow and Raynor. Assemble the team. Let's go! Roland said firmly. He was determined to take the treasure of the Lonely Mountain. Maybe he could even take Dale into his own hands. Yes. The two exchanged glances and turned to leave. System. Sign in. I hope you give me something useful. Roland sighed. Successful sign-in. Reward, 100 Raglan Empire Flood Troopers. Another 100 Flood Troopers? Roland exclaimed in surprise. King Elrond, they left along the path you pointed. Lind approached Elrond, who stood on the dais. Yes, they left. Shadows in the north, shadows in the south. Alas. I have a feeling Middle-earth's peace won't last much longer, Elrond sighed. Chapter 13. Full speed. We're a day behind them. Roland urged. Sir, don't worry too much. They don't have horses, and we're much faster than them, Caslow reassured Roland. He was met with idiotic stares. Caslow followed their gaze and saw 200 fully armed Swiftstream infantrymen, rifles in hand and shields slung, trudging along. Fine. Just ignore me, Caslow said helplessly. By the way, the Swiftstream infantrymen earned their name not just because they were recruited from the Swiftstream River, but also because they were trained for speed, strong physiques, and great endurance. Long-distance raids were their forte, but that didn't mean they could compete with cavalry in speed. Carlos, I feel offended. Boom! A rumbling thunder echoed from the sky, and silver snakes coiled in the air. It's going to rain, Renault said solemnly. Maybe everyone needs to take a break from the rain. Roland glanced at the sky. Whoosh! Boom! Suddenly, a huge rock fell from the sky, landing not far from Roland and the others. Everyone quickly raised their shields to block the flying debris. Attack! Be alert! Caslow was the first to react. Oh my god! Look above. Roland inadvertently glanced up at the valley beside him, and then his whole body suddenly split apart. Mountain giant. Run! Renault shouted. Everyone suddenly wished their parents had given them 2 more legs, and desperately ran out of the valley. How could there be mountain giants here? Aren't mountain giants extinct? Caslow said in panic. Rain mixed with dust and turned into muddy water, flowing down his body. Who knows? It's outrageous. Raynor frantically asked. Are the mountain giants evil or lawful? Roland couldn't help but ask. Neutral. Those barbarians just live their lives peacefully. Logically, they should have been extinct by the First Age. Raynor asked, puzzled. Maybe they're survivors. Caslow glanced at the bustling valley behind him with lingering fear. If I saw correctly, they were throwing rocks at the top of the mountain? Roland asked curiously. Yeah, those barbarians love throwing rocks during thunderstorms. We're so lucky. Raynor sighed. Wait! Roland was stunned. Are these the stone giants who played with rocks in The Hobbit? Roland had just taken a quick look and estimated that these mountain giants were at least 50 meters tall. Every gesture they made carried the aura of devastation. How terrifying! Thinking about how they had just passed by them, Roland broke out in a cold sweat. Sir, we can't go any further. Renault frowned. It's indeed too dangerous. Don't worry, I won't disregard the lives of my people. The Raglan Empire awaits my revival. After all, I am the last Raglan lord. Roland nodded, confirming Renault's thoughts. Let everyone rest and be on guard. We are already in the Misty Mountains, and the orcs could attack at any time. Roland ordered. Yes, sir. Renault turned and left. Caslow had also set up his tent by then, and he quickly escorted Roland back inside to prevent him from catching a cold in the rain. Sir, how do we proceed today? Caslow asked. Let's see tomorrow if the stone giants have left. If they're still playing around, we have to take a detour. After all, we can't defeat them. Roland felt a headache just thinking about the stone lump. Roland tossed and turned in bed, unable to sleep. It seemed this world was somewhat different from the books, the movies, and the games. Perhaps without players, the Middle-earth world, originally the setting of the Lord of the Rings games, had been blended with the books, resulting in a world that looked like a nebulous mess. God, have mercy on me. Please don't do this. Don't let anything go wrong at the Battle of the Five Armies, Roland prayed. He clearly sensed that his participation had increased the number of pursuers from the orcs. Perhaps the enemy force at this Battle of the Five Armies was larger than he anticipated. Perhaps it's because I changed history, touched upon a crucial timeline, Roland pondered. I can't go with them anymore. Roland suddenly sat up. I have to change things. Since I can't reverse history, I change it. I arrive as reinforcements. Let this become a battle of 6 armies. Roland made up his mind. Sleep, sleep, my life is more important. If I had known, I wouldn't have run out in the middle of the night. Rivendell is so nice, with beautiful elf ladies. Roland said in frustration. After all, he hadn't stayed in Rivendell for long. He hadn't had time to explore Rivendell, experience the local customs and people, and ideally, have something fun with the beautiful elf ladies. Alas! What a pity! What a shame! Roland regretted. Now that he thought about it, Thorin and the others had nothing to do with him. He just wanted to find some reliable allies and make a little money. Besides, Dane Ironfoot was a sincere man. It wouldn't be bad to let him become the king under the mountain, just like in history. Dragon Slayer Bard was also a friend worth making close friends with. After he reorganized Dale, there was some potential for war. Roland planned to first build a city in the Flood River Basin to establish the framework of the Kingdom of Lagrang. This should allow him to reap another wave of system rewards. The thought of these rewards made Roland's devilish tail wag with joy. Time is running out. I guess I won't be able to gather 1,000 men before the war, Roland said with a hint of regret after some calculations. Lord of the Rings, Lord of the Rings. I don't ask for 1,000 men, but I ask for another 100 Flood infantrymen. At least, I have 300 men for the Flood battle formation, Roland muttered to the ring in his hand. Meanwhile, Gandalf. Think of a solution. The people, driven into the pine trees by the wargs, looked anxiously at Gandalf. An obscure incantation rang out, and a hexagram formed before Gandalf. Go! Gandalf opened his eyes, and waved his staff. Dozens of fireballs the size of human heads flew out from the hexagram, instantly reducing over 1,000 square meters of land ahead, along with the orcs and wargs upon it, to scorched earth. Well done, Gandalf! The crowd exclaimed happily. After all, a high-level spell, the meteor shower, gave them confidence and bolstered their spirit. Gentlemen, I think we can wait before cheering. It seems those orcs up ahead don't want us to rejoice too much. Bilbo stammered. Oh! By the god of Forge! Oh my god! Under the starry sky, a sea of orc wolf riders surrounded them, led by none other than the pale orc Azig. Impossible. Thorin froze for a moment. This one's mine. Kill the rest. Azig roared. Fire's sign. Gandalf began his historically deceptive maneuver again, setting the pine cone on fire. Everyone ignited their pine cones and threw them at Azig and the other orcs. Roar! Azig roared angrily as he saw the warg, held back by the flames, hesitate to move forward. Chapter 14. Let's not talk about Thorin and his crew being hunted, and their eventual escape thanks to the giant eagle flown by Gandalf. Let's turn our attention to the pitiful Roland child. Where did all these goblins come from? Caslow looked at the goblin surging from behind in surprise. Roland's mouth twitched. If he wasn't stupid, it looked like old Gandalf had killed a fat guy in the Goblin town in the Misty Mountains. He might have called him the Goblin King or something. Damn it! Damn Thorin! You all ran away and brought disaster upon me. Roland realized that he had taken the blame for Thorin and his crew. Retreat! Retreat! The wind is blowing, Roland said hurriedly. It wasn't that he hadn't considered counterattacking, but he felt that turning back to fight wouldn't be very rewarding. Losing would be a loss of face, and winning would be a loss of substance. His men would undoubtedly have suffered heavy casualties. There was really no point in engaging in a losing battle. Thus, at the eastern foot of the Misty Mountains, a spectacular scene unfolded. Approximately 400 fully armed elite humans scurried through the woods and brush, pursued by thousands of frail goblins with thin arms and legs, howling and screaming like wolves. Both sides engaged in a marathon of extraordinary proportions, each putting all their energy into a unique marathon. Return fire! Caslo suddenly roared. From the rear, he noticed that some of the strongest goblins had almost caught up with the slowest running flood infantry. Immediately, at his command, the knights and Bedanian archers swung their bows from their horses. The knights unleashed the first hail of arrows, only to sparsely mow down a dozen goblins. Roland's accuracy was so high that he grimaced. The descending Bedanian archers were truly impressive. 100 sharp arrows flew from their bows, instantly slicing through the goblin vanguard as if gnawed by something. A large number of goblins collapsed to the ground, and a closer look revealed that most of them had been shot in the throat or heart. Excellent! As expected of knights specializing in marksmanship. Roland admired inwardly. Yet again, he was bewildered by the heavy armor of the Bedanian archers. Roland blushed. Well, it's not my fault. I can only blame them for being so deceptive. Sir! The infantry are falling behind. Caslin suddenly shouted. What? Roland listened, then took a closer look. Sure enough, the flood infantry were struggling, panting profusely. Seeing them sweating profusely, Roland's heart sank. This can't go on. Roland thought to himself. Rear guard, turn to the front. All troops in formation. Roland suddenly roared. Renault's eyes widened. What was going on? Had his lord gone mad? Was he planning to die? If he really turned around to fight, apart from Caslo on his dragon, he probably was the only one present who would survive. Roland certainly wasn't crazy. After all, the long chase wasn't just exhausting the flood troopers. The short-legged goblins were equally exhausted. Sure enough, the huge wave of pursuit behind them had become a stream, and in the distance, smaller waves of goblins were sprinting frantically towards them. Oh! These foolish kids, so desperate to catch up, didn't even bother with their formation, simply scattering into small, chasing groups. Great tactical refueling. Great tactical refueling. I love refueling. Roland grinned. Flood charge formation. Form! Roland shouted. Then, the stream infantry were completely bewildered. Roland slapped his head in silence. The system only gave them 200 men, but the lowest level stream infantry formation required 300 men. Others might not know, but Roland knew that a stream formation of 30 men in a row and 10 men in a column was very powerful. 10 such formations could knock down a knightly order of 100 men, and that was a regular knightly order. Especially in this world, professionals were not everywhere. They were still a relatively rare existence. 100 men a row. 2 men a column. Push on! Roland could only give detailed instructions. Upon hearing the order, the flood infantrymen quickly slammed their shields into the ground. The first row held their lances flat and leaned against the shield wall. The second row also slammed their shields into the ground, just as the first row had done. However, they tilted their shields 30 degrees to the left, leaving an arm's length of clearance. They leaned their lances against their shields and drew their maces from their waists. The archers will provide covering fire. Renault, lead the knights and find an opportunity to charge them. Roland said sternly. Yes, sir. Renault led the knights away. We should be in the Mirkwood now, Roland asked Caslo. Caslo took out the detailed map Elrond had given him and compared it for a long time. Sir, we should be at the edge of the Mirkwood now. Yes, Roland replied. Clang. Roland drew his dragon slayer sword and spurred his warhorse to the front. Soldiers, brothers, we can't run any longer. We are exhausted and are nothing more than lambs to the slaughter. So we have no choice but to fight to the bitter end. I implore you to join me in holding our ground. Tell the enemy. The glory of Raglan has not faded. The Empire's soldiers are still fighting. Are you willing? Roland shouted. For the glory of the Empire. Long live the Empire. Everyone shouted in unison. Kill! The 5-meter-long halberd stabbed across, instantly stringing together the hundreds of charging goblins. Seeing the goblins behind them charging, the heavy feel of their spears forced the first row of flood troopers to decisively drop their spears and grab the maces at their waists. The second row of flood troopers behind them quickly lowered their spears. Bang! With a loud bang, a swift stream infantryman swung his mace, slicing open the head of an intruding goblin. Rapid fire! Caslow shouted as he saw more and more goblins advancing, beginning to flank the infantry. Turning! The Bedanian archers quickly abandoned their precision fire and unleashed their quivers at top speed. Soon, a quiver of 50 arrows was empty, and the Bedanian archers were now grimacing and rubbing their cramped arms. The effect was obvious. What does 5,000 fine iron arrows mean? Just look at the twitching goblins in front. Roland estimated that at least several hundred goblins had merged with the earth in the hail of arrows. The flood troopers, swinging their maces, suddenly felt their vision vanish. They realized the field ahead was littered with corpses. The goblins killed by the arrows were relatively spared, but the bodies lying before the flood troopers had piled up like a small mountain. Those in the front were either riddled with dozens of holes, or shattered into unidentified shapes by the hammers. The first row of flood troopers quickly stepped out from the pile of corpses, drawing their lances and forming a single line again, forming a shield wall. Woo! Woo! A deep horn blared, and from the horizon, the knights led by Renault poured down, sending the goblins trapped in the midst into a chaotic scramble, fleeing in all directions. Charge! Roland, seeing the opportunity ripe, ordered the entire army to charge. The flood infantry drew their shields, held their spears, and strode forward in a single line. Behind them, the Bedanian archers on their warhorses sheathed their longbows, and removed the meter-long mithril armor-piercing hammers from their backs. If anyone calls them archers from now on, I get mad at them, Roland said with a twitching eye. Does this count as a battle? Roland said flatteringly. Barely. After all, there are nearly 2,000 goblins lying here. But, can goblins count as a battle? Renault flattered Roland with a sullen face. Well, at least the number of people counts. Roland waved his hand, ignoring the question. Let's go! It's time to head to the final battlefield. Roland sighed, gazing into the distance. What was to come would eventually come. He wondered if this battle would still end as he knew it would. Congratulations, host, for completing an exceptional battle. The enemy to our friend casualty ratio is 2457 to 0. Reward, 100 flood infantrymen. Well done. Roland looked at the reward bestowed by the system. It was exactly the troops he needed most, and he couldn't help but feel excited. All troops, listen. Target, Lonely Mountain. Move out. Roland said with high spirits, looking at the 100 flood infantrymen arriving for support from afar. Chapter 15. Roland and his party planned to cross the Old Forest Road and follow the swift stream north to Lonely Mountain. The advantage of this approach was that they wouldn't have to pass through the Woodland Kingdom and come into conflict with the woodland elves living there. Furthermore, even if a fight broke out, Roland's side would be the underdog. The elves' mastery of jungle guerrilla warfare could easily crush Roland's army, which lacked long-range attacks. Furthermore, nearly half of Roland's troops were cavalry, and traversing the dense forest was a daunting task for cavalry. After all, not all cavalry were Moon Deer Knights of the Elven Order. So, Roland and his party marched onto the Old Forest Road in a mighty procession. The swift stream infantrymen, bearing large shields, marched at the outer edge of the group, while the Lagran Knights and Bedanian archers marched in the center. Renault and Roland led the group, with Caslow, as always, the rear guard. Oh, why are there so many spider webs on this road? A swift stream infantryman said helplessly, adjusting his arquebus, which had become entangled in the webs. Who knows? This web is so huge, could it be the work of a spider monster? Asked the flood trooper behind him. Perhaps. Be careful. What's there to be afraid of? We have 100 knights here. Something's not right with the surroundings, I think. A flood trooper asked warily. Roland couldn't help but glance around, hearing the noise behind him. Renault, what do you think? Roland asked. Do you even need to look? There's clearly something wrong, sir. Renault said speechlessly. Then why are you so relaxed? Roland's eyes widened. He knew the dark forest was occupied by a swarm of giant spiders. Was Renault planning to let him and his men feed them with a single slide? Ah, it's just a low-level giant shadow spider. What's the big deal? Renault rolled his eyes. For context, like other classes, monsters are divided into 6 levels: primary, low-level, intermediate, advanced, super, and scourge level. Terrifying creatures, like the flying dragon and giant eagle are considered super, while epic creatures, like the dragon and leviathan are considered scourge level. Even low-level monsters are troublesome, okay? Do you think everyone is a knight commander like you? Roland complained. Hawthorne and Pear. Roland felt relieved upon hearing that the giant spiders were just low-level monsters and began to hum. Sir! The spider webs are growing. A Torrent infantryman, who had been leading the way, trotted over to report. Are we running headlong into a spider's nest? Renault looked at Roland with a grim expression. Sir, are you sure the route you're taking is okay? Renault asked, his face grimacing with concern. What's that look in your eyes? Roland seemed irritated. If there's any problem, it's Elrond's fault. I won't take the blame, Roland said unhappily. Perhaps it's not King Elrond's fault, but rather the spread of the evil forces here has surpassed our imagination. They can actually form a web on the old forest road, which means there hasn't been any communication between the east and west for a long time. The old forest road has been abandoned. Renault suddenly raised this idea with a grim expression. Haha, I'd rather Elrond be unreliable. Roland chuckled dryly. Deploy the battle formation. Roland took a deep breath. What's going on? Are we going to fight again? Caslow, observing the sudden change in the team, rushed up from behind. This road's been taken over by spiders. We need to clear it now. Roland told Caslow helplessly. Can't we take a detour? Caslow frowned. It's too late. We're running out of time. Roland sighed. The day of Turin was approaching. What are you afraid of? You're a dragon rider, and there's no one around. Drag your dragon out and kill them. Roland suddenly remembered he still had a dragon hidden away. Snap! Caslow slapped himself. He'd ridden a Shar horse for so long he'd forgotten he was a dragon rider. Caslow dismounted swiftly and pulled his dragon flute from his collar. A melodious sound echoed, and a sudden gust of wind swept through the sky. Space ripped apart, and a cyan dragon flew out. Ong! A clear, passionate dragon roar echoed through the air. Boom! For dragon slammed heavily to the ground, causing countless Shar horses to neigh and scream. Kaldor, long time no see, Caslow said happily, patting his dragon's head. Roar! The dragon responded immediately, its long, slender tail sweeping in all directions with joy. For a moment, Roland thought it was a dog, not a dragon. Let's scout the sky and fight our way out. After several bloody battles, Roland was filled with resentment. After all, why use brains when you can be simple and ruthless? So today, the giant spiders nesting and hunting on the old forest road were in dire straits. Wind blades rained down from the sky, giving them a full-body massage, shredding them to pieces. Hundreds more people, armed with torches, burned spider webs along the way, scaring the remaining spiders into scattering. Oh my goodness! Although we shadow spiders aren't human, you're real dogs. Not only do you kill beasts for crystals, you also burn houses. Your march is like a demolition team, leaving no spider alive, no web untouched. The spiders that managed to survive looked up at the sky with their 8 tiny eyes, tears streaming down their faces. This is the first time we've seen dragons used to bully spiders. We couldn't even touch them, let alone fight them. Those humans down there might be able to touch them, but they have to be lucky. Look at that mithril cedar bough drawn into a full moon? Or look at that 5-meter-long chevaux de frise held horizontally. Or those 2 paladins, brimming with holy battle energy. Or that moving great wall shield wall. There's no way to attack them. Even using skills is useless. Shadowstalk is a joke in the paladin's eyes, and not the funny kind. Within 100 meters, you're as bright as a light bulb in their perception. They don't even need to charge. A single swing of their weapons, unleashing a burst of holy battle energy from their spears or swords, is enough to dismember a giant shadow spider. They're truly untouchable, forced to hide. So, the spiders in the dark forest have been suffering these past few days. It's a grind to the bone. Any slight movement could trigger a death wail from the sky. It must be said that Roland and his companions were quite lucky. What they didn't know was that as they crossed the Mirkwood, they almost brushed past a large army of orcs from Dol Guldur. As soon as they left, the orcs passed right behind them. A dragon? Azig stared at the sky in surprise. It had taken him so long to realize a dragon lurked here. Unfortunately, he didn't see a saddle on the dragon or a rider on its back. Seeing this, he'd definitely reconsider his attack plan. At the very least, he'd have to bring a few dragon crossbows, the most effective dragon hunting weapon in Middle-earth, capable of inflicting fatal damage to dragons when combined with special arrows. Forward! He shook his head, no longer thinking about the dragon, but imagining tasting the blood of the dwarf king instead. Chapter 16. The Flowing River. The crowd, rushing out of the woods, murmured as they gazed at the vast river before them. Plop! Suddenly, a knight dismounted and knelt. Roland was surprised to find that everyone had actually knelt. Raynor, eyes reddened, grabbed a handful of riverside dirt, placed it on his chest, and burst into tears. The flowing river! The people of Raglan have returned. Raynor's tears streamed down his face. The crowd sobbed uncontrollably. In their memories, the empire was shattered, their home shattered, and the remnants of the Raglan Empire were scattered across the continent, like children without a home. Today, they had finally returned to the land of the empire. Fight for the revival of the empire. Suddenly, a flowing infantryman stood up and roared. For the empire. Long live Raglan. For the river that gave me life. Roland fell silent upon seeing this. Although they were all living beings, he had always felt a sense of distance from them, thinking of them as NPCs. But now, Roland suddenly felt completely integrated into this world. Each of them was flesh and blood, they could be hurt, cry, and die. Each of them was a living person, his people, his family, and he was the last. Lord of Raglan. Everyone rise up. Let us reclaim the jewel of the north. Lake Town. Roland's gaze fixed. Note, in the history of the Raglan Empire, Lake Town was the furthest northern city. After its destruction by Smaug in the Third Age, its inhabitants, led by King Bard, rebuilt Dale, and Lake Town was abandoned. In the middle of the Fourth Age, an advance party from what was then the Raglan Kingdom recaptured Lake Town and rebuilt it. Even after the Empire's destruction, it remained a refuge and a vital town for the northern human population. Roland was mistaking the concept here. After all, Lake Town wasn't yet part of Raglan's territory. But Roland had the upper hand, so he shamelessly decided to occupy Lake Town first. After all, what kind of lord is a lord without territory? And there were over 1,000 humans there, the cornerstone of Roland's current development. Wait! Smaug's death must be approaching. Roland suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. Lake Town was now considered Roland's territory, and he couldn't just sit back and watch Smaug take it. Everyone listen! March! Roland shouted sharply. At this point, Thorin had already arrived in Lake Town and settled into Bard's house. He had paid Bard with Badon gold coins to get weapons for his group. What's this? We paid with gold coins. We bought weapons. Iron swords and axes. The dwarves grumbled at the various weapons modified from hammers and harpoons. The dwarves' violent behavior frightened Bard's son, Barn, and his 2 daughters. Thorin, why don't we just take these and go? After all, we had worse before. Balin consoled him. Tide troopers. Like a torrent. Forming a complete torrent formation, the torrent troops dispersed a group of orcs, slaughtered them, and then quickly sheathed their weapons and advanced along the torrent. Die! A Badanian archer pierced the eye socket of a wandering orc. Pass quickly. Roland commanded the torrent troops. Knights. Don't be left alone. Drive away the orcs. Disrupt their formation. The infantry will handle the rest. Renault shouted, leading the way. Archers of Bodnia, beware of the orcs that have crossed the line. Send them to the dragon god. Don't delay, we're running out of time. Castle remained the rear guard. Swish. Roland galloped, chopping off an orc's head. Sir! The dark forest has been overrun. Orcs are everywhere. Renault looked helpless. Then charged forward. No one can stop the knight's advance. No one can stop the revival of Raglan. Roland was like a madman, a murderous frenzy. As he hacked his way through, the black blood of the orc smeared his adamantine armor. The once beautiful plate armor had lost its vibrant golden red hue, and now shone a purple-black. The exhausted Torrente formed a square formation. They placed their lances on their shields, and pointed them forward and to the left. All they had to do now was charge forward. These orcs are like cockroaches. There must be hundreds of them along the way, right? Castle breathed. With Roland and his crew's current strength, they could easily defeat hundreds of orcs with a single blow. However, the infantry couldn't withstand the pressure of their boss's labor. After days of continuous marching, each day was a forced march. Just being able to lift their weapons was a feat, and even keeping up with the cavalry was a challenge. Thanks to Roland and Raynor's alternating aura skills. Holy Inspiration, these torrent infantrymen were able to keep running. Holy Inspiration, a special skill for the paladin or priest class. It casts an aura of encouragement on allies within a 100-meter radius. Units affected by the aura continuously recover their health and vitality, and increase their magic resistance and stamina. Last 30 minutes. Divine Inspiration. Roland rode up to the flood infantry, and cast a collective aura upon them, continuing to exploit their labor. Bang, bang, bang. The flood infantry's previously scattered steps gradually became more coordinated, even their panting gradually subsiding. Brothers, come on! The long lake is just around the corner, Roland encouraged. A moment later, a sudden silver light illuminated everyone. It was sunlight reflecting off the shimmering long lake. Wow! The long lake! Someone exclaimed excitedly. It's the long lake! The pearl of the Northern Empire! The busiest trading hub in the north. We arrived. The crowd before him chattered at the shimmering long lake, their excitement overflowing, a joyous feeling spreading among them. But how do we get there? A sudden voice drowned out the chatter. Instantly, the entire place fell silent. Sir, I hope you have a way to get us there. Reaching the land entrance to Long Lake Town would require us to cross the entire Long Lake. We no longer have the stamina or time to accomplish this feat. Everyone's strength has reached its limit. Renault looked at Roland solemnly. You? Thank goodness. I signed in yesterday and was given transportation. Roland felt incredibly fortunate. With a wave of his hand, he released 10 galleons from his magic ring. Upon seeing the ships, everyone cheered. Note: the reason Roland's men weren't surprised by Roland's sudden production of 10 gigantic galleons was because the system had implanted in their memories a storage artifact with enormous storage capacity in Roland's possession, so they assumed he had prepared them long ago. Aboard! Roland waved his hand. Oh! Everyone cheered, jumping into the lake and washing off the blood stains on their bodies as they swam towards the ships. After all, ships have drafts, and without a professional dock here, they had to have some people swim over to launch them. Cut some wood and build a simple dock. Don't forget, we still have warhorses. Roland hushed his men's revelry. Is everyone aboard? Roland glanced at the shore. Don't worry, sir. No one's missing, Castle assured, patting his chest. Set sail. Under the sunlight, a floating city appeared before their eyes. Long Lake Town, here I come, Roland muttered silently, gazing ahead. Chapter 17. In the morning, after last night's revelry, the dwarf King Thorin Oakenshield set out with his expedition to the cheers of the people of Lake Town. Keely was left behind due to an injury, and Philly and the others stayed to care for him. As for Beaufort, the poor boy had missed the boat due to drunkenness. The dwarves' lonely mountain expedition was about to reach its final destination. Lake Town is just ahead, sir. What should we do? Renault was undecided. We see what happens. Roland was unsure either. If they resist, then annihilate the resistance. Roland pondered for a moment before speaking with difficulty. As you wish, my lord. Renault paused for a moment, then spoke with relief. At this moment, they finally and completely acknowledged Roland as their king, their lord. Because Roland had finally become decisive and ruthless, he had earned the support of his people. The morning mist sent the dwarves away and welcomed Roland. Under the cover of the mist, the group quietly rowed the boat to the outskirts of the town. Go! A cold glint flashed in Caslo's eyes. The planks dropped, and the nimble Bedanian archers leaped down. Forgoing their longbows, they drew their swords and placed them on their shields, quickly seizing the nearby wooden buildings. Even then, the nearby residents were still confused, even a bit bewildered when the swords were held to their necks. Who are you? An old man asked tremblingly. We are warriors from hell. Renault, who had dismounted from his warhorse, smiled. We will fight for the king. Renault muttered to himself. Hurry! Get off the boats. Raynor commanded everyone to disembark quickly. Finally, they disembarked before the town guards could react. Roland waved his hand and folded the boats. After all, they would still be useful later. Leaving them to smog as firewood was a luxury. Find someone to lead the way. Let's go to the town hall. Roland's words were clear and logical. Familiar with the plot, he knew the mayor and his lackey, Everett, were no good. If they wanted to take over Lake Town, they had to deal with the mayor and his group, who were in the way. Ha! Several flood riders formed a shield formation, surrounding the guards, who had rushed over at the news. Several more flood riders behind them placed their lances on the shields of those in front, pointing their spears at the bewildered guards. Were they touched? They didn't dare move. The guards, unsure where to place their lances, could only panic and swirl them around, only to be constantly driven back by the lances. Swish! Roland drew his Dragon Slayer's sword, golden light swirling across the blade. He flicked the blade lightly, producing a melodious, crisp sound. So, gentlemen, where is your mayor? Roland smiled a devilish smile. Bang! The shield wall slammed heavily onto the square in front of the mayor's hall, the wooden planks beneath cracking under the weight. The guards, having heard the news, crowded in front of the mayor's door. Untrained in combat, they frantically pointed their weapons at Roland and his companions, their trembling hands and shaky legs betraying their panic. After all, no one could remain calm under the barrage of 200 arrows. While the knights' aim wasn't particularly accurate, they could at least draw their powerful bows. If they couldn't hit anyone, Roland could go back and break all their bows. "So do you want war or peace?" Roland asked casually, sword raised. "What are you going to do?" the mayor asked sternly, hands on hips, as he led Alfred shakily out the door. "How's your rule? Don't you have any idea?" Roland asked curiously. He felt powerless to criticize someone so shameless. "I am the legitimate ruler of Changhu Town. I am the mayor here. You outsiders have no right to interfere," the mayor said with all his might. "Huh? Did these warriors and trainees before you give you the confidence?" Roland glanced at the men tightly guarding the mayor. "Then are you willing to be buried with him?" Roland stepped over the wall of people and pointed his sword at the panicked guards. These were just ordinary men in armor. To embarrass them would be a disgrace to the nobility. "I give you a chance. Lay down your weapons now, and you can return home safely. Otherwise," Roland smiled. Behind him, the knights and archers erupted in brilliant battle aura. Roland and Caslo's battle aura reached 3 feet high, while Renault's was even more terrifying, soaring 4 feet away. Tingling clang. The sound of weapons falling to the ground echoed. "Knight! Sergeant!" Someone's hands and feet went cold with fear. Boom! The crowd immediately scattered like birds and beasts, wishing their parents had given them more legs. They all ran as fast as they could. "Okay, now that there are no more civilians in the way, then, my esteemed mayor, I hear that the people are suffering under your rule. I heard they want reform. Do you still plan to suppress them?" Roland feigned surprise. No, the mayor said, bewildered. "Hey! Isn't that Alfred? What's wrong with you? Stop shaking your legs." Roland smiled. Forget it. Let's kill them all." Boring. Looking at the trembling mayor and his men, Roland waved his hand idly, not showing any toughness at all. He had expected them to resist. Boom! A paladin's signature skill, Holy Sword Judgment, descended from the sky, creating several piles of charcoal before smashing through the wooden planks. The remains of several men fell directly into the water and disappeared. "Good boy, scattering the ashes?" Roland looked at Renault in astonishment. This move was truly impressive. "Are you Bard?" Roland looked at the tough-looking man before him. "Yes, I wonder what brings you all this way here, sir?" Bard asked warily, looking at Renault behind him. "My name is Roland," Roland introduced himself. "Sharpshooter Bard. Descendant of Girion, the last king of Dale? I'm curious how you ended up as a fisherman and hunter?" Roland quipped, looking at the two girls, Tilda and Sigrid, cowering in fear behind a pillar. "The legacy of our ancestors is but a passing cloud. We live happily now." Bard turned his head to look at his family behind him. "I just killed the mayor and his minions here. Do you have any suggestions?" Roland asked tentatively. "What about the ordinary guards?" Bard was clearly more concerned about the common people. "You truly are a descendant of the nobility, a qualified lord," Roland exclaimed. No, I'm just an ordinary citizen now." Bard waved his hand to stop him. "But you will eventually be crowned king," Roland said, looking at him meaningfully. As for why Roland said this, it was because he had just taken a look at the situation here. Honestly, it was far different from what he had imagined. The people looked pale, and the population was sparse. This wasn't even counting the fires of Smaug's winter, and the persecution of the orcs during the Battle of 5 Armies. So Roland decided to put the blame on Bard. It wouldn't be bad to let him become the king of Dale, just as history had shown. Bard was a true man of loyalty, and having him as a neighbor meant they could help each other. As for Roland himself, he said that with the system, anyone couldn't just build a city and become a lord. What was the point of targeting Lake Town? Smaug was going to come and destroy it that night, and Roland didn't think he could stop him from Lake Town. Even with Caslo and his dragons, it wouldn't be enough. After all, the North Wind. Smaug was just a flying dragon that could breathe, but its size and resistance were no different from a dragon. How desperate would he be to mess with it? It was better to leave it to Bard, the dragon slayer. He wouldn't participate. "Orcs!" The alert Badani archer cried out, then shot the spotted orc skyward with an arrow. "Attention!" The town police erupted. "Elves?" Caslo exclaimed in surprise upon seeing Legolas battling an orc. "Oh! Philly! Keely! Roland, upon hearing the noise, immediately remembered the orcs' night raid and rushed to Bard's house. But since Bard hadn't been jailed, well, that was tragic. Imagine the orc warriors who faced King Bard and Toriel. Their plight would have grieved even a capitalist. Are you all right? Hi, fellow dwarves. It's good to see you again. Roland smiled and greeted everyone. By the way, Bard, you need to pack up. We can't stay here any longer. Roland, who had just finished looting, remembered that Smaug was coming to clean up and offer warmth that evening. The dwarves have entered the Lonely Mountain. The consequences. You know? Roland said after a moment's hesitation, pulling Bard out of the house. I need you to lead the people out of Lake Town and head for Dale Land below the Lonely Mountain. Otherwise, Smaug will burn them like candles. You know full well that the dragon is about to awaken. Roland said sternly. What about you? Bard asked Roland, his eyes narrowed. I go and deploy my troops. My archers will stay to stop Smaug. Roland paused. Remember to come back. I believe your ancestor shot Smaug. You still need to settle your grudge. As they walked, Roland suddenly turned and smiled at Bard, saying these words. Renault, lead the knights and infantry away. The archers will stay in Sniper, and Caslo, you follow me. Roland gathered his men and made arrangements. Sir, I stay, Renault said anxiously. Don't worry, I take care of the troops. Caslo and I have adamantine armor. The adamantine and the magic patterns on it will help us block the dragon's breath. The archers of Bodnia are incredibly skilled. Smaug can't hurt us. Don't worry. Roland patted Renault. The war has begun. Roland sighed, looking at the residents, who were being persuaded to leave by Bard or driven out by the soldiers. Was Lake Town finally going to be destroyed by war? Hi. Roland, I'm back. Bard arranged for his family and the dwarves to leave and then return to the town. Oh, by the way, we can get out the black arrow now. It's probably one of the few weapons we have that can slay dragons. Roland was curious about what the black arrow looked like. The star-silver steel armor-piercing arrows carried by the Badanian archers could actually penetrate dragon hide, but they were too short, and the residual force after piercing the dragon's body wasn't enough to penetrate the dragon's vital points. Wow! So long? I'm impressed. I believe you said it was a spear. Roland exclaimed in admiration, as he took the black arrow from Bard. Look at the Lonely Mountain. Bard, who had been chatting with Roland, suddenly pointed into the distance. In the darkness, a fiery cloud suddenly appeared over the Lonely Mountain. Unfortunately, it wasn't a rosy glow, but the breath of Smaug. The dragon is coming. Roland narrowed his eyes. Chapter 18. Caslo. Tell everyone to distract the dragon and create conditions for Bard. By the way, tell the boys. They're very brave, take good care of themselves. Roland grabbed Caslo as he turned to leave and gave him a worried warning. Tell them to attack the lower left wing, where the scales are loose. And remember, tell them not to skimp on their weapons. Use the best star silver steel armor-piercing arrows. Roland shouted, gazing at Caslo's back. Honestly, you don't act like a lord. You look like an old lady with countless instructions to give. Bard said, looking at Roland with a strange expression. As the last lord of Raglan, I have a responsibility for my people. Roland said firmly. But where is Raglan? Bard couldn't help but wonder. In the far east. She's gone. Roland clearly didn't want to continue the conversation. Bard saw Roland's silence and thought he was being reminded of a sad past. He knew the pain of losing his homeland. But Roland remained silent because he couldn't explain it. Do you want me to tell Bard, hey man, the Raglan Empire emerged in Middle-earth at the end of the Fourth Age, its rule encompassing all of Run and most of Rovanian? I hope your archery is accurate enough, otherwise. We just have to chop him down. Roland watched as Bard drew his Dragon Slayer sword. What is this? Bard gazed at the shimmering Dragon Slayer sword in amazement. An ancestral weapon. This sword has slain countless dragons. It's no match for a flying dragon like Smaug. Roland looked at Bard as if he were a peasant. Let's go! Let's dismantle the dwarven spear launcher, Roland suddenly said. How else are you going to use this thing? Throw it with your hands? Roland pointed at the black arrow in Bard's hand. Hey! Roland and Bard struggled to lower the dwarven spear launcher using a rope. Hide it well. Don't let it get destroyed. If it does, we have to run. Roland patted the heavy crossbow with 4 limbs. I am fire, I am. Death. An enraged Smaug flew towards Lake Town. The dragon is coming. A lookout Badanian archer roared. Shoot! Several nearby archers shouted simultaneously. Swish, swish, swish. Star silver steel armor-piercing arrows whistled off the bowstrings and hurtled towards the dragon. Ding! Ding! She! Several armor-piercing arrows deflected, only one lucky one finding its way between Smaug's scales. Roar! Damn ants! How dare you hurt me? Smaug roared angrily. Even if the meter-long armor-piercing arrows pierced the dragon's hide, they couldn't penetrate its vitals. To the massive dragon, it was like being pricked by a needle. But for Smaug, it was a profound loss of face. After all, his proud defenses had been mercilessly trampled upon by puny human archers. Whoosh! A blazing dragon's breath swept over, sending a column of fire tens of meters long crashing down upon them. Run! Several archers leaped from the wooden building, some into the water, others into alleyways. Fire! Smaug flew close over Lake Town. A dozen archers along his path seized the opportunity and launched their attacks. On! Several more star silver steel armor-piercing arrows pierced the tough dragon's scales, penetrating less than 3 inches before losing momentum and lodging themselves in the dragon's body. Retreat! The hide is too thick. We can't penetrate it. A Badani archer waved to the archers on his left and right, watching Smaug turn back and dive. Boom! As they left, a blanket of dragon fire engulfed their position. My lord! This is too hard to kill. This is a flying dragon? This is even more shameless than a giant dragon. Castle returned, dusty and grimy. The black spots on his armor showed that the young man had just withstood a dragon's breath. How about I go up and kill him? Castle whispered. Do you think the size of you two dragons is proportional? Go up and serve as a target? Roland looked at him with pity, as if he were a fool. Tell the brothers. Once you miss your arrows, you can retreat. Roland ordered. If they stay, they only cause trouble. The armor-piercing arrows are too short. Roland sighed helplessly, watching Smaug raging in the sky. Bard! Don't mess around. Seeing Bard unscrew his heavy crossbow, Roland quickly pushed him back. Do you think this is the right time? Roland grabbed him and roared. We only have one shot. Bard! Roland said harshly. We have to make him fall. Think about your ancestors. Only if he falls do we have a chance. Roland sighed. Damn it! Bard punched the wall. Look, what have we done? Bilber said bitterly, gazing at the burning lake town. Poor people, Balin murmured softly. A group of dwarves sat slumped or leaned against the wall behind him, their faces etched with pain. The flames of Lake Town in the distance illuminated their faces. But thanks to Roland, Lake Town was far better off than it had been in history. At least no civilians had perished in the flames under the dragon's breath. Only Thorin stood alone, facing the lonely mountain, his thoughts uncertain. Bilber frowned, silent. My arrows are empty. A frantically drawn Badanian archer reached into the quiver behind his back, only to find nothing. I only have 2 arrows left. Mine's gone too. I have 5 more, share them. This scene played out across Lake Town. Archers, exhausted, moved toward the outskirts of the town, pulling out long-hidden wooden boats from every corner and rowing out into the lake under cover of darkness. It seems the archers are almost all out of arrows. Caslow said helplessly, watching the increasingly sparse arrows in the sky. Smaug continued to vent his rage in the sky, his breath swirling wildly and dominatingly. The scorching dragon fire boiled the water in many of the town's waterways. My lord! The archers should have retreated. Caslow found Roland and Bard. Roland glanced closely, and saw only 3 Badanian archers behind Caslow. The others had probably either left or fallen to the dragon's breath. Bard! Stretch your bowstrings. Let's get Smaug's attention. Roland patted Bard's shoulder and led the others out of the alley. Smaug was now riddled with hundreds of arrows, his wings riddled with holes. Though he looked utterly miserable, the wounds were barely superficial. Shoot him! Roland commanded. Ding-dong-dong. A crisp sound echoed from Smaug's scales. Instantly enraged by this resistance, Smaug turned and lunged at Roland and the others. Bang! He landed heavily, his heavy body crushing a row of houses. He angrily strode towards Roland and his group. Swish! Several Badani archers surrounded Roland and Caslow, firing arrows continuously. Suddenly, several archers stopped simultaneously. They felt their empty quivers, and reluctantly shouldered their longbows, drawing their long swords or their armor-piercing hammers. Swish! Roland drew his dragon slayer's sword and stood with the others. Oh! Tiny humans? You have no bows and arrows. What are you going to do now? Smaug's pupil shone with mockery. Are these your followers? I burn them to charcoal before your eyes. Smaug said fiercely. Roland quietly waved his hand, signaling Bard, who was hiding in the shadows. Bard quietly unleashed his dwarven spear launcher. As Smog approached, he was completely unaware that a tiny human beneath him was aiming a black arrow at him. Suddenly, Bard spotted the missing scale beneath Smog's left wing. Overjoyed, he quickly aimed his black arrow at the spot beneath Smog's left wing. For the glory of the Lords of Dale. For humanity. Die, Smog! Bard suddenly shouted. Go! Roland and the others hurried into the alley. Flames engulfed the area where Roland and the others had been standing. Swoosh! The black arrow, flashing with a cold light, flew towards Smog. Ouch! Smog, who had been breathing happily, suddenly went silent. Ouch! The intense pain in his heart caused Smog to struggle violently. He struggled to fly, but before he could even flap his wings a few times, he slammed down with a wail. He's fallen? Bilber looked at Lake Town in the distance. I saw him fall with my own eyes. Balin exclaimed excitedly. Smog is dead. The crowd on the watchtower cheered. Well done. Roland emerged from the rubble and patted Bard with a smile. He's dead? Bard was incredulous. You did it. You restored the honor of your family. Roland praised. What a pity Lake Town is destroyed. Bard sighed, watching the flames come into view. But at least the folks are all safe, aren't they? As long as people are alive, everything will be fine. Roland smiled and stepped onto a small boat. Want to go together? Roland asked. Of course, wait for me. Bard also jumped aboard. Oh! I almost forgot. I need to make some use of Smog's waste. After letting everyone go, Roland rushed to Smog's corpse. A dragon this massive could yield a wealth of valuable materials. Congratulations, host, for completing the scenario, The Desolation of Smog. Reward, 1 Temple Guardian Priest. Note, priest levels are divided into Apprentice Priest, Cleric, Temple Guardian Priest, Priest, High Priest, and the highest ranking professional. Saint. Chapter 19. Congratulations, host, for unlocking a new feature. The Mall. Please check it out. The ring's light screen unfolded before Roland. Roland was about to study it carefully when Bard interrupted him. This all feels like a dream. Bard exclaimed in disbelief, looking at the sea of fire behind him. Yes, such a big town. Overnight. Roland was also filled with emotion. Let's go! Roland led a horse and handed the reins to Bard. I still have to wait for my soldiers, Roland explained, noticing Bard's confusion. Rivendell City needs you. King Bard. Roland shouted at Bard's back. Caslow. Get the horses. Let's go greet our lovely archers. Roland instructed Caslow and his companions to lead the Bedanian archers' warhorses and search along the lakeshore for the departing archers. Here. An archer climbed up from the shore. Clearly exhausted, he lay slumped on the bank, trying to be a lazy fish. Unfortunately, there was no sun. Hey! Get on your horses, guys. We need to search for the others. Caslow called out. Hurry, hurry! Time is of the essence. Spread out and find our brothers. Roland anxiously mobilized all his men to search for the fleeing archers. Thank the dragon god. May the glory of Raglan bless you. Roland looked at the dusty and bedraggled group of men before him, who could even be called soldiers. Miraculously, the Bedanian archers all survived the desolation of Smog, save for a few unlucky souls swept into the water by collapsed buildings. But their excellent physical fitness as professionals allowed them to recover quickly. Everyone, let's rest up. We've been tired all day, Roland said, leading the group into the woods. Sir, aren't we heading for Lonely Mountain? The dwarves owe our boss a fortune. Caslow, Roland's earliest follower, was familiar with the contract he had signed with the dwarves. Heading for Lonely Mountain? Roland looked at Caslow with a strange expression. Honestly, I'm not even planning on going to Dale right now. Roland shook his head. How brave is this kid? Heading for the foot of Lonely Mountain now? Forget dragon riders. Even if you were, you'd be fighting and unable to fend for yourself. This is the real world, and Roland has no idea if the dwarves and elves will fight first. If they do, who will he support? He's not going to let his own people wipe him out before even engaging the orcs. The entire Lonely Mountain is a catastrophic pit now. The dwarves have to jump, it's their capital, after all. The humans have to jump too, they need the wealth to rebuild their homes. The orcs jumped willingly, its strategic location is crucial. The elves, after some thought, also jumped, Thranduil wants the white gems. As for Roland, he's still debating whether to jump in. Never mind, let's study the new features of the system first. As for making a fortune, he doesn't necessarily have to rely on the dwarven treasures of Lonely Mountain. If he gets angry, Roland will just launch an expedition to Moria. Orc, come on! Dwarf, thanks to our human friends for reclaiming our lost territory. After all, the dwarf's former capital must have considerable wealth. Roland sensed the ring, and discovered it could actually pop up an operation interface. A screen of light appeared before him, revealing the system's new feature. The mall would randomly refresh 12 different items daily, and purchasing required wealth points. Roland's face darkened as he saw his wealth points. That 5 was truly glaring. After some fiddling, Roland finally figured out the origin of wealth points. 10,000 gold coins converted to 1 wealth point. Haha, poverty limits my imagination. Roland realized he couldn't even afford the cheapest item. Raglan Dragon Hunter, 10 wealth points. Quantity, 50. And he actually found a great forbidden spell scroll. Alas, the 1 million wealth points forced Roland to realize his own shortcomings. Roland casually dispelled the system's light screen. He quietly walked out of the tent, looking at the burning Long Lake town in the distance, and sighing softly. Sir, when can we return to Raglan City? Renault quietly arrived. Raglan City has been lost to time. Roland could only offer a white lie to dissuade Renault. After all, he couldn't tell Renault that Raglan City hadn't been built yet. Raglan City is the capital of the Raglan Empire, built on the north bank of the confluence of the Rapid River and the Redwater River. The city is majestic, boasting 9 walls and a vast expanse. 7 of the Raglan Empire's 13 Dragon Knights are stationed there year-round, along with the Raglan Royal Guard Paladins. Their specialized unit, the Raglan City Guards, is the most powerful and sophisticated of all non-professional units. Roland had previously recruited these troops, and they were worthy of being soldiers of the capital, their equipment rivaling that of knights. Lost souls, perhaps you need the guidance of the Raglan Holy Light. A clear female voice pierced the darkness. Roland's expression changed, and he immediately looked over with delight. Renault quietly drew his sword, warily eyeing the white-robed figure. Ivy, the Raglan Empire's temple priest, greets His Excellency, the visitor saluted. Priests of the temple? Which god do you worship? Renault let down his guard, but was still curious. After all, the spells of different temples were slightly different. May the dragon god bless you. Pure white holy light shone from Ivy. A priest of light? Renault was a little disappointed. A holy priest would have been even more perfect, he thought to himself. A priest of the dragon god's temple? Roland looked interested. After all, as a deity worshipped by the royal family of the Raglan Empire, the priests of his temple were quite powerful. Caslow! Give Miss Ivy a tent! Roland shouted. Caslow reluctantly climbed out of the tent, sleepy eyes still open, pouting as he tinkered with it. Alright, everyone, get some rest early. There might be a big battle tomorrow. Roland looked at the familiar faces around him, his heart sinking. If a fight broke out, who knew how many people would still be able to sit here? As if foretold, history unfolded in perfect order. The elves arrived in Dale, Bilber gave Bard and his men the Arkenstone, and Thranduil and Bard led their respective armies to the foot of the Lonely Mountain. Peace or war? Bard issued his final ultimatum. Thorin cast a meaningful glance toward the eastern mountains, and said solemnly, I choose war. Boom! Boom! Heavy footsteps echoed, as a well-organized army of dwarves emerged from the hillside. The Iron Foot. The army of Dane, king of the dwarves, from the Iron Hills. Gandalf murmured. Aho! The ravens have brought our message to the dwarves throughout Middle-earth. The dwarves in Arabore cheered. At the same time, the orcs were about to arrive, at the foot of the Lonely Mountain. Roland and his companions were also slowly marching towards the Lonely Mountain. A battle for the Lonely Mountain, destined to be unlike any other in history, was about to begin. Chapter 20. Everything was just as it had been in history. Led by Thranduil, the elves prepared to fight the dwarves of the Iron Hills. Boom! The foot of the mountain in the distance shook, and several hideous jaws emerged from the ground. They have forgotten the existence of the giant serpent, Azig said with a grim expression. A dark mass of orcs rushed out from the ground. They ran at high speed, their arm shields raised in front of them, their other hands tightly gripping weapons, howling as they charged towards the elves, dwarves, and humans. The devil is coming to attack us. Dane Ironfoot roared, pulling on the reins to turn his boar mount. Fight! Fight! Children of Durin! Dane roared. The dwarves, who had been preparing for a decisive battle with the elven army, turned their heads and broke into a frenzy on their short legs. With the clatter of shields, a vast shield wall blocked the orcs' path. Roland had been wrong about this. There were a full 1,500 dwarves, over 500 of whom were professionals, truly the elite dwarves. Elves. Why aren't you fighting? Bilber looked up at the indifferent elves and Gandalf. Thranduil. You can't do this. Gandalf shouted at Thranduil. Thranduil hesitated, looking back at the array of dwarves. Hurry up. We have to reach the battlefield, Roland said solemnly. He needed to see the specific situation before deciding whether to jump into this pit. While he wasn't a particularly qualified lord, he was definitely a man of conscience. He knew to be considerate of his men, and didn't need to make fearless sacrifices for a battle that couldn't be won. We need to go around to the left side of the battlefield, Roland commanded. After all, they couldn't directly attack from behind the orc army. If the orcs attacked them in return, Roland would probably have to flee. Right now, Roland was walking on a tightrope between a cliff and a cliff. One wrong step could lead to his demise. Having a system didn't guarantee wealth. Without a complete logistic system and backup troops, Roland was like a rootless duckweed. Any failure would be disastrous. As for why they had to go around to the left, as I mentioned earlier, backstabs are useless with Roland's current strength, except for giving him heads. To the right, not only was there Raven Ridge, where Azig was commanding, but there was also the possibility of orc reinforcements from Gambata Fortress, which could join the battle at any moment. If they really went over there, it would be a real mess. Imagine being trapped between at least 20,000 orcs. Even a dragon rider could be crushed in a heap. And remember, there were professionals among the orcs. Their powerful warriors and curse-savvy shamans posed a huge challenge to Roland. Ahohoa! The orcs roared, charging into the dwarven shield wall. Suddenly, the orcs in the front row were blinded by the sunlight. It wasn't sunlight. It was the gleaming blades of the elven rangers. Ranger classes are divided into Apprentice Ranger, Ranger, Intermediate Ranger, Senior Ranger, Eagle-Eyed Ranger, and the highest title, Hunter. It must be said that Thranduil had made a significant investment this time. Nearly 1,000 Ranger elves were thrown out. The elven Ranger scimitars swung through the air, imbued with various battle auras, slicing through the orcs' armor, muscles, veins, and bones like a hot knife through butter. The orcs were stunned by the sudden attack. They swung their weapons haphazardly to block, and vine whips suddenly emerged from the void. Snap! 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 After the crisp crack of whips, the surrounding orcs were all lashed with blood, some even having their heads torn off by the vines. This was the skill activated by several high-ranking rangers. Whip the Jungle summons a clump of vines to continuously whip the enemy. Kill! For the glory of Durin. The dwarves, having received support, no longer cowered behind their shields. They drew their shields, raised their weapons, and charged directly at the oncoming orcs. Severe slash. The dwarf warriors activated their skills. Sharp dwarven axes, engulfed in battle chi, slashed downwards from top to bottom, the surging battle chi blades cleaving and crushing a group of orcs. Fire! The elven archers in the rear drew their bows and arrows, and all 3,000 of them unleashed a relentless stream of arrows imbued with various skills. Roar! Ah! Ha! A hail of arrows successfully halted the orc army, cutting off their reinforcements. The dense barrage left large gaps in their formation. Goodness! Has it really become a chaotic mess? Roland and his companions, crouching on the hilltop with unrefined grace, pointed at the raging battlefield below. Sir, are we really going to join the war like this? Renault asked darkly, suspecting Roland might be planning to lead them into hell. Don't forget, we haven't collected our commission yet. Our entire fortune is built on this mountain. Roland glanced at the still confident Arabore, his heart aching for the mountain of treasure within the city. Let's see what happens first. Roland didn't rush to conclusions, but instead carefully observed the battlefield. There are at least 4,000 elves. There should be about 1,000 dwarves, and the 200 soldiers in Lake Town plus some recruited men should make up 500 people. Roland murmured. This is much more than the number of people in history. Moreover, because of Roland, the people of Lake Town escaped the fate of being roasted by smog, so the sudden increase in the number of human soldiers is understandable. But there are at least 15,000 orcs. Caslow said weakly after a moment's reflection. Alas, that doesn't even include the orc reinforcements from Gambata Fortress. Roland sighed. If it weren't for the dreaded exchange of small amounts of money for wealth to grow, Roland truly wouldn't want to wade into this mess. He had long since passed the period of high-spirited, commanding presence he had just experienced upon crossing over. This was the real world. Every decision he made might cost the lives of his subordinates, or even himself. This wasn't a game. They can't fight on two fronts. Attack Dale. Azig spotted the coalition's weakness and, from Raven Ridge, executed this tactic of attacking and rescuing the enemy. The humans would return to Dale to protect the elderly and the weak, and the dwarves would not retreat to protect Arabore. However, the elven army's numbers only allowed them to participate in one battle. They were bound to make a choice. Clearly, the elves would not fight alongside the dwarves. Thus, Azig easily accomplished his plan to divide the battlefield. Retreat! Dale! Bard's eyes raged as he watched the orcs turn and charge towards Dale. Retreat to Dale! Seeing the coalition forces being steadily crushed by the orcs, Thranduil gave the order to retreat. Under the cover of the elven archers' alternating fire, the elves and humans quickly retreated towards Dale City. At the gates of Arabore, only the dwarves fought fiercely, their living space shrinking. Thorin! Where is he? We need him? Dane anxiously searched the battlefield for his cousin. Ouch! A great sword stabbed at Dane's mount, piercing its heart. Ironfoot Dane was thrown to the ground. Swish! Dane climbed from the ground, snatched the spear that had pierced him, and thrust it into the heart of the orc who had attacked him from behind. With a few swings of his warhammer, he smashed the skull of the orcs who passed by. Roar! The towering ogre swung his axe in a circular motion, instantly splitting a dwarf berserker in two before he could dodge. Swish, swish, swish. A sharp metallic scrape echoed as a dwarf warrior was stabbed by several weapons simultaneously, piercing the crevices of his armor. He wielded his axe once feebly before collapsing to the ground. Thorin! Thorin! Dane, watching his people die tragically, frantically called out Thorin Oakenshield's name on the battlefield. Unfortunately, Thorin had already fallen under the curse of the dragon's gold. Chapter 21. Retreat! Thranduil cried out in anger after witnessing his people's deaths at the hands of the orcs. A vast amount of wood-attributed dochi gathered within him, and a cyan crescent moon rose behind him. Swish! Thranduil waved his hand and flung the crescent moon outward. It danced around the battlefield as if possessed by a spirit, slicing every orc within a 50-meter radius of Thranduil in two. Elf Hunter? A top-level ranger? Even Roland and his companions, watching the battle from the hillside, noticed the exceptionally magnificent crescent moon. Hunting Moon. A unique combat skill unique to the hunter. The crescent moon automatically attacks marked enemies within a 50-meter radius of the caster. Caslow took a glance and explained the details. This woodland kingdom has quite a bit of history. It's not as shabby as I thought. Roland was somewhat surprised. Thanks to the elves' long lifespan, almost all elves can become professionals, giving them ample time and experience to hone their magic and combat skills. Roland was somewhat surprised that Thranduil led nearly 5,000 professional elves, but the elves' pitiful population and fertility. Ouch! A massive ogre emerged from the cave entrance, carrying a crude trebuchet on its back. Slamming their arms against the ground, they firmly supported the trebuchet. With the help of the orc standing behind them, they loaded a huge boulder into the trebuchet. Bang! Several boulders streaked through the air, slamming heavily into Dale City. Ah! Several elven archers, firing from atop a pile of rocks, were hurled back by the boulders. Ouch! Splashing debris struck the head of a human soldier running below. The soldier wailed in pain and collapsed. Kill! For the forest goddess. An elven ranger, watching several elven archers providing cover being surrounded by several hideous orcs, gritted his teeth and turned back to fight. Hold on. Several human defenders, armed with spears, desperately stabbed down the orcs, who had scaled the broken battlements. Roar! A giant ogre, atop a stone battering ram, roared, then, after a few run-ups, ducked down and slammed hard into the outermost wall of Rivendell City. Crash! With the sound of the ogre falling, the already dilapidated wall, unable to bear the weight, collapsed with a roar, leaving a gaping hole more than 10 meters wide. Abandon the wall. Prepare for street fighting. Bard angrily called to his soldiers as the wall was breached. Bon! Take the women and children to the church. Bard grabbed his panicked son. Ha! Beneath Arabore, Dane Ironfoot led the Ironfoot army, 1,000 or so men remaining, in a desperate rebellion against the orcs. Dart, dart, dart. The sophisticated dwarven hand crossbows proved incredibly effective, a hail of arrows successfully repressing the orcs' attack. Roar! The frenzied dwarven berserkers wielded their weapons, swiftly slaughtering the orcs who charged their way. Thorin! Where are you? We need you. Dane Ironfoot called out the dwarf king's name in agony. Thorin stood before a mountain of riches, caressing the treasures belonging to the king beneath the mountain with a chuckle. His followers, perched atop the towering walls of Arabore, watched in agony as their kin were slaughtered by the orcs. Swish! Thranduil, riding his moon stag, charged forward, hacking and slashing his way through the orcs blocking the stone bridge leading to the city gate. Ouch! The moon deer beneath him wailed in pain, then dropped to its knees, throwing Thranduil out. Only then did Thranduil notice several crude iron swords lodged in the moon deer's chest. This place had been occupied by orcs. Thranduil was the last elf to withdraw from the battlefield. The others had either retreated into the city or perished outside. He glanced around. A dozen common orcs surrounded him. Heh! He sneered. Since when had even lowly common orcs dared approach him? Thranduil couldn't help but feel furious. Swish! The sharp elven blade slashed through the air, ripping open a dozen orcs in an instant. He swiftly moved through the city, blades in hand. Facing the elven corpses scattered along the path, he couldn't help but vent his anger on the orcs he encountered. Finally, he encountered a group of elves stubbornly resisting. He roared, brandishing his weapon with swift, precise, and ruthless precision, severing the orcs' necks. Rally our forces. Thranduil commanded his elves. Let us leave this damned place. Thranduil exclaimed angrily. He had come to seize the elves' most cherished treasure. The holy white gem. Who would have thought that before they could even contend with the dwarves, they would be severely defeated by the orcs? In just a short while, at least 1,000 elves had perished in this damned place. You can't do this. You can't leave. Tal Lyre flashed before Thranduil. My people have shed enough blood for this land. Thranduil said coldly. He was unwilling to sacrifice his own lives for the sake of the dwarves and humans. The dwarves and humans still need us. Tal Lyre pleaded bitterly. Forget it. Let's retreat. Roland sighed and shook his head. It was too chaotic. Humans, elves, dwarves, and orcs were already beating their brains out here. Roland retreated, unwilling to put his men in danger. Risking annihilation by joining a war for the sake of wealth would most likely result in everyone being left behind. Why, sir? Aren't we supposed to stay here and look for an opportunity to attack? Renault raised his head in surprise. Why retreat? They need us. Renault persisted. As expected, Renault was still as troublemaking as he had been in history. Roland held his head helplessly. Renault, known as the Dawn of the North, was recognized for his chivalrous spirit. He drew his sword for the weak. He swung it against the stronger. He fought for unarmed civilians. He fought for his allies. We have almost no chance of winning. Even with our dragon knights, it wouldn't be enough. Orc reinforcements from Gangbada are on the way, and we have no power to turn the tide of the battle. Roland patiently explained to his men. No one spoke, hundreds of them huddled in silence. Everyone understood the situation, but simply walking away was something they couldn't do. Roland glanced at the silent crowd and frowned helplessly. Perhaps his familiarity with the essence of all this had deprived him of the opportunity to empathize with them. He might never understand the Raglan Empire's knights' pursuit of glory. Apologies, my king. This may be the first and last time I disobey your orders. The honor of a knight forbids us from abandoning our allies. Renault suddenly raised his head, gave Roland a standard knightly salute, and said, Don't forget that you are also a noble paladin. Renault bowed gently. Soldiers of Raglan, the glory of our ancestors still flows in our blood. The waters of the swift river still nourish our homeland. Perhaps we will fail today. Perhaps we will perish. But the will of the Empire will never die. We join the battle. Renault leaped onto his horse, raised his dragon lance, and roared. For the glory of the Empire. Long live Raglan. The swift river protects you and me. Let my longbow show the way. Everyone was instantly filled with emotion. The mark of Raglan's glory had long been deeply engraved in their souls by the system. For their homeland and glory, they were willing to fight the world against them. Perhaps you are right. I am also a knight. Roland quietly observed each face before him, smiled softly, and placed his hand on the hilt of the Dragon Slayer's sword. After a long moment, Roland raised his head and gazed at the distant battlefield of Lonely Mountain. Then let's join the battle. For the glory of the knights. For the glory of Raglan. Roland drew his dragon-slaying sword and mounted his horse. Chapter 22. Today, perhaps none of us will survive, but history will remember you and me. We held fast to our honor and faith. Roland gazed at every citizen of Raglan. Perhaps the flag of Raglan will eventually fall. Perhaps the Empire will never be revived. Perhaps people will forget our names. But today, I hope you will charge with me. Charge with me into hell. Charge into death. Charge into the end of the world. Roland roared. For the glory of the Empire. Kill! Roland raised the Dragon Slayer's sword, and the crowd erupted in excitement. Sound the war horn. Tell those bastards down there. The Emperor of Raglan has arrived. Roland turned slightly to look at Caslow. Here. Caslow bowed his head respectfully and pulled out a dragon horn from his bosom. This item, a rare item Roland had received when he signed in, could significantly boost the morale of his men. Roland casually tossed it to Caslow. Unlike the crisp, clear blast of the elven horn, the dwarven horn's high-pitched voice echoed through the battlefield, a penetrating bass that even made Azig on Rivendell squint. Kong kong kong. The dull sound of footsteps echoed across the battlefield, accompanied by the low blast of the horn. In the sunlit east, a dazzling light shone. Figures appeared one after another on the hillside, illuminated by the sunlight. A massive red banner, with a golden dragon fluttered in the wind. Who are they? Azig asked, puzzled. Is this Lord Raglan? Roland? Bard, who had been clinging to a watchtower, spotted the recognizable banner in the distance. Oh! It's Mr. Roland. Bilbo also recognized the dragon banner. There's still hope in this battle. The mysterious lord has finally arrived with his army. Gandalf smiled, clearly having foreseen certain things beforehand, only now confirming them. Roland! They're still alive! The dwarves on Arabore excitedly waved eastward. Who are they? Thranduil gazed at the unfamiliar banner. Children! Reinforcements have arrived. Dane Ironfoot roared, gazing at the moving iron forest. Here we are. Renault suddenly began to sing softly. Roland, perched on his warhorse, was startled. He then remembered that, as a tribute to the entire Hobbit and Lord of the Rings series, the official Lord of the Rings game had purchased the copyright to Star Sky, which became Raglan's war song. Since then, this song has accompanied Raglan's soldiers on the battlefield, riding the sky, painting the night with sun. The knights beside him also began to sing slowly. The warhorses under their crotch slowly picked up pace in time with the song, the clatter of hooves gradually becoming brisker. Finally, led by Roland and Raynor, the 100 Raglan knights broke into a gallop, a divine aura enveloping them. The two paladins jointly released a divine aura that enveloped the entire order. Simultaneously, they waved their hands to imbue the flood infantry and Bedanian archers with divine inspiration. Gradually, as the distance between the knights and the others grew, the mounted Bedanian archers emerged from behind them. Astride heavily armored char horses, wielding mithril bows, their piercing eyes fixed intently on the knight's rear. Amidst the war song, the Bedanian archers spurred their horses to the sides, finally revealing the flood infantry, arrayed in a flood formation. 30 men in a row, 10 in a column, accompanied by the archers, they galloped down the mountain, shields in hand and lances in hand. Amidst countless horrified gazes, a dragon's roar resounded through the heavens, even drowning out the passionate singing on the battlefield. Dragon Knight Caslow has arrived. Giant dragon. No! A quadrupedal dragon. Thranduil gazed in astonishment at the dragon with the dragon saddle on its back. Ong! The wind dragon spewed out a sharp storm blade. The twisted wind element exploded upon landing, leaving a trail of flesh and blood dozens of meters long on the ground. Kill! Amidst a hail of arrows, the knights led by Roland charged like a wall, slamming into the orcs' flanks. The hastily assembled defense was shattered by the knights' lances. At least 200 orc corpses hung on the 102 lances. Iron hooves trampled the orcs relentlessly, their screams wailing as they fell beneath the knights' sharp blades. Blood, viscera, and scraps of flesh covered the knights' helmets. Roland peered through them, and it seemed as if the entire world had turned red. Yet, the knights continued their mad charge, driven by the horse's power. One knight's lance even had nearly 10 twitching orc corpses hanging from its back. The knights carelessly discarded their heavy lances, drew their long swords from their waists, and held them across their bodies. The knights continued their charge. Bang! With a loud explosion, Caslow, holding his dragon. The spear swooped down from the sky, the battle energy compressed into a sharp edge at the tip of his spear, which he directed at a group of shield-bearing orcs on the ground. The terrifying power of the wind-attributed dragon battle energy directly blew apart the turtle shell. The unrestrained wind elemental ravaged the orc's flesh, shredding flesh and bones, tearing through armor and shields. No! Azig, who witnessed all this from Raven Ridge, roared angrily. The dwarves, who had been forced into a desperate situation, rallied with the help of this sudden force, and once again consolidated their position. In the sky, Caslow continued to swoop down from time to time, delivering wind blades and dragon spears imbued with the blessings of the Raglan people to his orc friends below. An obscure dragon language echoed, and the surrounding wind elementals converged on the dragon beneath Caslow. Get out of the way! Dragon language magic. Thranduil, standing beneath Caslow, shouted at everyone as he saw this familiar scene. Hearing Thranduil's warning, the humans and elves rushed toward the house. Suddenly, a massive tornado was whipped out by the four-legged wind dragon's wings. This strange, azure tornado was the most powerful of the few simple dragon language spells mastered by Caslow's dragon. The storm tornado, guided by the dragon's will, it swept horizontally alongside the walls of Rivendell, sucking countless orcs into its clutches. This tornado, essentially a vortex of rapidly spinning wind blades combined with free-flowing wind elements, tore the orcs apart. By the time the tornado dissipated, the azure tornado had turned blood red. Countless pieces of flesh fell from the sky along with it. At this moment, Roland and the knights had already pierced the orc army attacking the dwarves. The entire orc army was ripped apart from left to right, leaving at least 1,000 orcs dead at their feet. The cost to the knights was less than a quarter of their fighting spirit. Turn around. Charge again. Roland shouted as the orcs surged forward like a tide. Accompanied by passionate war songs, the tide troopers charged fiercely into the orc army. For a moment, the screams of orcs filled the air. The tide troopers in the front thrust their lances fiercely, only to draw them back with a puff of foul-smelling black blood. They sang passionate war songs, stepping over the dying orcs on the ground and advancing. They were like a torrent. They were fearless. They were invincible. The Bedanian archers protected the vulnerable temple priest Ivy and hung behind the flood infantry. Their only task was to clear out the orcs surging towards their flanks. With their precise archery and rapid fire, they surprisingly managed to suppress the orcs on both sides. The Holy Glory Knights, returning once again, encountered the flood army, which was now pouring down like a torrent. Roland wielded his sword, mowing down several orcs, and then gave orders to the flood infantry. "Hurry to River Valley," Roland said coldly. "Yes." The flood infantry, following the gap created by the knights' attack, rushed out before the orcs could close in and headed straight for River Valley. Roland had carefully considered this move. With the knights maneuvering, the mounted archers of the Bedanian archers, and the dragon riders controlling the air, they could quickly stabilize the situation on the dwarven side. After all, the dwarves lacked damage units, not melee tanks. However, the human and elven coalition in Dale City was a different story. Roland saw the corpses of numerous elven rangers. Elven archers would be a disaster if they were caught in a close encounter with the tough orcs. The torrent infantry could effectively compensate for the elven lack of melee units. Boom boom boom. The sound of galloping horses emanated from the direction of Raven Ridge. "Sir! Orc reinforcements have arrived. At least 20,000. Caslow, who flew high and saw far, quickly passed by Roland, briefly saying this before pulling on his dragon saddle and soaring towards Raven Ridge. On! Amidst the angry dragon roar, Caslow, on his dragon, engaged the war bats of Gundaba. "Brothers, form a formation. Stop them." Seeing the orcs pouring down like a torrent, the tide trotters changed their course. They would use their mortal bodies to prevent the orc army from joining forces. Bang! The massive stone wall was shattered by the golden bell, and the king beneath the mountain was finally freed from the dragon's curse. Kill! Thorin Oakenshield rushed out first, followed closely by the other dwarves. "Hey! Brother, I've been waiting for you for a long time. What have you been doing?" Dane Ironfoot rushed forward and happily hugged Thorin. Chapter 23. Thorin! Roland nodded as he saw Thorin rush out. "Sir, on behalf of the Durin clan, I thank you in the name of the king beneath the mountain," Thorin said faithfully. "You're welcome. After all, we have a contract," Roland said nonchalantly. Thorin wondered if Roland hadn't planned to flee with his men if Renault hadn't had an accident. "Azig!" Thorin Oakenshield gritted his teeth as he stared toward Raven Ridge. "Give up. We don't have the strength to charge in yet." Roland glanced at the exhausted dwarves around him. The kind-hearted Ivy held her staff high. A healing white light poured down from the tip. Instantly, the dwarves within 100 meters felt lighter, their wounds rapidly healing. Roland immediately looked up to Ivy. "Wow! Area of effect healing spells. What a treasure! Even among third-tier temple priests, those with large-scale healing spells are rare. He have to protect them well and train a few more apprentices, so he can form a medical team equipped entirely with area of effect healing magic. Roland, can you lead the knights to break through the orcs? Get me and my men to Raven Ridge." Thorin asked Roland anxiously. "Impossible. The orc reinforcements from Gangbada have arrived. I can't send you there to die," Roland said, turning to gaze at Raven Ridge in the distance. Puff! Roland's eyes suddenly widened. What did he see? The Torrent infantry had abandoned the wall protection of Dale City and turned to rush towards Raven Ridge, where the orcs were pouring in. Charge! Rescue our brothers! Roland's eyes immediately turned red at the sight. Sir! Your Majesty! My king! Renault hurried over and grabbed Roland's reins. Renault! Are you trying to disobey my orders again? Roland said coldly, his eyes narrowed, his grip on the Dragon Slayer sword tightening. Sir! Do not question the professionalism of the Raglan soldiers. They simply made the right choice, Renault said bitterly. Having witnessed the separation of life and death, he knew exactly what the Torrent infantry were going to do. They were going to stop the orc reinforcements, even if they only numbered 300. Only by quickly eliminating these scumbags before us can we have any hope of victory. Only by saving them, Renault said sincerely, pulling Roland in his arms. I must save my people first. Roland rushed out of the formation, reckless. But even if we rush out, we can't bring them back. They're infantrymen, Renault said in shock. Holy Glory Knights. Target, kill every last one of these damned orcs. Roland's face was grim. He knew Raynor was right. Only by quickly eliminating the obstructing orcs could he rescue the Flood Riders. Kill! The dwarf's shield formation opened a gap, and Roland led the knights forward. The dwarves behind him, led by Thorin, also launched a counterattack. They fight for the king. Gandalf, paddling in the water while casting a fireball, smiled approvingly. Tiger! The first row of Flood Riders bent their right hands back, then thrust them forward. Puff! The sound of the spear points piercing flesh continued incessantly. Ouch! Many orcs howled in pain, gripping their lances. Puff! The Flood Riders spun and drew their spears back. The pierced orcs, their strength drained, fell limply to the ground. Captain! There are too many orcs. If we don't find a way, we'd be surrounded. A tide trooper anxiously observed the orc reinforcements pouring over the mountain like a tide. Brothers, are you afraid of death? No! They all replied in unison. Then in the name of the tide troopers, charge! For our home! For the tide troopers! For the king! The tide troopers, their lances raised, formed a tide trooper formation and strode forward. The sudden countercharge caught the orcs off guard, instantly halting the orc army. Oh! God, have they gone mad? A dwarf, having just dispatched his opponent, was stunned by the tide troopers' charge. Oh my God! How did they do it? Bard, who was leading the townspeople in a desperate resistance in Dale City, was also shocked by the small phalanx in the distance. Roland was stunned as he watched the charging swift current soldiers in the distance. His horse, no longer driven by its master, slowly stopped and began to wander aimlessly across the battlefield. The figure before him and the scene in his memory slowly overlapped. The Lord of the Rings, 5th Era 2375. The Dark Alliance approached the city of Raglan. The once bustling imperial capital was now heavily armored. The Empire's 6 remaining dragon knights gathered on the city walls, their gaze fixed on the dark clouds that filled the distant horizon, an indescribable sense of oppression. Those weren't clouds, they were war bats. At the gate's gate, a full 30 paladins of the Raglan Royal Guard, commanding 10,000 members of the Raglan Imperial Knights, stood silently, motionless as statues, as if frozen in time and space. Emperor Gary Carl stood silently atop the battlements, gazing into the distance. The 9 walls of Raglan were thronged with Lagran's distinctive guards. Sages entered the towering mage tower, and priests emerged from the temple, weaving among the soldiers. Let the battle begin. Lagran's survival depends on this battle, Emperor Carl said dejectedly. Under his rule, the Empire had lost vast swathes of southern territory, and now even the capital was under siege. Boom! The massive dragon gate swung open, and the knights of the Imperial Knights, led by the paladins of the Raglan Royal Guard, charged forward. A passionate dragon roar echoed through the sky, and the last of Lagran's dragon riders ascended onto their dragons. The twilight of the Empire. Hurry up! Renault, then governor of the Northern Territory, soared above the crowd on his holy light Pegasus, trailing behind him a coalition of millions of player NPCs. Oh my God! That was Roland's first witness to such a grand spectacle. The noble blood of the Dragon Knights splattered the sky, the unyielding pride of the paladins fell to the ground, the once rare sage-level mage was easily decapitated by a common orc. Temple priests shuttled across the battlefield, and elves, dwarves, treants, and a host of other human allies rushed in from all directions. At this moment, Roland witnessed a scene he would never forget. The Swiftstream infantry from the Swiftstream city and along the Swiftstream River, forming a formation of 30 men in a row and 10 in a column, chanting war songs as they charged one after another against the Dark Alliance's ranks. With their perfectly matched march, thousands of Swiftstream infantrymen, like the waters of the Swiftstream River, pounded the demon and orc defenses frantically. Their reckless charge allowed Rainer's troops to rip through their lines and, at the last moment, burst into the crumbling city of Raglan, securing its defenses. In that battle, fewer than 1,000 of the 500,000 Swiftstream infantrymen who followed Renault into Lagrang City fell on their way. The remains of these Swiftstream infantrymen, clad in blue and green steel armor, littered the outer walls of Lagrang. With their mortal bodies, they had defied the professional army. Tears filled his eyes. Tears flowed silently. The familiar figure of the past now merged with the present. Roland watched the green streak swimming upstream against the black tide, and vaguely saw the Swiftstream formation surrounding them. Those are the heroic spirits of the Swiftstream River, Roland murmured. Amid the Swiftstream infantrymen's cries of death, they advanced alone, feeling not alone. Their ancestors still stood with them, forming neat formations and marching in unison. The towering shadow of Lagrang City loomed faintly before them. For Lagrang. Just as he remembered, the Swiftstream infantrymen of the Lagrang Empire remained as reliable as ever. The sound of lances snapping and shields shattering echoed. Sharp swords pierced their bodies, heavy hammers shattered their helmets. They might fall, but they would never stop advancing. Every so often, a flood trooper fell, only to be replaced by those behind them. After their lances snapped, they drew their maces and swung them vigorously. Roland trembled, but he could do nothing. He could only watch his own soldiers die on the battlefield, just as he had watched the flood troopers die under the city of Legrand. No! Roland howled in grief and indignation as the last flood trooper was drowned. They had kept their oath. The last flood troopers in the world perished. Chapter 24. Roland stared blankly at Raven Ridge, his thoughts unsettled. Caslo! Roland howled. Hearing his lord's call, Caslo immediately broke free from the bats and flew quickly toward Roland. Send me to Raven Ridge, Roland shouted angrily. Caslo, who had just landed, nearly fell off the dragon's back. Good lord, offering a huge sum of money for death? Caslo refused to send his lord up there, no matter what. What a joke. Not to mention a third-level Grand Knight. Even a knight like Renault would be a waste of money. Cry. The resounding cry of an eagle echoed through the sky. The giant eagles are coming, Bilber exclaimed excitedly. Roar! The druid Bion descended from the sky, transforming into a giant bear using his natural magic. Roar! A gust of wind swept past, and a towering ogre's head was severed by a single blow. His massive body plowed through the battlefield, carving a bloody path through the orcs. His thick fur gave him unparalleled defensive power. Giant eagles swooped down, their massive, sharp talons easily tearing apart the war bats dancing in the sky, instantly clearing the sky. The brown-robed wizard Radagast wielded his staff, unleashing a wood-attributed area of effect spell. Within a mile radius, thick thorns erupted from the ground, tightly entangling the orcs around them. The prepared dwarves and Raglan soldiers plunged their weapons into their bodies. Bang! With the sound of a sword slashing across a neck, Thorin suddenly realized there were no more orcs before him. Bard and Thranduil of Dale had similarly slaughtered all the orcs who had invaded Dale. Elf Prince Legolas was shooting with gusto from his tower, when he suddenly realized there were no more living orcs in sight, only wailing humans and wounded elves. He paused for a moment, then leaped from the tower. Bang! Roland landed and rolled, trying to avoid a possible attack. Looking up, he caught Caslo's erratic gaze, and his mouth twitched. The vast Raven Ridge was deserted except for the fallen, dog-like banner Azig had used to command the orcs. Through the smoke rising from the mountain, the orcs could be seen retreating. They escaped, my lord. Caslo shook his head helplessly. Azig is truly cunning. Caslo sighed inwardly. Why would they retreat when they have such an advantage? Roland was puzzled. They're unwilling to face the knights on the plains. Caslo rolled his eyes at Roland. If the orcs hadn't fled, do you think I would have brought you up here? Flying high and seeing far, Caslo had already seen the orcs retreat when the giant eagle and druid arrived. To capture our knights in this terrain, they have to sacrifice at least tens of thousands of men. Don't forget, sir, you command a 100-man knight order led by a paladin captain of the Lagran Royal Guard. They're not just ordinary knights, they're 100 true second-level professionals. Caslo spread his hands. Besides, with our calculated tactics, even if the orcs win, they'd be severely damaged. Don't forget that we now have air superiority. Without the war bats to hold them back, I can definitely show them the majesty of the dragon race. Caslo saw it clearly. The orcs also have their own little tricks. They worked hard for the undead sage Sauron, so that the orcs could rule Middle-earth instead of letting their own race suffer heavy losses. Originally, Azig was just going to raid lightly, and even the reinforcements from Gundaba were just the most insignificant ones. Who could have thought that there would be so many variables this time? One knight group was fine, and the infantry that could charge against more than 20,000 people with only 300 people could be tolerated. Even if 2 rare paladins suddenly appeared, they could still tolerate it with gritted teeth, but the invulnerable druid was too much. They were divided, and the giant eagles tearing war bats like paper were too much of a bully. Even more outrageous was the dragon rider. Why couldn't they afford to play with him? Azig said he was terrified when the dragons took off. Didn't you see they even raised the command banner? If he had just jogged a few steps, he would have been turned into an orc by the wind blades. From then on, he considered fleeing. However, the arrival of the giant eagles completely rebuked Azig. Run! If you run, you can still live. If you don't, you will definitely be buried here. While fleeing, Azig even suspected that the Battle of Lonely Mountain was a conspiracy against the orcs. If the elves, dwarves, and humans hadn't had such a small army, Azig would have definitely believed that someone was plotting against him. Plop! Roland knelt before the bodies of the torrent infantrymen. They hadn't marched far. From the moment they encountered the orcs until their annihilation, they had only advanced about a mile. Stretching across this 500-meter stretch of battlefield were the bodies of nearly 2,000 orcs and 300 torrent infantrymen. All of the torrent infantrymen had sustained fatal wounds at the front. Even at the moment of their death, they had not ceased their charge. Azig! Borg! I will kill you! Roland cried bitterly. The knights and Bedanian archers silently carried the bodies of the flood troopers and displayed them separately. The atmosphere was incredibly oppressive. Brothers who had lived together day and night now lay there cold and gloomy. Everyone present was grim-faced and gnashing their teeth. Roland led his men to dig through the frozen ground on Raven Ridge and bury the flood troopers there. They lived to stop the enemies from crossing Raven Ridge. In death, let them rest here, guarding the tranquility of the mountain peaks. Congratulations to the host on winning the Battle of Lonely Mountain. Participation rate 87%. System updating. Quest panel loading. The system has actually updated. Update complete. System features unlocked. Marketplace, quest hall storage. Rewards for the Battle of Lonely Mountain are being distributed. It wasn't over yet. Reward City, Flood Town. The host can materialize at any time on land that meets the requirements. The system notification finally stopped. Roland was stunned by this moment, and of course, he was overjoyed. Roland's resources had been significantly reduced after sacrificing 300 Swiftwater soldiers, but he unexpectedly made a killing this time. The final reward was a town. For Roland, who had no fixed territory, this was a lifesaver. Most importantly, note that this town has a prefix. Swiftwater Town. This Swiftwater wasn't given for nothing. Only towns located on either side of the Swiftwater River in the game can be called Swiftwater Towns. Crucially, all Swiftwater towns can recruit a special unit. Swiftwater Infantry. In ordinary Imperial towns, players can only recruit general units like the Imperial Guard, but Swiftwater Infantry, a common unit, can only be recruited in cities along the Swiftwater River. What's more, this is a real world, and the Swiftwater Infantry's combat effectiveness has been battle-tested, making them a truly essential unit. Roland pondered the town reward and came up with a plan. He planned to build it at the mouth of the original Long Lake, the same location where Riverwind stood in the Lord of the Rings games. Riverwind had originally been just a small town. Roland firmly believed that through his efforts, he could restore Riverwind's splendor and grandeur to this town, using it as a starting point to revive Raglan's glory. However, now was the time to discuss the reward with Thorin. Roland clapped his hands, mounted his horse, and galloped towards Thorin and his companions, who were collecting the remains of the dwarf warriors in front of Arabore. Chapter 25. His Highness, Roland, hello. Thorin offered his respect as Roland rode towards him. Well, I'm here to collect our reward, Roland said coldly from his horseback position. After all, the sacrifices of the Rush infantrymen had made Roland's tone less than friendly. Looking at Roland, covered in black blood scabs, Thorin opened his mouth to say something, but gave up when he saw the knights and archers approaching behind him. Of course, you deserve this reward. The wealth of Arabore is yours. Thorin bowed to Roland, still the simple and kind dwarf prince. I'm sorry for causing so many casualties among your men. Seeing Roland's bloodshot eyes, Thorin decisively shut up. Then please allow us to clean up the battlefield. Thorin surveyed the devastated ground in front of Arabore, where elves, dwarves, and orcs lay dead and wounded. Meanwhile, teams of the Ironfoot were breaking up into smaller groups, searching the scattered remains for surviving dwarves and elves, and finishing off the still-dead orcs. At this moment, Thranduil and Bard of Dale, having settled down, also led their troops towards Arabore. King Roland, thank you for your assistance in this critical moment. The elves will remember your kindness, said a dusty Thranduil, bowing slightly. Roland's army's participation in the battle had greatly relieved the pressure on Thranduil and Bard. Caslow had successfully helped stabilize the situation in Dale. I'm glad you can come to support me. Bard's eyes were red with emotion. Originally, because of the weak melee ability of the elven archers, Bard suffered a lot in the street fighting to defend the Valley City. However, with the help of the Dragon Knights of the Roland family, they successfully widened the distance between themselves and the orcs, allowing the elven archers to display their due strength. What? Are you still planning a battle for Lonely Mountain? Roland raised his dragon-slaying sword and pointed at the sparse group of soldiers behind the two men. No, we simply want to reclaim the wealth promised to us by the King of the Mountain, which will allow us to rebuild our homeland, Bard said calmly. We simply hope to obtain the White Stone. Thranduil looked at Thorin Oakenshield. Thorin, Roland called out. Well, of course you deserve it. Thorin sighed, looking at the sparse remnants of the defeated troops behind them, then at the dwarves searching the battlefield. Everyone, come to Arabore. We have a party tonight to celebrate the recapture of the Lonely Mountain. Thorin invited everyone. Hi, Master Baggins. Thank God you're still alive. Roland spotted Bilber, who was idling. This kind hobbit always brought joy to everyone. Mr. Roland? How nice to see you again. I thought you were already at Rivendell. Bilber stammered. Don't worry. The Knights of Raglan are incredibly strong. Orcs can't defeat us, Roland said firmly. So what are your plans for the future? Bilber asked, looking up. I see. I plan to build a small town at the mouth of the Long Lake. You're welcome to visit when the time comes, Roland said to Bilber with a smile. By the way, take me inside. I haven't been to a dwarf city yet. Roland glanced at Thorinbard and the others who were negotiating, then turned to Bilber. He had no intention of getting involved in the conflict between dwarves, elves, and humans. As soon as he entered Arabore, Roland felt the trembling of the Dragon Slayer's sword. The last time he felt this way was during the desolation of Smog. However, since this place had once been entrenched by Smog, it was understandable that it retained the presence of dragons. Something's wrong. Compared to Roland's mild surprise, Caslow's reaction was more intense. He stared solemnly at the vast dwarven hall, his hand tightly gripping the hilt of his sword. Something's wrong. An evil curse lingers here, the dragon's greed materializes, and the shadow of death looms over this place. Temple Priest Ivy's face was filled with disdain, her brow furrowed as she surveyed the area. It was clear she disliked this place. Hey, friend. What's wrong? Dane asked, puzzled, seeing Roland and his group stopped at the door. My men might not like the atmosphere here, Roland explained, spreading his hands. My lord, get out of here. Caslow suddenly grabbed Roland and began to drag him out. What happened? Roland's face was filled with question marks. Do you have many friends? That's enough. Caslow. Renault stopped Caslow's disrespect. My lord, the curse here has a strong influence on those in higher positions. Caslow apologized for his recent disrespectful behavior. Curse? What's going on? Roland's face was filled with questioning. You foolish child. The king is a paladin. Have you ever seen a paladin afraid of a curse? Renault felt that Caslow had disgraced himself in Raglan City. Caslow was petrified. Alas, sir, the truth is, a dragon that once lingered here cursed the wealth here. Ivy couldn't bear it any longer and began to explain. It makes people greedy. Gandalf appeared at the door. Greetings, Wizard Gandalf. Roland bowed his head in greeting. After all, the old man had to give him some respect. Then, Mr. Gandalf, do you have any suggestions? Thorin and Bard Thranduil and their companions entered. This will require a spell to cleanse it, but you're in luck, Thorin. There are 3 people right in front of you who can successfully cleanse this curse, Gandalf said calmly, pulling out his pipe. 4. Mr. Grey Wizard? And you, Ivy suddenly said. Gandalf's smile froze. Roland glanced at Gandalf curiously, and suddenly wanted to laugh. Had he been caught slacking off? Who had started the Lonely Mountain expedition, and didn't know what was going on? Everyone's own troubles are theirs to solve, so he was trying to slip away? How could he possibly be so unlucky? Would you mind lifting the curse for us? We're willing to pay. Thorin looked at them. Roland was stunned by the scene before him. What was a mountain of gold? What did it mean to have mines at home? Roland felt that the scenes of Arabore depicted in movies were far from the wealth of the real Arabore. What came into view were dozens of golden hills tens of meters high, scattered with magnificent gems. Gudong! Caslow swallowed quietly. Roland's lips brimmed with tears. It was truly shocking. No wonder the orcs wanted the lonely mountain. Roland wondered if he could still muster his forces and take it. Waiting online. It was urgent. Let's begin. Ivy, having regained her composure, quietly wiped the saliva from her lips. Purify. For balls of soft white light illuminated the entire dwarven vault. Ivy's evolution light had the widest range, while Roland and Rainer's purifications were the most effective. The divine attributes boost to dispel-type skills was terrifying, and Gandalf's purification, it was better than nothing. After all, you couldn't expect a wizard who practiced prophecy and curses to be proficient in such a divine art. All right, Ivy said softly, wiping the sweat from her head. Thank you, my friends. Thorin excitedly addressed the crowd. My friends, the wealth here is at your disposal. Take as much as you can. Thorin, knowing Roland had large-scale storage equipment, said generously. Really? Roland was astonished. Really? Our friendship is more real than gold. Thorin patted his chest. Then I won't be polite? Roland asked tentatively. Take it. This is your well-deserved reward. Thorin was incredibly generous. At Thorin's instigation, Roland reluctantly went down and activated the ring system. Immediately, a large amount of gold coins were converted into wealth points. 1, 2, 10, 000. As the wealth points continued to jump, the golden mountains crumbled and disappeared. Thorin, standing on the stairs, stared wide-eyed, in disbelief. Was this the money-vanishing spell? Finally, when the wealth points reached 1 million, Roland decisively stopped converting the gold coins. Nearly 1/7 of the vault had been cleared out. Where the mountain of gold had once stood, there were only scattered gems on the ground. Oh! Bearded God. Was Arabore robbed? Dane came looking for Thorin, only to see the area where the vault had disappeared. No! Not at all. Thorin said blankly. Thorin, are you okay? Roland looked at Thorin with concern, fearing he might faint. It's all right. I keep my promise. Everything I can take is yours. Thorin smiled, a smile uglier than tears. The banquet is about to begin, and we need you to host it. Your Highness, Roland, would you like to celebrate with us? Dane said to Thorin, then turned and asked Roland if he wanted to join the celebration. Of course. I love to experience the hospitality of the dwarves. Roland smiled and agreed. Only Thorin was dragged away by Dane, looking like a lost soul. Chapter 26. After a lively celebratory dinner, Roland and his party bid farewell to Thorin the next morning, leaving Arabore, nestled in the lonely mountain, with Thorin's farewell greeting. From his horseback, Roland sighed, as he gazed at the empty ranks behind him. The loss of 300 loyal and brave Torrentiers was a disaster for Roland now. The most serious consequence was that his military power had been greatly reduced. Roland tossed the scroll in his hand, and finally smiled. This was a treaty of offensive and defensive alliance signed by the 4 northern kingdoms, Raglan, Under the Mountain, Woodland, and Dale. The escape of Azig and Borg had lingered, and the dark clouds hanging over everyone's heart still lingered. If they fought alone, they would only be defeated one by one. So, that night, at Roland's call, they signed this pact, witnessed by the gods. Now, Roland was off to build his first city. Let's say goodbye here. Roland looked at Gandalf and Bilber. Goodbye, Roland, and good luck. Gandalf nodded slightly. Mr. Roland, if you're lucky enough to pass by Bag End again, please come in and have a seat. By the way, afternoon tea starts at 4 o'clock. All you can eat. Bilber's eyes reddened slightly. Of course. Master Baggins, I hope you have dinner for me next time I visit. Roland laughed heartily, his laughter dispelling some of his annoyance. Ah, I definitely prepare dinner for you next time. Bilber blushed. The last time Roland visited Bag End, he left nothing for him. Those lovely dwarves had destroyed everything. So we part now. Roland and Gandalf waved goodbye at the foot of the lonely mountain. System. This is it. Manifest the town of Rapid River. Standing on the east side of the long lake's mouth, at the site of the former Rapid River city, Roland called out to the system. Received. Retrieving the terrain. The terrain meets the requirements. Generating the city walls. Generating the Lord's castle. Generating the houses. Construction complete, please check. Before Roland's eyes, a stream of data enveloped the vast expanse of land. Just as Roland was beginning to wonder, the system's voice announced the completion of the materialization. Roland looked up with delight at the town he would live in for a long time to come. System. Roland roared. What is this? Roland pointed angrily at the pile of things before him that could be considered a village. Show me, is this the rapid river town you were talking about? Roland demanded angrily. System detecting. Detection confirmed. The system's cold voice rang out. Fuck you. I leave this village-sized area alone, but explain the 2-meter-high stone walls. And the houses with leaky roofs. And grass growing inside. Except for that supposedly castle building, nothing in this town is taller than 2 stories. And why is this lord's castle so shabby? Roland was shocked by the system's shamelessness. System. Playing dead? Roland had a new understanding of the system's offline state. Ahem, this will be our home from now on. This is considered a relic of the former river rapids. Roland was just thinking about how to explain his lie when everyone suddenly cheered and rushed over. Look, this is the architectural style of our La Grande. A typical Lagrange village. Not bad, not bad. It feels like home again. Everyone was delighted with the environment. In their memories, they hadn't seen any trace of Lagrange in ages, wandering through foreign lands. Seeing Lagrange village, nestled on the site of the former river rapids, was incredibly exciting. System, are you really not going to say anything? Roland listened to the discussion, his face darkening the more he listened. He had clearly manifested a small town, but instead, they created a dilapidated village. This was too much of a rip-off. It would break the landlord's hearts and bring the capitalists to tears. Sir, this place is wonderful. We're finally back home. Hey, why don't you look happy? Caslow happily ran up to Roland, only to find his face darkening. Roland was speechless. Do you think I should tell you there was supposed to be a town here, but it's even more shabby than a village? Roland suddenly felt like he lost out on participating in the Battle of Lonely Mountain. Well, not so much. After all, he'd taken gold coins worth 1 million wealth points from Thorin. 1 wealth point equals 10,000 gold coins, so... Okay, Roland finally understood why Thorin had smiled so happily when he saw him off. Well, let me go shopping. Roland watched the people cleaning up the town and, bored, opened them all on the system page. Griffin egg, quantity 5. Price, 10,000 wealth points. Dalion archer, quantity 100. Price, 10 wealth points. Earth attribute war mage, quantity 1. Price, 50,000 wealth points. Even war mages? Roland's mouth was practically watering. A war mage is the 4th rank of mage, considered the most powerful among mages. They can single-handedly lead a small war, hence the name war mage. Mage ranks are divided into apprentice mage, mage, archmage, war mage, magister, and sage. Finally, having just made a fortune, Roland gritted his teeth and exchanged 5 griffin eggs for a war mage. He exchanged them for griffin eggs, because griffins are one of the few superb aerial combat beasts. They are slightly weaker than dragons, but far more powerful than giant eagles. Griffins grow quickly, reaching adulthood in about a year. However, their fertility is even more dismal than that of elves. In their 200-plus-year lifespan, they can only reproduce a dozen or so times, averaging only once every 10 years with 1 egg. While captive-reared griffins are relatively safe, wild ones may only produce 1 offspring in their entire lives. Newborns are so fragile that even dogs can carry them off. This, combined with various accidents, has resulted in a limited number of wild griffins. However, Roland seems to have heard no news of griffins in this world, suggesting they are likely extinct or have never existed. The reason for exchanging for a war mage is simple. Earth-attributed war mages can be used as efficient construction workers. When Lagran City was expanded and River City was founded, several Earth-attributed sages spearheaded the construction, creating these majestic cities in just a few days. After purchasing these 2 items, Roland's wealth plummeted by 1/10. The system has configured a war mage to bring 5 griffin eggs to the host. Please check for them. A line of text appeared on the system's screen. Sir, please give this city a name. Rainer's appearance interrupted Roland's thoughts. Let's call it Streamwind. The will of our ancestors is entrusted to us. We will rebuild the destroyed city. Roland clenched his fist and said solemnly. Streamwind. It's wonderful to hear that name again. The temple priest quietly wiped the tears from his eyes. Ding! Main quest begins. Suddenly, the system's heavenly voice rang out. Chapter 27. Main quest. He who wears the crown must bear its weight. You must build a complete city to live up to your title of king. Requirements: walls at least 5 meters high, at least 10 defensive buildings, a blacksmith shop, a mill, a leather workshop, and other buildings. A minimum of 500 soldiers, and at least 5,000 Raglan civilians. Holy crap! Roland was stunned. What the hell is this? Are the requirements for becoming a king so low now? Can a small town become king? Well, it's not impossible. After all, Bard became king in Rivendell, so becoming king seems like no big deal. It's just that these 5,000 Raglan civilians are so frustrating. This is Middle-earth. Where can I find Raglan civilians? System, what's with these civilians? Roland tentatively asked the system, adhering to the principle of asking the system when in doubt. Please check the territory page yourself. The system's cold voice actually hinted at a hint of disdain. Territory page? Roland hadn't realized he unlocked another feature. Roland followed his instructions and opened the territory page. A closer look immediately infuriated him. Look! Is that what people say? Territory area, River Rapids. The lonely River Rapids appeared on the page, which was fine, considering he only just started his business. But the following was excessive. River Rapids, area, 1 kilometer in radius. Building units: 1 dilapidated lord's castle, 100 crumbling houses, a dilapidated stone wall, and a barely functioning well. Troops, 203. Population 0. Comment: the lonely king led his remaining people back to their homeland. This ruin, barely enough to provide shelter, brought them some comfort. Darkness still threatened the new king. Compared to the lifeless town, its formidable military might was perhaps the only thing she could praise. Note: there were no civilians in the town. Abilities: 1. As the only territory of the Kingdom of Raglan in Middle-earth, it will attract the remnants of Raglan. The system will direct a wave of wandering Raglan civilians to arrive daily, hoping the Lord will properly accommodate them. 2. Allows the recruitment of local civilians to train as flood infantry. His initial anger was replaced by surprise. Although Roland was thoroughly criticized by the system, he was touched by this ability structure that attracted Raglan civilians. When had a system, even more ruthless than the capitalists, been so generous? After all, the civilians of Flood Town can be converted into flood infantry at any time, giving Roland a constant supply of troops. Huh? Those are our wandering people. The Bedanian archers on guard spotted a group of refugees, carrying large and small bags. Although they looked extremely poor, they still held a crudely crafted Raglan dragon flag, allowing the Bedanian archers to quickly identify them. System, can I take back my previous impression? Roland grinned at the group of refugees before him. Not to mention the pitifully small number of people, there were only 2 adults among a mere 7, the rest being children. They looked like a family. Roland frowned, thinking. Plop! A row of people suddenly knelt, startling Roland. Just as he was about to call them to their feet, the leading male host spoke up. Dragon God. So there are still imperial armies and lords in this world. We thought the lords were all dead. After all this wandering, we finally see the dragon flag of Raglan flying again. The man choked out. Roland reached out and helped them up, feeling for the first time the weight of his king's responsibility. You're safe. The imperial army will protect you. You never have to leave your home again. 1,000 words melted into a sigh, and Roland patted their shoulders. Roland looked at the territory page again, and saw that the population had gone from 0 to 7. These 5,000 civilians won't be gone for ages. Roland complained helplessly. Be on guard. Renault suddenly shouted. Everyone quickly dropped their planks and stones, and quickly scaled the wall. A family of newly arrived civilians, shivering as usual, huddled beside a dilapidated wooden hut. Roland's heart ached as he watched. How much suffering must have gone into them to be so adept at hiding in a corner? What's wrong, Renault? Roland leaped onto the stone wall and looked at him. The war mage has arrived. I sense the power of a 4th-tier mage, Renault said solemnly. While the war mage couldn't harm Renault, the paladin captain, and Caslo, the dragon knight, the other soldiers and Roland were definitely no match for the terrifying war magic. War mage. Roland suddenly thought of the griffin and earth mage he had purchased. Don't get too excited. Perhaps they're one of ours. After all, more and more Raglan survivors are returning. Roland pointed to the family of refugees who had arrived, concealing the fact that he had paid a high price for the mage. Perhaps you're right, but we must remain cautious. After all, River Rapids is still vulnerable. A single high-level spell could doom us. Renault remained vigilant. Respected King Lagrang. Rattle at your service. A resounding voice echoed from the distance. An old man in a khaki robe, riding a thin horse, approached. Although 1,000 meters away, his voice echoed clearly in everyone's ears. Oh! Your Highness, your glory will shine forever. The Lagran Empire will be revived in your hands, and you will rise from His Highness to His Majesty. The old man solemnly approached the wall, and saluted Roland on the stone wall. Welcome, Mage Rattle. May the glory of the Empire shine forever on you and me. Roland replied with a smile, staring at him curiously. Ha ha ha, your Highness. Consider these griffin eggs a welcome gift from this old man. Rattle grinned as he pulled a cloth bag from the bag on his horse's back. Judging by the horse's reaction, the bag contained something quite substantial. Oh! Dragon God. 5 griffin eggs. Caslow leaped down from the wall, excitedly opening the bag and staring at the eggs. Come, Mage Rattle, we arrange accommodations for you. By the way, Caslow, I leave these eggs in your care. Roland descended the wall, pushed open the door made of branches, and invited Rattle in. Huh? Dragon Knight? Your Highness, you truly receive Raglan's favor. Later expressed surprise that the Dragon Knight could still see Raglan, and at the same time, he wished Roland well. Ha ha ha, you're welcome. We still need your help here, Roland complimented. After all, every Earth Mage is a qualified builder, able to use magic to create stone bricks engraved with magic patterns to build cities. Okay, everyone disperse. Let's try to clear this place out as soon as possible. Oh, and arrange safe, clean accommodations for the newly arrived civilians. Roland met the refugees' grateful gazes. Thank you, sir. The refugees choked with emotion. It's all right. Tomorrow will be better. Roland chuckled and looked toward the turbulent rapid river. Chapter 28. Ah! This hammock is so uncomfortable to sleep in. Roland, having just woken up early in the morning, twisted his tired waist. No way. I'm so young, I shouldn't be weak. Seeing no one around, Roland began to ponder his future happiness. Sir, it's time for dinner. Caslow suddenly pushed open the door, the worn wooden door cracking under the weight. Put it on the table, Roland said casually, looking at the table still with fresh cracks. Okay, sir, enjoy your meal. Caslow respectfully placed the breakfast on the table and withdrew. Not bad, quite exquisite. Roland looked at the breakfast in front of him. A bowl of oatmeal, 3 slices of white bread, and 2 palm-sized grilled fish. He couldn't help but be amazed. Could these grown men's cooking be so good? The food they made could only be described as either inedible or enough to keep you from starving. Thinking of this, Roland pushed the door open, only to find it collapse with a thud, unable to bear the weight. Roland's mouth twitched, and he reluctantly ordered the 2 knights on guard to clean up. Caslow, who made breakfast today? Roland asked curiously to the knight, who was wolfing down his food. It was the hostess of the refugee family that arrived yesterday. After all, neither of us can cook much, and Ivy is all about eating. Not like a woman at all, Caslow muttered. As he spoke, Roland noticed the black bread and water pouch in Caslow's hands and frowned. Is that what you're eating? Roland was surprised. He had never imagined that a noble dragon knight would ever find himself eating black bread. The thought infuriated him. How could these common people make black bread for the soldiers who protected them? Roland quickened his pace and headed towards the home of the refugee he had met yesterday. At that moment, the baby family was busy preparing breakfast for the soldiers. They carefully ground flour and mixed it with bran to bake into black bread, which they distributed to the already starving soldiers. A large pot of mushroom and vegetable soup simmered nearby, and their hostess carefully served a bowl to each soldier on guard. Nearby, several half-grown children gazed eagerly at the food before them, their bright eyes fixed on the bread and steaming soup, but they huddled behind their parents, breathing in the aroma. Dinner is ready. The mother smiled as she served the children breakfast, a bowl of thin porridge made of bran, vegetable roots, and a small amount of wheat grains. The children immediately gathered around, received their portions, and devoured them with great joy. The hard-to-swallow bran and vegetable roots tasted as sweet as delicacies from the land and sea in their mouths. Roland, furious, leaned forward when he saw this heartbreaking scene. His anger instantly vanished. He glanced at the bowls behind the couple, which contained their own food, a clear soup with a few vegetable leaves floating in it. Roland watched helplessly, confused as to why this had happened. Caslow, reacting behind him, quickly pulled Roland aside. Sir, we're running low on food. We have to eat sparingly. Caslow explained quietly. I just want to know why my people are eating chaff and vegetables. My soldiers are gnawing on black bread. Roland's voice was low but filled with unbearable anger. It's winter already. We have no supplies. Caslo lowered his head and spoke sadly. This is the tragedy of a power without foundation. Even a cold winter could overwhelm them. Roland had replenished his supplies in addition to the food rewards from the system, but of course, he had nowhere else to do so. This led to the biggest problem facing River Rapids now. Famine. Roland rubbed his nose helplessly. All his ambitions had vanished. If Roland couldn't even survive this winter, how could he possibly restore Lagrange's glory? Let's organize the archers to go hunting. Roland could only rely on hunting to solve his immediate problem. Knight Commander Renault has already taken his men. This is a wasteland. There won't be many large game. Caslo, though reluctant to say so, could only pour cold water on him. No one's organized to go fishing. The Swift River is less than 2 kilometers away. There's plenty of fish there for us to eat. Roland asked again. Without a fishing boat or net. Fishing with a rod is just a matter of luck, and the catch is minimal. Caslo explained. The air suddenly fell silent, and Roland and Caslo stared at each other bewildered. Wait! What do you say we lack? Roland's eyes suddenly lit up. Fishing boats and nets. Caslo repeated, puzzled. Ha ha! Problem solved. Roland suddenly burst into laughter. Caslo was startled, thinking his king had been driven mad. We have boats! Have you forgotten the galleons we used to board Long Lake Town? Roland now felt incredibly wise about his decision to pack up the boats. What about the nets? Caslo demanded hastily. The boats were gone, but without the nets, what could he do with his hands? Why don't you look in the ruins of Long Lake Town? Quite a few fishing boats were used by the archers to escape. They must have complete fishing gear. Ride your dragon and fly around the lake to look carefully. Roland quickly explained. Yes. My lord, you are truly wise. Caslo excitedly ran to an open space, summoned his dragon, and soared into the sky. Come! Roland called out. Sir! Several knights patrolling nearby rushed over upon hearing the order. After all, only knights remained in Swiftwater City. The skilled archers had all gone out hunting. Call the free knights. Let's go fishing by the river, Roland ordered. After having the knights assemble, Roland headed straight for Rattle's house. Sir Rattle, we need to address the food shortage in the city. Please keep an eye on this place, Roland instructed. Ha ha ha, your highness, go with peace of mind. As long as this old man of mine lives, Swiftwater City will be safe, Rattle assured Roland with a smile. Bang! The heavy dragon's body slammed into the grass by the river with a dull thud. Looking at the large and small bags on the dragon's back, Roland laughed. It looked like Caslo had made a good haul on this trip. Dried fish could be vaguely seen sticking out of a cloth bag. How's it going, Caslo? Roland asked about his catch. What a bounty. I thought they'd taken everything before we drove them away, but I didn't expect they left quite a bit. Caslo beamed as he showed off his haul. How many fishing nets are there? Roland asked, addressing his most pressing question. Oh! Fishing nets. Here are 17. And 8 broken ones. I use them to repair the good ones later. Caslo untied the nets from the dragon's back. The young wind dragon hummed impatiently, apparently expressing displeasure at being used as a tool to carry cargo. Ha ha ha! Brothers! Fishing time! Roland said happily, releasing the galleon from the system space. In the evening, watching everyone gathered around the fire roasting plump white fish, Roland smiled happily. He had fulfilled his duty as a lord, ensuring his subjects had enough food and clothing. Seeing the beaming faces of the people, Roland suddenly felt sad. Their arms, clutching the grilled fish, covered only with linen, shivered in the chill of the evening wind. Sir, 11 more people have arrived today. They represent 3 families. Ivy, who had remained in the city, introduced the newcomers to Roland. Looks like we have to go to Arabore. Roland sighed helplessly, looking at the newcomers, who were also wearing only a few clothes. Caslo will accompany me to Arabore tomorrow. Renault, take the others and continue fishing. After giving his instructions, Roland turned and left. He didn't want to witness that heartbreaking scene. System. You're such a jerk. You can't even give the refugees a few more clothes. Roland silently cursed the system in his heart. Chapter 29. System check-in. Roland began his daily check-in. Give me something useful. Roland was too tired to complain about the jumble of things the system had given him. Magic introductory books, his own golden statue. Sign-in successful. Congratulations to the host for receiving 100 lag-rank city guards. Delivered? Roland exclaimed in surprise, but he chose not to summon an army this time. He was too embarrassed to admit it. He didn't have enough food in stock to feed 100 mouths. He was getting by fishing and hunting in Stream City, making a decent living. But don't forget Stream City's attraction to refugees. Its population was growing steadily every day. Roland didn't want to feed 100 more mouths if it wasn't necessary. Speaking of the Raglan City Guards, as the name suggests, they were the city's guards. This army was composed entirely of trainee soldiers eliminated from various elite units, with no hope of advancement. They are mainly responsible for the defense and public security in Raglan City, but if you look down on them, because they are only second-line troops, you will definitely regret it. If I were to give them an evaluation, it would be that you can always trust them. As a melee unit, their capabilities are comprehensive and terrifying. Their profession has given them a strong physique and a strong load-bearing capacity. The Raglan infantry fine steel plate armor, inner leather armor, and outer linen armor are enough for them to withstand all kinds of high-intensity attacks. The fine steel half-bodied broad shield can block large-scale attacks. The 3-meter steel gun is enough to make their attacks fierce and agile. The fine steel longsword is a supplement to melee weapons. The Raglan crossbow slung across their waist allows them to hit the enemy within a range of 100 meters. The 5 fine steel javelins in the backpack on their backs can kill all kinds of light armored troops at will within a range of 50 meters. Sir, the horses are ready. Caslow walked straight in, not even bothering to repair the damaged wooden door. All right, let's go. Roland glanced at the small pile of gems in the system space, wondering if they could be exchanged for various supplies. He should have taken more. Roland was so focused on collecting gold coins that he ignored the gems in the mountain. Thinking of this, Roland couldn't help but sigh. What a mistake. Hurry! Accompanied by 10 knights, Roland and Caslow set off north. In fact, Roland had originally been reluctant to take the knights with him. After all, more people meant more strength, and Caslow was more than enough to handle anything. However, he was met with unanimous and strong opposition. Roland was now the king of Raglan. How miserable would a king be without even a retinue? It would be a disgrace not only to King Roland but to the entire kingdom. Finally, after much persuasion, Roland persuaded everyone to agree to his plan to bring only 10 people. Although Roland didn't want to show off, he envied the sight of a certain king of the Woodland Kingdom traveling with thousands of professionals. After all, everyone wants to return home in glory. Few enjoy traveling at night in their finery. Passing by the frozen Long Lake, Roland rubbed his hands. The ruins of Long Lake Town were still visible in the distance. He clenched his fist and vowed to rebuild the place. Caslow, on the other hand, was eager to try, seemingly wanting to go shopping. After all, on his last visit, he had found a lot of easily stored dried food and various tools. In the distance, the towering Lone Mountain rose. Roland and his group arrived at the foot of the mountain, River Valley City. By this time, River Valley City had been initially cleared of weeds and dilapidated houses. Bard was leading the rebuilding work in full swing. Only a few guards stood guard on the ruined city walls. Stop! The lone soldier at the city gate raised his spear and stopped Roland. Huh? Are you King Roland? The soldier clearly recognized Roland's banner. Well, I came to see Bard. Roland smiled. Wait a moment, I need to go and report. Although the soldier was familiar with Roland, he still remembered his duties. Well, thank you, Roland said, unconcerned about the soldier's impoliteness. A moment later, the soldier trotted out, followed closely by a figure. Bard. Roland greeted him with a smile. Hi, Roland. Nice to see you. Bard and Roland hugged. Why are you back again? Bard asked curiously. Roland should be building his territory with his people right now, so why had he suddenly returned to Lonely Mountain? I'm in big trouble, Roland complained. What's going on? You encountered an army of orcs? Bard's smile froze. He glanced at the knights behind Roland and saw only 10 of them, including the dragon rider, who had shown such prowess during the Battle of Lonely Mountain. His heart sank. What kind of orcs could devour an army of over 100 professional knights and archers? Even if their numbers weren't as great as the orcs at the Battle of Lonely Mountain, they were far behind. Didn't they see even the dragon riders flee in panic? What are you thinking? Not orcs. Roland watched Bard's gaze grow dim, and he realized he was just scaring himself. Ah? Not orcs? Then what kind of trouble could you possibly be in? Bard was puzzled. Famine and cold, Roland said, each word emphatically. Bard opened his mouth, but ultimately, his intentions were powerless. The residents of Lake Town, already oppressed by the mayor, had their lives become even more difficult after Smog's destruction. If it weren't for the aid of the woodland elves, Bard's life would likely be tough. So I came to find the dwarves of Arabore, hoping to buy some tools and food. Roland slowly stated his thoughts. The two equally downtrodden kings stared at each other for a long moment, finally sighing. Life was too hard. After bidding farewell to Bard, Roland hurried towards Arabore without stopping. Soon, a towering stone statue of a dwarf appeared before Roland. A group of dwarves were busily working, skillfully using tools to lift stones of various shapes, apparently repairing the city gate. "Hey! Balin!" Roland smiled. Balin was undoubtedly the most recognizable dwarf in the expedition, his snow-white beard and hair making him instantly recognizable. "Oh! King Roland!" Balin bowed. The dwarves held him in high respect for the human lord who had led his army into battle and saved the entire dwarven kingdom in this critical moment. "How is it here?" Roland asked cheerfully. "Excellent. It feels like home." "Oh! Hello, Knight Caslow." Balin recognized the dragon knight who had sowed destruction that day. "Greetings, your excellency Balin." Caslow remained humble. "How can I help you?" Balin looked at Roland. "Of course, our people do need food and tools." Roland anxiously explained the lack of food and clothing for the people who had come to him for refuge. "Well, this is indeed a big trouble. I will take you to see the king right away." Balin also realized the seriousness of the matter. Roland came to ask for help. When he saw Roland and others leave, he knew that Roland did not have many supplies. He could also understand what Roland said about his people returning to Balin. After all, many dwarves wandering around had received the news that Thorin had recaptured the Lonely Mountain, and a large number of dwarves were migrating with their families and preparing to return to their homeland. Chapter 30. Thorin. Roland met Thorin in the royal hall. "Roland?" Thorin was surprised to see Roland. After all, he hadn't expected him to return so soon. "Well, I'm in trouble. I need the dwarves' help." Roland explained his predicament. Trouble? Orcs are coming?" Like Bard, Thorin immediately thought of the orcs. "It's not the orcs," Roland explained with a sullen face. "What? Famine?" This made Thorin laugh. He had never imagined that Roland, with a dragon rider under his command, would be overwhelmed by the refugees. "You never thought you'd end up like this." Thorin laughed happily. "Thorin, what do you mean? My people are starting to eat coarse food, and you can actually laugh?" Roland's eyes widened. "No, I just never imagined that King Roland, who beat the orcs to a pulp, would one day be eaten by his own people." The aloof Thorin Oakenshield was already laughing his ass off. "Outrageous. Is there any necessary connection?" Roland said expressionlessly, but inside, he was utterly dreadful. It was humiliating. It was humiliating for the dwarves. Bard was starving and freezing because Smaug had forced his family out of his home, but I was starving and freezing because I had no provisions at all. Tell me, do you have any extra food or warm clothes? If so, I buy them with these. Roland opened a small leather pouch and swiped out all the gems. Thorin was stunned. He wasn't surprised by Roland's wealth, but shocked by his audacity. "What the hell? Using my money to my advantage? You just plundered me, and now you're back with the gems. You're nothing short of rude, Roland." Thorin's eyes suddenly changed as he looked at Roland. "Yes, of course not. Talking about money in our friendship would be too hurtful." Thorin remembered the large amount of supplies the dwarves from the Iron Hills had brought. They wouldn't use them all anyway, so sharing some with Roland would be fine. "That's great. Give it away for free." Roland was stunned by Thorin. As expected, Thorin, the king beneath the mountain, is truly extraordinary. His ability to give away money without a second thought is truly remarkable. Roland was overjoyed and prepared to collect the gem from the table. Swish! Thorin waved his hand, scooping the gem into his arms. Seeing Roland's bewildered look, Thorin chuckled and turned away. "You already taken so much gold, so I just accept this reward with reluctance. After all, even the smallest reward is still meat." Roland finally came to his senses. Thorin had gone bad. Where were the simple, honest dwarves? Where were the kind-hearted dwarves? Where were the hospitable dwarves? "Never mind, let's just take from the people and give back to the people," Roland consoled himself. Pat! Thorin patted the newly tied wagon vigorously, checking the ropes for strength. "How's it? Is this enough?" Thorin looked up at Roland and asked. 20 carts were piled high with all sorts of goods, 5 with flour, 5 with various dried meats, 5 with leather and linen clothing, and 5 with various tools. Roland nodded in satisfaction. With all this winter would undoubtedly be much easier. After all, Roland had even organized people to break the ice and fish. Looks like I can consider arranging the 100 Raglan guards when I get back, Roland thought to himself. Although the orc army retreated to the north, if the small groups of orcs wandering in the wilderness gathered in the winter, the still weak and developing rapid city could basically delete their accounts and start over. Roland, I have Balin take the men back for you. Thorin, considering that Roland's men were insufficient to protect the supplies, decided to have Balin escort them back and, by the way, introduce them to Roland's family. Of course, I'd love to. Roland, already worried about his lack of manpower, couldn't refuse Thorin's offer and quickly agreed. You built a town at the lake's mouth? Balin looked curiously at the lord, who had changed the landscape of the north. Yes. Roland didn't intend to say much. By the way, King Roland, I have a request. I wonder if you can grant it, Balin said sheepishly, suddenly remembering something. A request? Roland thought, and immediately understood what Balin was saying. Are you planning an expedition to Moria? Roland squinted at Balin. Oh! You're so wise. Balin was impressed by Roland's wisdom. He hadn't expected him to guess what he was about to say. Why go and retake Moria? Isn't Arabore good enough now? Roland asked, puzzled. Balin shrugged, then paused for a moment before slowly saying, Khazad-dûm is the dwarfs' most proud city. It's their former capital. I hope to rekindle the light of the descendants of Durin. I remember Thorin leading you to attack Khazad-dûm, didn't he? Roland remembered the final battle of Azig, fought at Khazad-dûm's eastern gate. That battle ended in a tragic victory for the dwarves, but with the Balrog still lingering deep within the city, the remaining dwarves were unable to retake Moria. Yes, but we failed, Balin said in a low voice. Roland opened his mouth to persuade Balin when the system's clear, melodious voice rang out. Ding dong. Side quest, recapture Moria. Valid for 1 year. Reward, 1 dragon rider with a random attribute. No more words. I definitely do you this favor. Based on our lifelong friendship. Forget Moria. I even conquer Gundaba with you. Roland promised, patting his chest. There was no way. Roland couldn't escape the law of true love. A level 5 dragon rider. Roland persuaded others and persuaded himself first. This. Roland's clever move successfully confused Balin. He had just been trying to persuade him not to risk his life, but now, he was rushing and even faster than he was. Balin's poor brain simply couldn't wrap its head around it. Caslo, following behind Roland, muttered a word of bad luck. The Balrog is a super beast. Who else but me could fight it? It's true that I'm not worried about it. Caslo gave Roland a helpless look, watching helplessly as his king sold him out. Caslo was already thinking about things that could increase his fire resistance. He should prepare some in advance to avoid being cremated by the Balrog. We're here. Roland saw the familiar broken stone wall, and felt a sense of familiarity. Although it was a little broken, it was still his first home in Middle-earth, wasn't it? Excellent. In just a few days, your city is already taking shape, Balin exclaimed. That's right. That's right. Roland was very impressed. Directing the unloading and storage of the items, Roland expressed his gratitude to the dwarves again. As Balin and his men turned the cart pulled by the mountain goats around, Roland suddenly remembered something. By the way, Balin, if possible, let's schedule the recapture of Moria for next summer. I lead my army to help then, Roland said to Balin after a moment's reflection. The summer date was a carefully considered decision. After all, it was impossible to march on Moria this winter. Spring plowing and city construction were necessary, and only in summer would Roland's army be free. Okay, King Roland. I set out in the summer and join you. Balin bowed. Have a good time. Be careful. Roland waved goodbye to the departing dwarf caravan. Chapter 31. Enough. Morality. Roland couldn't help but kick the soldiers whose eyes lit up at the piles of supplies. To his shame, due to the pitiful conditions in River Rapids, Renault and Caslo couldn't find a suitable warehouse to store the supplies. They ultimately decided to store them in the Lord's castle. So, Roland watched in shock as his already cramped castle was filled with 20 carts of supplies. Roland couldn't say anything in front of the dwarfs, so he could only watch the busy crowd with a forced smile. So you're not going to give me an explanation? Roland laughed as he watched Renault and Caslo prepare to slip away. Your Excellency misunderstood. Caslo's hair stood on end at Roland's laughter. Your Majesty, please listen to my explanation. Renault stammered. Misunderstanding? Explanation? They didn't even leave me a bed. Misunderstanding. Explanation. And so, the famous scene unfolded, with Roland chasing Renault and Caslo, ham in hand. The powerful ham was as reliable as a dragon-slaying sword, easily bludgeoning the two men to a pulp. Hee, Grandpa Rattle, why do you think the king is chasing Lord Renault and Lord Caslow? Watching the three men running through the city, Ivy chuckled and asked the war mage Rattle, who was sitting in the sun. Maybe they forgot to leave the king abed. The wrinkles on Rattle's old face were like blooming chrysanthemums, and he chuckled too. It's really good to be young and energetic. Rattle watched the pursuers with a surge of envy. At his age, he rarely engaged in strenuous exercise. Advanced magic could now replace his legs and carry him across the world. Later unleashed his immense mental power. Over a dozen kilometers away, the 30 or so refugees newly refreshed by the system were facing a horde of hungry orcs. Later's face darkened, and a surge of magical energy surged. With a whoosh, he vanished beside Ivy. Huh? That's Blink. Ivy gazed enviously at where Later had been sitting. As a third-level priest, she didn't yet know this higher-level Blink spell. Blink is a basic spell for spellcasters. Depending on the magic power level, it can teleport over distances ranging from 10 to several hundred meters. Blink is an advanced version of Blink, capable of teleporting over 1,000 meters. Oh my god! Who will save us? Surrounded by a dozen strong men, the women and children covered their faces and sobbed. They had thought they would once again bask in the glory of Raglan, but they had never expected to be targeted by a group of orcs. Swish! Surprisingly, there were a few hunters wielding bows among the refugees. Their relatively accurate archery allowed them to hold their own against the orcs. Since they were an orc tribe from the wasteland, their size and equipment were far inferior to the Orc Kingdom army led by Azig, so the two sides could still hold their ground. The other men seized their sticks and formed a circle around the orcs, protecting the women and children. Swish, swish, swish. A cluster of rocky spikes suddenly erupted from beneath the orcs' feet, instantly turning dozens of orcs into gore-gourds. Ah! The sudden massacre terrified the women and children. Hey, hey, hey! Are all the remnants of Raglan so cowardly these days? Later emerged, smiling, leaning on his staff. Master Mage. The men, having regained their composure, saluted hastily. After all, he was a noble mage, and he had saved their lives. He deserved the utmost respect. No need for formalities. You also come to seek the final king of Raglan. Rattle reassured them, glancing at the homemade dragon banner they carried. Yes, sir. We've been guided by the gods to seek the last glory of Raglan. The leading hunter said humbly. Well, just a few kilometers in this direction. There's no danger along the way. You can go safely. Rattle smiled and vanished. The old man's legs weren't good, so he couldn't possibly accompany this group on foot. That would take forever. Besides, with magic, why would he need to walk? It was a pity he wasn't a space mage, otherwise a long-distance teleport would have saved the refugees from having to travel. Bang, bang, bang. The dull clatter of steel armor echoed as 110 cans silently moved across the wasteland. Guided by the gods, they had come to seek the final king. These were none other than the Raglan city guards summoned by Roland. They steadily advanced towards the city of Rapids, following the route the refugees had taken. Huh? The leading city guard suddenly raised his hand, and the soldiers behind him quickly formed a circle. They stood shoulder to shoulder, shields pressed together, forming a half-body shield wall, with only their heads and calves exposed. Sharp steel spears pointed straight at the withered wasteland. Orcs. Just died. They were killed by an earth mage. At least a second-tier mage. Several city guards, who had been reconnoitering, returned. We need to leave quickly. Judging by the totems of these orcs, they must belong to the tribes of the wasteland. Orcs will soon be searching for their missing kin, the leading warrior analyzed. It seems there are civilians here. The attentive city guards found several crude wooden arrows on the orc corpse. These were clearly not military bows, but hunters' bows. This is troublesome. There are civilians ahead. We can't just walk away. They're probably following the king like us. We can't leave the civilians to the orcs. The city guards were in a panic. They were not good at tracking. They were unsure which direction the civilians were heading. What if they were planning to take a detour to Stormwind? Then the orcs, skilled at tracking, might bypass them and attack them. With just one mage and a few hunters guarding them, they might not be able to protect everyone. What should we do then? The other city guards had no good ideas. They had no idea how the civilians had left. We stay. Stop the orcs. How can a mere tribe of orcs from the wastelands possibly shake us? The pride of the Raglan city guards was aroused. Yes. They were once the glorious defenders of the Raglan Empire's capital, protecting the people, their homes, and the empire. Now they were simply doing their jobs. In the name of Raglan. Long live. The Raglan city guards conducted their final pre-battle mobilization. Form a circle. We wait for them here. 100 city guards quickly formed a circle on a small mound. They half knelt on the ground, shields covering their bodies, crossbows slung horizontally. After an unknown amount of time, the grass in the distance suddenly swayed, and the ugly head of an orc loomed among the dry grass. Fire! Seeing the orc burst through the grass, exposed to the crowd, everyone pulled the trigger on their crossbows. Huh? A small group of Raglan city guards? Later, who had just basked in the sun, suddenly sensed the city guards engaged in battle with the orcs. Forget it, let's not get involved. The Raglan city guards could easily charge and kill these wasteland orcs for several rounds. Old Man later said he wasn't making an excuse for being lazy, it was simply because they were too strong and didn't need his help. Chapter 32. Shield Bash. Despite their deep disdain for the incoming orcs, the Raglan city guards still treated them with the utmost respect. Buzz. War chi rapidly spread across the broad shield, forming a war energy shield several times larger within the halo of light. Bang. Bang. A series of clashing sounds echoed. The city guards, holding their shields high, retreated half a step before charging forward fiercely. After a series of teeth-grinding, bone-crackling sounds, the orcs struck by the light shields fell to the ground, twitching. Those who survived were pinned to the ground by the steel spears of the city guards, who had caught up. After the blow, the war energy on the shields dissipated, transforming them into ordinary shields again. Why are these orcs getting more and more? The Raglan city guards were dumbfounded, thinking they had stirred up a hornet's nest. Watching the orcs constantly using the add fuel tactic, the city guards felt helpless. The civilians should be safe now. It's time to retreat. We have to find a way to shake them off. Riverstorm is just ahead, and we can't lure the orcs there. Our fighting spirit is depleted. We need to get out of the fight and rest. The crowd chattered, taking advantage of the gap before the orcs attacked. Woo! A burst of wolf howls followed, and everyone's faces darkened. Steppenwolf cavalry. Everyone's pupils shrank. Swish. With the rustling sound of armor, the Raglan guards quickly formed a three-tiered circle. The outermost soldiers held lances and shields, the middle raised javelins, and the frontmost layer held crossbows high. Woof! Dozens of wolves, accompanied by their masters, charged forward, and the gathered Raglan guards breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, they weren't wolf riders. Wolf riders and wolf cavalry share a single character, but their strength differs dramatically. A single wolf rider could easily kill dozens of ordinary wolf cavalry. Don't worry, hold your formation. They won't charge. The Raglan guards reminded one another. The wolf riders, lacking the ability to charge, were helpless against the huddled Raglan guards. Facing the thorn-covered Raglan guards, they could only roar from afar. Having already held high status among the orcs, they were nothing like the mindless, ordinary orcs. Seeing no advantage to be gained, they furiously raged for a moment before disappearing into the wasteland with the other orcs. Hey! Lord Rattle. Roland approached Rattle. He had come to ask Rattle to bolster the defenses of River Rapids. Your Highness, what's wrong? Later cheerfully lounging on an old wooden chair, basking in the winter sun. I need you to craft magic pattern stone bricks to reinforce the city's defenses. Roland explained his purpose. I see. But what are the specifications of the wall you require? Later sat up and spoke seriously. He needed to know the exact requirements of the task. Using the current wall as a foundation, build a wall 5 meters high and 5 meters wide. Roland pondered for a moment, deciding to lay the foundation for the next 10-meter high wall upgrade. So how long will it take? This winter, Roland thought for a moment. Dragon God. Are you going to tire an old man like me to death? Later's eyes widened. He had never expected his king, despite his thick eyebrows and big eyes, to be a ruthless capitalist. Your Highness, have you considered how much mana it would take to condense the magic rune bricks, stack them, and cast the reinforcement spell again? Besides, I'm just a mere war mage, and my total mana isn't that high. There's no holy spring, moonwell, or sunwell here, so I can only regain my mana through meditation. Later rambled on, but it all came down to 2 words, dream. Roland rubbed his nose awkwardly. Sir Later, here's what I'm thinking. You just need to make the magic rune bricks. You won't have to use magic to build the wall. I have the knights do the heavy lifting. You only need to reinforce it at the end. Roland quickly offered a compromise. That means I need to make 45 meters of magic rune bricks a day. Okay, I give it my all. Later pondered for a moment before finally agreeing to Roland's plan. Oh! By the way, Your Highness, a small group of wandering Raglan guards have come to join you. They should be arriving soon. Just as Roland was about to leave after receiving a satisfactory response, Rattle quickly informed him of the news. In his view, the glory of Raglan shone upon this final lord, and countless people, guided by the dragon god, had come to his side. Yes, I understand. I sent someone to meet them. Roland immediately realized that Old Man Rattle must have sensed the arrival of the Raglan guards. Your Highness! The Raglan guards, who had just arrived at the city, spotted Roland standing on the ruined wall. He raised his head at a 45-degree angle, looking up at the sky, trying his best to show off. Stand. Welcome back to the glorious bastions of Raglan. Roland extended his hand, signaling them to disregard formalities, and simultaneously began his art of persuasion. As expected, under Roland's influence, the Raglan guards, who had never seen the wickedness of human nature, were practically swearing to die for King Roland. Ivy, who happened to pass by, witnessed this scene. The little girl's eyes twitched, and she suddenly felt that her lord had the potential to become a high priest, a great charlatan. Look, a ready-made bricklayer? Roland's inner voice echoed with the laughter of a foreman. What? Hearing Roland's instructions, the Raglan guards' brains froze. What kind of lord was this? He actually ordered us Imperial guards to do such rough work. Then, they saw the knights, clad in standard Imperial knight armor, stripping off their armor. The Raglan guards looked at each other in silence, silently removing their infantry armor and joining the brick-moving crew. Huff, huff, huff. Old Man Rattle panted, leaning against the wall as he sat down. Clearly, his magic power had been exhausted. A small mountain of magic-patterned bricks had piled up before him. That's all. Take it away. Rattle gestured towards the pile of magic-patterned bricks before him. These bricks were inscribed with magic, and were sturdy. Compared to bricks made of ordinary stone, buildings built with these bricks would be much stronger. Roland had seen the walls of Raglan City, engraved with at least 10 kinds of magic, even capable of repelling magical attacks. The magic-patterned bricks Rattle was currently crafting were only the most basic. However, considering it was only the time of the Battle of the Lonely Mountain, the demand for advanced walls wasn't particularly high. If these walls were used during the War of the Ring, they wouldn't be up to par. Lacking a means of transport like carts, the knights managed to tie the bricks together with ropes and sling them onto their horses. Raglan's guards, lacking warhorses, had to laboriously carry the bricks themselves. Nearly 200 people busily worked up and down a section of the wall, less than 50 meters long. Rattle closed his eyes and meditated, a profound magical power slowly surging through him. Things are finally getting back on track. Roland smiled with satisfaction as he watched the busy crowd. Chapter 33. System Check-In. Roland opened his eyes early in the morning and went through his daily routine of checking in. Although the system didn't provide much useful information at the moment, it was better than nothing. Sign-in successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a small lava forge. A lava forge? How could I possibly use it on an adventure? How would I even be able to forge magical equipment now? Wait, forge! Roland was complaining about the system when his eyes suddenly lit up. The next second, Roland rushed out of the tent and headed for Grandpa Rattle's residence. Grandpa Rattle was fiddling with 5 griffin eggs. Since no one knew how to hatch them, they had left them to the care of the mage, the embodiment of wisdom. Seeing Roland approach, the cheerful later suddenly turned pale with fear. He said coldly, Your Highness, even if you're anxious, you should wait until I finish my meal. It's still dark, and you're rushing me to work? Old Later looked displeased. Roland scratched his head awkwardly and quickly explained, Your Highness, you misunderstood. I simply stumbled upon a small lava forge. My Highness, please don't be so ambitious. We can't afford magical equipment with our current wealth. Roland was interrupted by a terrified Later. He thought King Raglan was crazy. With the country in such a state of decline, he was still dreaming of magical equipment. Did he really think this was the Empire's heyday? No, I mean to build a blacksmith shop based around the lava forge. Do you think it's feasible? Roland said with a forced smile. Puff. Later pointed at Roland, completely forgetting that this was a disrespectful act. Coming from modern Blue Star, Roland paid no mind to what others might consider disrespectful. Your Highness. Are you crazy? Do you know what a lava forge is? Later asked weakly, assuming Roland didn't know what it was. I know. Isn't it just a furnace for forging various magical equipment? I figured if it can forge magical equipment, it should be able to forge ordinary equipment, right? Roland said nonchalantly. Did you know that activating a furnace requires magic crystals or a magician's magic power every time? Later thought Roland was being completely delusional, using such a high-end furnace to forge ordinary equipment. Was this the royal family's money power? It's just that I just remembered that a lot of the warriors' equipment is worn out. While we don't have the means to replace them right now, we can at least repair them, right? Roland said. Is a treasure like the lava forge really suitable for forging iron? Later looked at Roland with a strange expression. In his eyes, this was perhaps a case of selling one's father's land without feeling any regret. But we can't let soldiers go into battle with blunt weapons and damaged armor, right? We can't rely on the dwarves. It's better to keep our lifeblood, such as equipment, in our own hands. Roland didn't care about the consumption of the lava forge. He had fought his way through the old forest road, harvesting nearly 1,000 magic crystals from giant shadow spiders along the way. The consumption of the small lava forge wasn't high, so one magic ring would be enough for a long time. Later gave up after hearing Roland's words and simply sighed. He knew Roland was right. Letting soldiers carry such things into battle was a crime. Then, since your highness has made up his mind, why did you come to me? Later looked at Roland in confusion. Isn't it because I want you to come and build a professional blacksmith shop? Roland said awkwardly. Later's eyes twitched, and he resisted the urge to draw his staff and strike Roland in the face. Oh my goodness, have earth mages really become construction workers? Are mages lives so lowly now? The mental hint left by the system made Later unconditionally loyal to Roland, even though it was truly embarrassing for a war mage. Later responded and went out to select a site. Next are the supporting facilities. I can probably put together the tools, but this iron felt is a bit difficult. How about borrowing some from the dwarves? Roland pondered. Caslow, go to Arabore and ask the dwarves there for some iron felt. And buy some steel while you're at it. Roland finally decided to ask the dwarves for some. After all, there was plenty of that stuff in Arabore, and it wasn't worth much. He casually gave Caslow a storage ring capable of storing 100 cubic meters of inanimate objects. This was also a system bonus for signing in. For others, a space ring was a rare find, but for Roland, it was a mere trifle. Wasn't the space of a magic ring that large enough to be useful? As the sun rose, people gradually emerged from their shelters. 50 Bedanian archers ate a quick bite of black bread before carrying their nets and setting out to catch fish. The fish in the Rapid River were now the lifeblood of Rapid City. The remaining archers stood guard, while the Knights of the Holy Glory Knights and the Raglan City Guards prepared for another day of construction work. The residents, numbering less than 100, also began preparing food at home. Smoke curled into the air, and the town was filled with the scent of life. Your Highness, the smithy is complete. Once you have all the tools, you can start it. Later flashed to Roland's side, startling him. Oh! Okay, thank you very much, Roland thanked him. Renault, go investigate among the residents to see if anyone knows how to forge iron. We need a blacksmith. Roland glanced at Renault. The new guardsmen of Raglan City were fine, but the swords and lances of the knights, who had first followed Roland, were showing varying degrees of wear. The arrows of the Bedanian archers, though replenished several times, were still severely deficient. And their initial supply of star silver steel armor-piercing arrows. They were dwindling with each use. The War of Smog emptied their stock, and Roland's recovery efforts ultimately failed to recover many. However, the over 400 arrows found on Smog's body in the Lord of the Rings were preserved. Your Majesty, this citizen was once a blacksmith. A moment later, Renault returned from around, bringing someone with him. What's your name? Roland looked at the cowering, ragged man before him. Your Highness. My name is Renshuqiang. The man gritted his teeth. Don't be afraid. You can forge iron, right? Roland reassured him. Yes. Then can you repair and forge weapons? Roland asked his most pressing question. Once he could forge weapons, Roland's flood infantry would be well equipped. Yes, yes, yes. Renshuqiang nodded repeatedly, like a praying man. Well, that's great. When Castle returns, take him to the blacksmith's shop to repair the knight's equipment, Roland instructed Renault. He turned and walked towards the blacksmith's shop. He was going to set up the precious lava forge. The advantage of this thing was that it didn't require fuel. The hellfire lava contained within it would automatically release hellfire when stimulated by magic. The high temperature of the hellfire was sufficient to forge most materials. While Roland was busy installing the forge, the archers who had been fishing came back in a hurry. Chapter 34. Your Highness. A group of archers came running back, dusty and grimy. Their noisy chatter caught Roland's attention. Curious, He peeked out of the blacksmith's shop and was instantly stunned by the sight of the Bedanian archers. Some of the archers, once clad in fine mail, had their armor torn, some had scratches on their arms, and still others were soaking wet, like drowned rats. What happened? Roland narrowed his eyes. Could they be attacked by orcs? Sir, a gigantic octopus monster has appeared in the swift stream. It looks like a high-level monster at the very least. One of the archers gathered his words, and told Roland the whole story. It turned out the archers had gone out fishing in their boats. The fast-flowing river was still rich in winter, and they had already amassed more than a dozen baskets of fish. Just as they were working together to gather the nets, several thick tentacles suddenly emerged from the water. They quickly tore through the nets, and then a massive mouth with sharp teeth appeared, swallowing the fish in the net. The archers reacted and shot at the octopus-like creature with their bows and arrows. Unexpectedly, this only aroused its ferocity. The huge tentacles swung wildly. The 5 galleons surrounding it tore the men and horses to pieces. Fortunately, the Bedanian archers were extremely agile. They dodged the indiscriminate sweep of tentacles, but couldn't avoid falling into the water. Though rescued by the remaining 5 galleons, there were no casualties, but many were injured. Facing the octopus monster, which ordinary arrows could not kill, the Bedanian archers could only fire and retreat. They finally managed to beach their boats and quickly escape inland, and only then were they able to stop the monster's attack. What the hell? Are even the smallest beasts of burden daring to cause trouble? Roland was furious. This winter, the city of Swiftwater, starving for food and clothing, depended on the seafood of the Swiftwater River. Even Roland was now living on roasted fish with black bread or fish soup with black bread. How could they survive without these seafood? All the knights of Holy Glory will stay. Renault, you will protect Swiftwater. Guardsmen from Raglan and archers from Badania, follow me. Pastor Ivy and Lord Rattle, thank you for your help. Roland began assigning tasks. It was a pity that Castle wasn't here, otherwise, his flying dragon would have been a formidable weapon. Let's go! Let's go meet it. Roland gritted his teeth. Looking at the calming rapid river, Roland turned to Later. Sir Later, thank you for your help. This is my duty, your highness. Later bowed, and the next moment a massive surge of mental power was released from the staff in his hand. Judging by the amplification effect the staff had on Later, it was clearly no ordinary item. Under Later's control, the mental power continuously explored both sides of the river, centered around Later. Found it. Later suddenly opened his eyes. Mind explosion. Later unleashed a high-level mental spell. For an Earth-based war mage, using expensive mental spells was no big deal. After all, spellcasters compose spells from a combination of mental and magical power, and higher-level casters' mental power is undoubtedly as strong as their magical power. Boom! A muffled sound echoed from underwater. With the sound, a huge white ball of water surfaced and exploded, and a magical beast with dozens of tentacles was swept to the surface by the current. Water Watcher? Roland looked at the familiar barbed tentacles, and its ungainly appearance. Wasn't this the same Water Watcher that appeared in Mirror Lake at the west gate of Moria? Roland was a little surprised, but he felt relieved after thinking about it. Mirror Lake was originally a closed lake, connected only by a river. If an ancient creature like the Water Watcher could enter that narrow body of water, why couldn't it enter this vast, swift river? Shoot! Roland commanded his soldiers to attack. Compared to the crude archery of the Holy Glory Knights, the crossbows of the Raglan city guards were far more accurate. They couldn't hit anything they pointed at, but they were guaranteed to hit with a high probability. The skills of the Bedanian archers were even more exceptional. As expected, Roland looked solemnly at the Water Watcher, who was furious in the water due to pain. Although its thick skin was not as thick as dragon hide, Roland's remaining ordinary arrows were still unable to cause fatal damage in the hands of these low-level professionals. Light bullet! Ivy gathered a ball of light and fired it at the creature. Unexpectedly, the underwater observer reacted violently, the light burning its skin and sending it reeling with ecstasy. It's a creature of the Dark Alliance. It's afraid of light, fire, and holy attacks. Rattle exclaimed. Fighting it underwater was a struggle for the earth-attributed old man. Besides using mental power, he could only cast a few ranged spells, like falling rocks, which infuriated him. He possessed the power of a war mage, but couldn't fully utilize it, dealing even less damage than a third-level priest. He felt humiliated by the water-attributed creature. Holy Sword Judgment! Roland raised the Dragon Slayer's sword and plunged it fiercely into the ground. A massive golden hexagram emerged with the Dragon Slayer's sword at its center. Simultaneously, an identical hexagram formed above the underwater observer's head. The next second, A dragon slayer's sword, forged with divine power, flew down from the hexagram array, aiming directly at the underwater observer below. Squeak! The piercing sound tormented everyone's eardrums. Around a meter deep and half a palm deep was left on the underwater observer's head, and inky black blood continued to flow from the wound. Thank you, Lord Rattle. Roland couldn't help but give the old man a thumbs up. Although the old man no longer had the powerful power of earth magic, he still used his immense mental strength to restrict the underwater watcher's movements, preventing it from retreating into the water. It could only take a hit from Grand Knight Roland's Holy Sword Judgment. While Roland's move was impressive, it actually had significant flaws. First, it couldn't be used while moving like Renault, and it had a several-second delay before it could be released, which was extremely deadly on the battlefield. This showed that Roland relied too much on his men, and had never fully developed his own strength. With the rank of Knight Commander, he would find it difficult to defeat even a senior knight in actual combat. It was no wonder that Caslo stopped Roland from rushing up Raven Ridge to confront Azig. In this world, Azig's strength would be at most a Tier 5 professional, or even a Tier 6 tyrant, hero, or brave. Even Thorin, the Berserker, without the 7 rings of the dwarf, would probably only be able to deal a few simple blows. As for the movie-like counterattack, forget it. Holy Sword Judgment. Roland, his skill cooldown down, used the Paladin's ultimate again. It should be dead now. Roland sighed, holding his waist after unleashing his 47th Holy Sword Judgment. Ivy looked at Roland, whose battle energy had been completely depleted, then at the underwater watcher, nearly pierced by Holy Sword Judgment. A few dark lines hung over her head. Your Highness, enough. Enough. You already pierced this thing. Seeing the miserable state of the underwater watcher, Rattle quickly stopped Roland, who was still forcing himself to unleash his skills. Rattle would control the struggling underwater watcher in front, but the latter was already floating in the water, like a dead fish, vulnerable to Roland's attacks. Alright, keep fishing. Pull that thing out, dig out the magic crystal, and throw it aside. Roland glanced at the underwater watcher's corpse, thought of the inky black blood, and immediately stopped thinking about taking it back for food. What a pity for my galleons. Roland lamented the destruction of his 5 boats. His daily catch would be much smaller now. Looks like I have to pair the archers with the city guards to fish together. I hadn't considered the monsters in the river before. This isn't the Middle-earth Tolkien described? Roland sighed, having almost forgotten that this world was teeming with monsters. I'm going back to my smithy. Roland was still preoccupied with the smithy. His men's equipment was in dire need of repair. Chapter 35. After defeating the underwater watcher, Roland returned to Swiftwater. As he munched on some black bread, his heart sank as he thought of the fishing nets and galleons wrecked by the underwater watcher. The already unpalatable black bread lost its appetite even more. I had it so hard. Roland complained feebly about the damn winter, then casually opened the territory page in the system. The isolated Swiftwater floated on the page. Roland focused his consciousness on it, and immediately received information about Swiftwater's current state. Swiftwater, area, 1 kilometer in radius. Buildings, 1 dilapidated lord's castle, 82 ramshackle dwellings, 18 fragile dwellings, a dilapidated stone wall, under repair, a stone well, and a blacksmith's shop. Troops, 303. Population, 104, trainable civilians, 31, review, a lonely king leads the remnants of his people back to their homeland. This ruin, barely able to provide shelter, offers them some solace. Darkness still threatens the new king. The town has no productive capacity besides fishing, but its strong military might is perhaps its only draw. Note, the town has no war potential. A single devastating defeat could wipe it out. Abilities, 1. As the only territory of the Kingdom of Raglan in Middle-earth, it attracts the remnants of Raglan. The system will direct a wave of wandering Raglan civilians to this place daily. The Lord is expected to properly accommodate them. 2. Recruitment of local civilians to train flood infantry. Outrageous. Roland casually waved away the system's light screen. After all this time, he only had a population of 104, with only 31 male citizens eligible for military service. Worst of all, aside from fishing, there was no productive capacity at all. Roland was now extremely troubled. The town had no productive capacity at all. Besides fishing, the only thing it could do was ironwork. While it had a lava forge, without an alchemist, it was really just ironwork. And when it came to ironwork, weren't the dwarves in Lonely Mountain much better than Roland's half-baked men? It was winter, and Roland couldn't let his people leave the city to open up wasteland. Hunting was just as risky as encountering orcs. He was essentially feeding over 100 mouths for nothing, Their only use was helping the soldiers build the city. Passing by the blacksmith's shop, Roland saw Ren Shuqiang tampering at a magic forge. Soon, a fine steel longsword had been forged anew. This pleased Roland, as his soldiers' equipment was in need of repair. The iron armor was still a problem. But the leather inner armor was simply impossible to replace. As a result, most of the knights who once wore 3 layers of armor were left with only 2 layers of steel. Besides the outer plate and the inner mail, the leather lining had worn down to the point of losing its original effectiveness. Roland just wanted to say that this wasn't like the game. In the game, you could just pay the gold coins needed to replenish your equipment's durability, but in real life, you had to trade them in. Roland finally understood why the Knights' Order was so strong, but they had so few men to support them. They couldn't even afford to support them. Ever since the intense battle on Lonely Mountain, Roland's knights had been living in increasingly difficult circumstances. The massive loss of equipment, unable to be replaced, had significantly reduced the Order's strength. And that wasn't even factoring in the loss of warhorse equipment. God, give me all the infantry. I'm dead set. I'm not going to play knight anymore, Roland said despairingly. We must build a leather workshop first. Roland began to plan. After all, leather armor, a strategic commodity, required a complete leather workshop to mass produce it. While ordinary hometown leather could be made into armor, the efficiency was far too low. Let's go shopping. Maybe I can find something useful. Roland thought for a moment, and decided to try his luck. Raglan city guards? I don't need them. Raglan knights. Go away. I can't afford them. A high-level fire staff? What use would I have for it? An artifact. The Ring of Glory. Roland suddenly rubbed his eyes in disbelief. The Ring of Glory is also a mythic item in the Lord of the Rings game, higher in rank than legendary items. As the first of the 9 sacred rings, it possesses a special versatility that enhances the knight's initial skill, glory, comparable to the Ring of Fire in Gandalf's hands. The 9 sacred rings are the antithesis of the 9 rings worn by the 9 Nazgul-level Black Knights. Each of these rings corresponds to 9 different skills of the knight, representing the knight's ultimate goodness. They are, the first Ring of Glory, which enhances the knight's skill, glory, making the knight's order even more powerful. The second Ring of Mercy strengthens the knight's skill, mercy. When a knight with this ring uses mercy, the damage taken is halved. The third Ring of Justice strengthens the knight's skill, justice. When a knight uses justice, the damage dealt to evil creatures is doubled. The fourth Ring of Loyalty strengthens the knight's skill, loyalty. When a knight uses loyalty, the wearer of this ring will ignore all mental attacks. The fifth Ring of Fraternity strengthens the knight's skill, fraternity. When a knight uses fraternity, the resistance gain is doubled for those within the range of the fraternity skill. The sixth Ring of Guardian enhances the knight's skill, Guardian. When the wearer of this ring uses Guardian, the target becomes invincible, while the Guardian effect is active. The seventh Ring of Bravery enhances the knight's skill, Bravery. When the wearer of this ring uses Bravery, they ignore all crowd control effects. The eighth Ring of Humility enhances the knight's skill, Humility. The wearer of this ring receives double the buffs from Humility. The ninth Ring of Sacrifice enhances the knight's skill, Sacrifice. If the wearer of this ring dies after using Sacrifice, they can be resurrected. The resurrection effect has a cooldown of 1 year. The Ring of Sacrifice is undoubtedly the most powerful of these. After all, Sacrifice, as the knight's ultimate move, ignites life and soul in exchange for exponentially increased strength. A knight can only use Sacrifice once in their lifetime. When the light of Sacrifice blooms, it is both the knight's most brilliant moment and his last. The Ring of Sacrifice grants a knight the ability to use Sacrifice dozens of times throughout their lifetime. It is truly a truly extraordinary artifact. As for the knight class, truly no other class can defeat it during its apprenticeship period, as the apprentice knight skill pool is equally bottomless. Have you ever seen a class with 9 skills upon awakening? The knight is truly ruthless. Aside from the glory skill that unites them into the Order of Knights, the other 8 skills are various status skills and support skills, establishing the knight's position as a mainstay on the battlefield. These 9 skills are not only the knight's skills, but also represent the spirit of chivalry, a spiritual pursuit comparable to Assassin's Creed. 500,000 wealth points? So cheap? Roland exclaimed in disbelief upon seeing the price tag on the back. That's right. After all, the Ring of Glory is about the same price. Roland sighed, his face falling. The Ring of Glory was probably the worst of the bunch. After all, its individual bonuses weren't as good as the other rings, and its group bonuses weren't as good as the Ring of Fraternity. Besides increasing the overall strength of the knights, it didn't do much, and the bonuses weren't particularly powerful. It earned its place among the artifacts because it could buff an unlimited number of knights. As long as you used the glory skill under the ring's owner's command, you could achieve a comprehensive buff. Imagine using this thing with 100,000 knights. Even a real dragon riders would be enough to scatter their ashes. Wow. It's like going back to the days before liberation. I bought it. Roland painfully paid 500,000 wealth points for the Ring of Glory. Ugh. What a loss. He amassed 1,000,000 wealth points looting Thorin to buy a few items, and now it was worth more than half. Then he firmly slid the ring onto his right index finger. Chapter 36. It's so nice to be rich. Roland tearfully slipped the Ring of Glory onto his right index finger, nearly bursting into tears. His wealth had instantly dwindled, but even then, it looked quite nice paired with the magic ring on his left index finger, giving it a distinctly nouveau riche look. With a gold base and an octagonal ruby inlaid, tiny lines of law flowed silently across the ring's surface, making it clear it was no ordinary item. Wow! Your Excellency, this ring is beautiful. I sense a divine aura within it. Caslow suddenly leaned over to examine the Ring of Glory with Roland. How could it not be beautiful? A full 500,000 wealth points are attached to it. Roland thought to himself. In the game, Roland had never obtained any of the 9 knight rings, but he knew that 5 of the holy rings were in the hands of Emperor Charlemagne. Get out of the way! Don't talk nonsense if you don't understand. Renault suddenly appeared behind Caslow and threw him out. After carefully examining the ring, he suddenly knelt respectfully on one knee. Congratulations, my king. This is the first of the holy rings. The Ring of Glory. It seems the glory of the Raglan Empire has recognized you. Renault bowed his head respectfully. As a paladin, he had systematically studied the knowledge of the holy rings, and he recognized this artifact ring at a glance. What? Renault, are you sure? This is the Ring of Glory? Caslow exclaimed in shock. King, please try using glory, Renault suggested respectfully. Glory. Although Roland knew it was the Ring of Glory, he still followed Renault's advice. Openly displaying the return of the Ring of Glory to everyone would help strengthen their cohesion. A crimson gold light emanated, distinct from the pale golden glory released by ordinary knights. Then, Renault, Caslow, and the other knights uncontrollably released their glory. Suddenly, the glory power within them was stained crimson gold. Their powers gradually merged, completing the knights' combined attack on the ground. God bless Raglan. Dragon God. One of the 5 rings is returned. King, you are destined to revive Raglan. Renault murmured, looking at Roland. In reality, the Raglan Empire possessed the 9 divine rings alone. They were originally created to combat the 9 ring wraiths and their black knights. The system altered everyone's memories, making them believe these 9 rings appeared long ago and were lost to time. 5 rings? Roland exclaimed in surprise. Yes, they are the first ring of honor, the second ring of mercy, the 6th ring of protection, the 7th ring of valor, and the 9th ring of sacrifice. These were once part of the royal family. But unfortunately, they were lost. Renault sighed. But the Ring of Honor has returned, hasn't it? And with it, the glory of Raglan will return. Roland smiled at Renault. You are right, King. Renault nodded firmly. 9 rings. That's a long time. Roland thought, gazing at the sky. But having all 10 fingers covered in rings must feel amazing. Roland began another round of daydreaming. Your Excellency has an elf named Legolas seeking an audience. Renault entered the tent and found Roland slumped in a chair covered in soft fur. Legolas? What's he doing here? Roland asked in surprise. According to Thranduil's instructions, he should have gone to the Dunedain tribe in the north to find a ranger nicknamed Strider, who would later become Aragorn, the king of men. Why was he here? Let him come over. Roland thought it would be better to meet him. After all, he was the one with the protagonist's aura. Legolas, long time no see. Roland stood up and nodded. Greetings, King Roland. Legolas saluted, his right hand resting on his chest. Well, what brings you here? Oh, and by the way, this place is in ruins. We're sorry we don't have anything nice to offer you. If you don't mind, you can stay and enjoy a simple meal. Roland apologized. After all, it was quite rude for the host to be unable to entertain his guests. It's okay. I came to tell you about the north. Legolas nervously pulled a map from his pocket. The north? What are the orcs up to again? Roland was startled. He was particularly concerned about the orcs in the north, and of course, the orcs from the south were also a concern. The orc army in the northern fortress of Gundabad has begun to gather again, Legolas said solemnly. Merciless. Have they already gathered? Roland's eyes widened. Not yet, but when I crossed the Grey Mountains, they discovered the orcs living in the mountains rushing to Gundabad. Legolas stared at Roland. What did Bard and Thorin say? Roland asked. They will fight to the death to defend their homeland. Legolas had obviously been to Arabore and Dale. The north depends on them. I do my best to stop the orcs from the south. Roland examined the map carefully. The south? Legolas was stunned. Doggled. The orc army led by Azig is entrenched in the old fortress. You won't ignore the south, will you? Roland asked in surprise. I'm from the north. Legolas scratched his head sheepishly. I go. Forget it. I send someone across the river to set up a post on the west bank, and my army will scout along the banks of the swift current. Roland rubbed his brow and said helplessly to Legolas, Thank you for your help. I have to go north and won't stay any longer. Take care, King Roland. Legolas bowed his head in greeting and turned to leave the tent. Renault! Roland called out. What's wrong, King? Renault walked in after hearing Roland's call. Let's put the city building aside for now. Lead the knights across the river and find a place to camp on the other side. I have Mage Rattle help you build an outpost. Your daily mission will be to scout the orcs' movements along the swift stream. Also, have Castle accompany you. It'd be much easier with him, Roland instructed. Where your thoughts lead, my sword will follow, Renault said respectfully. Watching Renault retreat, Roland suddenly felt a surge of panic. He realized he was completely unprepared to confront the orcs head-on. The orc army from Dol Guldur heading north would undoubtedly prioritize attacking Swift Stream, a city with inadequate defenses. Your Highness, don't worry, it's already winter. Old Master Rattle suddenly appeared in the tent. Winter? Roland savored the words. Midwinter isn't a good time to attack. You should be thinking about how to face the next spring. Later advised Roland. The orcs couldn't attack in winter. Even if the defeat in the first battle of Lonely Mountain didn't cripple them, it would definitely hurt them for a long time. They needed to gather their strength. It seems we need to prepare for the second battle of Lonely Mountain, Roland sighed. Perhaps the defense of River Rapids. Roland suddenly said with a self-deprecating laugh. Chapter 37. The next morning, Renault led all the knights across the swift river in batches. With the help of Rattle, they constructed a seemingly unassuming but sturdy outpost. Rattle had constructed the entire structure using earth magic. The outer perimeter was surrounded by a square stone wall 100 meters long, 3 meters thick, and 6 meters high. Inside, they built wooden sheds to serve as stables. In the center stood a 10-meter-long, 15-meter-high sentry tower for both surveillance and living quarters. Atop it, a beacon tower was erected to alert the city of Swift River across the river. The cost of maintaining this outpost was that old Rattle had consumed his entire supply of mana-regenerating potions, but even then, he was weakened by the excessive mana depletion. Caslo, stay here. I lead my men to scout along the riverbank. Renault waved to Caslo. Well, if something happens, don't fight head-on. At worst, we can retreat to Riverstorm and hold it, Caslo warned. He worried that Roland might be careless, and be lured deeper into the city by the orcs. After all, a knight depleted of battle spirit was no match for infantry. Hold the city. Rainer's mouth twitched. He thought of Riverstorm's pitiful walls, and it felt even less reliable. Go soon, come back soon. Caslo patted his horse's rump, and the fine char steed charged out like an arrow from a bow. Boom! Amid the clatter of galloping hooves, Rainer and the Holy Glory Knights drifted away. I hope everything is safe, Caslo sighed, then mounted the dragon saddle. With a flap of its 4-legged flying dragon's wings, it soared into the air, heading deep into the dark forest. How's your reconnaissance going? Azig's small eyes fixed on an orc before him, his voice fierce. Master, we haven't discovered anything yet. That army seems to have appeared out of nowhere, the orc leader explained, stammering. Roar! Azig roared, and the iron claws embedded in his left arm plunged directly into the orc's neck. With a powerful lift, he lifted the orc high into the air, and casually tossed him into the wolf pack. Instantly dozens of wolves leaped up and tore him apart in midair. Waste, you don't deserve to live. Azig shouted fiercely, and countless orcs beneath him lowered their heads in fear. Find them. I want to know where they came from. The angry roar echoed through the abandoned castle. Sir, we reached the old forest road, a knight said to the halting Renault. Returning here again, Renault pondered for a long time. Back then, the mighty Rush infantry had followed the king north to participate in the Battle of Lonely Mountain. Now, he and his men had returned, but what they possessed remained on Lonely Mountain. Teams of 10, spread out and scout. Renault glanced around casually. Human knights. The orcs, with their keen hearing, had spotted them long before the knights of the Holy Glory. They lay quietly in ambush in the shadows of the woods, ready to pounce at any moment. Why does it feel so eerie? A knight raised his lance warily, surveying his surroundings. Be careful. I feel this. Ah! A knight screamed. An orc, descending from the sky, successfully stabbed the knight with his dagger. Due to the angle, the dagger pierced the plate armor and lodged itself in the knight's shoulder socket. Roar! The enraged knights swung their swords and slashed furiously. Orcs! The screams echoed from afar. Capture them! Let's go! A small orc leader waved at the surrounding orcs. Honor, mercy, humility. The knights superimposed various states on themselves except for sacrifice. For the glory of Raglan. Charge! 10 surrounded knights swiftly broke through the orcs' thin encirclement and galloped away. Lek! Hold on! Don't fall asleep! The galloping knights surrounded the injured knight and quickly emerged from the forest. The knights who were with them kept urging the injured knight to keep from falling asleep. Lord Renault. Orcs. After spotting Renault and his group at the riverbank from afar, the knights quickly led their companions to rejoin them. Alert! Renault immediately cast his gaze towards the injured knight. Holy inspiration. Holy healing. A soft golden light fell upon the knight. Reawakening, he gritted his teeth and pulled out the dagger embedded in his flesh. Ouch! Pain grimaced, and he desperately tightened his grip on his weapon to soothe the pain. All right, young man. You're brave. As he passed by Renault, the knight suddenly heard the whispered words. Excessive blood loss had left him drowsy, but under the divine healing power, his wounds quickly healed and scabbed. Clang! Renault casually hung his lance beside his saddle, and drew his beloved knight's sword. Compared to the bulky lance, the 1.5-meter-long sword seemed incredibly agile. Slash! Renault shouted softly, his entire body brimming with battle energy as it surged towards the knight's sword. The peaceful, sacred energy formed a blade beam roughly 3 meters long from the blade's outer edge. As the word slash fell, the golden blade light swiftly swept through the surging orcs, dissipating behind them. The orcs whose upper bodies were struck by the sword's light continued to struggle forward, but their lower halves had been severed, leaving them stagnant. Their limbs torn apart, they lay on the ground wailing uncontrollably. Renault watched them with indifference as they writhed and groaned in their own entrails and blood. He carefully examined their totems and discovered that these orcs came from the same place as the first orcs who had arrived at the foot of Lonely Mountain. Dol Guldur. Trouble. The orcs are right under our noses. Renault's eyes were filled with anxiety. If Legolas hadn't brought the unusual movements of the orcs in the north, reminding Roland of the orc army in the south, they probably wouldn't have noticed until the orcs were at their doorstep. We can't fight on two fronts. A knight muttered, observing the situation. But we probably have to fight on two fronts again. Raynor sighed softly, his gaze gazing into the distance. So, Azig in the south can't hold back anymore? Roland stared at Raynor's report in surprise from the warm tent. We're in big trouble, said the weakened old man later, as he toyed with a griffin egg he had brought with him. Well, this trouble is truly enormous. If they attack, we bear the brunt. Dale and Arabore can offer us little help, and they also need to guard against orcs from the north crossing the Lonely Mountain to attack them. The only ones who can intervene. Well, what can you expect from the elves? Roland analyzed. Goodness. It seems these allies are useless. Castle rolled his eyes. Instead of hoping for reinforcements from Thranduil, consider Dane Ironfoot's army. Later raised an eyebrow. Your Highness, there's something going on the other side of the river. A Battanian archer suddenly rushed in. Chapter 38. What's going on? Roland was startled. Could it be the orc army charging towards us? Your Highness, there are so many people coming from the other side of the river. Looks like there are over 1,000 of them. The soldier honestly told Roland the truth. Oh my god! Could it be that Rivendell City has been bombed? Roland jumped up. Besides Rivendell City, Roland couldn't think of any other place in this northern land where thousands of humans could have escaped. At this moment, at the Heshi outpost, the knights stationed there had already climbed the walls, bows in hand, nervously gazing at the sea of people before them. Excuse me, may I meet the lord of this place? A young man with golden hair stepped forward. The knights on the wall remained silent. The best course of action was to remain silent until their lord arrived. Who? Caslo, riding his four-legged flying dragon, Cardo, carried Roland to the site. The dragon landed on the top of the sentry tower, and Roland leaped down from its back. Your Highness, they wish to see you. A knight approached and reported to Roland. To see me? Okay, see you. Roland nodded. The ironclad wooden door opened a crack, and the young man outside the sentry post slipped in. The door then closed immediately. Greetings, respected lord of this place. It's a pleasure to meet you. I am Lord Whitewing of the Carden tribe from the northern wastes. Whitewing bowed. Even through the sentry post, one could see the lord's extraordinary power. The magical energy flowing through it, the intricate magic patterns, and the mighty dragon knight just now all revealed the lord's immense strength. Hello, I'm Roland, king of the kingdom of Raglan. Roland nodded in greeting. Whitewing looked up in surprise, having never thought that the young man before him, about his own age, was actually the king. But that made sense. After all, only a powerful kingdom could support a strategic force like the Dragon Knights. I wonder if Whitewing would burst into tears when he saw the true state of River Rapids. So what's your purpose? Roland asked curiously. So, can we rent this outpost for our temporary shelter? Whitewing's words startled Roland. What do you mean? Roland was stunned. Our tribe was destroyed in the war in the north. We had no choice but to cross the Grey Mountains and head south to avoid the attacks of the northern orcs. Whitewing said sheepishly. Have you been to Dale and Arabore? Roland suddenly asked. I already visited Lord Bard of Rivendell. He wanted to persuade us to stay there, but I declined. After all, we still hope for independence, and my people still need my leadership, Whitewing explained. Yes, Roland nodded, agreeing. After all, the resource lords were fighting for was population, and no lord wanted to merge with another. Bard had only just risen from humble beginnings, otherwise, he wouldn't have made such an impolite suggestion. Roland looked at Whitewing with regret, feeling a pang of sympathy. This foolish child had led his people from the jaws of death to the very depths of a wolf's lair, and had even offered to serve as Roland's shield. Roland couldn't bear to deceive such a kind person. I regret to inform you that you haven't escaped the orcs' harassment yet. Roland looked at Whitewing with pity, gently pulling out a sheepskin map and pointing to the location of Dol Guldur. Here lies the orc kingdom, with King Azig, a pale orc whose strength is at least level 5 or 6. Mount Gundabad. Gunad. The orc fortress in the north also houses an orc kingdom. Congratulations. You've been successfully pincered by the orcs. Roland sighed regretfully. To be honest, the Battle of Lonely Mountain took place at the foot of Lonely Mountain a while ago, where the combined forces of dwarves, humans, and elves triumphed miserably. The orcs are now plotting a comeback. Roland dropped another bombshell. Whitewing's eyes widened, an expression that said, I'm from the countryside, I haven't read much, don't lie to me. In fact, this is reality. Roland spread his hands. If you truly intend to stay here, this outpost is yours. You can build a fort here. We won't interfere with the entire land west of the Swift River, as long as you can conquer the other lords of that land. Roland said calmly, sitting in his chair. I want to know what the orcs are doing in these areas right now. Whitewing pondered for a moment, then pointed at Dol Guldur. Your concerns are exactly what I'm worried about. Roland sighed softly. My knights just engaged them recently, and they're already consciously extending their reach northward. By next spring at the latest. Roland looked at Whitewing, and said nothing, but he knew Whitewing understood his meaning. If the orcs living here attack us, will you aid us? Whitewing asked the question that concerned him most. Of course, I understand the principle of lips and teeth being cold. We won't stand idly by. After all, across the Swift River lies our kingdom. Roland's gaze fell on the Swift River outside the window. This nearly 10-kilometer wide river served as a natural barrier against the orcs' attacks. We decided to stay here. Whitewing thought for a moment, then raised his head and answered loudly. Sir, are we going to give this place to them? Castle whispered to Roland, watching the knights crossing the river in batches. What? You plan to leave our men here to face the orc army? Roland glared at Caslo and said unhappily. They have a population advantage over us. Roland glanced enviously at the busy humans of the northern tribe before him. There were at least 3,000 of them, nearly 500 soldiers. What surprised Roland most was seeing nearly 40 knights. Whitewing said these were the remnants of their tribe after the devastating war. Shouldn't they have formed a knightly order in their heyday? Many hands make work faster. Caslo enviously gazed at the men who had already brought in the felled logs to build the log walls. Don't worry, our people are returning every day, Roland reassured him with a smile. Sir, are you referring to the less than 150 people who have returned to River Rapids in 2 weeks? I see dwarves crossing the Misty Mountains back to Arabore all the time. Caslo said with a scowl. Well, after all, Our wandering people are a bit scattered. Roland smiled awkwardly. What Roland didn't know was that his small act of retaining White Wing would eventually shape the kingdom of Aquavia, known as the Northern Twin Stars, alongside the River Valley Kingdom. Its creator, King White Wing, was currently busy building his first town. Alright, West Coast, don't worry too much. Now it's time to improve our city defenses. Those 2-meter-high walls really don't provide any sense of security at all, Roland complained. Because of the insignificant walls, the night patrols of River Rapids no longer patrol the walls. They only patrol and stand guard around inhabited houses. Roland was truly fed up with the insignificant walls. Every morning, he would have to organize soldiers to clear the uninhabited areas, as wild beasts and wandering orcs would scale the walls and rest in the dilapidated houses. You probably have to wait. Lord Rattle is still weakened by excessive magic power consumption, Caslo suddenly said weakly. Alas. I'm tired. Destroy it. Chapter 39. System check-in. Roland said weakly, hanging in his hammock. Sign-in successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining El Nino Ranger *10. Oh my god, you finally didn't give me any iron ingots, desks, or anything like that today. Roland lay in his hammock, looking bored, not wanting to get up. This damn system only knew how to give out useless junk all day long. No, I shouldn't say useless, it's just that it's not what Roland needs right now. Roland is short of food. He's almost graying with worry. The supplies he bought from the dwarves are running low as the population grows. Last night, Renault went to take inventory and found that even if they were frugal, judging by the current daily population growth in River Rapids, they wouldn't make it through spring. Within 3 months, the number of civilians in River Rapids would have to exceed at least 1,000. Thinking of this, Roland couldn't help but envy White Wing. He had inherited a well-established power. Although forced to migrate south, most of their supplies had been preserved. Hundreds of carts alone carried them. Add to that the supplies brought by the civilians themselves, and excluding the orcs, their lives were definitely much better than Roland's. Let the civilians cut down more trees, and build their own wooden boats for fishing. The soldiers' output alone simply isn't enough, and wasting precious manpower here is a shame, Roland thought to himself. Caslo, what are the people from the Cardan tribe across the way doing? Roland lifted the tent and walked out, just in time to meet Caslo coming towards him. Since Caslo rode his dragon out for reconnaissance every day, he had a good idea of what was going on. They're cutting down trees to build a city wall. I just noticed they have a few earth mages, but unfortunately their levels are so low that they can't create magic pattern stone bricks. They can only cast earth spikes to break them up and use them as fortification. Caslo thought for a moment and said, then they should be making rapid progress. After all, they have a large number of people, and wooden and stone walls present the least challenge. Roland shrugged. As long as they have the walls, they shouldn't fear an orc attack. After all, they still have over 500 soldiers, and at least 100 professionals. A population base of nearly 4,000 provides them with great combat potential. Caslo expressed high hopes for their human allies on the other side. That's right, Roland nodded. I wonder if there were any northerners migrating southward in Middle-earth in history. Roland had seen no trace of them. If such a northerner did migrate south, their fate could be either merging with the River Valley under Bard's command, or being wiped out in the war with the Easterlings of the Wasteland. However, the northerners of White Wing and his group don't seem particularly proficient in horsemanship. They're more like tribes that excel at fighting on foot. The Hussar Kingdom next to Gondor, Rohan, are also composed of northerners. One cannot help but sigh that the northerners' fighting power is indeed much stronger than that of the people of Middle-earth. Your Majesty, a group of El Nino Rangers have come to you. Raynor found Roland. Well, bring them to me, Roland said calmly. The system sign-in reward had finally arrived. Your Highness, may the El Nino Forest shelter you and me. The Rangers bowed. Roland now had a chance to examine the game's most mysterious El Nino Rangers. This group of Rangers originated from the El Nino Forest beside the inner sea of Rune. Who knows what they went through, but their dragon-slaying exploits have made them one of the most legendary of all military units. During the Human-Dragon War, the only human army to reach Dragon Island was the El Nino Rangers. Their exceptional strength, combined with their superb archery and unique professional skills, slew many dragons during the war. The subsequent scarcity of human dragon riders was largely due to the El Nino Rangers' past. El Nino Rangers' battle record is inextricably linked. After all, 3/4 of the dragons on Dragon Island were slain by El Nino Rangers. Of course, the battle also immediately turned the El Nino Rangers, who had previously maintained a healthy population, into an endangered species. Note: in the Lord of the Rings universe, since there are no beings like the Valamia, Amon, the western land of eternity, no longer exists. In its place is a vast dragon island, home to countless dragons and various magical beasts. Ah, if only it had been given to me sooner, perhaps Laketown could have been preserved. Roland sighed softly. As dragon slayers, El Nino Rangers possess a unique skill: the falling dragon arrow. Magical arrows imbued with this skill practically negate the high defense of dragon hide, effectively delivering a deadly strike. Roland nodded in satisfaction. The El Nino Rangers were truly a legitimate ranger team. Their high attack, high agility, and low defense were perfectly demonstrated. Their meticulously crafted mithril longbows were strung with bowstrings made of dragon sinew. Their torsos were barely protected by close-fitting leather armor woven from dragon hide. To maintain their flexibility, they wore only dragon scale greaves and arm armor. The rune blades they carried on their backs demonstrated their impressive melee capabilities. Living in harmony with nature, they wore no helmets, only dragon scale headbands for decoration. So not everyone is like a Bedanian archer. Roland nodded in agreement. After all, the heavy armor and nimble movements of the Bedanian archers made them completely unlike a backline class, like archers. The El Nino Rangers had successfully reunited Roland with the archers. Sure enough, archers in heavy armor were considered heretics. However, Roland was very interested in the Avalon Rangers, who lived in the Avalon Elf tribe at the northern end of the Eastern Mountains. As one of the few professionals who practiced both martial arts and magic, the Avalon Rangers were arguably at the top of the entire continent. This small kingdom of night elves had given birth to the strongest rangers in Middle-earth. If the opportunity arose, Roland wouldn't mind recruiting a few teams of Avalon Rangers. These professionals, who defied the fragile physiques of lightly armored classes, were like can openers and harvesters. Roland was full of anticipation. You will stay here as my personal guard. After some thought, Roland finally decided to use these El Nino Rangers as his personal guard. After all, their numbers were few, and forming a separate unit would be a drop in the bucket in any battle. It would be better to keep them nearby to guard against attacks from the sky. Roland didn't know whether the orcs had Sky Knights, but Soren had a group of abyssal behemoths in his hands. Rather than calling them abyssal behemoths, it would be better to call them demonic flying dragons. Their similar appearance to wyverns, and the immense demonic energy they emanate indicate a close relationship with dragons. Even if they are not true dragons, they are at least top-tier sub-dragons. Roland will definitely have to fight with Soren in the later stage. This small team of El Nino Rangers is the guarantee to protect Roland from the decapitation tactics of the Sky Knights. An army without anti-Sky Knights will have a hard time facing an army with Sky Knights. For details, please refer to the Azig brothers, whose military strength is superior to that of the three-tribe coalition. If this friend had not received the assistance of the Gambata war bats, the unrestrained Caslo would definitely tell them what the Dragon Knights mean to them. Even the restrained Caslo caused unimaginable casualties and damage to the orc army. The orcs who invaded the Valley City said they have the most say in this. After all, not everyone can be patronized by dragon language magic. Chapter 40. Watching El Nino's Rangers settle into their roles, Roland suddenly remembered he still had a valuable treasure in his hands. Boom! In the open space outside the city, a golden-red shadow slammed heavily to the ground, and a sulphurous smell filled the air. Look, I almost forgot about that 141-meter-long smog. Roland clapped his hands and turned to look at the stunned crowd. Even though everyone was accustomed to seeing Kaldor, over 15 meters long, soaring overhead all day long, a flying dragon of this size was practically unique. An adult dragon typically measures around 30 meters. And Smog, 141 meters? He had lost his dragon language magic in exchange for unparalleled strength and melee ability. Giant dragon, what? A flying dragon species is resisting dragon language magic? Ranger El Nino, huh? Are flying dragons so inflated these days? Oh my! What a great find! Your Highness, why didn't you bring it out sooner? Later ran over with a smile. For mages pursuing the truth of magic, every part of a dragon is a valuable material. Caslo, Renault, you two, take your men and pluck all his scales. These dragon scales and hides are excellent armor materials. Roland rubbed his hands excitedly. Slaying dragons makes you rich, and slaying dragons makes you richer. Ah! What a huge dragon! Ivy ran behind later, as if startled. By the way, pluck all the dragon fangs too. We can make weapons. Roland added. Dragon wings are top-notch material for magic cloaks. Don't waste them by cutting them. Later condense the earth element into an elemental blade and began cutting the dragon's wing membrane himself. Dragon eyes. We need to remove the dragon eyes too. An inspection I crafted from such large dragon eyes must have a wide range. After the initial panic, the lovely Reverend Ivy perked up, giving instructions to the group. Be careful. Don't cut it. Dragon blood is expensive. Caslow dismissed the clumsy knight, and carefully pried off the dragon's scales himself. Reverse scale. Reverse scale. Don't forget to find his reverse scale. Roland thought of the noblest scales of the true dragon, the ones imbued with magical powers. Bucket! Bucket! It's cut here! Get a bucket! Renault cried out. The hard dragon scales were embedded in the thick hide. Renault struggled to pry off a few scales, but he accidentally used too much force, causing the scalding blood to seep out. Here it comes! Here comes the bucket, sir! The waiting Bedanian archer quickly handed over the wooden bucket. Don't open the skull. Later cursed as he saw the Bedanian archer, chiseling and swinging a great mithril hammer to rip the brain and extract the crystal. He snatched the hammer away, but the weight of the hammerhead caused him to tilt, and his old waist cracked. Prodigal. You can't extract dragon crystal like that. You have to skin and flesh it out, then dig it out from the hollows in the bones. Later rubbed his waist and grimaced. No! Don't pull out that arrow. Roland shouted hurriedly, as he saw an El Nino ranger trying to retrieve the black arrow lodged in the dragon's heart. If you pull out the arrow, the blood will gush out of your heart. Find a basin. You guys work together to pull it out. Don't waste it. He's covered in golden coins. Roland commanded. Hey there. Go get the villagers and get some big saws. Caslow spat into his palm, plotting against Smog's sharp claws. Upstairs. Be steady when cutting and bleeding. Watch out for the dragon tendons. Whether our archers can use dragon string bows in the future depends on your steady hands. If anyone breaks a dragon tendon, I pull it out to make bowstrings. Roland walked with a relentless gait as he inspected everyone's work. Observing the enthusiastic crowd, Caslow's four-legged flying dragon, Cardo, glanced sympathetically at Smog's corpse, then turned his head and glanced around. While no one was paying attention, he quietly moved aside. This place is terrifying. They were looking at Smog's remains like a pile of treasure, the kind that would hold its value. Cardo shuddered. He couldn't understand why, as a flying dragon, he could completely ignore temperatures in the tens of degrees below zero, yet he felt an inexplicable chill at this moment. Humans are so terrifying. Oh my god! That dragon tendon is so long. Pull it out. How many bowstrings can be made from over 100 meters of dragon tendon? Roland sighed. In the end, Cardo couldn't escape the clutches of Roland and his group. He was now cautiously stepping out, carrying a rope on his back. The other end of the rope was tightly bound to a dragon tendon as thick as a human head. TSK, this dragon bone is quite good. Old man Rattle cheerfully tapped his exposed ribs. The dull sound was so pleasant to his ears. Sir Rattle, what else can this dragon bone be used for besides making equipment? Roland asked curiously. Ha ha ha, your highness. Once you earn the loyalty of Lagran's pharmacists or alchemists, you understand. Dragon bone is a crucial ingredient in countless alchemical items and potions. Rattle explained to Roland, stroking his beard. Hey! Break off those thorns. Polish them smooth, and they be an armor-piercing spear. Raynor spotted the missing thorn on the dragon's tail. And just like that, in less than half a day, Smog, once the mighty ruler of Lonely Mountain, had successfully contributed to Roland's development. Rumor has it, Smog's legacy even served him well in the founding of his nation years later. One can't help but wonder why warriors have always been so passionate about slaying dragons. It's incredibly lucrative. The wealth from a single dragon could support an entire family. Thousands of washbasin-sized scales, nearly 100 bundles of cut dragon skin, 64 dragon fangs of varying sizes, a washbasin-sized dragon crystal, 7 dragon tendons, 20 claws, a pile of dragon meat, and 100 buckets of dragon blood. Roland counted his harvest as he stored it in the system. Sudden wealth? Roland exclaimed. For a moment, he even stole a few glances at Caslow's flying dragon. It turns out slaying dragons to make a fortune is truly addictive. Isn't there a lava forge in the city? We can craft dragon scales into armor, Roland said with great enthusiasm. In his mind, he imagined Lagran soldiers clad in dragon hide and dragon scale armor marching across Slovenian. Your Highness, we don't have the resources to equip magical equipment yet. In fact, Later quickly poured cold water on him. Because at the moment, Streamwind City lacked any other rare materials for forging besides the basic lava forge. Besides, it would be better to find a way to complete Streamwind City's walls than waste time on currently dispensable magical equipment. Ah, I see, Roland said dejectedly. He had been too naive. Possessing vast wealth was a good thing, but unfortunately, Roland currently lacked the ability to cash it in. Chapter 41. Your Highness, perhaps you should come and see this. Later suddenly burst into Roland's tent early that morning, his voice brimming with excitement. Oh! Roland's interest was instantly piqued. Chirp, chirp. Pushing open the half-open door, Roland immediately spotted 5 little griffins scrambling about in a straw nest. Their brown bodies, white heads, and fluttering tan wings made them look incredibly adorable, completely unlike the ferocious image they would later portray. Having just opened their eyes, they were filled with curiosity about everything. Seeing Roland push the door open, the little griffins showed no sign of shyness. Instead, they all stood up and came to the edge of the nest, their mouths open, crying out for food. Sir, later, they actually hatched. Isn't that the wrong time? Roland remembered that a griffin takes at least 4 weeks to hatch, but this one should have hatched in less than 2 weeks. Roland even thought his griffin was a fake. Haha, it took me 2 weeks on the way here. Later smiled and stroked his beard. Oh, no wonder. Roland suddenly understood. Your Highness should consider training griffin knights, and finding suitable knights for them should also be put on the agenda. Later looked at Roland with admiration, his heart filled with relief. Yes, it's time to consider the issue of griffin knights, Roland said thoughtfully. After all, it was best to train griffins as knights from a young age. Griffins were extremely loyal beasts, typically only recognizing their first master or the offspring entrusted by their master. Throughout their centuries-long lives, they would follow their original master, fighting and living alongside him. After their master's death, they would accompany their master's offspring, living and fighting until their own death. Therefore, a single griffin could often forge a family of sky knights that would last for hundreds of years. Therefore, the selection of these 5 griffin knights would require rigorous scrutiny. Although the people and soldiers under his rule were currently 100% loyal to Roland, that would be hard to say in the future as his business expanded and his territory expanded. Incidentally, the lifespan of the Lagrand is just as long as that of the Númenóreans, though a little shorter, at 200 or 300 years. Therefore, if nothing unexpected happens, 1 griffin is enough to support a Sky Knight's family for 3 generations. Caslow. Roland found Caslow feeding a dragon. He looked up to see Roland approaching him with a brisk, unconcerned gait. Sir! What's the good news? Caslow immediately saw the excitement on Roland's face. The griffins have hatched, and we can find riders for them, Roland said happily. That's great news. In a year, we have 5 griffin riders ready to go. Finally, I won't have to guard the skies alone. Caslow breathed a sigh of relief. As a dragon rider, you should be able to train griffin riders, right? Roland looked Caslow over with a scrutinizing gaze. Sir, you're underestimating me. Besides the dragon knight, training any other aerial knight is just as easy. Caslow was furious. In the professional field of aerial combat, Caslow defied anyone except the dragon knight. Who dared to surpass him? Perhaps they hadn't experienced the despair of a dragon's attack? So confident? From what I hear, the Holy Light Pegasus Knight seems to be no less capable than the Dragon Knight. Roland suddenly said in a gloomy voice. My lord, how many years have the Holy Light Pegasus been extinct? How could such a creature, so brittle it seems, still exist? Caslow was immediately dismayed. The Holy Light Pegasus's sacred attributes made them as powerful as flying dragons, but their limited population was a major drawback, and they ultimately seemed to have driven themselves to extinction. The main reason was that the wild Holy Light Pegasus were so scattered that one might never encounter another Holy Light Pegasus of the opposite sex. You never know, maybe a Holy Light Pegasus Knight will return someday. Roland smiled mysteriously. He believed that with his system he should, maybe even gain the loyalty of a Holy Light Pegasus Knight. Caslow scratched his head, non-committal. Alright, go ahead and select suitable candidates from among the villagers' children. Roland handed the task to Caslow, as it was a slow process. After sending Caslow away, Roland prepared to find some work, but realized he'd been woken up so early this morning by Old Man Rattle that he'd forgotten to sign in. He could only stand in the barracks and sign in. System sign-in. Sign-in successful. Congratulations to the host for receiving 500 light infantry. Wow! Roland was taken aback. The sudden appearance of a 500-man unit bonus completely shocked him. Remember, Roland had participated in the Battle of Lonely Mountain with 500 men. This instantly restored him to full health. Wait. Conscripted light infantry? Oh my god. Can the system be changed? Even 100 flood infantrymen would be fine. Roland took a closer look and was speechless with a bitter face. What is conscripted light infantry? To put it nicely, it's light infantry recruited on an emergency basis. To put it bluntly, it's militia. If flood infantrymen are cannon fodder, they're just human obstacles on the battlefield. They have no combat experience and their weapons and equipment are extremely poor. Of course, as ordinary people recruited on an emergency basis, what can you expect? Roland was just thinking about this when a sentry on the city wall behind him suddenly reported a large wave of refugees heading towards the city. Immediately, several knights rode out to intercept and investigate. Thanks to the military camp's location against the eastern wall, the city's garrison could quickly scale the walls or exit the city walls to intercept them. Hurry! The knight who had just left the city rode back in. Your Highness! They are the Empire's conscripted light infantry. I can't believe there are still organized Imperial conscripts roaming around. The knight looked surprised. Boom! After a chaotic clatter, the conscripted light infantry finally knelt on one knee before Roland. Roland's mouth twitched. This was even worse than in the game. These weren't soldiers. They were nothing more than armed refugees. No wonder the sentries mistook them for a refugee wave. Roland carefully examined the conscripted infantry before him, a look of disappointment crossing his face. Let's start with armor. Forget iron armor, not even leather armor. They're practically naked. They're even poorer than Azig's Orc Legion. Weapons are also pitifully scarce, with only a 60-centimeter iron one-handed sword and nothing else. Roland couldn't help but look up at the sky. This was taking light armor to the extreme. What kind of light armor was this? His idea of light armor included leather armor and an iron helmet, along with a long sword and a leather round shield. That day, Roland felt the system's malice and realized just how vast the disparity between light armor and light armor could be. Chapter 42. Well, while these 500 conscripted light infantrymen were a bit underwhelming, they were still a qualified source of soldiers. It was better to get some equipment than nothing. Roland really wanted to disband this militia. Keeping them around was a waste of food. Wait. Food? That's like feeding 500 extra mouths for nothing? Roland's eyes widened. He finally understood what a useless thing the system had given him. These light infantrymen were useless even for defending the city. After all, you couldn't expect unarmored infantry armed with only one-handed swords to do it. Keeping them as construction workers was a waste. A classic case of eating without flavor, but then throwing them away was a pity. Alas! Roland sighed helplessly, sitting dejectedly against the wall. No one could imagine how desperate the future Emperor Raglan felt today. King! Renault was about to open his mouth when Roland waved his hand and interrupted him. Tell me, is it because we're running out of food or clothes? Roland raised his head and said weakly. King. It's not enough. Renault said cautiously. Okay, got it. Roland hummed. His head was aching. It looked like he had to ask little brother Thorin for money again. Roland and Caslo set out on the northward journey with 500 conscripted light infantrymen. The conscripted light infantrymen's performance along the way truly surpassed Roland's understanding of Imperial soldiers. Can you imagine? A dozen orcs armed with wooden clubs could chase down 500 conscripted light infantrymen. These fleeing light infantrymen even scattered the accompanying knights. It was truly eye-opening for Caslo and Roland. Carrying the bloody head of an orc, Roland stood before the light infantryman with a stern expression. He angrily threw the head to the ground and roared, "This is the Imperial Army. This is your glory? I understand you. Without good equipment and training, you might say your fighting ability is poor, but I didn't expect you to be this incompetent." Roland roared angrily. 500 men. Chased by 16 orcs wielding clubs. Dozens of them injured by the clubs? Are those firewood hanging from your waists? Roland explained furiously. After venting his rage, Roland turned his horse and galloped towards Lonely Mountain, leaving these incompetent light infantry far behind. Follow my lord. Caslo frowned, and quickly ordered the 10 knights accompanying him to follow Roland to prevent any accidents. He stayed behind to escort the light infantry to Arabore. From his warhorse, Caslo gazed at the sea of conscripted light infantry. His gaze swept over their terrified eyes, their tattered clothing, and their one-handed swords, and he muttered softly, "Who on earth has armed these idiot civilians? Are they fit to fight? It's a crime to send them into battle." "Thorin, I need your help," Roland said directly upon meeting Thorin Oakenshield. Thorin couldn't help but tremble inwardly at Roland's earnest gaze. The last time Roland plundered him, Thorin had been heartbroken for a long time, and he still hadn't recovered. What's wrong? Are the orcs attacking? Thorin asked tentatively. No, it's about the return of our wandering people. Roland frowned. What's wrong? Not enough food and clothes? Dane from Iron Hills just sent over quite a lot of supplies, saying they were prepared for our people from the Blue Mountains. However, they haven't arrived yet. If you need them urgently, you can take them away. After all, you need them more. Thorin, who had eliminated the influence of the curse, was still very warm and friendly. No! You have to see this. Roland dragged Thorin outside a large hall. Standing at the door, Thorin could clearly see a group of ragged humans devouring roast meat, bread, and dwarven rum. Their thirsty expressions suggested they had been hungry for a long time. Beard. Have you moved your family to Arabore? Thorin observed the crowd feasting and drinking. Someone who didn't know better might have thought Roland had simply moved his family in. No, these are the newly returned Raglan light infantry. Roland's face flushed. How embarrassing. These people, like they hadn't eaten in their entire lives, frantically stuffing their mouths with food. Beard. Are they soldiers? This is a crime. Thorin's focus was clearly different from Roland's. He looked at the ragged conscripted light infantry with astonishment. Aside from their broken swords, there was nothing recognizable about them as soldiers. Roland, you wouldn't be so mad as to conscript these civilians as soldiers, would you? Thorin whipped his head around, as if meeting Roland for the first time. No, they are soldiers, just conscripted militia. Roland didn't even dare to call them light infantry, only militia. After all, these conscripted light infantry were so light. So? Thorin seemed to have guessed something. Use your expertise to equip them. It doesn't need to be too good, their physiques aren't strong enough to support heavy armor. Roland declared that no one was better at forging than the dwarves. Come on, tell me what you need. As for ironwork, I can provide anything you ask for. Thorin proudly patted his chest, and led Roland to the dwarf's equipment warehouse. Look around. See what they need? Take whatever you like, and consider it a gift to you, my friend. Thorin said generously. Roland felt a surge of envy. Was this the legendary owning a mine? It seemed no other faction besides the dwarves could easily gift a full set of equipment to arm 500 men. Thank you so much. Roland couldn't help but thank Thorin. The initial investment was worth it. What was the most valuable thing in war-torn Middle-earth? Ammunition. A faction with access to a vast supply of weaponry could readily mobilize a large army. While quality wasn't guaranteed, it was still very advantageous for things like city defense. By the way, the dwarven weapons and armor are a little small for them. I have Balin and the others take their measurements and make some modifications. Thorin slapped his head, remembering the height difference between the two tribes. Thank you very much, Roland nodded. Any recommendations, Thorin? Roland felt that this dwarf king, born for war, must understand the equipment his subjects needed better than he did. What's your definition of them? Thorin raised his head and asked sternly. Defense? After all, with their quality and skill. Charging the orcs is too difficult. Roland said bitterly. These conscripted light infantrymen were truly the epitome of useless and cannon fodder. Okay, my suggestion is to use 3-meter-long dwarven spears as weapons. That way, you have enough space to distance yourself from the orcs. Defense should be more than enough. Thorin thought for a moment and recommended the spear. After all, the spear's minimum use is really low, requiring no skill. Okay, that's a good suggestion, Roland agreed. After all, weapons like lances and spears are truly powerful. The 5-meter-long chevaux de frise of the flood infantry left a deep impression on Roland. As for armor. Actually, given their role, thick leather armor would be most suitable, allowing them greater flexibility in defense. Unfortunately, we don't produce much leather armor here. How about fine iron mail? Thorin thought for a moment, and finally hit upon mail that wouldn't compromise mobility, while still providing adequate defense. Okay. Roland nodded. As for shields, let's use iron cross shields. Thorin didn't have any specific recommendations for shields, so he just used the standard cross shields. He couldn't possibly have these people carrying tower shields. They wouldn't be able to handle them. What kind of weapons do you want for self-defense? Long swords, hand axes, warhammers, or something? Thorin asked. War axes, after all. Roland had originally considered the long sword, but after considering their performance, he decided against it. The simple, crude hand axes were much more practical. Okay. Is that all? Thorin looked up to see if Roland had anything else to add. Do dwarves produce bows and arrows? Roland suddenly asked. Oh! Beard. While dwarven archers aren't as renowned as elven archers, they're not entirely insignificant. Dwarven bows and arrows aren't as good as elven ones, but they're just as reliable. Thorin's eyes widened, deeply shocked by Roland. One bow for each, Roland thought. After all, archery can be practiced, and winter is a good time for them to train. He didn't expect them to reach the level of El Nino Ranger or the Bedanian archers. He'd be satisfied with the accuracy of the Lagrang city guards. Okay, then, add another 100,000 arrows. They're just a reserve stock, and you need them, Thorin said, half-jokingly. Keely, prepare 6 months' worth of food for 500 men. Thorin called down to Keely, who was passing by in the hall. Hey! Keely! Toriel? Roland was surprised to see an elf in the dwarven city. It seemed these two star-crossed lovers from their previous lives had finally found their true love. Hi, King Roland. Nice to see you. How about a few drinks with me? Keely invited enthusiastically. No, I won't bother you anymore. I wish you happiness. Roland winked at the two of them. Chapter 43. After spending a few days in the dwarven land of Arabore, Roland left contentedly with his upgraded light infantry and dozens of carts of supplies. Thorin had learned of the orcs' movements and generously gifted them to Roland. After all, Roland was Arabore's most important barrier to the south. Thorin had a clear sense of importance. Since the previous battle at Lonely Mountain had caused the escape of both orc leaders, they had been dormant for a few days, and were ready to move again. I hope nothing bad happens in the north. Roland glanced worriedly at Dale and Arabore. Although many of the wandering dwarves from the Blue Mountains had returned, Arabore still held fewer than 5,000 dwarves. Winter had prevented most from returning home, but these dwarves were still too few. The orcs from Gangbaitle would surely come out in full force next time. And Azig, having learned his lesson, would definitely bring a heavy crossbow, so that Caslo wouldn't be able to slaughter the orcs with impunity. Roland didn't even want to talk about the woodland elves in Mirkwood. It was strange that old Thranduil would actively help humans and dwarves. Didn't you see the defense of Dale that broke out in the north during the War of the Ring? King Bard's grandson died outside Arabore alongside the dwarf King Dane. Where are the elves? The elves are unreliable. Thorin and Bard will be held back in the north, leaving only the White-Winged King and himself in the south. Perhaps it's time to pay the White-Winged King a visit, Roland thought to himself. Roland turned around and saw the newly recruited light infantry, and he felt a little more at ease. Even if it was really impossible, Roland would lead the soldiers to escort the people west of the Misty Mountains. He would decisively abandon River Rapids. After all, the king's crown was given by his people. Is a king still a king without his people? Looking at the young faces of the conscripted light infantry behind him, Roland felt a pang of pity. These armed civilians were young children, no more than 17 or 18 years old, and he was about to lead them to their deaths. At that moment, Roland seemed to see the flood infantrymen swimming upstream. At that moment, they must have wanted to live too. Caslo, go back and train them well. I don't expect them to be brave enough to lead the charge, but I hope they can defend themselves, Roland said softly to Caslo, glancing at the young faces. Don't worry, sir. They will grow up, Caslo promised. But there's no time for them to grow up. Roland lowered his head. King, the White-Winged King across the way has invited you to discuss a matter of vital importance to the survival of both cities. Roland, who had just returned, was stopped by Renault. Did they say what happened? Roland asked curiously. It seems they had a fight with the orcs, Renault replied after a moment's thought. Okay, prepare the boats, we cross the river. Roland perked up instantly at the mention of the orcs. Accompanied by Rangers Renault and El Nino, Roland set foot on the west bank. After a few minutes, his sight caught the eye of a wooden and stone wall in the distance. Are they so fast? Roland turned to Renault and exclaimed in surprise. King, wooden and stone walls are easy to build. With so many people, they can just chop down a few trees, and it'd be up quickly, Renault explained. After all, walls here don't require much technical skill. In the magical world, walls can be built by mages, not by rammed earth like on Roland's blue planet. Just chop down a piece of tall tree from the dark forest, sharpen one end, and stick it into the ground. Then, braid the stakes together with ropes, and finally, cover the outside with mud and let it dry. The outer wall is ready. Then, add some wooden scaffolding and lay down the planks. That's the simplest wall. Oh! So that's it. Roland felt reassured as he thought of the thick walls of his own city, built of magic-patterned stone bricks. His defenses were there, so he could just go slow. Boom! The soldiers standing guard at the city gate saluted as they saw the royal flag fluttering in the wind behind Roland. "Welcome, King Roland. I'm sorry I can't greet you in person, as I'm busy." A man who looked like a butler immediately came forward. "Sorry for the wait." Roland bowed slightly. "It's my honor to serve you." The butler bowed. "Take me to see King Whitewing. I want to know what happened." A solemn look flashed in Roland's eyes. He had just clearly sensed the scent of blood in the air. Human blood. Only when there were a large number of wounded could such a strong smell be felt. "Hello, King Roland. I'm sorry, I can't entertain you right now." Whitewing spotted Roland approaching from the corner of his eye, but his movements didn't falter. Dragon God. What happened? Renault's eyes widened. Under the wooden shed before him lay over 100 wounded soldiers of various kinds. Whitewing and the others were dressing and bandaging them, carrying the treated casualties into tents or cabins. What happened? Roland narrowed his eyes, a sense of unease rising within him. Our cavalry, heading south for reconnaissance, were attacked. Thousands of orcs ambushed us on a massive scale. We lost over 100 men. Whitewing gritted his teeth. He had only a handful of cavalry to begin with, and now a small portion of them had been lost. Impossible. The orcs of Dol Guldur are incapable of launching another large-scale attack, Roland asserted. After all, Dol Guldur's orcs were the only army completely annihilated during the Battle of Lonely Mountain, with nearly 20,000 men killed on the battlefield. Roland didn't believe the orcs would have the strength to attack immediately. Their wounds had only been healed for a few days, and they were already healed. "King! You should see this." Renault casually pulled up a rag covered in the scrawled orc totems. "My soldiers brought this back." Whitewing glanced at it casually. "Is there a problem?" To Roland, all orc flags looked the same. "Big problem." "No. This is a serious problem." Renault swallowed. "This isn't the orc totem of Dol Guldur. I never seen these symbols before. They come from orcs further south. Mordor." Renault and Roland looked up simultaneously, shuddering. "Is it urgent to move now?" Roland asked weakly. "Damn it! Why would Mordor care about this place?" "We're in the north," Renault explained frantically. "Damn it!" Roland cursed inwardly. The orcs of Dol Guldur were Sauron's lackeys. He and his men had broken Sauron's plan, so how could Sauron not react? These thousands of orcs must have been reinforcements from Mordor, and there were likely even more behind. Had the orcs from the south extended their claws? Whitewing's face was cold. "Well, darkness is about to fall upon the north, and we are the last defenders." Roland took a deep breath. "I will wait for them here. Right here. This is the city of Lor Saintnir of the Carden tribe. This is our home. We will fight to the death." Whitewing roared angrily. His people had nowhere else to go if they left here. Migrating across the misty mountains in winter would be either insane or incapable of success. Carrying baggage, young and old, they couldn't go far before being surrounded and devoured by the orcs. "Then be careful. I light the beacon if anything happens. My soldiers will come to support you. I'm going to Lonely Mountain to find the dwarves and inform them of this news." Roland instructed Whitewing before leaving Lorthander. He needed to quickly inform Bard, Thorin, Dane, and Thranduil of the news. The entire north is in danger. Chapter 44. There's serious trouble in the north. How could such a tiny place as the Lonely Mountain deserve the personal attention of old Sauron? The armies of Mordor are already here. Roland sat on Caslo's dragon's back, his mind racing. "My lord, relax. Everything will pass. May the glory of Raglan bless you and me." Caslo turned and soothed. "Alas, even if the elves join the battle, our chances of winning aren't great." Roland pondered for a moment before speaking. "Why?" Caslo was puzzled. Roland could muster a force of 800 men, Whitewing could muster a force of 500, Ironhill could muster an army of over 1,000, Thorin could muster nearly 2,000 dwarves, Bard of Dale could muster 500 men, and the elves still had at least 3,500 men. This totaled at least 8,000 combined. With proper deployment, defeating the orcs might not be impossible. We have to fight on two fronts. The only one who can support the south is King Dane of the Iron Hills, Roland explained. The elves will definitely intercept the orcs heading south from Fort Gumbaldr. Bard and Thorin will risk everything for their homeland. The only ones who can escape are the dwarves of the Iron Hills, led by Dane Ironfoot. And we're facing Azig of Dol Guldur, backed by the armies of Mordor, Roland said with a headache. "Wait. Send me back. You go to the north and deliver the message." Roland suddenly seemed to remember something, and a smile suddenly lit up his face. Although Caslo didn't understand his king's order, he obeyed. Has Roland thought of a way out? The answer is indeed yes. You know, this Middle-earth is very similar to the Middle-earth in the Lord of the Rings that Roland played. If so, do those hidden forces in Middle-earth really exist? Roland intends to verify it. If they do, then Roland can say that he has already won half the battle of the Lonely Mountain. Roland whispered a few words to later with Renault before hurriedly riding towards the docks. Coincidentally, within the dark forest, there truly was a hidden faction of order, the Star Elves, known as the Children of the Stars. They resided in the secret realm of Singari within the dark forest, directly north of Dol Guldur, and used a powerful forbidden star spell array to conceal their entire kingdom. If I'm not mistaken, there should be dragon riders in this kingdom of Singrid. The player mistakenly discovered an old dragon, but that was the 5th age, and it's only the 3rd age now. It should be a young star dragon. Its powerful enchantment forged the Singrid Elves star barrier, separating them from the outside world and successfully avoiding the turbulent times. This elven tribe seems to have been descended from a group of high elves who sought refuge, and their eventual worship of the star goddess led them to call themselves Star Elves. Roland felt he should seek out this secluded kingdom. If he could successfully persuade this elf to join the battle, he wouldn't be intimidated by the orc army to the south, and might even be able to push back against Dol Guldur, thus eliminating the need for the elves of the Golden Forest and Rivendell to attack this fortress. King! Where are we going? Seeing Roland about to head into the woods, Renault grabbed him. That was Dol Guldur. Wouldn't his own king be foolish? Planning to split the fortress with 2 paladins? Even 2 dragon knights would struggle against a well-managed and fully equipped fortress, let alone 2 paladins. Let's find someone who can break the deadlock. Roland smiled mysteriously. No! King! We can't break the deadlock. A single slide from the 2 of us wouldn't even feed the wolves in Dol Guldur. This 1,000-mile gift of heads is too heavy. Renault hugged Roland. He was afraid Roland would lead him to storm Dol Guldur. Faced with such a huge outnumbered situation, even heroic knights wouldn't have a chance of survival. What? To Goldo? Get out of here. Who's going there? I'm not crazy. I can't beat Azig. Roland angrily kicked Renault away from him. To his surprise, Renault wasn't angry. Instead, he smiled and said, Good. Your Highness, you kicked me well. Roland's sane thinking made Renault feel relieved. Let's go find the legendary Star Elves. If they're willing to join the battle, then we still have a chance of winning. Roland said unhappily, adjusting his plate armor. Yes. Your Highness is right. Renault greeted him with a smile. Let's go! We need to hurry and avoid the orcs. Roland said. Then we can't ride horses. Renault said solemnly. Not riding horses? How long will it take to get there? Roland was shocked. Your Highness, the hoof prints will reveal our whereabouts, the hoof sounds will reveal our location, and riding horses in the forest isn't a good idea. Renault explained patiently. You make a lot of sense. Roland thought, realizing he'd been foolish. He simply sought convenience, completely unaware of the serious consequences of riding a horse. Your Highness, let's leave quickly, while there's still daylight. Raynor glanced at the sky. Let's go! Roland cast one last glance in the direction of River Storm, before turning and leaving with Raynor. What? Orcs from Mordor? Thranduil stared at Caslo at the steps, shocked. Yes. Our allies were ambushed by them, suffering heavy casualties. Caslo replied calmly. Why would they come to the north? Thranduil asked, still in disbelief. But it's true. Caslo pulled the totem banner from his arms. This totem doesn't belong to the orcs of the Misty Mountains, nor does it match the banner of the orcs of Dol Guldur. Our allies were ambushed while conducting reconnaissance southward. So, esteemed King of the Woodlands, what other orc forces are there in the south? Caslo raised his eyelids and asked coldly. Damn it! Thranduil's facial muscles twitched, clearly furious. You see, during the War of the Last Alliance, before the combined forces of humans and elves attacked the Black Gate of Mordor, 2 armies had already engaged the orcs. They were the Woodland Elves, led by Thranduil's father, and the Elves of the Golden Forest. The 2 elven armies were ambushed in the Dead Marshes, and Orifer, the then king of the Woodland Kingdom and Thranduil's father, was killed in this battle. Ironically, Dol Guldur, the old fortress now occupied by orcs, was actually the former capital of the Woodland Elves. Even Caslo couldn't help but grumble, brother, why didn't you just tear down the city after you left? Is magic too expensive? Or are all the elven wizards dead? Leaving such a scourge for everyone to take over. I understand your message. Please tell King Roland. If the orcs from Mordor arrive, I will lead my army to support them. Please light a beacon to show us the way. Thranduil's eyes gleamed with hatred. No! Your Highness the Elf King, I think you have to understand one thing. Once the army of Mordor arrives, the orcs of Gunbaitle will surely come out in full force. The northern defense line needs you to stabilize it. Caslow looked at Thranduil solemnly. Chapter 45. Renault! You really maxed out your taunt buff, haven't you? Roland leaped and dodged the spikes that popped up from beneath his feet. Unjust? My lord! Who knew there was a giant earth bear in that cave? Renault followed Roland with a bitter face. Roar! An angry roar echoed from behind him, and Roland and the others couldn't help but speed up. Even an idiot knows elves can't live in caves. Roland covered his face. Speaking of which, we seem to be attracting the orcs' attention better than riding horses. Roland glanced at the angry earth bear behind him. As the leader among high-level magical beasts, the earth bear possesses a body as large as a small hill and powerful earth magic abilities. Its massive size means it possesses defense comparable to that of a flying dragon, and its powerful earth magic allows it to easily devastate an army. Renault, this idiot, had actually sneaked into its lair and successfully attracted the attention of this hibernating male bear. This is the first time I felt this forest is so dangerous, Roland said angrily, turning his head and unleashing a sword beam of battle energy. Roar! As a few strands of bear hair fell, the earth bear grew even more furious. Your Highness, why are you attacking it? Renault leaped to avoid a spike from beneath his feet and looked at Roland in horror. Roland was immediately struck by the thick bear hide. You said we should kill it and skin it to make armor. Wouldn't that provide excellent protection? And those thick bear paws, coated in honey and roasted. Roland felt tears welling up in his eyes. Your Highness, we're almost gone, and you still have time to think about bear paws? Renault was completely stunned by Roland's boastful words. Clearly, the people of Raglan wouldn't understand the obsession of the people of the Great Foodie Empire. After all, in his previous life, Roland could only look at pictures of bear paws, and bears were considered a beast destined for life in prison. How long have we been chasing this? Aren't you tired, man? Roland panted, glancing at the earth bear that was relentlessly pursuing him. If only Caslow were here. Roland missed his most loyal lackey so much. Not only was he obedient, but he was also handsome and powerful, and most importantly, he didn't cause any trouble. Outrageous. In this dense forest, even Caslow would be beaten to a pulp even if he rode a dragon. Renault sighed. So this dogskin plaster can't be shaken off? Roland said helplessly. Unless there's a river. Renault sighed. You might as well not say anything. Roland complained, but his pace didn't slow at all. So, at that moment, the world lost 2 paladins and gained 2 holy rangers. Their nimble figures, agile movements, and excellent awareness could make a true ranger a master of the art of striking out with their feet. Huh? It seems to be slowing down. Raynor watched as the earth bear's speed slowly slowed, from a run to a brisk walk. Finally, after crossing a large tree, it suddenly came to a stop. It raised its head and neck, sniffing around as if wary of something here. After standing there for a moment, it immediately turned and left. Gone? Roland asked, somewhat surprised. We seem to be in big trouble again. Raynor sighed. What trouble can we have if it's gone? Roland was puzzled. Ahem, generally speaking, there are only 2 reasons a predator abandons its prey. First, it can't run any longer. Apparently, that earth bear still has plenty of stamina. Second, its prey has entered the territory of a higher-level predator. Renault swallowed and stopped talking. Stop blabbering. Roland was already impressed by Renault's mouth. Be careful. We're not far from our destination, Roland warned. Don't make any more trouble. His heart was about to give out. Not everyone has Renault's abnormal physique. Fellow paladin, Roland said he was already feeling a little weak, after all, having just run a marathon with a high-level magical beast. Don't worry, Your Highness. You must be careful, and don't get hurt. Renault nodded. I'm most worried about you. Roland covered his face. Swaying star grass, resurrecting morning glory, shining hexagrams, low-pitched guardians. Roland murmured softly. Your Highness? Renault asked, puzzled. It seems we need to find the star grass first. Roland ignored Renault and began searching for the star grass. Star grass? Isn't that something that grows in the summer? How could it be there in winter? Renault asked, puzzled. This is the code for traveling to Singari. Singari is isolated from the world and hidden by a barrier. We need to find a way there. Roland glanced at Renault. And the star grass will show us the way. Roland gazed into the deep forest. Okay, Your Highness. Renault scratched his head. Although he didn't understand why the star grass would grow in winter, since Roland had mentioned it, he had to follow and look for it. Don't worry just yet. Sky star grass can only be seen at night, Roland said quietly. In the afterglow of the setting sun, Renault and Roland quickly ate dry, hard black bread with water. Then, they found a sturdy tree, quickly climbed up to the dense canopy, and lay down on the broad branches to rest for a while. The sun set, the moon crested the treetops, and the starry sky shone brightly, making the dark forest at night seem especially quiet. Let's go, Your Highness. It's night. Renault opened his eyes, and gently shook Roland. Dark? Roland rubbed his eyes. Let's get to work. After stretching, Roland jumped down from the tree. After a long while, just as Roland thought there were no more star elves in this world, and was about to give up, Renault suddenly quietly pointed to a tree not far to his right. There, near the shadowy roots of a tree, a few frail clumps of star grass swayed with effort, swaying toward the starlight. The starlight seemed to be drawn to them, gently pouring down upon them like a stream of silk. It really exists. Roland was stunned. If star grass could actually grow out of season, then the bright morning glory, which only grows in autumn, should also be found. Roland gently lifted the star grass and examined it carefully. Since star grass is attracted to the light of the stars, then Singer's star barrier must also attract star grass, otherwise, it wouldn't be possible to find star grass in winter, out of season. Their course points south. Roland finally discovered the code contained in these star grasses. Go! This way. Roland waved to Renault, signaling him to follow. Along the way, Roland saw several more clumps of star grass. As expected, their course all pointed south. It seems that we have to wait until dawn to find the Minxian flowers to determine the approximate location of the entrance to the Singeri kingdom. Roland clapped his hands. The Tianqing grasses all over the ground had completed their mission, and the Minxian flowers would still be needed to guide the rest of the way. Chapter 46. Dawn? Morning star flower? Another out-of-season plant. Renault muttered helplessly upon hearing Roland's grumbling. He couldn't help but wonder, what kind of place is this? So many strange, out-of-season plants grow here. Well, it's roughly this area, but the location of the barrier's entrance depends on the morning star flowers. Roland rubbed his chin. Morning star flowers are symbiotic plants with trees. Normally, they resemble the branches of trees, growing branches and leaves similar to those of the trees they coexist with. They can only be found in autumn, when their buds bloom at dawn, absorbing the last rays of the autumn stars. They are considered a magical plant, and can be used to create many magical potions, but their flowering period is very short. Although they bloom at dawn every day in autumn, each bloom lasts no more than half an hour. Let's wait. We don't have much time. Hopefully, we can find them right away, or we have to wait until the day after tomorrow. Roland rubbed his brow wearily. Your Highness, please forgive my disrespect. Renault yawned and rubbed his nose, saying sheepishly. It's all right, I'm sleepy too. These star elves are really idle, Roland complained. System check-in. Roland thought to himself. It was already past midnight, so it was time to check in. Sign-in successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Dorwinian Heavy Armored Swordsman *100. Roland, who had been completely clueless, was stunned. A delivery? And it was even for a class like swordsman. Roland burst into a heartless laugh. After all, no matter how many external aids he had, they were no match for the troops he already had. Speaking of which, the Dorwinian Heavy Swordsmen are quite interesting. Dorwinian is located on the western shores of the Run Sea, where the Wainriders presumably now reside. Their people are allies of Mordor, constantly engaged in alternating conflicts with Gondor. This situation only ended after the Raglan Empire successfully conquered the Run region, but it's only the Third Age, and the Raglan Empire is nowhere to be seen. However, this doesn't stop Roland from praising the Dorwinian Heavy Swordsmen. Swordsmen are divided into 3 levels: Apprentice Swordsman, Swordsman, Elite Swordsman, Skirmisher, Guard Swordsman, and Brave One. Most of them fight with sword and shield, renowned for their powerful positional warfare abilities. Their mobility is relatively limited, but this changes after advancing to Skirmisher, where they gain mobility comparable to that of a ranger. Dorwinian Heavy Swordsmen, also known as Rune Swordsmen, are the most cost-effective soldiers available in the Rune region. Loyal, brave, and well-equipped, they are truly versatile, with the exception of their lack of ranged attack capabilities. Of course, the Dorwinian Heavy Swordsmen produced by Dorwinian City are considered the best of the best. They are one of the few troops in Middle-earth capable of directly withstanding the Knight's charge, and the only class of soldiers available to most players that counter the knights. Dorwinian heavy swordsmen wear warcraft leather armor underneath, mithril mail outside, and fine steel infantry plate armor over it. Most insanely, they also wear linen foot armor, and a wide cloak at the back, essentially 5 layers of armor. Their fine steel tower shields enhance their frontal defense, and the encrusted magic patterns grant them excellent magic resistance. The 1.5 meter long star silver steel greatsword is their most trusted weapon, and the mithril dagger inserted in the thigh is their last line of defense. Apart from this, they have no other weapons. Abandoning long-range attacks and mobility has made their close combat defense capabilities ridiculously exaggerated. A 100-man squadron of Dorwinian heavy swordsmen could form a Dorwinian circle, a circular shield wall surrounded by tower shields. The remaining tower shields rested overhead to ward off rain of arrows and spells from the sky. The gaps between the two shields allowed them to easily deliver their swords. When they slammed their tower shields into the ground, even knights of the same level couldn't break their defensive position, unless their level was significantly different. What's the point? Are we planning to use the Dorwinian heavy swordsmen in a shield formation and sell them off during the battle against the orcs? It seems like that's a possibility. Roland pondered silently. After all, given the Dorwinian heavy swordsmen's offensive and defensive capabilities, it seemed Azig wouldn't be able to defeat them. Forget it. What if Azig himself attacks us? Roland shook his head, banishing these idiotic thoughts. He focused on how to properly fight the orcs. This was too unrealistic. Your Highness! Is this a morning glory? Renault suddenly called out to Roland. Roland looked up. Unconsciously, a glimmer of rosy clouds had appeared in the sky, and dawn was approaching. An ice-blue flower quietly blossomed on a branch, the light from the stars in the sky streaming down the flower, like streams of water. Yes! That's it! Roland quickly climbed up the tree, and began to examine the morning glory carefully. Have you noticed anything, Your Highness? Renault stared at it for a long time, but couldn't find anything unusual. Indeed there is. Look at this flower's stamen. Which direction is it facing? Roland asked. West? Renault was unsure. I think it's west too. Let's go west, and see if there are any other morning glory flowers. Roland leaped down from the treetops. Here's one. Go up and take a look. West. Then keep going west. Wait. Here's one. Roland called to Renault. Sir. The stamen faces east. Renault said excitedly, finally finding a stamen with a different orientation. Quick! Look around for anything with a hexagram pattern. Roland also became excited. After a sleepless night, he was now extremely energetic. Okay. There's no way out here. Renault asked doubtfully. The forest before him suddenly grew denser, and thorny bushes filled the gaps between the tree trunks. Renault drew out his dragon-patterned sword, capable of cutting through dragon scales, and slashed hard at the tree in front of him. Bang! A powerful force rebounded from Renault's sword, nearly causing him to lose his grip on the hilt. Are you kidding me? My dragon-patterned sword can't cut through trees? Wait! This is a barrier. Renault had thought he was losing his sword, but he hadn't expected a hidden barrier to defeat him. Your Highness! There's a barrier here! Renault shouted, unconcerned about attracting anyone's attention. Where? Roland arrived upon hearing the news. Yes! It should be here. Let's circle the barrier, and see if there's a hexagram. Roland touched the transparent barrier in front of him to confirm. Okay. Roland drew his sword and felled a nearby tree to mark the spot. Then, he and Renault began circling the barrier. After walking for nearly half an hour, they finally found the hexagram, half buried in the ground, in an overgrown area. The entire hexagram was carved from a single, massive stone slab. Roland remembered that the Star Elves had many barrier exits, and this must be one of them. He wondered if it still worked. If not, they have to look for another slab. Do you speak Elvish? Roland suddenly asked, looking up. Yes. After all, how could the renowned Master Lay not speak Elvish? He had commanded many elves, after all. In-game, okay, that's good. Roland then realized that this thing needed to be activated in Elvish. The forest weeps in flames, the people tremble in darkness. The king who wields the might of the stars will descend from the shadows. Dispel the mists of night, depart the loneliness of wandering. Carrying the holy heart of salvation, in the land where the stars shine forever. Roland intoned softly. Put it in Elvish, Roland said. What? Renault looked confused. What was his king doing? Hurry! This is the activation code. Roland rolled his eyes helplessly, ignoring Renault's idiotic look. Oh, okay. Renault quickly responded, then translated Roland's words into Elvish with great emotion. The previously dim hexagram suddenly flickered with a soft, starry light, as enchanting as the starry sky. The land of shining stars opened its arms to the world. Chapter 47. Your Highness. Renault was somewhat surprised as the barrier before him suddenly opened, revealing a portal. Through the portal, a dazzling starlight shone, as if transported to a starry night sky. That's right. Let's go in and see for ourselves the legendary star elves. Roland sheathed his sword calmly. Yes, Renault said, then sheathed his dragon-patterned sword. Swish. Your Highness, be careful. Clang. Renault slashed the incoming feathered arrow with a single blow of his sword. Unexpectedly, the two had just set foot on Singri's land when they were met with a warm welcome from the Star Elves. Who are you? How did you get in here? The Star Elves before them asked coldly, their longbow pointed at them from afar. Roland carefully examined the Star Elves before him and discovered that they were indeed different. They were both incredibly handsome, with pale skin and, most strikingly, long sky-blue hair. The elf before him looked like a ranger. Greetings, respected elves. I am King Raglan of the eastern shore of Long Lake. I have come to visit your king to discuss important matters. Roland patted his chest in greeting. Human king? How do you know the secret code to enter here? The star elf before him drew his bow a little further. Inheritance. My ancestors once received help from the star elves, and I still come for our friendship. Roland activated the battle spirit flame unique to paladins. The elf carefully observed Roland's battle spirit, then finally put down his bow and arrow. He reached out and produced a magic flare, pulling it apart. Immediately, a golden star shot 100 meters into the air, magnified, and began to flash. Wait here, someone will be here to pick you up soon. What's going on? A distinctive star elf arrived, leading a team of elven rangers. Why was he so distinctive? Because unlike the other elves, who wore light half-plate armor, he wore heavy plate armor. Dragon Knight. Renault whispered nervously, his hand quietly resting on the hilt of his dragon-patterned sword. If things went wrong, he would risk his life to escort his king away. As a paladin who ruled the earth, Roland was of course extremely familiar with the Dragon Knights, who ruled the sky. The powerful dragon power surged through his body, and the word Dragon Knight was practically written on his face. Why did the secret door open? Huh? Human? After casually closing the secret door, the Dragon Knight noticed the human before him. Roland's mouth twitched. Was he really so invisible? Damn it! Renault's pupils shrank. The secret door behind him closed, leaving him with no way to escape. He unconsciously drew his sword. Huh? Interesting. A 4th-level paladin leader has drawn his sword right before me. The Dragon Knight said with interest. Haha, fearless, holy and glorious. A mortal body standing on equal footing with gods. A paladin is fearless. Raynor whispered, sword drawn before Roland. Interesting. How long has it been since humanity has seen such a pure paladin? The Dragon Knight lowered his head in thought. Could this be Peter Grow, the Star Dragon Knight? Roland pondered. The Star Dragon and his knight in the game were already very old, but this man should be Peter Grow from thousands of years ago. Why are you here? Peter Grow looked the two men over. Anyone who became a paladin was always one with a heart of justice. Of course, if they were corrupted, that was another matter. The north is shrouded in darkness. The dwarves, elves, and humans are in imminent danger. Roland thought for a moment and said solemnly. Who are you? Peter Grow couldn't help but wonder about Roland's identity. It seemed that Renault had stood in front of Roland, meaning that Roland was the leader of the two. King Raglan, Roland said proudly. Raglan? Is there such a country? Peter Grow pondered for a long time, but couldn't remember. Although the Singari were isolated from the world, they always sent a small number of people to various places to purchase various goods to enrich their lives, so they were not isolated from the news. She disappeared a long time ago. We are from the east, Roland said succinctly. Oh! Peter Grow nodded. After all, he had never paid much attention to the ancient countries of the east. Come with me. I take you to see the king. Peter Grow decided to take them to see their elven king. Let me introduce myself. My name is Peter Grow, Star Dragon Knight, Peter Grow said as he led the way. Hello, Knight Peter Grow, Roland and the others greeted. Come! After passing through a cluster of cozy tree houses, Peter Grow led the two to a magnificent elven building. Inside the vast elven hall, a thin figure reclined on a throne inlaid with various gems, swaying a wine glass. What's going on, Peter? Why did you bring two humans back? The lonely king whispered. Ivy, They're here for help, Peter Groves said casually. Aid? Iovia put down her glass and sat up. Yes, Your Highness. Darkness has enveloped the north. We mobilized all our forces, but we're still no match for the enemy. So, according to our ancestors' tradition, I come here to seek the aid of the Star Elves, Roland said humbly. So someone still remembers us? Iovia rubbed her chin. Where are you from? Iovia asked curiously, wondering where someone could even remember the reclusive Star Elves. I'm Roland, the current king of Raglan, and this is my knight commander Renault. Roland straightened his back. Given Raglan's background, he could easily control these Star Elves. Hello, Your Highness Roland. Excuse me, but please take a seat. Iovia stood up, bowed gracefully, and seated the two of them in seats nearby. Pa! He clapped his hands gently, and immediately several beautiful elven women came over, offering fruits and drinks. Please, try some of our Star Elves' specialty fruits. Iovia smiled. You can call me Iovia. I am the current king of the Star Elves, Iovia said sternly. Sauron has returned, and his forces now threaten the entire north. I need your help. The Star Elves are the North's last remaining reinforcements, Roland said eagerly. I'm sorry, I'm afraid you don't know much about the Star Elves' past. We've been secluded for over 3,000 years, and my people have grown accustomed to a peaceful life. We may not be able to participate in this war, Iovia said apologetically. Has it simply the heavy losses suffered initially that have made you forget your hatred for Sauron? Roland was certainly well versed in the Star Elves' past. During the War of the Last Alliance, in addition to the coalition led by Gil-galad, 3 other independent armies also participated, the Woodland Kingdom Elves led by Thranduil's father, the Elves of the Golden Forest, and the Vanir Elves who then resided in Rhovanion. These 3 armies marched along different routes, yet met with the same outcome. Heavy losses. Nearly annihilated at the Black Gate, the Vanir retreated with their people to their present-day Mirkwood and headed north. Luckily, one of their number found the friendship of a wandering star dragon. This man, Peter Groves, became a dragon rider and followed Ialvia's father, Innes, northward. No orc army dared to provoke this desperate elven force along the way. Finally, when they arrived in Rhovanion, the gravely wounded elf king Innes passed away. Ialvia inherited the kingdom. Deeply disappointed with the Vanir, she changed her faith, no longer worshipping the nature goddess. They embraced the star goddess, calling themselves the Star Lords. Their long, icy blue hair replaced their golden locks, and they became elves bathed in the stars in the dark night. They lived in darkness, yet their hearts yearned for light. Under the immense power of the star dragon, they created a star barrier, opened up a secret realm, and lived in seclusion ever since. This secret realm was called Thingr. From then on, the world gained another elf race that believed in the stars. Haha, we once fought with passion, sacrificed, and gave. But in the end, it was nothing but betrayal. Iovia still harbored resentment over the coalition's inaction in the 3 elf bands that stormed the Black Gate, and was furious that the woodland elves hadn't offered them a helping hand. The 3 elves had resorted to a fueling tactic, attacking the city one by one despite being outnumbered to begin with. Your Highness, Iovia, I hope you understand the principle of the loss of both the lips and the teeth. If the Lonely Mountain and the Long Lake are conquered, and the Woodland Kingdom is destroyed, then Thingr will sooner or later be found by Sauron. Roland said solemnly. It's useless. We can't help you. We no longer have the strength to fight another war. Iovia waved her hand and sighed. Chapter 48. But only you can change this. Roland pleaded. We already suffered heavy losses. 3,000 years of recuperation have only restored our ability to defend ourselves. Forgive me, I'm unable to join the battle. Iovia was adamant that she wouldn't participate. Your Highness, Iovia, the Star Dragon is not invincible. The Boundary Dragon always has its weaknesses. An attack too powerful cannot be withstood by the Star Boundary. Roland helplessly spread his hands. Soft tactics wouldn't work, so he had to resort to hard tactics. From what I understand, Sauron has earned the allegiance of a group of demonic dragons, and he also has the infernal siege hammer, Grond. Do you think this boundary can stop them? I admit that you're a worthy lord, and you don't want your people caught up in the flames of war, but you have no way out. Sooner or later, you'd be targeted by Sauron, unless you believe you can withstand his forces alone. Roland had no choice but to drop this bombshell. Seeing Iovia's silence, he struck while the iron was hot. When you are the only ones left, you will face the orcs alone. Singrid will be destroyed in battle. Your people will wail and cry in the flames. Is this what you want to see? Outrageous. Peter Groves slammed the table and stood up. Faced with Roland's aggressive attitude, Peter Groves stood up, feeling his king had been insulted. What? Am I wrong, Your Excellency the Dragon Knight? Roland said flatly. You? Peter Grow was speechless. Forget it. Renault, let's go. I hope King Iovia can hold her own against the orcs after we are all destroyed. Roland stood up, bowed, called Renault, and prepared to leave. Wait. Tell me about your plan. Iovia's cold voice came from behind Roland. After hearing this, Roland, who had turned to leave, curled his lips into a smile. He slowly turned his head and said, Sorry, we have no other plan except to fight, unless you believe we have the ability to take Gambata Fortress or Dol Guldur. Is the situation really that serious? In Iovia's opinion, the kingdoms outside could at least organize an army of nearly 20,000. The truth is, Arabore, the Woodland Kingdom, the Raglan Kingdom, the River Valley, the Lausanne City, and the Iron Hills only have an army of about 8,000 soldiers combined, and that's all we have. Roland shrugged, looking helplessly at the bewildered Star Elf. Our chances of winning are slim. Peter Grow suddenly said. Yes, but if we do nothing, there's no chance of winning. Roland walked up to him, and stared into his eyes. You're right. Iovia rubbed her sore eyes, confirming Roland's words. He hadn't expected that after 3,000 years, the kingdoms outside had become so weak. Excuse me, how many elven soldiers does the kingdom of Singri have now? Roland said with a strange expression, as if he had thought of something. Iovia waved her hand at Peter Grow, indicating that she could tell them. Peter Grow said awkwardly, about 3,000 elven soldiers. Roland's eyes twitched. They were a hidden faction after all, so why were they so embarrassed? Even in the game, they had tens of thousands of elven soldiers, so why were they so shabby in real life? But our army is composed entirely of Tier 3 classes, Peter Grow said proudly. Roland's titanium eyes widened. An army of 3,000 Tier 3 classes. That was a veritable orc-reaping machine. What classes are they? Roland asked eagerly. 1,000 intermediate rangers, 1,000 sharpshooters, 1,000 elite swordsmen. Iovia listed them like the back of her hand. There's not even a proper front line. Roland thought to himself. Shooters aside, this one is definitely for ranged damage. Elf rangers also primarily attack from range, with relatively weak melee capabilities. This elven swordsman is a total joke. What do you think a swordsman is like? A frontline tank, like a Dorwinian heavy swordsman. What about the elven swordsmen? Their frail bodies aside, they're still effective as frontline troops. But the Star Elves swordsmen are truly outrageous. They don't wield swords. They wield moon blades. Do you know what a moon blade is? It's that giant crescent-shaped blade with a handle at its center. The key is that it's meant to be thrown to hit people. Basically, it's a giant boomerang. What kind of defense do you expect from them? Sure enough, the front line ultimately relies on humans and dwarves. Roland slapped himself on the head, speechless. There's a reason the Star Elves act this way. With a small population, they can't afford the toll of frontal positional warfare, so their troop selection naturally leans towards ranged and mid-range units, suited to guerrilla kite tactics. However, Roland still wanted to ask the Star Elves, is it really polite to call the pitcher carrying the giant boomerang a swordsman? So, you can't fight alone? Roland looked at Iovia and Peter Grow with a strange expression. This swarm of mid-range and ranged troops could instantly unleash a terrifying onslaught on the orcs, but once they joined forces in close combat, that was another story. Unfortunately, the orcs simply outnumbered them. Well, actually, we can send out the dragon riders. Iovia blushed. I see. Roland sighed to the heavens. He had thought the woodland elves' ratio of ranged and ranged troops was already ridiculous, but he hadn't expected the Star Elves to be even more extreme. We need to leave enough men to protect the barrier, so even if we go into battle, we can only send 2,000. Iovia said after a moment's silence. After all, the battle hadn't reached her, and she still had to defend the crystal. I understand. Roland nodded. He knew the Singari's deepest secret, a star well. Like other elves who worship the moon goddess and the goddess of nature, the Star Elves originally worshipped the goddess of nature. Back then, the star well was the sun well, a source of magical power that endowed the elves with strength and longevity. Without the well, the elves would gradually die out. When the Singari elves converted to the goddess of the star, the sun well was blessed and transformed into the star well, thus creating the world's first and only star well. When will they arrive? Iovia's calm exterior concealed a deep sense of rage. This was completely unlike his previous indifference. It was clear that he hated Sauron and his minions to the core. Probably next spring. They won't let us sow and cultivate the fields in peace, Roland said softly. Iovia fell into deep thought. Peter, gather all archers and rangers. Bring plenty of supplies. Let's head to the long lake and await the arrival of those scoundrels. A cold glint flashed in Iovia's eyes. Not wanting to miss the opportunity to fight, he decided to lead his people in anticipation of the orcs' arrival, his scimitar eagerly guzzling their blood. Tell my people I seal off all of Singrid after I leave. If you don't see me when the seal is broken, I have returned to the embrace of the stars. Iovia smiled and rose from the throne. He pushed open the hall door and pulled a blood-stained horn from his bosom. Father, I will follow your path once more. Iovia's eyes gleamed with a glint. Now that night has fallen, we will be the only light in the darkness. The horn's cry echoed throughout Singrid. Chapter 49. Children of the stars, darkness strikes again, leaving the Singari with nowhere to retreat. I implore you to take up arms once more, and accompany me on the journey the previous king left unfinished. Iovia said in a low voice, looking at the Singari elves gathered before him. Let us march. Iovia roared, atop her unicorn. The wrath of the star elves quietly erupted, reigniting 3,000 years of resentment. Rich. Roland glanced at them, even riding a unicorn. Its life force was on par with a dragon. Although a support beast, it possessed numerous buffs. Your Highness, don't be envious. In terms of combat power, a unicorn can't even defeat a griffin, Renault reassured Roland, hearing his grumbling. Fighting ability isn't important, it's all about the beauty and class. Roland was practically drooling with envy. Ah! A few sentries, bored and resting on the battlements of the wooden wall of Losnir, gazed towards the dark forest. Almost too idle, they stretched contentedly. Yes. 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 Suddenly, one sentry stuttered, glancing at the distant dark forest. Shit! Seeing the swaying trees and startled birds, several men, frightened, quickly sounded the alarm. The scene was clearly that of a large-scale army on the march, and the orcs coming from the south of the dark forest could only be the orcs of Dol Guldur. Hurry up to the walls. Send the civilians working outside back. Be ready to close the city gates at any moment. White Wing, hearing the alarm, instantly rushed out of his post and shouted commands to the panicked crowd. Bang, bang, bang. The clash of heavy armor echoed as soldiers clad in dwarven armor quickly scaled the city walls, weapons in hand. 25 of you will guard the north wall, and 25 will guard the east wall. Adric, you take 100 men to guard the south wall, and the rest will join me at the west wall. King White Wing of Aqua raised his weapon. The entire city of Lozaner was gripped by the fear of war. Hiss! This deer is so hard to ride. Roland grimaced, helplessly steering the moon deer beneath his lap. Renault, however, rode with remarkable skill, hardly giving off the impression it was his first time riding a moon deer. He rode with the same steady grace as a horse. How is it, King Roland? Isn't the elven moon deer uniquely charming? Iovia chuckled, teasing Roland about his half-baked riding skills. Why do elves have mounts if they don't have knights? Roland asked curiously. After all, knights are the only profession that can only be inherited by humans. Other races don't even have such a profession. Orc wolf riders aren't knights per se, just warriors riding wolves. For the rangers, Iovia said matter-of-factly. How arrogant! Roland sighed. Human knights are called knights when they ride mounts, while elves are called cavalry when they ride mounts. Isn't that a waste of resources? An elven army? White Wing was stunned upon seeing the army emerging from the forest. Where are these elves in sky blue armor from? White Wing was puzzled. He didn't recall any elves wearing sky blue armor. King Roland? White Wing spotted Roland's conspicuous figure in the crowd. After all, he wore the same skin, or clothing, all day long, so it was hard not to recognize him. King White Wing. What are you doing? Roland looked at the soldiers atop the 4-meter-high wooden wall of Lothner, their bows pointed at them. I forgot, put down your arrows. White Wing waved his hand, commanding the soldiers to lower their arrows, and he descended the city to greet them. Who are these? White Wing looked at Iovia and the others in confusion. They are the star elves who live in seclusion in the dark forest. They are the last reinforcements I can find. Oh! By the way, this is Iovia, King of Singri, and this is Peter Grow, the Star Dragon Knight, Roland introduced. Hello, I am King White Wing here. Welcome to Lothner, and the Kingdom of Aquavia. White Wing extended his hand, inviting everyone. Thank you for your hospitality, King White Wing. The elves nodded in greeting. So there are no more reinforcements? White Wing pulled Roland aside at the dinner and whispered. He hadn't been comfortable saying this in front of the elves just now, as it would have been rude. Yes, if we are lucky, the dwarves of Iron Hill will come to our aid, but I'm afraid. Roland stopped talking. Whitewing was speechless. The predecessors of the Star Elves had fought many battles with the dwarves. What if the two of them started fighting among themselves? Whitewing couldn't even imagine that beautiful and harmonious scene. We're lucky. The elves have brought the ranged troops we've been lacking. At least we don't have to send our soldiers hurling rocks at the orcs. Roland breathed a sigh of relief. In reality, Roland and Whitewing's men were few and far between in terms of archery prowess. Roland's current force consisted of 100 knights, 100 Badanian archers, 100 Raglan city guards, 100 Dorwinian heavy swordsmen, 500 conscripted light infantry, and 10 El Nino rangers. He also had the temple priest Ivy, the war mage Rattle, the dragon knight Caslo, and the paladin leader Renault. There are 810 soldiers capable of ranged attacks, but only the 100 Badanian archers can actually effectively shoot the enemy. The others either have questionable accuracy, or can't fire their bows more than a few times. Whitewing's situation is similar. He recently expanded his army, forming 500 elite infantry, 200 cavalry, 47 knights, and over 150 hunters. These are the best soldiers the entire city of Lothner can muster, with a population of nearly 7,000. Some northern humans have also migrated here, so the number is even greater than before. I just expanded my army. The dwarves sent me weapons. They hope we can hold off the enemies from the south, while they face the orc army from the north. Whitewing introduced himself to Roland. Yes, they simply don't have the capacity to fight on two fronts. Roland sighed. Your Highness, King Whitewing, with all due respect, the city walls here don't seem very useful. They're too low. The key is that the wood and stone construction only uses the stones in the key support areas. Such a wall wouldn't be much use against the orcs, Iovia suddenly said. She examined the walls carefully. It was clear that the city facing the decisive battle was not adequately prepared. They just migrated from the north and established a new kingdom, Roland said awkwardly, rubbing his nose. It seems we have to stay here and help you repair the walls, Peter Grow sighed. Originally, the elves had planned to station themselves between Lothner and Arabore, ready to support both locations. But now it seems Lothner's defenses are in serious trouble. Your Highness, is there something wrong with your city? Iovia suddenly asked. Puff. Roland, who had just taken a sip of wine, suddenly spat it out. Well, I actually don't think Riverstorm's defenses are that important. After all, the orcs wouldn't cross the Riverstorm to attack them. Roland scratched his head. Stars be damned. Don't tell me Riverstorm's defenses are the same as this city's? Iovia's eyes widened. In fact, they're even worse than here. Roland shrank back like a quail. Chapter 50. Looks like we're in big trouble. Iovia sighed. If the orcs cross the river and attack River Rapids, then Whitewing couldn't finish. The orcs who successfully bypassed the southern defenses could join forces with the northern orc army to attack the lonely mountain battlefield from both sides, completely separating the coalition forces. King Roland, I wish to know the current state of River Rapids' defenses, Iovia said helplessly. Follow me. Roland sighed. This? Iovia stared at River Rapids in shock. While the hundreds of meters long, 5 meters high, and 5 meters wide magic rune walls before her looked incredibly impressive, were the surrounding walls, less than 2 meters high, truly that? What can this stop? Goblins? Iovia spread her hands and said angrily. Sorry, most of our people are still wandering and haven't returned yet. And our mages can only produce so many magic rune bricks each day. Roland sighed helplessly. If the orcs cross the flood, what can we do to stop them? Our lives? Iovia was dumbfounded. He felt that leading his people into this mess was a mistake. There's no other way. If they cross, I can only lead my soldiers to block them on the riverbank. Roland sighed. I hope they don't discover this fatal loophole. Iovia sighed, then mounted her unicorn. The unicorn spread its wings and soared into the sky. System. Territory details. Roland called the system after watching Iovia leave. A familiar screen of light unfolded, and Roland immediately saw the current state of his city. The territory still contained only the isolated flood. Clicking on the flood page, the current state of the city appeared before Roland. River Rapids, area, 1 kilometer in radius. Buildings, 1 dilapidated lord's castle, 80 ramshackle dwellings, 20 fragile dwellings, a dilapidated stone wall, under repair, a stone well, a blacksmith's shop, and a military camp. Troops, 913. Population, 247, trainable civilians. 52, comment, the lonely king leads his remaining subjects back to their homeland. This ruin, barely enough to provide shelter, offers them some solace. Darkness still threatens the new king. Aside from fishing, the town lacks any productive capacity. Its strong military might is perhaps its only notable feature. Note, the town has no war potential. A single devastating defeat could wipe it out. Abilities. 1. As the only territory of the Kingdom of Raglan in Middle-earth, it attracts the remnants of Raglan. The system directs a wave of wandering Raglan civilians to arrive daily. Hopefully, the Lord will properly accommodate them. 2. Allow the recruitment of local civilians to train as Swiftwater infantry. Population is still a major drawback. There are more soldiers than civilians. Roland sighed. There was nothing he could do. A single sign-in might yield 100 or even 500 soldiers, but the refugees only arrived in waves daily, and their numbers were unpredictable. This resulted in Roland's population remaining stagnant. The population base determined the number of troops Roland could recruit in the future. Without a population, the Kingdom of Lagran's war potential was effectively curtailed. Caslow. Equip the El Nino Rangers with Sharma horses, and have them stationed downstream on the Swiftwater River to monitor whether the orcs were crossing. If they did, light a beacon. Also, have the knights mobilized daily to conduct scouts along the Swiftwater River. Roland had finally resorted to this ruthless method. If the orcs did cross, then fate would be the real culprit. Yes, sir. Caslow nodded, clearly understanding the gravity of the matter. Renault. Train the light infantry well these days. I don't ask for them to be particularly brave, but I ask that they form a formation to fight the orcs. Roland turned to Renault and instructed him. After all, those poorly trained conscripted light infantry were really hard to describe. As you command, my king. Renault bowed, opened the tent, and walked out. Time is running out. The orcs could attack at any moment. Roland analyzed Azig's style and felt that the orcs would most likely attack in winter, catching everyone off guard. Sir! You need to see this. Caslow suddenly rushed in, holding a magic crystal. What's wrong? Roland suddenly felt something bad was about to happen. Roar! Ah! Invigorated by Caslow's fighting spirit, the magic crystal revealed the image it held within. It was a group of wasteland orcs, though their numbers were a bit exaggerated. Judging from the position of the magic crystal, there were at least tens of thousands of them. Where did this thing come from? Roland's face turned grim. The orc totems he saw were not only very similar to the orc totems of the wasteland orcs east of the Swift Stream, but practically identical. The thought of such a force even existing near him made Roland break out in a cold sweat. It was brought by a wandering tribe of grassland elves. They migrated westward to escape the orcs and ended up at the foot of Swift Stream, Caslow said. Take me to their chief, Roland said hurriedly. Greetings, respected King Raglan. I am Vanru, chief of this tribe of grassland elves. The young elf chief bowed his head in greeting. Thank you for the news, but I want to know the details. Roland pulled him aside anxiously. Well, this footage was recorded by us on the east bank of the Redwater River. We originally lived at the foot of the Iron Hills, but somehow the orcs there began to gather. For the safety of my people, I had no choice but to lead them on their migration. Vanur gently pushed Roland's hand away. Have they crossed the river? Roland asked the question that concerned him most. When we reached the other side, they hadn't crossed yet, but they were looking for trees to build a raft. Vanur confirmed. Roland immediately understood. This wasn't Sauron's idiot dancing upside down. The Rune region was already under Sauron's control. How could the orcs there gather and move westward for no apparent reason? Roland would never believe that they were under no one's command. How many of your people are there? How many are capable of fighting? Roland hurriedly asked Vanur. The grassland elves are essentially wandering elves. Without a magic well, their lifespan is more than half that of other elves. Their combat effectiveness is also inferior to that of other elven tribes. Their weapons are less sophisticated, and their population is extremely sparse. They can be said to be the wandering elven race. However, it is precisely these reasons that have given the grassland elves their heroic and warlike character. In terms of fighting spirit, the grassland elves can be said to surpass all other elves. Our tribe has 657 people, but only 149 are capable elven warriors, but most of them are first-level professionals. Compared to other elves with magic wells, the grassland elves professionals are, on average, one major level lower. Excellent. You can leave your people here, or choose to cross the river to the city of Lothner on the other side. And you need to stay and help us stop the orcs. Roland said directly. Why? You have no right to command me. Ver's eyes widened. He had never seen such a shameless king. Force membership was the order of the day? It's not an order, but you have no choice. Do you prefer to go south to face the orc army of Tol Goldo, or west to venture into the orc-infested Misty Mountains? Or do you plan to go north and fight the orcs of Gundabad? Roland asked curiously. Man, we're surrounded by orcs. Got it? Roland said, fearing he didn't understand. He pulled out a parchment map and drew a circle on it, perfectly encircling the entire area around Lonely Mountain. Goddess. This can't be true. Verve was stunned. He thought he was escaping the orcs' territory, but he found himself surrounded. Verve quietly asked, "Is it okay to retreat now? I suggest you let the women and children cross the river first. The city's defenses on the other side are more reliable than mine." Although he didn't want to admit the poor defenses of River Rapids, he couldn't bring himself to praise her. By the way, how many days were you traveling? Roland suddenly asked this crucial question. 5 days. Vannerway thought for a moment. Very good. Once you arranged your people, prepare to meet the enemy. Roland patted him on the shoulder. Caslow. Scout eastward. Renault. Cross the river and explain the situation to Iovia and White Wing on the other side. Have them send reinforcements if necessary. Roland gave his orders in an orderly manner. Chapter 51. What's going on? After flying for half a day, Caslow clearly saw the orcs camping underground from high above. Instead of marching quickly while it was still light, they had settled on the west bank of the Redwater River. Is this a large tribe migrating? Caslow worried that his group had misjudged the orcs' migration from the desert as a surprise attack. No. This is an army. There are no orcs, old or young. Caslow had Cardo lower his voice slightly, while hiding in the clouds to observe. After all, the Air Knights, who primarily fought in the air, had exceptional vision. And with their Dragon Eyes ability, Caslow could even see the totems on the orcs on the ground from 1,000 meters above. What are they waiting for? Caslow decided to return and tell Roland the news. After all, the orcs wouldn't be able to reach the vicinity of River Rapids for a while. What? They camped by the river? Roland exclaimed in surprise. Given the orcs' mindless nature, shouldn't they have swarmed over? Perhaps they're staying there, awaiting a joint attack from orcs from other regions. Like Gundabad and Dol Guldur. Raynor stood up. Think about it, what would happen if a massive orc army appeared behind us while we were fighting bravely at the front? Even if they were just wild orcs armed with bone clubs and wooden clubs. Raynor continued. A chill fell over everyone's heart. If that were to happen, the entire alliance's defenses would collapse like dominoes. We need to discuss with the allies in Los Saint-Neil how to deal with them, Caslow pondered. No. We don't need to discuss. Rally all the soldiers. Roland said coldly, waving his hand as he walked out of the tent. Looks like you're in trouble. Peter Grow landed in the city on his dragon. This was Roland's first time observing a giant dragon closely. The 30-meter-long star dragon's body was covered in deep blue scales, shimmering with starlight. The scales on its abdomen were milky white. Its claws, as sharp as sapphires, gleamed coldly. A single golden pupil pierced its dark eyes, piercing with a glint. But this dragon wasn't wearing armor, only a saddle. Bad review. Caslow's flying dragons all wore full-body armor. This also showed that the kingdom of Singri was indeed very poor, otherwise they wouldn't let their dragons run around naked. You have to know that Dragon Knights are one of the most powerful forces in a faction, so it's no wonder that all kinds of resources are poured into them. The Dragon Knights of the Raglan Empire are not only lavishly equipped themselves, but even their dragons are lavishly equipped. Looking at the naked Dragon Knights, Roland could only sigh. How poor they are. They don't even have the money to armor their dragons. Knight Peter? What are you doing here? Roland asked doubtfully. Because Lostnir City was under constant threat of war from Dalgardor, Roland had no intention of requesting their assistance for the war in the east. After all, while the tens of thousands of wasteland orcs were numerous, their quality. Except for sneak attacks from behind, Roland's soldiers would crush them in a head-on engagement without even blinking. I came to see if you need any help. It seems you're planning to attack the wasteland orcs to the east? Peter Grow looked at the tensely assembled army. Right. We can't just wait for them to come to us. Roland smiled. Well, after all, it's better for us to seize the initiative. Although the city of Lothner and the king cannot support your army, I can obey your command. Peter Grow said humbly, bringing the goodwill and support of the two kings. No, Lothner needs a high-end combat force. If the orcs from Dol Guldur suddenly attack, we don't know if they have any other tricks up their sleeves. Leaving you here is the best option, Roland denied. But your soldiers are few. But we are fearless. Roland calmly gazed into the dragon rider's eyes. Okay. I will convey your will to the two kings. Peter Grow saw calmness and fearlessness in Roland's eyes. Good luck to you. Peter Grow performed a knight salute and then leaped onto the dragon. The star dragon spread its wings and soared into the sky. Sir, our strength is greatly disparate in this battle. Caslo quietly came up behind Roland. But we have no choice. We are attacked from all sides, and our forces are stretched thin. We can't block it. We can't lose Lothner. The orcs from the north and south must not unite. We won't be lucky enough to repeat the Battle of Lonely Mountain. Roland calmly watched the soldiers gathering and marching out of the city. Sir, all 1,047 of us have assembled. Except for Ranger El Nino, everyone else, along with the grassland elves soldiers, is here, Carlos said to Roland. Well, let the knights set off first. Roland turned to Renault. Sir Rattle, Riverstorm is now in your hands. Please organize a night watch for us young men. If we don't return. Roland trailed off. May the dragon god protect you. My king? Ivy leaned over and whispered. Yes. Roland forced a smile. Are we really just going up like this? Vannerway asked in disbelief. Why? The brave and warlike grassland elves are actually afraid of a fight. Roland asked curiously. No, I'm just asking, are we just going to charge in like this? Vannerway felt something was amiss. When the number disparity is too great, all tactics are useless. Roland gazed calmly ahead. But I realize we only have 3 days worth of food. What will we do when we return? Vannerway frantically asked, meaning they'd be out of food after the next 3 days. 3 days? That's enough. We be there in 3 days at most, traveling light. If we defeat them, Caslo will bring us plenty of food. If we lose, there's no need to worry about returning. Roland seemed unconcerned. Damn it. You're absolutely right. Verway vented. He felt the steppe elf's tragic fate was unfair. He had just fled with his people, only to find himself back on the battlefield so soon. Save your energy. Roland sighed softly. He had just noticed the poor condition of the steppe elves' equipment. While well maintained, the workmanship and materials were clearly inferior to those of other elves. For our homeland, we fear nothing, Roland said firmly in his heart. What? A group of steppe elves fled after discovering us, roared Onavir, the orc king of the wastelands. These incompetent wretches had only just now reported this. They've been gone for days. Onavir raged. At least 5 sunsets. My lord. The kneeling orc trembled. Roar! Onavir angrily swung his warhammer and smashed the spy's head, sending dark green and white matter splattering across the ground. Damn those grassland elves! Incompetent rubbish! Onavir roared in impotent fury. Pass my orders? Disband camp and march to the foot of the Lonely Mountain. Onavir shouted angrily. The dwarves of the Lonely Mountain may have received the news. We can't wait for Azig and Bulk any longer. Onavir decided to lead the attack alone, at least catching the Lonely Mountain coalition off guard. Move! Ah! Onavir roared as he rode his wolf. Chapter 52. By the way, were the orcs observing your departure? This is crucial. Roland hurriedly asked Vannerway. Since he could dispatch dragon knights for reconnaissance, it wasn't surprising that the orcs had some sort of long-range reconnaissance method. Roland's only advantage now was the initiative. Beyond that, he had no other advantages. This battle could have been easier, but unfortunately, his only war mage was forced to stay behind in Swiftstream. The simple-minded people of Lagrang were reluctant to leave their city, so someone had to stay, and Rattle, skilled in psychic detection, was the perfect choice. To be honest, Old Man Rattle's field combat abilities weren't as strong as his defense skills. His heavy earth magic, aside from forbidden spells, offered few powerful spells. Probably not. After all, we moved after our sentinels spotted them, and we moved quickly. After all, you know, the grassland elves are a nomadic tribe. Vannerway's voice was a little low. Wandering is every grassland elf's deepest pain. I have a bad feeling. After all, with so many of you leaving, there must be some clues. Roland remained uneasy. What did you do with the boats after crossing the river? Renault, who was riding alongside Roland, suddenly approached. Verway broke out in a cold sweat. They hadn't sunk the boats, they were too busy running. But now those boats might have tipped off the orcs that they'd been discovered. It seems our surprise attack on the orc camp is impossible, Renault said helplessly. He couldn't believe these supposedly meticulous elves would forget to deal with the traces they left behind. Forget it. We weren't expecting a surprise attack in the first place. It was just an option. Roland waved his hand, silencing Renault. Sorry, Minerva said shamefacedly. Perhaps this single action would result in heavy casualties for both armies in a few days. Forget it. You were just trying to escape. Who would care about those fairies? Roland soothed. Caslow, tell the infantrymen at the back to stop and rest. Roland glanced at the sky and saw that the sun had already set in the west. The sunset glow, like blood, cast a brilliant crimson on everyone's armor. Crackle. At night, everyone camped on a mound. The tower shields of the conscripted light infantry were hammered into the earth, forming a semicircular shield wall to block the wind. Everyone huddled behind the shield wall and lit a bonfire for warmth. The knights huddled together, leading their horses. Because the night in the wilderness was dangerous, no one removed their armor. By the way, why are you equipping the light infantry with tower shields? Roland only just realized that these light infantrymen weren't holding dwarven iron shields, but wooden tower shields with iron linings. After training, I found that wooden tower shields are better. They weigh the same as iron cross shields, but have half the range. This effectively improves the light infantryman's survivability, Renault said, chewing on hard black bread and spitting out the crumbs. But they're not as good as iron shields. Roland still preferred the iron armor. Don't you know their level? A simple, crude wooden tower shield would suit them better. Renault muttered softly. That's right. Roland felt a headache when he thought of their initial performance. They were the main force in this battle. Only if they could withstand the orcs' counterattack would they have a chance of turning the tide. Caslow, Renault, tell me honestly, what's their current situation? Roland said with a sullen face. At least they won't desert. Renault thought for a long time before finally saying this. Thank you so much. You just can't get over the deserter thing? Roland cried inwardly, tears streaming down his face. Haha, that's great. Roland laughed dryly. Sir Verway, may I ask what professions your people possess? Roland wanted to know just how mixed up the army under his command truly was. All rangers, Verway said proudly. Bang! Roland slapped his head. Don't the elves have a proper front line? Besides archers, it's either rangers or mages. The only moon deer cavalry they can offer are rangers and archers riding moon deer. Forget it, I'm going to lie down. Roland took a deep breath and lay down on the blanket. System check-in. The first thing Roland did after opening his eyes was check in. Sign-in successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Elven Holy Sword. Manicotti. What's the point of giving me the Elven Holy Sword? Roland nearly vomited blood. This thing was the Elven Holy Sword, and he had no use for it, only using it as an ordinary weapon. Its sharpness was comparable to the Dragon Slayer's sword, and he couldn't wield it. After all, only the power of the elves could wield this flaming sword. To Roland, it was useless. Huh? Roland noticed that Vannerway's sword wasn't particularly fine, and immediately identified its owner. By the way, Lord Vannerway gives you this sword. I hope it be of use to you. Roland retrieved the manicotti from the system space and handed it to Vannerway. Vannerway raised an eyebrow. Wow, space equipment. I hadn't realized this unassuming lord possessed considerable background. After casually accepting the manicotti, Vannerway casually drew his long sword. The instant his battle spirit infused it, the blade erupted in flames, rich fire magic enveloping the blade. Is this the holy sword of the elves? Vannerway's expression changed, instantly sensing the sword's perfect match for him. The blazing holy sword. Manicotti. I hope you be satisfied with this gift. Roland smiled. After all, without any elves under his command, this thing would only serve as an indestructible sword. It would be better to give it to an elf who could unleash its full potential. This is too precious. Verway stopped channeling his battle energy and reluctantly sheathed the sword, handing it to Roland. It is indeed precious, but in my hands it can only bury its glory. If you feel sorry for me, repay me by using it to kill a few more orcs. Roland gently pushed the sword back. With the battle at hand, every bit of increased combat power could affect the outcome. Only a day and a half's journey left. We reached the Red River. Verway, acting as guide, said to Roland, holding up the map. Everyone rest. Have the knights ahead stop their reconnaissance. Roland said to the Bedanian archer on his warhorse beside him. King! This is bad. Suddenly smoke and dust billowed in the distance. Roland could clearly see the Holy Glory Knights led by Renault. Renault was at the head of the group, waving his arms and shouting. What's wrong? Roland asked, grabbing Renault's horse. The orc army. Coming! Coming! He gasped. Roland's army and the orcs of the wasteland, led by Oroville, had unexpectedly encountered each other. In this nameless wasteland, a war that would determine the fate of the North was about to begin. Chapter 53. The plain between the Redwater River and the Swiftwater River was originally a deserted wasteland, but it was soon named the Raglan Plains. A small hill within this plain was named Raglan Hill, commemorating the turning point in the war that changed the course of northern Middle-earth. The Battle of Raglan Plains. At this moment, Roland was still in shock at his unexpected encounter with the orcs. He looked around and immediately spotted the small hill. All infantry, quickly capture that hill. Follow Verway's orders. Caslow, you will be responsible for destroying the orcs' ranged units. Knights, follow me. Roland raised his fine steel lance and left the group. Wait. Verway was bewildered. He had never commanded an army of nearly 1,000 men before, and he froze in his tracks. Trust yourself. Just like trusting the sword in your hand. Roland interrupted, casually tossing a space ring to Verway. Here are 100,000 arrows. Don't skim. Shoot. The Knights of the Holy Glory Knights galloped to his side and surrounded him. Their crimson battle flames merged into a single mass, and the ring of glory on Roland's hand gleamed with a brilliant light. Army formation. Arrowhead. Roland shouted. The clatter of hoofs pounded the ground, and soon the knights formed a charging formation, with Roland and Raynor at the vanguard. Here, a group of peasant infantrymen successfully scaled the mound. In the distance, they could see an endless stream of orcs surging madly, seemingly also on a forced march. First to form their ranks were the Dorwinian heavy swordsmen. They plunged their steel tower shields into the ground, and simultaneously unleashed their shield wall ability. Then, the Bedanian archers arrived behind them, unhooking their quivers and placing them at their legs. Falway and the Elven Rangers followed closely behind. Falway immediately drew all his arrows from his ring and piled them in the center. The light infantry, the largest group, formed two lines, holding wooden tower shields, to defend the flanks. The other light infantrymen drew their bows and prepared to fire. The Raglan city guards raised their shields to defend the rear, forming a massive circular shield wall on the hill. Sir, human troops have been spotted ahead. An orc reported hurriedly. It seems our whereabouts have indeed been revealed. Anavel exclaimed angrily. He drove his ward to the front of the column, and the orcs trembled in fear. Anavel paid no attention to these incompetent orcs, but instead carefully observed the human army blocking his path. Over 1,000 men? Which human lord has dispatched these reinforcements? Anavel grew curious. These men looked well equipped. If he mishandled them, he would surely suffer severe losses. He only had a little over 7,000 orcs under his command, a fortune he had painstakingly accumulated. But when he thought of Sauron's promise, all his concerns vanished. I smell fear. Anavel roared, mobilizing his troops. Take their heads. Give me victory. Anavel pointed his hammer. Suddenly, the earth trembled. The charge of over 7,000 orcs was visually devastating. Although they were only the poorly equipped orcs of the wasteland, once their numbers reached a critical mass, quantitative change would lead to qualitative change. On! An angry dragon roar echoed, and Caslow, who had been waiting in the clouds for a long time, swooped down on his horse, Caldor. When the orcs charged, their archers had clearly lost touch with the troops ahead. Nearly 2,000 orcs, armed with various bows and arrows, were left hanging behind the main force. Swish! Dozens of blood columns suddenly shot up into the sky. The densely packed archers made perfect targets for the aerial knights. Roar! The dragon exhaled a breath of wind blades. After a few seconds of flight, the wind element, freed from the dragon's power, suddenly exploded, sending hundreds of tiny wind blades flying in all directions. They pierced flesh. They ripped through armor. They tore through muscle. They destroyed weapons. Damn it! Soren, you didn't say they had a dragon. Anavel roared angrily. Swish! A massive cyan wind blade instantly passed over his head. Anavel ducked to avoid the blade that nearly decapitated him, but the banner behind him wasn't so lucky. It flipped and fell straight down. Bring the bow. Seeing the dragon fly over him a dozen meters, Anavel, furious, had clearly lost his mind. He grasped a massive iron bow, knocked an enchanted armor-piercing arrow, and slowly drew the bow. Bang! A crisp sound. Ouch! Flying hundreds of meters in the air, the four-legged dragon Cardo suddenly spun and plummeted to the ground. Impossible. Roland happened to witness this scene. In fact, Anavel was half-elven, his mother a captive elf. He could be considered an unusual half-elf, as evidenced by his appearance. Unlike other orcs, he lacked the fangs and grin of other half-elves. His features were gentler, making him much more pleasing to the eye. His elven blood endowed him with excellent eyesight and archery skills. Combined with the iron bow and the enchanted armor-piercing arrow, he was able to create the scene above. Awing! An angry dragon roar resounded through the sky. Just as it was about to hit the ground, Cardo successfully adjusted his stance and, despite the excruciating pain, soared into the air. Huh? Roland breathed a sigh of relief. He thought the memory of the dragon knight spilling blood into the sky would replay itself. Fortunately, thanks to the thick dragon armor, the arrow failed to penetrate his vitals. Die! Bastards! The dragon's voice rang out, and a massive cyan tornado enveloped the spot where Anavel had stood, sending the orcs into a state of chaos. For the glory of the knights. Charge! Roland led the knights into a trot, the crisp sound of their hooves even drowning out the orcs' wails. Boom, boom, boom! Soon, the clatter of hooves grew louder, the sound rolling into his ears like thunder. Glory! Mercy! Justice! Loyalty! Fraternity! Protection! Bravery! Humility! One skill after another, representing the spirit of chivalry, was unleashed. In an instant, the knights' momentum soared. Battle aura enveloped the knights' armor and horses. As one, the 102 knights bravely charged towards the panicked orcs. For our homeland! For our people! For Raglan! Amid the knights' shouts, the orcs in front sensed a deadly threat and faltered. The orcs huddled together in a chaotic mess, unaware that they were providing the perfect opportunity for the charging knights. Knights! The knights of humanity! As the orcs stared in disbelief, Roland led the knights of the Holy Glory, and fiercely charged the orc ranks. Kill! Chapter 54. Ah! Ouch! Baka! The sound of bones snapping rang out. The knights arrived in a flash, their sharp steel lances crashing into the orcs. The harsh grinding sound, the miserable wails, and the teeth-grinding cracking of bones all spoke volumes of the brutality of war. Stop them! Having just escaped the tornado, Anavil's former splendor had vanished. His thick armor was riddled with gashes from the wind blades, blood oozing from the wounds. Though he looked miserable, his injuries were actually minor, mostly superficial. Gouge them! Roland shouted as he rode his horse. Heavy iron hooves mercilessly trampled the ragged orcs, smooth as a hot knife through butter. The huddled mass of orcs didn't slow the knights' charge at all. The deafening clatter of hooves drowned out the orcish clamor. Orcs were constantly pierced by lances and trampled beneath their horses, but the orc army continued to close in. Don't get surrounded. We can't lose speed. Renault roared, wielding his lance and sweeping across the orcs. We break through from the flank. Roland turned his horse and charged to the side. The orcs are coming. Everyone get ready. Verway calmly observed the approaching orc army. He waved his hand, signaling all soldiers capable of ranged attacks to prepare. Shoot! Verway waved his hand, and a hail of arrows rained down from the sky. Hundreds of fine steel arrows rained down, instantly crushing the orc vanguard. King! The orcs are attacking the infantry. Renault looked back and saw that the orcs had decisively abandoned the highly mobile knights and turned to surround the infantry. Where's Caslow? Roland looked up and saw the dragon had disappeared from the sky. King! We must disrupt the orcs' attack. Our infantry won't hold out much longer, Renault urged. Caldor! Hold on. Caslow was already far from the battlefield, preparing to extract the armor-piercing arrow lodged in Caslow's abdomen. Hey, man! You're lucky. Caslow smiled, and with a flick of his hand, he yanked the arrow free. A shower of dragon blood splattered as the arrow was pulled out. Enchanted armor-piercing arrow. Caslow carefully examined the arrow in his hand, and casually broke the steel bolt. Thanks to the dragon's formidable physique, this minor injury would heal quickly. After sprinkling some medicine powder on the wound, Caslow climbed back into the dragon's saddle. With a flap of its wings, the dragon returned to the sky. Caslow's back. Renault spotted the dragon approaching from a distance. Swish! A row of orcs, about to approach the infantry, were instantly knocked back by the wind blades. Charge back! For our brothers! Roland gritted his teeth and shouted, watching the flickering battle flames on the knights. The previous charge had successfully killed hundreds of orcs, but facing their frenzied attacks, the battle spirit of the knights had also been drastically depleted. Hold steady. Verway's palm sweated as he watched the orcs approaching through the hail of arrows. He could only hope that the shield wall outside could successfully withstand the orcs' onslaught. Heavy swordsmen without edge. The Dorwinian heavy swordsmen shouted in unison, activating their skills. Bright battle flames formed thick pillars of flame nearly 5 meters long on their longswords. Bang! Through the gaps in their shields, A massive column of battle energy and flames was hurled down fiercely by the Dorwinian heavy swordsmen, swinging their right arms. Crackle. Crack. Crack. The teeth-grinding sound of bone shattering echoed as the orcs swept by the Dorwinian heavy swordsmen's skills were instantly killed. The heavy sword's edgeless power granted the Dorwinian heavy swordsman powerful area of effect attacks. The once sharp longswords transformed into columns of battle energy and flames imbued with elemental burning, making them particularly effective at penetrating armor and inflicting internal damage. Charge. Seeing the subsequent surge of orcs overwhelm the various grotesque corpses on the ground, the Dorwinian heavy swordsmen raised their tower shields, and the battle energy and flames condensed into mysterious patterns on the shields. The next second, the Dorwinian heavy swordsman took a step forward and pushed the massive steel tower shields forward. Brutal. Bree stared in horror at the orcs being blasted to pieces. Literally. Shoot. Do not stop your attacks. Bree, holding a manicotti, encouraged the soldiers in the crowd. Compared to the calm defense of the Dorwinian heavy swordsmen, the 400 light infantry stationed on the two wings were struggling. They desperately held onto their wooden tower shields to resist the orcs' desperate attacks. Their formation was repeatedly deformed by the orcs' attacks, but they relied on their willpower to reorganize their ranks again and again, restoring a neat shield wall. The dented and deformed surfaces of the tower shields revealed the immense pressure they were under. Kill! 2 rows of spears peeked out from the gaps in their shields, their sharp tips piercing the orcs' leather coats and flesh. As the spears swung out, one orc after another fell before the formation. For the glory of knights. The Knights of the Holy Glory Knights re-entered the battlefield. Under Renault's command, they nimbly maneuvered around the orcs' flanks, occasionally taking bites from their flanks, then hovering just off the orc army. We're still too few. Roland sighed helplessly as he looked at the surrounded infantry. Their fighting spirit was dwindling, and they could no longer recklessly charge into the orc horde. If they continued to advance, Roland's lone knight would suffer their first casualties. Caslo's been held back. Renault looked at the dragon soaring high in the sky. Fearing Anavel's arrows, Caslo dared not let the dragon slaughter the orcs below without restraint, and could only occasionally release its breath to support the orcs, who were about to collapse. Given the entanglement between the two armies, Caslo, fearing accidental casualties, could not allow the dragon to unleash its massively destructive dragon language magic. After all, it would be no fun if that dragon language magic shattered his own shield formation. Hold on. Wielding his flaming manicotti, Vannerwe casually slashed at an orc who had broken through the light infantry shield wall, then pulled the fallen light infantryman to his feet. Young man. Back off. At another man. Seeing the light infantryman shaking hands and bleeding shoulder, Vannerwe frowned and quickly forced the wounded man back. Ah! An orc's longsword lunged, knocking the light infantryman, who was wide open, to the ground. Finally, the first casualty. Bang! A quick-witted Bedanian archer drew his sword and struck it, but another orc, charging at him, swung his battle axe. Dang! Seeing the axe marks on his arm shield, the Bedanian archer was suddenly startled. Oh no! The elite orcs are attacking. The Bedanian archer exclaimed in horror, looking at the armored orc before him. Swish! Manicotti slashed through the air, slicing the advancing orc diagonally with a single strike. The smell of burning meat wafted through the air. Stop them! Bree roared. Run! Roland, lacking in fighting spirit, could only lead his knights on their horses, circling the orcs and firing arrows. After a period of training, the knights' archery skills were barely passable. Buzz! Roland's bowstring trembled, and an orc in the distance fell to the ground. Your Highness! Let's charge again! Renault said anxiously, looking at the encircled infantry shield formation. Here, Vanra faced his greatest test. The Dorwinian heavy swordsmen suddenly noticed the orcs before them retreating en masse. As they peered through the gaps in their helms, bewildered, a roar echoed. Bang! A buzzing sound echoed through the battlefield, halting even Roland and his men, who were roaming and firing. Anavel, clad in heavy armor, hammer in hand, activated his Thunderstrike skill and charged forward, slamming heavily into the Dorwinian heavy swordsman's tower shields, which were embedded deep in the earth. The shield wall of 100 tower shields was violently smashed up, sending a dozen Dorwinian heavy swordsmen bearing the brunt of the blow flying and falling to the ground, twitching. Though severely injured, the Dorwinian heavy swordsmen were not in danger of death. Using their shield wall skill, they collectively withstood the full force of the level 5 warlord. Orc warlord. Bree narrowed his eyes. The frontal defense had finally been broken. If he wanted to reform his shield formation, he had to defeat this orc. For the goddess of nature. Holding the elven holy sword Manicotti, Verway leaped high with a flick of his long legs. The holy sword, brimming with the wrath of the elves, descended from the sky. Chapter 55. Roar! The swung warhammer struck Manicotti directly. Feeling the immense force in his hand, Vannerway used the momentum to tumble through the air before landing back on the ground. Damn elf! Onaville stared at the deep cut on the warhammer. The surrounding steel seemed to melt, and the magic patterns on the struck side were completely destroyed. Half-blood bastard. Vannerway looked at Onaville's face. His pointed ears and unusual appearance clearly indicated his elven ancestry. I will tear your thin arms and legs apart. You filthy bastard, you truly insult our elven bloodline. Vannerway's face was sullen. Almost every elf king is a top-level 6th-tier professional, but the chief of the grassland elf tribe is clearly not an elf king. Although he has the potential to become an elf king, without the nourishment of the magic well and the faith of his people, Vannerway is currently only a 4th-tier high-level ranger. Facing the 5th-tier warrior Onaville, Vannerway was not at an advantage, he was even at a disadvantage. Stop the knights! I'm going to annihilate these human infantry. Seeing Roland leading his knights in another charge, Onaville clearly didn't want to let the knights successfully divide the battlefield. He simply sent out his unarmored cannon fodder to stop them. Onaville understood that the knights were now at their last gasp. The flickering war aura enveloping them made it clear that if they could consume this infantry, the knights and the dragon knights would be nothing more than a non-issue. Trading these common orcs for the wealth and elite soldiers promised by Sauron was clearly a lucrative proposition. So you're the only defenders here? Your destruction of Lonely Mountain is just around the corner. The orc king of the wasteland laughed cruelly. The people of the steppe will not surrender. The glory of the elves still shines upon us. Verve declared bluntly. Long live Raglan. Long live the Empire. Long live the king. For our homeland. The numerous Raglan soldiers roared. The glory and splendor of the Empire still flowed in their blood, and united as one, they were indestructible. King! Listen! Renault, having fiercely yanked his sword from the orc's neck, suddenly beamed with relief. We have never lost our honor. Renault! Roland also heard the cries of the lower ranks. Knights! For Raglan! Roland roared. Kill! Long live Raglan! Chase and kill! Verve's fighting spirit flashed, and he instantly appeared beside Onaville, sweeping across with his Manicotti. Dang! Onaville, reacting quickly raised his warhammer. Roar! The dark red warhammer slammed heavily into the ground, sending a shockwave radiating outward from the hammer's center. Farville tapped his toes and instantly leaped into the air, avoiding the shockwave. You can't defeat me! Onaville swung his warhammer, striking the Manicotti in Vannerway's hand repeatedly. Die! Vannerway roared, a visible torrent of fighting spirit infused into the warhammer, which then roared towards Vannerway. Bang! The Manicotti was crushed to an incredible angle, and Vannerway was also knocked back. Puff! Verve spat out a mouthful of blood. He was injured. You? Just a homeless, wretched creature. You're just a pathetic tramp. You're abandoned elves. Ha ha! Onaville laughed and taunted. Puff! Verve fell to one knee, sword in one hand, and the other supporting himself on the ground, blood streaming from the corner of his mouth. Verve's consciousness gradually faded. He vaguely saw his deceased parents, his fallen tribesmen, and his ruined home. Yes! The steppe elves are abandoned elves. We have no home. I'm tired. Father! Verve saw his father approaching him step by step. I tried my best. King Roland. Verve could no longer support his heavy body. The severe internal injuries caused him to fall into a coma. TSK, TSK, TSK. What else can you do now? Onaville licked the dark red blood stain on his warhammer and said fiercely. Whoosh. Boom. A dragon lance plummeted from the sky, instantly impaling Onaville, who had just stopped in his tracks. Sin! Punish! Caslo, clutching a mithril sword, leaped from the dragon's back. Just then, while slaughtering orcs, Caslo noticed Onaville breaking the shield formation and Verway falling to the ground. He rushed to support him. Carter roared, then unleashed a powerful burst of dragon breath, carrying a torrent of wind elemental force at Onaville. Onaville rolled several times to avoid the fatal blow, but the orc behind him wasn't so lucky. A trail of blood stretched dozens of meters from Carter's body. Dragon Rider. Onaville gritted his teeth. May the dragon god forgive you. Caslo said coldly after waving his hand and sending the dragon flying. A flying dragon is no match for a giant dragon. Even with dragon armor, it can be slain by hidden arrows. Therefore, The dragon's battlefield is always in the sky. The dangers on the ground are too numerous. A mere knight dares to stop me? Onaville felt insulted. I'd never been alone. Caslow glanced angrily at the knight still charging desperately, and then at the light infantry behind him, who had suffered heavy casualties. Let the dragon's wrath consume you. The greatsword, imbued with dragon-like power, thrust forward. Onaville dared not take it head-on. The dragon-derived power within it directly suppressed the orc's bloodline. This was the pressure of blood. Roar! The hammer struck the mithril sword, causing it to deflect violently. The immense force even shifted Caslow's lower body, sending him careening in the opposite direction of the force. Ouch! Unrelenting, Onaville swung his hammer left and right, sending Caslow reeling. You have all the power, but you can't use it. You're such a pathetic creature. Onaville remarked impulsively, watching Caslow, possessing powerful dragon energy, being repeatedly beaten back by him. Dragon Knight's secret technique, Gale Knight. Caslow finally found his opportunity, and unleashed the Dragon Knight's inherited secret technique. With a rapid flick of Caslow's wrist, azure wind blades condensed in the air, swirling around the blade. As the blades grew in number, they slowly transformed into a four-legged flying dragon, swirling around Caslow. Awing! The Windblade Dragon, guided by Caslow's long sword, flew towards Onaville. The fierce friction between the high-speed wind element dragon and the air produced a dragon's roar. Onaville narrowed his eyes, grabbed the orc beside him, and flung him at the wind dragon. The violent wind elemental surge tore it apart midair. Seeing the situation was dire, Onaville dove headfirst into the crowd. The next second, the wind dragon plummeted, and the area within a dozen meters was instantly a bloody mess in a swarm of flying wind elementals. Die! Onaville, hiding in the crowd, took advantage of Caslow's weakened strength and hurled a battle axe. Bang! Caslow, barely holding his ground, was flung back by the immense force. Roar! Onaville roared, leaping down with his warhammer raised high. Clang! The sound of metal clashing echoed, as a flaming longsword blocked the hammer about to fall on Caslow's head. Your opponent is me, bastard! Venerway, looking like a madman, grinned with a blood-stained mouth. Chapter 56. We can't. You can still get up? Onaville exclaimed in shock at the weakened Verway. Verway definitely couldn't withstand a blow of that magnitude. Haha, you're right. We are wandering elves. We have no home. But we still have things we want to protect. Verway muttered in a hoarse voice. You must know that the predecessors of the grassland elves were the elves of Gondolin. After the destruction of Gondolin, countless elves fled Gondolin, and the grassland elves were one of them. Scattered across the wastes, they struggled to survive as tribal families. Losing their homes and shelter, they became a landless people. Ha ha ha. Vannerway roared with maniacal laughter, his original wood elemental battle energy gradually igniting red as the manicotti assimilated him. You're crazy. You're actually transforming your own attributes. Onaville was horrified by the madman before him. Normally, the result of such a transformation of opposing attributes would be self-destruction. Since the power of nature cannot protect, then let the raging fire ignite nature. Ha ha! The manicotti in Vannerway's hand had already ignited his entire body's battle energy. His original wood elemental battle energy quietly vanished, and strands of wood elemental battle energy, ignited by the manicotti, transformed into fire elemental battle energy. Burned forever in the flames. Vannerway approached, dragging the manicotti backwards. Don't come over here. You lunatic. Onaville looked at Vannerway, his entire body ablaze. The flames curled up, nearly 3 meters high above his head. Onaville retreated step by step. That's right. I'm just a pathetic creature. A pathetic creature who can't even be protected by my own people. So, can you please die? Verway whispered softly, but it sounded incredibly cold to Onaville's ears. Boom! Verway's extremely unstable fire element instantly ignited, and a primordial aura swept over, instantly sending the halting orcs in front flying. The blood of the elf king awakened. Die! The slender manicotti descended from the sky, the aura of a 6th level stalker instantly erupting. Impossible. Onaville was utterly shocked. What he saw completely shattered his understanding. A 4th level high-ranking ranger instantly became a 6th level elven king. Roland, you're right. I truly can be king. Verway looked down at his sword as he gazed at the Holy Glory Knights in the distance, their charge failing and driven out of the battle circle by the orcs. Hunting moon. Verway raised his hand, and a crescent moon appeared behind him. It was Thranduil's signature move. Swish. Vanru took a step forward, the crusade behind him slashing madly through the orcs in his path. Die! Manicotti raised Vanru's sword and slashed down. Bang! Onaville raised his warhammer in an attempt to block, but with a sharp sound of metal rubbing against metal, the hammer was easily cut in half by Manicotti. Ouch! Onaville screamed. The warhammer only slightly blocked Manicotti's attack, but the scorching tip of the sword still sliced through his armor, penetrating an inch into his flesh. A burning smell wafted in. Dang! Vanru kicked Onaville back into the orc crowd. Hunter! A battle spirit symbol sank into Onaville's body. Onaville's location was now clearly imprinted in Vanru's mind. Can you escape? Hunting spiral. Vanru sneered, his Manicotti and elven scimitar spinning rapidly in his hands, a path of flesh and blood extending with the sharp edge of his fighting spirit. Kill! A fine steel lance suddenly burst out from the side. After a moment's rest, the Holy Glory Knights finally had the strength to charge again. The orcs were distracted by Vanru, and the orcs, having lost their advantage in formation, were successfully pushed back by the knights. Vanru, what's wrong with you? Roland stabbed several orcs with his lance, and immediately spotted Vanru, who looked like Captain Flame. Where's Caslo? No one's on the dragon's back. Renault thought of his own dragon knight. He's injured. He's being protected by the soldiers in the shield formation. Vanru's hoarse voice rang out. You're level 6? How many drugs have you taken? Roland was stunned. Verb was now a level 6 hunter. It had been so long since we last saw each other. A level 4 senior ranger had become an elf king. Thank you for your Manicotti. She's a fine sword. Her miraculous power made me what I am. Verb bowed slightly. But there's one more important thing. Verb's eyes shone with murderous intent. Are you looking for this? Renault, carrying the battered Onaville with one hand, had just spotted the well-armored orc lying on the ground, trying to escape in the chaos. Who is this? He doesn't look like an orc. Roland looked curiously at the pitiful orc, whose tendons in his hands and feet had been ripped. I am the great orc king of the wasteland. Onaville. Despicable elf. Filthy human. Onaville continued to roar frantically. Swish. A large head flew out, and Roland decapitated Onaville before he could finish his words. Ha, what a piece of crap. Roland sneered, returning his sword to his waist. Leave some men to tend to the wounded. The rest continue hunting the orcs. We can't let them roam this wasteland, Roland said, looking at the fleeing orcs. There were already several small tribes of orcs here. If these orcs fled and established themselves in the wasteland, it would be a huge hassle to clean them up later. Holy heal. Roland pressed the healing holy light in his hand onto a conscripted light infantryman with a torn chest and abdomen. The holy light, which was supposed to be highly effective, only slowed the soldier's bleeding. Your Highness, we have lived up to your expectations. We have fulfilled our promise. This time we didn't flee. The soldier struggled to speak a few words in Roland's arms before collapsing helplessly. No! Roland's eyes blazed red as he frantically channeled his holy battle energy and the paladin's healing abilities into the lifeless bodies of the soldiers. Roland was lost in thought as he gazed at the corpse-strewn shield formation. Most of the bodies before him were mutilated orcs, but there were clearly bright silver armor on the ground, the remains of the light infantry. Thank you for your hard work. Roland bowed to the infantry before him. Your Highness. Renault approached Roland, seeming to hesitate. Tell me, how much did we lose? Roland took a deep breath and spoke sadly. The professionals are fine, at most only seriously injured. The light infantry. Sigh, after this battle, there are only about 200 men left to train as an army, over 200 of them sacrificed, and dozens more disabled. Renault could no longer speak. They protected us with their lives. Verway approached, looking at the remains of the light infantry covered with white cloth on the ground. Renault, assemble the light infantry. I have something to say. Roland's eyes gleamed. My people. My brothers. My soldiers. You have proven your valor and honor. I apologize for my previous prejudice against you. You are the greatest people in the kingdom of Raglan. May the rapid river protect you. Roland bowed to all the conscripted light infantry. It's over. Soldiers, let's take our brothers home. Roland said sorrowfully to everyone, looking at the cremated light infantry. It's over. Caslo asked Vanui, lying on a stretcher. Yes. It's over. Vanui, now a 6th level hunter, whispered, stroking his holy sword Manicotti. But the real war has only just begun. Congratulations, Lord Vanui. According to elven tradition, you are now the king of the grassland elves. Renault glanced at Roland in the distance and nodded to Vanui. Chapter 57. Ding Dong. Congratulations, host, on winning this epic battle. Your name has spread throughout the north, known to everyone. Reward: 1 Tier 4 Commander Marcus. The number of refugees attracted daily by the city of Rapids will be doubled, plus 500 ordinary Raglan residents. The system's voice finally arrived. Marcus? Is this the Marcus I know? Roland shuddered at the mention of Marcus. Could this be the Raglan City Defense Officer? Host, please explore on your own. The system immediately retorted. Third-rate system. Roland. Although he didn't know if the person coming was the Raglan City Defense Officer from the game, a Tier 4 commander wasn't a bad thing. If there had been a Tier 4 commander, the battle wouldn't have been so disastrous. After all, Roland had forced the elves, who excelled at guerrilla warfare, to command positional warfare, leaving them with no other resources. The remaining 2 rewards were also quite substantial. The daily refugee spawning rate doubled, and a 500-man refugee wave would effectively boost the population of River Rapids. Roland had been planning to go all out and raise a fleet of River Rapids infantry this time. Damn! Only 200 of his light infantry were left, and 300 were killed or wounded. His already limited manpower was stretched even further. Oh, by the way, didn't I sign in today? Roland observed the busy soldiers nearby and suddenly remembered what he had forgotten. System sign-in. Roland rubbed his hands excitedly. Sign-in successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the magic card. Magic Pattern Fortification Intermediate. What the hell? What the hell is that? Roland stared at the purple gold card floating in his hand, puzzled. On the back of the card was a magical hexagram array shimmering with a mysterious light, and on the front was a city shimmering with a white halo. When Roland opened the system and carefully studied the magic card, he was immediately shocked. This thing could actually instantly generate a mid-level magic pattern wall, 10 meters high and 5 meters wide, by specifying any territory or town. Why does Rattle work himself to death? Roland silently calculated. He estimated that only about 1/5 of the entire city wall of Stream City had been laid. Now, a single card could solve the problem. Let's go! Back to Stream City. Roland shook his head and stopped complaining about the system. At least Stream City's defense problem was solved. Stop! The suddenly alert Raglan guard shouted. Roland turned his head and saw a tin-can holding a tower shield as tall as himself and a heavy conical spear, running towards the group. A 4th-level commander? Renault, a paladin, had an extremely strong sense and could immediately determine the warrior's rank. Let him come over, he's one of us. Roland recognized the Raglan defense officer in this game at a glance. His ancestral infantry plate armor was unmistakable. The sharp spears on the thick adamantine shoulder armor gleamed coldly, dragon-shaped magic patterns shimmered on the plate, and a giant dragon lay prone on its helm, howling to the heavens. I want to see your highness, Marcus said in a muffled voice upon his arrival. I am Roland, the current king of Raglan. Roland stood up and dusted off his armor. Boom! Marcus knelt on one knee, his heavy armor making a dull thud as it touched the ground. Greetings, your highness. Marcus saluted. Rise. From now on, you will command the infantry of River Rapids. I hope you will live up to my expectations of you, Roland said sternly, gazing at him. Rest assured. I will train an unwavering and invincible infantry corps, Marcus promised, pounding his chest. Our population can't support large-scale conscription. For now, you just have to lead the training of these light infantry. Roland gestured at the dusty conscripts. All right. The honest Marcus grinned. Roland had no problem with Marcus's abilities. After all, a city defense officer in the capital couldn't be without some skills. However, Roland remembered that Marcus must have died in the final defense of Raglan City. At the time, he was already a 6th-level overlord, but tragically fell under the siege of the Dark Faction's high-ranking warriors. But this time, the tragedy of the Raglan Empire will never be repeated, Roland said firmly in his heart. As if to mock Roland, the system suddenly blurted out, Host, please stop daydreaming. The Raglan Empire isn't something you can easily establish. With the weather getting colder, I suggest you build more soil. Ouch. Your uncle. Roland cursed the system's ancestors. In other systems, the host was incredibly powerful, but in his case, the system was like a useless piece of crap. It gave him no soldiers, no food, and tried every possible way to destroy him. Please don't insult this system. This system and the host are one. Insulting me is insulting yourself. Roland was speechless. He decided not to bother with this half-broken system. Let's go! Home. Roland saw the urn held by a group of light infantrymen, and his nose suddenly sore. Alas! King Roland has been gone for a few days. I wonder how they're doing now. Whitewing stood on the top of Locenial Castle, gazing eastward. I don't know, but our situation is definitely not good. Iolia pointed to the dark forest before them. Orc wolf riders had been appearing at the edge of the forest for the past few days. I hope King Roland and his men are safe, otherwise we'd definitely be attacked from both sides. Whitewing looked worriedly at the soldiers patrolling the city walls. His own troops were still too few. The main defense was now handled by the Star Elves. He had already begun training ordinary adult men. If a difficult battle ever came, these civilians would be their last reinforcement. Report. King Roland and his men are back. The soldier who had been left on the other side of the river to deliver the message to River Rapids was now galloping towards them. He shouted as he whipped his horse. Open the gate. Let him in. Whitewing waved his hand. The gate was quietly pushed open by several soldiers, leaving a gap just wide enough for one person to pass through. The messenger quickly passed through the gate and slipped in. The next second, the gate slammed shut. Quick! Tell me! How are they? Whitewing anxiously looked at the soldier before him. This is King Roland's letter. The soldier pulled a still warm letter from his chest and presented it to Whitewing with both hands. Iolia, standing by, looked curious, tilting her head to read the contents. Respected King Aquavia, King Singri, thank you for your concern for me and your care for River Rapids during this period. This battle. The letter eloquently recounted the battle of Roland and his men, and also explained the heavy losses in the Battle of Raglan Plains. After all, losing a third of the army in a single battle would be painful for anyone. If it happened to the elves, it would have easily dissuaded an entire army. King Roland and his men won, but the losses were heavy. Our strength has been weakened even further. Whitewing sighed. Don't forget, the real enemy hasn't appeared yet. Iolia said, a little worried. Chapter 58. System, check the territory page. Roland lay in his private tent in Swiftstream City, checking the system. Damn you, Renault and Caslo. They actually used my lord's castle as a warehouse. Roland was furious at the tent overhead. The thought of those two idiots moving their king's nest out of the way just to store supplies instantly intensified his rage. Use the magic rune fortification card. Roland silently retrieved the artifact magic card from the system space. King, please select the territory to use the card. On the screen that popped up, Swiftstream City lay alone in the first row. Swiftstream City. Roland's mouth twitched. He felt the system's king was hinting at him, though he had no proof. Used successfully. Host, please wait a moment, the magic will take effect soon. The system's cold voice came over. At this moment, the soldiers and workers who had been working on Swiftstream City suddenly noticed that the walls beneath their feet were shimmering with layers of white light, and a huge magical wave was emanating from the walls. Damn it! Forbidden spell. Get down here. Rattle, who had been happily crafting magic pattern stone bricks, was suddenly terrified. What was going on? Even this shabby place could attract the sage's forbidden spell. Leave the city. Run. The farther the better. Rattle cried out in grief. Magical power flashed beneath him, and he instantly appeared in Roland's tent. He grabbed Roland and, without a word, flashed away, whisking him away from the city. La dill, sir! What is wrong? Roland, held by Rattle's hand, felt his mouth filled with wind from Rattle's high speed. Huh? The city wall is growing taller? Marcus scratched his head in confusion. The soldiers and residents working at the wall stared in amazement at the rising wall beneath them. The exquisite magic patterns on it were no less impressive than the magic pattern stone bricks crafted by Rattle. What's going on? The wall has grown taller. Oh my god, it's already 10 meters tall. This wall feels much safer than before. Everyone marveled at this miraculous change. A 10-meter-high wall could effectively defend against most attacks. Now, they only needed sufficient manpower to successfully defend the city. A few minutes later, Rattle returned with Roland, a scowl on his face. After dropping Roland off, he scurried back to his residence. What a disgrace. A war mage, frightened by a spell, dragged his own king away in public. This would probably leave a scar on old Rattle's heart for the rest of his life. Your Highness, you didn't even tell me before using the magic scroll. I've been so... Later muttered to himself in his residence. Roland didn't mean to scold Later at this point. After all, Later was thinking about his own interests. After all, if a forbidden level magical wave suddenly erupted in any city, The city's garrison mages would not remain indifferent. Escaping with the important figures was definitely the best option. If your city had a sage-level mage, you could just ignore this. Sturdy! Roland slashed the battlements with his Dragon Slayer sword several times, leaving only a few clear white marks. He stroked them with satisfaction and exclaimed, "Of course. Walls created with forbidden magic are naturally incredibly strong. I never imagined such a magic scroll could survive in the Empire." Later sighed, and one could sense from his words how much he longed for the once mighty Raglan Empire. "Don't worry, I will restore Raglan's glory." Roland gazed southward and clenched his fists. "Oh my god! What happened here? Is there an Earth Sage under your command?" A shadow drifted across the sky. It was none other than the Star Dragon Knight, Peter Grow. "I come to offer my condolences, respected King Roland." Peter Grow dismounted from his dragon's back and gracefully performed the elven noble's salute. "Thank Iovia for my concern." "Where is she?" Roland asked curiously. Logically, White Wing and Iovia should have come to see him by now. The two kings went to scout the dark forest together. "Just now, our cavalry was ambushed by orcs again." Peter Grow's face was grave. "What a bummer." Roland sighed. White Wing was arguably the least well-established of the three kings. The Star Elves had a rich heritage, dating back over 3,000 years, and Roland was a complete jerk. Only White Wing had to carefully calculate his cards. A single misstep could lead to the annihilation of his clan and nation. He didn't have a system. What were King White Wing's losses? Roland asked hastily. Well, the knights were fine, but a dozen of the ordinary cavalry were killed. Peter Grow thought for a moment. Oh my god! White Wing must be utterly devastated. There were only 200 cavalry, and 1/20th of them gone. Roland grumbled inwardly, but he had to admit that Azig's tactic was effective. In winter, when no one could launch a large-scale attack, the tactic of gradual bleeding was a brilliant one. In a war of attrition, Roland and his men could simply reopen the battle. This attack hit the coalition's weak spot. I wonder what's happening in the north. Roland looked toward Lonely Mountain with some concern. I'm worried about the woodland elves. Peter Grow hesitated, the two elven tribes sharing the same fate, having a deep connection. No, I'm never worried about Thranduil. I'm afraid of Arabore of the Lonely Mountain, Roland said solemnly. The orcs won't be so reckless as to fight the forest rangers in the jungle. Their numerical advantage is best utilized in the plains and cities. Roland said each word with pause. If the orcs attack Lonely Mountain and Thranduil's army can't catch up, then no matter how well we defend the south, it will be useless. Roland glanced at Peter Grow and said calmly, But you know the relationship between the woodland elves and the dwarves. Peter Grow gestured with his hands. So this is the most troublesome thing. Roland sighed. Forget it, King. Don't dwell on it. We can't even secure the southern battlefield, so why should we even bother focusing on the northern battlefield? Raynor said calmly to Roland as he ascended the city wall. Indeed, Mordor's reinforcements are already overwhelming us. Peter Grow looked towards Mordor. If looks could kill, Mordor would have sunk into the earth by now. There are still too few soldiers. Roland observed the sparse number of soldiers in the city. Many of our people are still wandering. How wonderful it would be if a wandering army could arrive. The sun was still high in the sky, yet Caslow and Raynor were already dreaming. Roland glanced at Raynor subtly. These soldiers returning as wandering troops were actually given to us by the system. They have nothing to do with this Middle-earth. Chapter 59. I think I have another way to get soldiers. Roland pondered for a moment, finally realizing he actually had a system all. It's just that the items there are a bit expensive. So Roland rarely looks at them. After all, he can't afford them. Check them all. Roland quietly instructed the system. Wow! A light curtain, visible only to Roland, unfolded before him. All good stuff. Roland's tears threatened to flow. Item 1, Flame Dragon Rider. Level, 5. Quantity, 1. Price, 1,000,000 wealth points. Item 2, Light Sage. Quantity, 2. Price, 800,000 wealth points. Item 3, Time and Space Forbidden Spell Scroll. Level, Great Forbidden Spell. Use time, 2. Quantity, 1. Price, 1,000,000 wealth points. They're all good stuff. But look at me, a poor wretch with only 400,000 wealth points. What can I buy? Roland suddenly experienced the feeling of being overwhelmed by a millionaire. Item 12, The Half-Crippled Flood Legion. Description: This was originally a fully staffed Flood Infantry Legion, but after various natural and man-made disasters, it currently only has 1,500 Flood Infantrymen. Discounted price, 300,000 wealth points. System, you done the math. Set the price based on my balance. Roland's face immediately turned green. Then, after a careful calculation, damn! 200 wealth points per soldier. Are you trying to steal me? Roland quickly apologized to Peter Grove for his poor care and ran back to his tent. He then began to argue with the system. I remember a professional soldier used to only cost 5 wealth points, right? Roland vaguely remembered the old prices. Do you want it or not? Don't you know there's inflation? The system finally spoke in a cold voice. You're profiting from a national crisis. Roland suddenly realized the system's shameless nature. The system played dead. Damn it! Buy it! Roland thought of his 4th level commander, Marcus, and suddenly, with a determined heart, he slammed the table and waved his hand to buy it. Swish! The wealth value on the system interface shrank rapidly, soon only to 100,000 wealth points. Forget it. I'd bear it for these life-saving troops. Roland sighed. Even if these 1,500 men were conscripted light infantry, Roland would still buy them. Roland was desperately short of soldiers right now. 1,500 soldiers were more than enough for Roland to wage an entire war. Marcus would be delighted, Roland thought. After all, Marcus, the defense commander of Raglan, was once known for his impenetrable strength. His understanding and command of infantry was a true art. With a Flood Infantry Legion, he should be able to fully utilize his strengths. Roland estimated that a field battle with the orcs would be impossible. He estimated that the war in the south would primarily focus on urban assaults and defenses. Roland stood up and walked to a corner of the tent, where a simple sand table centered on Flood City was displayed. It clearly showed the terrain, the height of the mountains, and other things that maps couldn't express. Roland looked at the 2 cities standing at the mouth of the long lake and felt a sense of insecurity about the upcoming battle. I found all the allies I can find and mustered all the soldiers I can muster. This battle is unwinnable. Roland rubbed his brow. Sir! Knight Peter has left. Caslow opened the door curtain and entered. Well, he's still needed over there. Roland waved his hand dismissively. Sir, I didn't expect you still had the forbidden spell scroll. Why didn't you use it earlier? I just saw Lord Rattle sitting at home, grumbling and sullen. Caslow asked curiously, then thought of Rattle's expression, doubting his fate, and burst into laughter. That thing's been hidden away for ages. I only just found it this time. I'd forgotten about it when I first arrived, Roland said hastily. Well, that's true. After all, there are indeed many things passed down through the generations, and finding them isn't easy. Caslow imagined the scene. Roland's lips twitched at this. Inheritance. It was all given by that heartless system. Just talking about it brings tears to my eyes. Roland even signed in and signed out directs. What good does this set do me? Still feeling uneasy. Still feeling melancholy. Ahem. That's off topic. By the way, are you feeling better? Roland asked with concern. After all, Caslow, a level 3 Great Knight, had engaged a level 5 warlord in a head-on battle. If Vanarway hadn't exploded under Manicotti's guidance, Roland, the Dragon Knight, wouldn't be in any danger now. Everyone would probably be standing at his gravestone with wreaths in mourning. It's all right now. I'll be fine after a day's rest. It's just a minor injury, Caslow said nonchalantly. Roland was envious. Truly someone who had signed a contract with the Dragon Clan, his recovery abilities were like those of a dragon. King Roland. Caslow? You're here too? Vanarway peeked in from outside the tent, and was very surprised when he saw Caslow. Did his injury heal so quickly? Well, hello, Lord Vanarve. My injury is no longer a problem. Caslow offered respect. He was not only before a level 6 leader, but most importantly, a future elf king. What's wrong, Lord Vanarve? Roland continued to address him as Lord. After all, Vanarve hadn't yet worn the crown and founded a kingdom, so he couldn't be addressed as a king. I came to see you. And by the way, thank you for your help, Vanarve said gratefully. If it weren't for the elf holy sword Manicotti Roland gave him, he would have been completely wiped out. It's okay. Didn't you save Caslow's life too? Roland didn't care. Manicotti was just a decoration in his hands, but he hadn't expected it to actually give birth to an elf king. As expected of the blazing sword among the elf holy swords, it forcibly transformed its bearer's attributes and increased their rank. But I still want to thank you. Vanarve bowed deeply. You're welcome. By helping you, I hope to help ourselves. Roland waved his hand. By the way, what are you planning to do when you get down here? Roland was curious about the grassland elves' whereabouts. After all, Burway had already reached level 6, and nowhere could protect them. Furthermore, the grassland elves were sparsely populated and could easily avoid the orcs. Whether they crossed the misty mountains to the west or headed north to the gray mountains, Verway was now capable of leading them. Such was the intimidating power of a level 6 professional. If you want to take your people with you, the orcs won't let you stay. Seeing Ver's silence, Roland spoke up. Previously, the grassland elves were weak, forcing Roland to conscript them. Now, the grassland elves have undergone a tremendous transformation. Their small numbers allow Verve to take good care of them. Even if Azig and Bald were brain-dead, they wouldn't use their own hands to create a quasi-elf king. That's no longer a matter of idiocy. I intend to stay and help you. Verve finally spoke after a long silence. The grassland elves are not an ungrateful people. On the contrary, they take revenge with pleasure. Their sexy, strong, and straightforward nature sets them apart from ordinary elves. Then welcome. If this battle is over and we're all still alive, I see you crown the grassland elf king. Roland looked up at him and smiled sincerely. Isn't friendship between kings simple? Chapter 60. Dragon God. Roland and Verve heard Renault's exclamation from across the tent. Your Highness! You should see this. Renault opened the tent and made half a body space. What's going on? Oh my god! Verve poked his head out in confusion and was immediately shocked. The once spacious street was now covered by flood infantrymen clad in cyan chain mail, wearing barrel helmets, carrying 5-meter-long chevaux de frise lances, and carrying tower shields and maces. Who are they? When did they arrive? Verve turned to look at Renault. They are Lagran's most glorious infantrymen. The Flood Infantry Legion. They just arrived to support the king, Renault said proudly, looking at the Lagran dragon emblem on the Flood infantrymen's chests. Your men? I didn't see that. Verve looked at the endless Flood Infantry Legion before him. There were at least 1,000 of them. Don't we have reinforcements? Verve turned to look at Roland in confusion. Probably not, but we can't rule out unexpected events like this one. Roland shrugged, unsure how to explain it to Vanderweg. So, our chances of winning are a little better? Vanderweg said happily. Tell me the truth, are there any reinforcements? Vanderweg glanced at Roland, his face filled with excitement. I don't know. Our people are scattered across the continent, and I can't contact them. Besides, not everyone can make it. Roland shook his head. He didn't have the money for another wave of reinforcements. Your Majesty, your loyal servant Lance requests an audience. Suddenly, a distinctive Torrent infantryman emerged. Roland was stunned. He carefully observed the Flood trooper before him. Why was he so different? The other Flood troopers were just ordinary soldiers, but this one was a second-level warrior. Although his attire resembled that of ordinary Flood troopers, it was clear that his chainmail was made of rare metal. The sharp, slender lance shone with a magical aura, clearly an enchanted weapon. The tower shield behind him, though painted azure, couldn't conceal the ripples of fine gold. Who are you? My warrior. Roland asked curiously. I am Lord Lance, Lord of Shia village in the Flood province of the Lagran Empire. Lance gave Roland a noble salute. A native Lagran noble? You can even do that? Roland grumbled inwardly. Why are you here? Roland asked curiously. What a jerk. A big fish hidden among a group of ordinary infantrymen. I learned the king is here, so I come to protect him, Lance said respectfully. What about this Flood infantry regiment? Roland wanted to know Lance's relationship with the regiment. Your Highness, I am the commander of this regiment. We have been wandering in the far north for a long time, losing nearly half our men. Since learning that you have re-raised the banner of Lagrange, we have come here to defend you and the glory of the Empire, Lance said forcefully. To be honest, the system's memory transfer was quite reliable, and no one had any doubts after hearing this. However, what concerned Roland was how outrageous the Lagrange in the game was. A lord whose territory was only the size of a small town could actually command a 3,000-man Flood infantry regiment. Give me a dozen lords like that in the future. So you governed a territory before? Roland suddenly shuddered, realizing this boy's strength. Talent. A real talent. Roland hadn't had anyone under him who knew how to govern, leading to the current incomplete facilities and buildings in Streamwind City, plagued by numerous minor issues. Now with a Lagrange noble, things would be much easier. Yes, your Majesty. But I'm only capable of governing small towns. I haven't managed anything larger. Lance exuded the unassuming humility of a Lagrange noble. It doesn't matter. Streamwind City isn't very populous these days. From today on, you're the civil affairs officer. Roland waved his hand, handing the messy civil administration of Streamwind City to Lance. As you command? Lance bowed his head. Roland quickly opened the Streamwind City page to review his city's current attributes, only to discover that the rating, which had remained unchanged for thousands of years, had changed. Streamwind City. Area, 1 kilometer radius. Building units, Ruined Lord's Castle *1, 80 crumbling houses, 20 slightly dependable houses, intermediate magic rune walls, stone well, blacksmith, barracks. Generals, Caslo, level 3, Renault, level 4, Rattle, level 4, special personnel, Ivy, level 3, city defense officer, Marcus, level 4, administrator, Lance, level 2, troops, 2110. Population, 894, trainable civilians, 183. Comment, a lonely king led his remaining subjects back to their homeland and built this towering walled city. The city's inhabitants are sparse, but things are looking up. The city's military is strong and capable of defending it, but it still cannot withstand the resurgence of darkness on its own. The good news is that the city has finally received its own city defense officer and administrative officer. Note, a tribe of grassland elves is stationed in the city. Their effective use can have surprising effects. Abilities. 1. As the only territory of the Kingdom of Lagrang in Middle-earth, it will attract the remnants of Lagrang. The system will direct a wave of wandering Lagrang civilians to arrive daily. Hopefully, the Lord will properly accommodate them. 2. Recruitment of local civilians to train as flood infantrymen is permitted. Oh my! Finally, I'm not that useless anymore. Roland was so moved that he almost cried. Being a king is hard, being the king of Lagrang is hard, and being a qualified king of Lagrang is even harder. Your Highness, if I have the chance, I'd like to rebuild this lord's castle in front of me, Lance whispered to Roland. It's time to rebuild it. He glared at Renault, who quickly turned his head and touched his nose, acting as if he couldn't see me. I handed all the government affairs over to you. You can handle it. Roland clapped his hands, looking like a boss. And these houses need repairing too. It would be terrible if they collapsed and hit someone. Lance deftly took out parchment and an ink pen and began to write. If you see anything missing, anything that needs repairing, or anything that needs improvement, go to Renault and ask him to assist you. You can also hire the townspeople to do the work. As for the wages, Roland dragged a box from the corner. It was filled with gold coins. He had left it there specifically for emergency use. After all, I can't let my subjects work for nothing, can I? Roland smiled. Chapter 61. Woo, woo. The resounding blast of the dwarven horns echoed throughout Arabore. War is coming. King Bard of Dale frowned. Of the northern powers, Bard was the weakest. With his population, even mustering 300 human soldiers was a struggle. He was undoubtedly the one who least wanted war. Bane, you stay in the city and take care of your mother and the others. I'm going to Arabore now. Bard packed his bags and hurriedly mounted his horse, heading for Arabore. Thorin! What happened? Why is the horn of the lonely mountain being blown? Led by the dwarf guards, Bard met Thorin Oakenshield, who stood on the city wall, looking out. The orcs are coming. Thorin sighed. Rogue orcs from the north? Bard asked, puzzled. It's not clear yet. Our soldiers have only detected a large northern orc force heading towards Arabore. We're not sure if it's the orcs from Gombata, Thorin said, feeling a headache. Didn't you identify their totems? Bard couldn't help but ask. They put away their totems and banners. There's no clue. You know, Roland and his men just fought with the waste orcs in the east, so we can't be sure if these orcs are from the northern waste orcs or from the fortress of Gunbadel. Thorin sighed. Orcs now call for help. If the orcs had come out in full force during the first battle of the Lonely Mountain, Thorin and Roland wouldn't have been able to survive in the north now. What should we do? Bard said after a pause. I sent a message to Dane of the Iron Hills for help. They should be able to arrive before the orcs do, Thorin said, looking at Bard. What about the woodland elves? Bard couldn't help but ask. Bard, you should understand the conflict between the woodland elves and the dwarves of the Lonely Mountain. Thorin sighed helplessly. The sensitive dwarf king simply couldn't bring himself to ask for reinforcements from his former enemy. My god. Thorin, you're ruining the entire battle. If you won't go find the elves, then I will. Bard was incredulous. He had a deeper understanding of the dwarf's stubbornness. Even at this point, they were still as stubborn as a stone in a cesspool. After Bard finished speaking, without waiting for Thorin to speak, he hurried down the wall, mounted his skinny horse, and left Arabore. Balin, go find Roland and explain the situation. Thorin, guessing Roland had heard the horn from the lonely mountain, decided to go and inform him. If Roland was caught off guard and ambushed by the orcs, that would be a real problem. "Oh, Your Highness, I don't think we need to go find Roland," Balin said, glancing up at the sky. He's already coming to find us." Balin's gaze gestured for Thorin to look toward the sky. Roar! The low roar of a flying dragon echoed as Caslo, riding the recovered Caldor, landed with Roland on the city walls of Arabore. "Hey! Thorin!" Balin. Without waiting for the dragon to come to a stop, the skilled and daring Roland leaped from its back. "Oh! So glad to see you, King Roland." Thorin smiled, opening his arms. "Greetings, respected King Raglan." "Balin greets you." Balin bowed. "So glad to see you." Roland smiled, then bent down, hugged Thorin, and helped Balin to his feet. "Now, why did the horn of the lonely mountain blow? Don't you know that blast startled King Whitewing, King Eovian, and me? Was it an orc attack?" Roland's words were rapid fire. "It's the orcs. We already started preparing for war." Thorin dragged Roland to a map. "This is the Grey Mountains. A large orc army is marching south from here. They put down their banners and insignias, and we don't know if they're the orcs from Fort Gambata." Thorin was troubled by the identity of this orc army. "What are their weapons and equipment?" Roland asked after carefully examining the map. "You know, northern orcs are well equipped." Thorin shrugged helplessly, indicating that judging northern orcs by their equipment was not a good idea. After all, northern orcs still held the advantage in Middle-earth. "Then we can only prepare for war with all our might," Roland said helplessly. "Yes, this feeling is truly unbearable." Thorin angrily pounded his fist on the city wall. "I'm sorry, Thorin. I may have to rely on you for this battle. We don't have the strength to fight on two fronts." Although he hated to say it, Roland had to admit that he didn't have the ability to open up two battlefields. In fact, if it weren't for the 1,500 flood troopers, who had given Roland some confidence, he would have even planned to join forces with White Wing and the others to defend an entire city. "My friend, I understand your difficulties." Thorin sighed. He knew the situation in the south might be even worse. After all, the pale orc Azig was no match for his son. "Be careful. I'd be returning to flood troopers." After a moment of silence in the oppressive atmosphere, Roland waved goodbye. "This battle is going to be tough," Thorin muttered as he watched the dragon fly away. "So we're not participating in this northern war?" White Wing couldn't help but ask. "We participate, but we won't be able to change the situation." Iovia frowned, thinking for a moment. "It seems we agree." Roland raised his head and smiled at Iovia. "So what are you guys talking about?" Verway sat in his chair, watching them wink and grumble. "Iovia and I both want to send our knights to join the battle. That way, if anything happens in the south, they can quickly return, right, Iovia?" Roland glanced at the silent Star Elf King. "Yes, I think so too. First, it wouldn't make sense not to help them, but if we do, we might not have enough troops. But with Dragon Knights and Flying Dragon Knights, we have no problem. They're both capable and easy to send back for reinforcements." Iovia was very satisfied with this plan. "Alright, it's settled. After all, it's impossible for our soldiers to go north and expose the civilian population to the orcs. If I dare give such an order, the people will overthrow me," White Wing said self-deprecatingly. "Whatever you say, I don't have time for knights." The countryman, Verway, remarked that the armies of you wealthy lords are too high-end. "Besides rangers, I only have archers and, at best, a few rare assassins. What else can I say?" "That's it then. Keep an eye on the battlefield in the north. Keep an eye on the orcs in Fort Dol Guldo," Roland said, looking at White Wing and Iovia. "Ha ha! Don't worry, I won't let the orcs reach the foot of River Rapids." White Wing laughed heartily. Chapter 62. Caslo. "What's the situation in the north?" Roland asked, looking at Caslo, who had just returned from reconnaissance. "The orcs have set up camp 100 miles north of Aluber City." "It looks like a semi-permanent camp," Caslo said. "Set up camp?" Roland exclaimed in surprise. "Yes. I don't know the exact number, but it's definitely over 10,000. And this time, the orcs are well equipped. Compared to them, the orcs from the wasteland are even better off being called beggars." "Oh! My lord, we should get some wine." Caslo grabbed his glass and took a sip, then smacked his lips, disapproving of the water's blandness. "Ha ha ha! After we're done dealing with these orcs, I treat you all to a feast." Roland laughed heartily at Caslo's amusement. "Okay, let's get down to business. I think this group of orcs is from the northern wasteland," Roland said, after carefully studying the sand table for a long time. Why? Caslow began to nibble on a grilled fish. You're so rude, Roland said helplessly, looking at the hand reaching for his plate. I haven't eaten in a long while. Okay, let's talk about these orcs. Their encampment is so strange, Roland said. What's so strange about that? They're tired, so they naturally need to set up camp to rest, Caslow said. No, you said their camp is semi-permanent, so why would they build a semi-permanent camp? Roland asked. Sir, are you saying they're waiting for reinforcements? Caslow's eyes widened. Of course, this time the orcs intend to wipe us out. Azig has discovered Losenial, and the city of Swiftstream has been hidden until now because of the Swiftstream River. They must have learned of the Wasteland orcs' defeat, so they won't attack unless they're absolutely sure, Roland analyzed. So this group of orcs should be from the northern wasteland, waiting for a joint attack from the orcs from Tall Guldo and Gambata Fortress, Roland sneered. What then? Should we tell them this news? Caslow grew anxious. What's the point of telling them? Roland asked. Caslow was speechless. The orcs are playing an open game, and we can only passively accept it. Instead of worrying about this, we should focus on training the soldiers, Roland said calmly. Alright, enjoy your meal. I go see how Lance's work is going. Roland stood up and walked out of the tent. Is this the finished product? Roland glanced curiously at the heavy crossbow in front of him. Yes, your highness. This is a heavy-duty city defense crossbow. Lance proudly introduced the weapon before him. Heavy city defense crossbow. The crossbow arm is 5 meters long, firing a 3-meter standard crossbow lance, with an effective range of 2,000 meters. Of course, if the crossbow lance runs out of fire, it can also be fired with a standard Lagrangian spear. Lance said to Roland, looking at the finished product with satisfaction. Lagrangian spear? Using this thing? Roland asked in surprise. Yes, its crossbow bolts are designed based on the standard Lagrangian spear. Lance said, as a matter of course. This thing was designed with the idea of being compatible with soldiers' weapons in mind. This powerful weapon was created because Roland signed in and received 12 dragon tendon crossbow strings. This thing is made of dragon tendons, and the entire production process takes years. Smog's dragon tendons will also be made into crossbow strings in the future in this secret way. How many can you make? Roland asked, patting the heavy crossbow. 12. Your Highness, you know we only have 12 qualified crossbow strings. The rest, those untreated dragon tendons, are completely unusable, Lance said regretfully. Yes, I was greedy. Alas. Roland still fantasized about filling the walls of Swiftstream with these things, but now it seemed he could only fit 3 on each wall at most. Make them all as soon as possible. Put 3 on each wall. War is not far away, Roland ordered. Yes, your highness. Lance nodded. The situation was urgent. Swiftstream urgently needed these defensive devices to strengthen its defenses. Huh? Isn't this a heavy city defense crossbow? When did we get one? Renault had just returned from patrol when he saw the threatening heavy crossbow. Lance just had his men make it today, Roland said. Not bad. With this thing, we have more tactics. But with all due respect, your highness, how many city defense crossbows do we have? Marcus emerged from behind Renault, having just finished training for the day. 12 at most, and we need the orcs to give us time to build them. Lance smoothed his collar and stood up. Well, it's a large machine, so we have to go slow. Marcus expressed his understanding. Hee, with this thing, the high-level orcs will be in danger. Marcus's mouth curled into a strange smile. What did you think of? Roland asked curiously. Hee. Marcus cast his gaze towards Rattle's residence. Oh my! Are you planning on making an enchanted crossbow? Lance immediately understood his plan. Tell me about it. Roland's interest was piqued. Your highness, it seems you have to contribute some dragon blood. Lance covered his face, not wanting to see Marcus's lackluster expression. Oh! Roland asked, puzzled. Using dragon blood to temper steel? To create an enchanted crossbow? The knowledgeable Renault quickly responded. Isn't that a waste? Caslow's eyes widened. Although Smog had a lot of dragon blood, using it to temper steel was a waste. The best use of dragon blood is to use alchemy to fuse it with various rare metals or materials, creating magical materials imbued with dragon magic. Direct quenching is too wasteful. But we don't have alchemists. We can only use quenching to create magical materials for Lord Rattle to engrave the magic runes and create the enchanted crossbow. Marcus spread his hands aggrievedly. While this was a waste, there was no other way. Otherwise, Rattle, without the magical materials, couldn't conjure up enchanted equipment out of thin air. Don't we have a lava forge? Roland exclaimed in surprise. Lava forges are specifically designed for crafting magical equipment. Your Highness, we're not dwarves. We don't have rare metals, unless we melt down our own weapons. Raynor poured a bucket of cold water on him. Roland, now that war is imminent, we urgently need to improve our strength. I think the sacrifice is acceptable. After all, only by protecting river rapids can we truly claim to have restored the glory of the Empire. Marcus spoke slowly. Everyone was speechless for a moment. While the crude use of dragon blood was heartbreaking, if they couldn't even protect their only territory, then all their wealth would be meaningless. You're right, Roland affirmed. Compared to the gains and losses of wealth, Roland cared more about whether the crown on his head was secure. Go for it. I have your full support, Roland encouraged Marcus. Chapter 63. A barrel of dragon blood can only be forged into 10 crossbows at most, after which the energy within it will be exhausted. Later said to Roland, holding a spear-like crossbow in his hand. Burning blood veins, like blood vessels, etched a chilling glow. This was the true nature of its enchanted weapon. So how's the effect? Roland asked. After all, something made at such a high cost should at least be worth the price. It's quite effective. It has tearing, burning, and piercing magic. Later smiled, stroking his beard. Tearing magic can effectively tear apart objects, whether living things or buildings. Burning magic will magically ignite the object, which is fatal to siege equipment. Penetration magic can effectively break through an object's defenses, primarily targeting high-level enemy heavy armored units. Generally speaking, even a Tier 4 heavy armored unit wouldn't want to be directly hit by it, later explained to Roland. Not bad, not bad. Roland nodded in satisfaction. Although he had played with this heavy city defense crossbow before as a lord in the game, he had never really understood this defensive device. This time, Roland was completely amazed. He hadn't expected this thing to be so powerful when paired with the enchanted crossbow. Let's make 100 of them, Roland said, feeling a little pained. Alas, what a waste. Later sighed. After all, it was pure dragon blood, and such a simple treatment would make a true alchemist vomit blood in anger. Woodland Kingdom, western border. Really? They have to patrol in winter. A group of elves patrolling the border complained. This weather. There's no way orcs could possibly come out in the snow to attack the kingdom. I really don't understand. Why should we care about the lives of those greedy dwarves? A group of elves patrolled the edge of the forest, braving the swirling snowflakes. Beyond the forest lay the treacherous misty mountains. This group of elves guarded the furthest outpost of the Woodland Kingdom. Even the forest river is frozen. The elves shuddered at the sight of the frozen forest river. Everyone, brace yourself. We go back and warm ourselves up with some fruit wine after one more round. The leading elven ranger straightened his tilted scimitar and walked ahead. This snow is so deep. Trampling through knee-deep snow, the group prepared to return. What they didn't know was that the heavy snow not only blocked predators, but also concealed their movements. Roar! A furious roar echoed, as a snowdrift beside the bushes suddenly exploded. The surging battle spirit melted the snow into falling droplets. A gleaming battle axe shot out, whirling and piercing an elf's chest, sending him flying and ripping through the air. The splattering blood startled the elves nearby, but before they could react, more snowdrifts exploded, sending whistling axes careening towards them. Enemy attack! The leading elven ranger finally reacted, shouting in terror, his hand reaching for the scimitar at his waist. Ouch! A six-edged warhammer roared and struck him, his fragile body cracking with a teeth-grinding sound. Clang! The exquisite elven-forged scimitar ultimately remained unsheathed by its master. A trickle of blood slowly flowed down the hilt, finally settling on the half-drawn blade. Order the troops to march. The one holding the warhammer was Borg, a level 5 general. Everyone, follow me and remove these stings along the way. Borg waved his hand, and behind him, more than a dozen third-level orc berserkers gathered around them. It was they who, ambushed in the snow and ice, dealt the elven patrol a fatal blow. A 5th-level warlord with a dozen third-level berserkers easily defeated a 2nd-level elven patrol. How could a 12-man elven patrol withstand their slaughter? Thranduil never dreamed that his border outposts and patrols would be completely wiped out by a surprise attack by the orcs. What's the situation? Yoya asked. Your Highness, the situation is dire. The southern part of Mirkwood has been occupied by the orcs. Our rangers, having just entered to explore, will soon be discovered by the patrolling wolf riders. The elf fell silent, his hidden message being that there was no need to sacrifice the already sparsely populated star elves for this intelligence. Well, in that case, let's not delve too deeply into this. Iovia nodded. He supported the spy's decision. The Star Elves didn't need to sacrifice their already small population for such intelligence. The war is already a foregone conclusion. Iovia sighed, letting the soldiers in front of her retreat. Even if they knew the orcs were gathering or marching, what would it matter? Would the coalition be able to stop them? Iovia rubbed his swollen temples and re-examined the defense plan for Lorsenal. Alas! I hope the orcs give us a little more time. Whitewing sighed as he watched the elven ranger emerge from Iovia's room and turn to leave. Where are Dane and the others? Thorin asked, staring at Philly before him. They still have several days to go. They're carrying a great deal of baggage. Keeley is with them. I returned early to give you the news, and to inform you to send someone to meet them, Philly reported. That's wonderful. Thorin breathed a sigh of relief. The orc army 100 miles away was overwhelming the dwarves in Arabore. It's a shame most of our people haven't returned yet. Otherwise, I would have led the brave dwarf army to cut off the heads of those northern orcs. Thorin complained to his nephew Philly from his throne. Uncle, I heard King Roland has defeated a large orc army. Does that mean the orc threat to the south is over? Philly asked. How is that possible? Roland and his men defeated the orcs of the wastelands. The well-equipped orcs of Dol Guldur are still hiding in the dark forests, ready to deliver a fatal blow. They won't be of much help to us in this battle. Thorin smiled at his nephew and explained the problem Roland and his men faced. Alas! Are the elves truly reliable? Philly couldn't help but think of the elves who had refused to help Arabore. I never had any hope in them, Thorin snorted. Although he had been forced to fight alongside the elves in the Battle of 5 Armies, Thorin still harbored a grudge. I hoped they'd be reliable this time. After all, the elves were one of the few reinforcements on the northern battlefield. Philly could only hope that the elves wouldn't play it safe this time. Chapter 64. Crack! The sharp battle axe fell fiercely, instantly dismembering the elven ranger, who was struggling to hold out. Get through here! Bolger's eyes gleamed with bloodlust. This was the 4th elven outpost he had taken out. A total of 48 elves had perished at the hands of Bolger's commandos, and behind them, the orc army was advancing steadily. My lord, why are we moving in stealth? Why don't we just ignore these damned elves and charge straight to Lonely Mountain and tear the dwarves to pieces? How much better to drink dwarven blood? An orc berserker grumbled in the snow. Shut up. We need to let the dwarves down. Defeat them in one fell swoop. Bolger growled at his men. Because it was winter, the elves had mostly retreated to the interior of the kingdom. Aside from these outer outposts, there were virtually no patrols along the route. They only needed to eliminate these obstructing outposts and avoid the patrols near the Woodland Kingdom before making their way to the foot of Lonely Mountain. Hurry up, Borg growled. He wasn't willing to face the elven rangers who thrived in the forest. The ease of slaughtering these elves was due to a combination of level suppression and human wave tactics. In a head-on fight, an elven ranger of the same level could easily kite off orcs, who outnumbered them several times. Are there any unusual movements from the orc army in the north? Thorin asked, staring at the map without looking up. No, your highness, they're still where they are, Balin said, sitting nearby, clutching his glass. The oppressive atmosphere made him lose interest in drinking. Your highness, the orcs are heading south. Groin ran in breathlessly. Finally! Are they moving? Thorin's eyes flashed coldly. Is there something wrong with the elves? Thorin asked worriedly. No news from the elves, Balin shrugged. No news is the best news. Thorin lowered his head and thought for a moment. How long will the Iron Hill army be until we get there? Thorin wanted to know when reinforcements would arrive. Tomorrow at the latest, Philly shouted. In time. Since there are only these orcs. Let's eat them. Thorin slammed the table. The decisive and resolute dwarf king had returned. Philly, go invite Lord Bard of Dale to come to discuss matters, Thorin said. Arabore can muster 2,000 dwarven warriors, and the dwarven army of the Iron Hills has a force of 1,500. The dwarven army alone can recruit nearly 3,000 men, and the human army of Dale can muster over 500, for a total of over 4,000 soldiers. 4,000 to 10,000. The advantage is mine. Thorin clenched his fists. If Roland were here to see this, he'd definitely spit out his mouth. This famous scene had actually been recreated in Middle-earth. Where are the elves? Philly suddenly realized. So there's no need to notify the elves? Let them mind their own business. Thorin shrugged. His prejudice against elves made him disdainful of cooperating with them. By the way, go notify King Roland and his men so they can prepare. Thorin suddenly thought of Roland and his men by the Long Lake and decided it was best to notify them. After all, their air knights would be needed. What? Orcs gathering north? Iovia looked at Peter grow in front of her, surprised. It wasn't that the orcs were heading north that surprised Iovia, but rather that they were so brazenly gathering, unafraid of being seen by the aerial knights. After all, Roland's dragon knights had already been exposed. Your Highness, I almost couldn't resist going down and casting a few dragon tongue spells. Peter Grow's face was filled with regret, apparently deeply disappointed that he couldn't slaughter the orcs. Don't worry, when you have the chance, the orcs will chop you down. Iovia sighed, holding her head. But I did see a few dragon hunting crossbows among their army. Peter Grow added after a moment's thought. What? You been exposed? Iovia lost his composure. He thought Peter Grow had been discovered by the orcs. Don't worry, don't worry. Those things can only hit flying dragons at best. They can't penetrate the hide of a star dragon. Peter Grow yawned, bewildered by how a few small dragon hunting crossbows could frighten the elf king Iovia. Next time, don't speak halfway. Iovia's face darkened. Go inform King Roland about this. Don't let his dragon knights be tricked by the orcs, Iovia said. While true dragon knights weren't afraid of those small dragon hunting crossbows, encountering a flying dragon with those things was truly fatal. Okay. I'd be right there. Peter Grow said decisively, then left. Hey! Night, Peter. Hello, King Iovia. Peter Grow had just reached the door when Roland and White Wing appeared and pushed him back. The orcs from the north are all heading south. Roland spoke before the two could say anything. Huh? What? Aren't you surprised? Orcs attacking in winter? That's unusual. White Wing, following behind Roland, asked curiously, observing the two indifferent men. We were just about to look for you, but the orcs from the south are gathering and heading north. Iovia rubbed her head helplessly. If the southerners were already moving, how could the northerners not react? No wonder. It's a two-pronged attack. TSK, TSK, TSK. Roland exclaimed in admiration. He was more concerned about how the orcs were communicating across the entire Mirkwood. Could it be magic? Roland, already prepared for this situation, was distracted. By the way, Azig's army has small dragon hunting crossbows. King Roland, you need to alert Knight Caslow. Peter Grow warned. If the orcs really caught the opportunity and launched a single strike, everyone would be in for a real wreck. The Dragon Knights were the absolute main force in this battle. The task of mass destruction fell to the War Mage, who possessed mass destruction capabilities, and the two Aerial Knights, who knew dragon language magic. The others were only tasked with fending off the orcs' attacks. The main damage would still depend on them. TSK, 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 is this a psychological trauma? I see. Thank you for the reminder, Knight Peter. Roland nodded, expressing his gratitude for Peter Grow's kindness. It seemed that Azig had been taught a lesson by the Dragon Knight's dragon language magic during the last battle at Lonely Mountain, and he was well prepared this time. Alas, I hope Azig doesn't cry when he sees a real dragon rider this time. Roland sighed, expressing sympathy for the Orc King, who had been kept in the dark. He hoped there were no empty nights in heaven. I imagine his expression will be quite interesting. White Wing winked. He'd probably be moved to tears by us. Iovia chuckled. Hasn't everyone planned all this just for this delightful scene? Peter Grow, watching the three kings who commanded most of the northern military power chuckling, felt his heart sink for Azig. He truly hadn't known how he was murdered. Chapter 65. So boring. Sitting around waiting for the orcs to attack every day is so tiresome. Roland lazily crouched on the top of the city wall, counting the bushes below. He felt like he was just waiting to die. Every day was a highly tense one. No one knew if the orcs would suddenly march down to the city walls. Both Lothner and Floodgate were now brightly lit every night, and countless pine-coated torches were lit 500 meters outside the city walls to prevent sneak attacks from the orcs. System check-in, Roland said weakly. The check-in rewards these days were simply rubbish. Yes, there was actually firewood. Roland had already checked out enough firewood for the entire Floodgate for the winter in just a few days. Sign-in successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Archer Skill Inheritance statue. Oh my god! It's shipped? Roland perked up immediately. As we all know, professions have many different skills, such as basic skills and inherited skills. Basic skills are memorized skills that are engraved into the bloodline after changing professions. While these skills are relatively mediocre for ordinary professions, the difference in strength between professions of the same level lies in the inherited skills of each profession. These skills are usually passed down from one faction to another. For example, The Knight's Temple in the city of Rapids in the game possesses the continent's only Knight skill. Rapids. To learn this skill, one must go to Rapids. In the game, the cost of learning inherited skills for military units is a major expense for each lord, and a resource that various factions compete for. Let me see what skill it is. Roland rubbed his hands excitedly, his consciousness entering the system space, and finding the statue of his archer inherited skill. Multiple arrows. Consumes a certain amount of war chi to condense into a war chi arrow. After firing, the arrow splits into 3. Requirement: Level 2 Archer. No cooldown, wild shooting. Increases bow drawing speed by 25%, stamina by 25%, and stamina regeneration by 10%. Requirement: Level 1 Apprentice Archer. Passive: A life-size stone statue of an archer appeared before Roland's eyes. He stared at the statue, and immediately received information about its skills. Oh my! A magical archer skill, Roland exclaimed upon seeing the multiple arrows. This thing is truly an archer's ultimate skill. An archer's combat power primarily comes from their bow and arrow. Special arrows can multiply their strength. The archer class doesn't have many skills that consume war chi, and even fewer that consume significantly. Archers primarily need sufficient stamina to draw their bows more often. Multi-arrows can quickly convert an archer's and used war chi into multiplied combat power, preventing it from becoming a mere decoration. I remember the current skills of the Bedanian archers are projectile, run shot, charge shot, swift hand, lock on, and far sight. Roland began to calculate. The result was frustrating for Roland. Aside from swift hand, lock on, and charge shot, which required battle chi, none of the other skills required it. The Bedanian archer's combat power hadn't been fully developed. Of all these skills, charge shot probably consumed the most battle chi. Looks like I need to build an archer temple. Roland gazed around the city of Rapids, searching for a location. Skill inheritance statues require a temple or a specific environment to function. A temple would be the easiest and most convenient option. All it takes is an empty hall with a hexagram array carved into it, and the inheritance statue placed within the array to activate it. Popular, simple, clear, convenient, fast, and most importantly cheap. He already had a vacant position with an earth mage, so Rattle could handle the construction of the temple, and the engraving of the magic runes alone. There was no need to resort to other activation methods. Thinking of this, Roland summoned his personal bodyguard, Caslow, and asked him to notify Old Man Rattle to come and discuss matters. Did I forget something? Roland pondered quietly, looking at the somewhat crowded tent. System. Check the Rapid City. Roland shook his head, pausing his thoughts. He felt he should check the system page to find what he had missed. Rapid City. Area. 1 kilometer radius. Buildings. 1 ruined lord's castle, 80 ramshackle dwellings, 20 weak dwellings, intermediate magic rune wall, stone well, blacksmith shop, barracks. Generals. Caslow, level 3, Renault, level 4, Rattle, level 4, special personnel, Ivy, level 3, city defense officer, Marcus, level 4, administrator, Lance, level 2, troops, 2,110. Holy Glory Knights, 100 level 2 knights. Raglan City Guards, 100 level 2 warriors. Botania Archers, 100 level 2 archers. Dwinian Heavy Swordsmen, 100 level 2 swordsmen. El Nino Rangers, 10 level 2 rangers. Speedstream Legion, 1,500 Speedstream infantrymen. Conscripted Light Infantry, 200 light infantrymen. Population, 894, trainable civilians, 183, review. A lonely king led his remaining subjects back to their homeland and built this towering walled city. The city's inhabitants are few, but everything is progressing well. The city's military is strong and capable of defending it, but it cannot withstand the burgeoning darkness alone. The good news is that the city has finally received its own defense officer and administrative officer. Note, war has arrived, but the new king seems unprepared. Abilities. 1. As the only territory of the kingdom of Raglan in Middle-earth, it attracts the remnants of Raglan. The system will direct a wave of wandering Raglan civilians to arrive daily. Hopefully, the Lord will properly accommodate them. 2. Recruitment of local civilians to train the flood infantry. Oh my god! I actually forgot about the El Nino Rangers in the south. Roland's face suddenly darkened. Look, to monitor the orcs crossing the river, Roland had sent the El Nino Rangers, his personal guard, to set up outposts in the south. Now, with the war about to begin, no one had even informed them. I was so busy. I didn't have time to pay attention to them. Roland, looking at the quizzical look on Renault's face, forced himself to blurt out a few words, refusing to admit that he had forgotten about his small army. Ha ha ha. Then Erway couldn't help but burst into laughter at Roland's flushed face. He could vouch for it on the faith of the grassland elves that Roland had definitely forgotten about such a group of men. Sorry, I couldn't help it. Ha ha ha. Then Erway laughed again. This eccentric lord had actually managed to forget his own army. He was truly a breath of fresh air in the lord world. He wondered what those weathered rangers must have thought when they learned they had been forgotten by their lord. The more Van Erway thought about it, the merrier he became. Your Highness, you truly bring us new joy every day. Renault's expression twisted. It was obvious that he wanted to laugh but couldn't, as if he had been hurting himself. Go ahead and laugh if you want. Roland covered his face, leaned back in his chair, and immediately gave up struggling. After they finished their fun, Roland, with a sullen face, ordered Renault to send a knight to inform El Nino and the rangers to withdraw. These days of living in the open air had been hard enough, and even more outrageous was that they had been forgotten by their own lord. Sir Rattle, I have a mission for you. Roland spoke majestically as he watched the mage Rattle enter the tent. He hoped to have his archers learn the inherited skills before the battle. This would greatly assist them in both defense and counterattacks, aided by the hail of arrows created by the Bedanian archers. Chapter 66. At your service, my lord. Later entered and bowed, his eyes filled with respect. Having earned the loyalty of the other nobles, Roland now possessed even greater charisma, a fact evident in the increasingly respectful expressions of the crowd. Roland had already embarked on the path of a true lord. In the future, he would protect his subjects with a shield and conquer the lands with a sword. I need you to build a temple for archers, Roland said gently. With a wave of his hand, a life-size statue of an archer appeared before Later. Huh? This is the archer heritage statue? Later asked with surprise. The statue before him astonished Later. The inherited skills signified powerful combat prowess. Yes, I stumbled upon it, Roland smiled. Excuse me, your highness, but what are the inherited skills? Later carefully examined the stone statue before him, holding his staff. Oh, it's multi-arrow and wild shot, Roland said casually. Excellent. Multiple arrows are a rare skill for archers. Now the Bedanian archers have a place to unleash their fighting spirit, Later said happily, stroking his beard. Well, this way, one Bedanian archer can do the work of 3. Roland also looked satisfied. That's why I need you to hurry. After all, the orcs won't give us much time. Roland looked at Later seriously and said, You are right, your highness, but I need enough manpower. You don't want an old man like me to carry those heavy bricks, do you? Later winked mischievously. Of course, all the guards of Raglan are at your command. Roland smiled, pulled a piece of parchment from the table, unfolded it, dipped it in ink, and wrote a warrant. Sir Later, you may take this and mobilize your forces. Roland blew on the still dry ink, allowing it to seep through before handing the warrant to Later. Your highness, you are becoming more and more like a true king. Later, who had reached the door, suddenly turned back and smiled at Roland with satisfaction. Really? Roland lowered his head and said silently. He had grown considerably without realizing it. After the initial panic of his arrival, the retreat before the battle, and the establishment of the city, he now possessed the initial bearing of a king, and his actions were gradually becoming more organized. If it were a month ago, Roland would probably have waved Later off and told him to go find the Raglan city guards on his own. What comforted Later was that Roland had finally learned to control his military power. In this turbulent Middle-earth, possessing a strong force and a powerful army was the foundation of everything. A qualified lord first needed to maintain a firm grasp on his army. While the people of Raglan summoned by the system were fiercely loyal to Roland, they weren't just statistics, they were living, breathing beings with souls of their own, so betrayal and other potential dangers weren't unavoidable. For example, Renault's attack, despite being a paladin, against Roland's orders to retreat was simply unbearable for a true superior. It was only because Roland, hailing from Blue Planet, hadn't yet succumbed to the modern ideals of equality that he didn't mind such a thing. It is unbearable for any superior to have subordinates disregarding orders, not to mention that Renault and all the soldiers disobeyed Roland's orders at that time. This was only slightly better than betrayal. In fact, when Roland first arrived in Middle-earth, his control over the Raglan soldiers was very weak. The fact that Renault could almost lead all the soldiers showed how great Roland's prestige was at that time. But now, after going through countless things, Roland already had the power of a king, and his mentality began to change slowly. Although he still retained the noble qualities of Blue Star in his bones, he had now begun to learn to be a qualified superior. Winter is coming. Can the orcs be far behind? Roland donned his cloak and walked out of the tent. The chill he felt sent a shiver through his face, chilling his heart. Huff. The warm air from his breath slowly dissipated before him like a thread. Roland, hands tucked in, ascended to the top of the city wall. Your Highness! A Dorwinian heavy-armored swordsman, covered in snow, stood at the foot of the city wall. Although there were few people in the city, he diligently guarded the stone steps leading up to the wall. Thank you for your hard work. After your shift change, go have some hot soup to warm yourself up. Roland nodded. Although he lacked military knowledge and the ability to command with great precision, he knew that a strict lord would not allow his soldiers to drink alcohol while on guard. Humans were not like dwarves. While they lacked strong liquor to warm themselves, they still had an ample supply of boiling broth. Thank you for your concern, Your Highness, the Dorwinian heavy-armored swordsman said gratefully. I just go around on my own. No need to follow me. Roland stopped the Dorwinian heavy-armored swordsman, who was about to follow him. What a joke. If there was any danger in his own city of River Rapids, he might as well have just slit his own throat with his sword. If there really was a problem internally, Roland would just take the blame. Your Highness! A patrol of 10 Bedanian archers happened to pass by Roland. Roland looked at these unusual archers in heavy armor, and was filled with satisfaction. These Bedanian archers were not only skilled archers, but also capable of heavy infantry. Their requirements for frontline infantry were much lower than those for other archers and rangers. What a shame. After all this time, there are only 100 of them. No matter how many times I sign in, I can't spawn them anymore, Roland said with regret. The Bedanian archers were arguably Roland's first and only established ranged unit. We soon have the Archer's Temple. I hope you can learn the 2 inherited skills, multi-arrow and wild shot, before the war, Roland encouraged. Thank you, Your Highness. The Bedanian archers knelt on one knee. After all, inherited skills aren't accessible to ordinary professionals, let alone an active skill like multi-arrow that can completely transform an archer's combat effectiveness. Ha ha, I hope to see your torrential rain of arrows drown those damned orcs in the coming war. Roland encouraged. You know, archers with multi-arrows are like 2 completely different professions from ordinary archers. The original 1 arrow at a time has been increased to 3, and there's no need to consume the archer's stamina to carry the arrows. After all, not every archer has equipment like a space quiver. Furthermore, wild shooting can increase the archer's endurance and coverage. It's not just a 1 + 1 is equal to 2 formula. They will become even more intimidating and capable of group attacks. As long as their fighting spirit and stamina are not depleted, a small unit of them can hold off multiple orcs, completely transforming them from auxiliary troops into the most terrifying killing machines on the battlefield. Hee hee. Roland's lips curled up in a strange smile. He was now increasingly looking forward to the torrential rain of arrows. Chapter 67. So fast? Roland exclaimed in amazement as he gazed at the towering stone temple before him. Rattle's efficiency was incredible. He finished the Archer Temple, covering nearly 1,000 square meters, in just a day or so. Haha, Your Highness, I've been taking shortcuts. The city guards were a huge help. Rattle smiled and stroked his beard. This Archer Temple was no city wall. Rattle hadn't used magic patterned stone bricks for the main structure. He had only used building materials engraved with magic patterns in key areas. The remaining, less important areas were simply ordinary bricks, which Rattle could easily create in large quantities. This temple was practically built by the Raglan city guards. Rattle had merely provided the necessary materials and the crucial core. So does this Archer Temple now live up to its legacy? Roland glanced at the sparsely decorated temple, which couldn't even compare to the initial Awakening Temple in the game. Oh! Of course. It's a little crude, but that doesn't hinder its effectiveness. Rattle, as if sensing Roland's confusion, explained. Order all Bedanian archers to gather. Roland said to the accompanying knights. As you command, Your Highness. A knight pounded his chest in salute and turned away. Greetings, Your Highness. The Bedanian archers all bowed in unison. Rise. This is the Archer Heritage Temple. I hope you can quickly master the inherited skills. This is crucial to the survival of the city of Rapids. Roland said calmly, looking at the Bedanian archers before him. Enter. Roland waved his hand. The Bedanian archers exchanged glances before finally stepping forward in unison, ready to enter the shabby Archer Heritage Temple to receive their inheritance. Wait! 6 at a time. This place can't accommodate all of you awakening at once. Later stop the archers from rushing in. Huh? There's a limit on the number of people? Roland remembered that in almost all the inheritance temples, the number of players who could inherit was based on the number of players who stood inside. As long as you had the money. Of course, Your Highness, this temple is just a crude and hastily built one. A true temple requires many precious materials to build. This temple can only accept inheritance at the 6 points of the hexagram array below the inheritance statue. This place is too simple. Later explained. Roland immediately understood. This crude and hastily built structure wasn't illegal at all. Aside from the inheritance statue and the hexagram array beneath it, it was made entirely of ordinary stone. There were no magical materials to channel battle energy, no magic arrays to help focus the mind and energy, and even the number of people who could inherit at any one time was limited. And we don't have a professional inheritance mentor. Later bitterly pointed out this crucial issue. This meant there were no guides to guide these archers in inheriting their skills. They had to learn everything on their own. It's a bit troublesome. Roland scratched his head. After all, mentors are essential in the temple. Every inheritance temple maintains at least one professional who has mastered the temple's inherited skills, so they can help the inheritors quickly grasp them. These are all things Roland lacked. Watching the 6 Bedanian archers sitting cross-legged on the hexagram formation, releasing their battle chi to connect with the hexagram formation below, the full-length stone statues of the archers suddenly lit up with a soft glow. Circles of light surged within the temple, but because the temple itself was inferior, it offered little help in assisting the professionals in their inheritance. Therefore, the inheritance halo only spread to the edge of the hexagram, before slowly dissipating into specks of light. Half an hour later. Wait here. After they finish their inheritance, have them come find me. Lord Rattle, let's go get some rest. Roland glanced at the 6 archers still in the temple, and twitched his lips helplessly. It was truly unreliable to have no inheritance mentor. The time frame was a bit ridiculous. Yes, Your Highness, the archer said respectfully. Sir! Caslo called from afar. Roland's heart darkened as he watched Caslo hurried over. Could it be the orcs? The orcs from the north and south had already been on the march for days. What's wrong? Roland still harbored hope. He hoped the orcs wouldn't start a war just yet. The Bedanian archers were still learning new skills. The orcs in the north had changed their previously sluggish march and suddenly accelerated southward today, aiming to cross the lonely mountain and attack Arabore. The dwarven Argali cavalry have already begun intercepting their vanguard, Caslo said bitterly. The orcs were ultimately unwilling to let it drag on until spring. Never mind, let's start the war. Finishing them in winter will give our people peace of mind when they farm in the spring. Have the soldiers ready for battle at any moment. Roland's face was filled with murderous intent. The orc army is coming? Verway slumped comfortably in his chair, clutching a cup of warm coffee. Yes. You're a noble elf after all, so watch your image. Roland felt ashamed as he watched the elf king, posing in a Guyu-style pose. This completely shattered the image of elves as noble, elegant, and mysterious. He believed you were a retired old man. So what are you going to do? Verway said nonchalantly. Instead, he was concerned about how Roland was going to deal with the orcs. The lives and fortunes of the grassland elves were now tied to the river rapids. Hold the city. River rapids is our greatest support. I won't abandon the city walls and engage the orcs in a field battle unless absolutely necessary. Roland blurted out without a second thought. Well, that's a good idea while everyone else can hold their own lines. But a knight's battlefield isn't on the city walls. Vert hinted. While other lords could defend their cities, holding the city walls was definitely the best option. But Vert doubted they could hold them. After all, the walls of Dale and Lorsenil were nowhere near as secure as the walls of River Rapids and Arabore. It can't be helped. We have too few ranged units. Even with your elven rangers and archers, it's still far from enough. The knights can only patch up the gaps on the city walls. Roland sighed. There are still 135 elven soldiers. Some were killed last time, Verway said with a gloomy expression. Then you need to protect yourselves this time. Our ranged troops are scarce, and every loss creates a gap in our defenses. Roland clearly remembered that there were 149 elven rangers last time. Although the casualties during the Battle of Raglan Plains were mainly conscripted light infantry, some elves were still killed by orcs, who broke through the defenses. I inform them, and tell them to focus on saving their lives. Verway also understood the seriousness of the situation. He thought carefully and, based on his observation, the only truly effective ranged killing troops in River Rapids were the 100 Bedanian archers. While the other soldiers could use bows, without the bonus of shooting skills, their ranged lethality was simply too weak. Looks like I have to find a way to increase the number and variety of ranged troops, Roland mused. While Riverstorm City has a large number of soldiers, there are still too few that can truly inflict damage from a distance. Almost all of them are melee units, and close combat means inevitable sacrifice. So I really am short-handed. Roland pondered this, feeling rather displeased. Chapter 68. Damn it! Get out of here! A cavalryman from Lothar roared, raising his lance. Roar! The roar of orcs drifted faintly from the woods behind them. The orcs are really speeding north. The cavalry captain spat as he galloped through the trees. Gather the troops. If we flee separately, we be defeated piecemeal. The cavalry captain had good foresight. They weren't professionals, just mounted cavalrymen. If they were scattered, they couldn't stand up to the professional orc vanguard. The fighting has already begun in the north. I knew there would be trouble in the south. A cavalryman exclaimed angrily. The orcs from Doggold had successfully deceived Peter Grow and Caslow. They hid deep in the woods, appearing to be moving slowly northward. If White Wing and Iovia hadn't been so cautious as to send out the city's only cavalry unit for reconnaissance, the orcs might have fooled them. Brothers, we are the light cavalry of the Cardan tribe. Do not give up hope. Remain loyal to the king and the tribe. Several leading light cavalrymen shouted. Their sharp cries gradually gathered the scattered cavalrymen together. Heavy gasps escaped from their mouths, and those of their horses, especially noticeable in the chilly winter air. Do not give up. Escape the forest. A piercing cry ended a tossing axe from the sky. Damn it! They're in the trees. The sharp-eyed cavalryman spotted the orc scouts hiding in the dense evergreen canopy. Kill! The leading light cavalryman roared, hurling his short spear. Chijijiji. A shrill neigh escaped the orc, who casually drew the broken steel knife from his waist and chopped the spear away. Professional orc. The cavalryman barely managed to fire a warning before an orc swooped down from the sky and tore off his head. However, his death did alert the cavalryman behind him. Get out! The cavalryman who followed the lead chose a more effective attack, choosing not to meet the attack with weapons. Their massive warhorses slammed into the orc warriors before them with the force of thunder. Crack! The crisp, melodious sound of bones breaking was the most beautiful music he had ever heard. Don't be alone. Beware the enemies hiding in the treetops ahead. Several cavalrymen who had dodged the flying axes shouted warnings to their companions, drawing their bows and arrows and charging. The Caddan tribe, originally a nomadic people, had few cavalrymen, but like all other nomadic tribes, they still possessed a formidable force. Damn it! The cavalrymen's eyes welled up as they watched their comrades fall from their horses and die. Don't die here. The king needs us. Our families are waiting for us to return home. The three remaining cavalry captains desperately tried to encourage the fleeing light cavalrymen. These damned orcs. One cavalryman gritted his teeth in anger, his clenched fists bleeding. Don't stop. Get through these woods. Losenial City is just ahead. Seeing the dark forest just a few miles ahead, the cavalry captains roared like crazy. They knew the newly born kingdom of Aquavia needed this mobile force. Aside from the kingdom's noble knights, they were the kingdom's last remaining mobile force. Wolf! Wolf howl? Damn it! It's the wargs! The wolf riders are coming! Everyone gather! The sudden howl of a wolf behind them interrupted everyone's thoughts. Clearly, the orcs wanted to keep this precious cavalry in this forest. Azig must have been spitting out any mounted troops he saw. The Holy Glory Knights from the Battle of Lonely Mountain had left an indelible scar on Azig's mind. Roar! A muffled roar echoed, and suddenly, a group of wolf riders, armed with steel blades, leaped from behind a nearby fallen tree and charged at the crowd. Lance formation. The well-trained wilderness riders were no lambs to be slaughtered. They raised their sharp spears high, aiming them in the direction of the wolf riders. Roar, woof, woof. The warg howled in pain after being struck by several spears. It struggled to avoid the cavalry's path. The bloody holes in its body, torn by the spears, betrayed the bitter lesson it had just suffered. Captain! It seems there are no orc scouts ahead. A cavalryman said, spurring his horse closer. That's right. The cavalry captain said fiercely. It was humiliating enough to be cut off from their retreat by a small group of orcs, but they couldn't let the orcs occupy their entire route of retreat. If that were to happen, it would only prove that this group of cavalrymen were incredibly slow-witted and unforgivable. Ah! The whistling mace shattered a careless cavalryman, whose mail and leather armor were no match for such a deadly weapon. Puff! Snap! The first sound was the lance tearing flesh, the second the lance breaking under the high-speed impact, the whistling iron hoofs left behind only a twitching orc and the warg, dazed by the horse's impact. Roar! An orc chasing the cavalry seized the opportunity and pounced on them on his warg. No! The cavalrymen beside him could only watch helplessly as their companions and mounts were thrown down, their own passing by as their warhorses raced at full speed. Ugh! With blood foam surging down his throat, the cavalryman used his last bit of strength to plunge the dagger he clutched into the eye socket of the orc who had twisted his neck. Kill! The orc, completely unprepared for the human's unconventional attack, was violently lashed off the warg and sent flying. The twisted angle of his head and neck after landing made it clear that he was doomed. More and more wolf cavalrymen approached from behind, and for a moment, all they could hear behind them was the howling of wolves. Charge! The cavalrymen rushed out of the forest one after another. The warm sunshine outside and the distant city of Los St. Neil reminded them that they had arrived home. Hurry! Let's go home! The last cavalry captain roared, clutching his bloodied waist. The massive blood loss had blurred his vision, and he slowly collapsed from his horse. Roar! Kill them! The enraged wolf cavalry leader swung his bloodied sword. Crack! Dozens of the hundreds of wolf cavalrymen in pursuit raised their hunting bows, the crude iron bows emitting a teeth-grinding crackling sound. Bang! With a muffled thud, dozens of wolf-tooth arrows pierced the air. Dodge! A cavalryman who had heard the noise shouted a warning. Dong dong! Most of the arrows missed, and the few that did reach the crowd were blocked by the others. Hurry! The knights are coming to support us! The gates of the distant city of Los St. Neir had already been opened, and countless Cardan knights in plate armor poured out like a tide. Kill them all! White Wing, standing atop the city walls, gazed at the less than half-completed light cavalry in the distance, his voice resonating as if from the depths of the underworld. Chapter 69. Kill! The knights of Los St. Neir charged the orc wolf riders, their sturdy lances raised. Because the Cardan tribe, the predecessor of the Acvia kingdom, was relatively poor and lacked abundant iron, they could only use wooden lances, those disposable medieval items. However, the power of these lances should not be underestimated. They automatically snapped, making them easier to use than ordinary lances, eliminating the need to retract them. Although they didn't meet the minimum requirements for forming a knightly order, the moving torrent of steel was still too much for the flesh and blood of the orcs to withstand. Bang! The dull sounds of collisions, and the snapping of wood continued, but the result was clear. The wolf riders who faced the knights all fell to the ground, twitching, with broken lances impaled on their bodies. Some were even crushed to the ground like stickers under the heavy iron hooves. If Roland were here to witness this scene, he would definitely curl his lips in disdain. The Acvia knights were brave, but their equipment was a bit rudimentary. The Raglan knights had eliminated the wooden lances. There's a reason. While it can maintain the terrifying destructive power of the first wave's charge, its shortcomings are too obvious. Just like those knights silently drawing their great swords on the battlefield right now, once they hit, there's no chance for a second attack before their weapons are destroyed. This is simply inhumane for knights fighting on the front lines. In battle, there are no knight squires constantly handing you new lances, so you can charge again and again. A fine steel lance may be expensive, but its effectiveness is obvious. You outlast them, and have a wider range. Squad, pursue freely. Don't go too far. The only great knight under the White Wing King said calmly. Charge. A knight who activated the charge skill was unwavering. If anyone stood in his path, there were two possible outcomes, either kill the charging knight or be killed. Of course, if you were incredibly lucky and blocked the knight's path, then all I can say is, good luck to you. Swish. A careless swing of the longsword effortlessly slashed the ferocious head of the orc wolf rider. Blood splattered as the cavalry crossed paths. Clang. The heavy mace struck the iron arm shield, denting it instantly. Swish. The longsword pierced the orc's chest straight through. Severe slash. The knight, having activated the skill, raised his long sword, brimming with battle flames, and with one blow, severed the wolf rider's weapon, the warg, and himself. Don't chase. The great knight raised his blood-stained long sword to stop the knights behind him. They had reached the edge of the dark forest. A true knight would never fight in a dense forest unless absolutely necessary. A knight not renowned for his agility would be severely limited by the numerous obstacles. Clean up the battlefield. Let's return. The great knight said coldly, gazing at the dark forest before him that seemed to devour all life. Heh. Gasping, severely wounded and dying orcs and wailing wargs scattered across the battlefield, struggling desperately. Puff. A knight indifferently pulled his sword from the wolf rider's chest, ignoring the still-twitching orc and calmly searching for his next target. Ah! The warg, whose retreat had been broken by the charging warhorse, leaped forward with all its might, opening its bloody maw at the nearest knight, who had ducked down to finish him off. Swish! A slightly deformed longsword appeared from the side, ruthlessly standing upright in the path of the orc's attack, as if it had proactively rushed forward, seeking death. Young apprentice knight, never let your guard down on the battlefield. The great knight, having casually brushed off the wolf's corpse, gently admonished the surviving apprentice knight. Thank you, sir, for saving my life. The young apprentice knight, looking at the hideous corpse behind him, immediately broke out in a cold sweat. Be more careful next time. You don't always have teammates behind you. The great knight gently wiped the blood from the blade of the orc's corpse and turned away. Yes, sir, the young apprentice knight said in fear. So, my cavalry is ruined? After meeting with the sole surviving cavalry captain, Whitewing's face had darkened. What happened? The orc wolf cavalry have already reached our very noses? Iovia held the elven scimitar at his waist, gazing at the battle in the distance. The elf's excellent eyesight allowed him to see everything clearly. Azig is coming, Whitewing said, then turned and descended the city wall, leading the remaining cavalry out of the city. Your Highness, all those we can catch up with are here. To prevent an ambush in the forest, I've forgiven not pursuing them. Grand Knight Maple Leaf Purple spoke slowly. It's all right. Did you see anything? Whitewing kicked the orc corpse at his feet. They're strong, and most importantly, well-equipped. Maple Leaf Purple raised his visibly deformed and dented arm shield. The orcs have already begun to strangle our scouts. Whitewing suddenly said. Well, they'd be at the gate soon. We're in for a tough fight, Maple Leaf Purple said without a doubt. Whitewing. What's going on? Iovia, chasing after them, asked, looking at the corpses scattered across the ground. The orcs have begun strangling our scouts. They won't reveal their location, and they're coming. Whitewing casually glanced at the corpses at his feet, and jumped on his horse. We need to inform King Roland. We need his support. Whitewing glanced across the swift stream. Damn it! They're actually fighting in the middle of winter, Iovia said grimly. A small-scale vanguard battle has already begun in the north. It's not surprising to see something like this happening in the south, Whitewing said nonchalantly. The Dwarven Human Coalition north of Lonely Mountain had already engaged in several battles with the Northern Orc army, but the Northern Orcs hadn't launched a full-scale southward attack, as if they were waiting for something. They're probably waiting for the Orcs from Dol Guldur to attack, Whitewing said bitterly. In just one vanguard encounter, his cavalry had lost half its men, leaving only a little over 40 of the 100 cavalrymen. This was a significant loss for Whitewing. Unbeknownst to everyone, in the dark forest, a massive, heavily armed force of Gambada orcs was rapidly advancing towards Lonely Mountain. And at this moment, no one knew that this powerful orc army, capable of changing the course of the battle, had successfully bypassed the elven defenses. Heavy casualties? Roland sighed, looking at Peter grow before him. This was the tragedy of small forces. They had little margin for error. One loss could spell the end of the entire game. Whitewing was too reckless. He shouldn't have sent ordinary light cavalry into the forest. Roland sighed. Sending light cavalry into the forest under these circumstances was truly suicidal. Whitewing had made the most unacceptable mistake. That's why we need your help, King Roland. Peter Grow saluted, his hands touching his chest, his expression profoundly humble. He seemed to have already witnessed the coalition's defeat, leaving the Star Elves homeless. Keep a close eye on the orcs. If they attack, the kingdom of Raglan will stand with you. Roland consoled the noble dragon knight, who was working for his race's survival. Chapter 70. The city of Lorthane in the south has also engaged in battle with the orcs' vanguard wolf riders, and the battle has even extended to the city itself. Thorin handed the letter Whitewing, and the others had given him to Bard, who was sitting nearby. It seems the orcs are planning a two-pronged attack? Bard sighed. The orcs' conspiracy had exacerbated the already small coalition situation. Have arrangements been made for the people of Dale? Thorin shifted the topic, shifting gears. Yes, I arranged for them to seek refuge in Arabore. I need you again later. Bard nodded in thanks. After all, the dwarves had allowed humans to seek refuge in Arabore during this time of crisis, and Bard was willing to accept the favor. Dwalin clashed with the orcs' vanguard again yesterday. We both won and lost. I'm puzzled as to why this orc army has remained stagnant north of the Lonely Mountain, Thorin said, feeling a headache. Perhaps the last war left an indelible scar on them, leading them to fear the Lonely Mountain? Bard speculated. Who knows, but I'm constantly uneasy. Thorin sighed, unsure where this unease came from. The situation in the south isn't much better than ours. The quality of their army is questionable. Dane, king of the Iron Hills, entered the hall and declared, "How is it? Have you found anything?" Thorin asked, looking at Dane, who had just returned from Lorthain. They found a large elven army somewhere, and aside from that, the quality of the rest of the troops is questionable. Dane recounted his observations from Lorthain. Dane! An elven army? Are they woodland elves? Thorin frowned. While he didn't want to fight alongside the elves, he couldn't abandon his northern defenses and go south. No, they have sky blue hair, and their banners and armor are something I never seen before. Dane spread his hands. This was what puzzled him most. According to Thorin, Lorthain was only recently founded. Where did this elven army come from? He was completely baffled. Forget it. Let's not dwell on this question. The elves have nothing to do with us. We need to figure out how to annihilate this group of orcs before us. Thorin's eyes gleamed with wisdom. Boom, boom! The sound of heavy footsteps shook the hearts of all the sentinels atop Lorthain. On the distant horizon, orcs surged from the south like a tide. Hurry, hurry, sound the alarm. The orc army is coming, coming. The militiamen guarding the city walls were at a loss, their hands and feet instantly turning cold as they watched the moving black tide. Ding, ding, ding! The crisp sound of bells pierced the stillness of dawn, and the entire city of Lorthain was instantly in motion. What's going on? The Grand Knight Maple Leaf Purple, on guard duty, grabbed a panicked militiaman. Knight! Sir! Sir, the half-orcs are coming. The militiaman danced with fear. The surging black tide ahead seemed capable of swallowing everything, bringing despair to the improvised, armed civilians. Asshole! Look at you, you coward! Are you a child of the wasteland? Are you a citizen of the kingdom? Are you a soldier of the tribe? Maple Leaf Purple's hands and feet turned cold with rage at the cowardly behavior of the militiamen before him. Look here! The king is with you. I am with you. The elven army is with you. We have no way to retreat. Our families are behind us. Maple Leaf Purple roared angrily, and instantly, the chaotic city walls, centered around him, calmed down. What's going on? Whitewing hurried over and saw the city walls, successfully suppressed by Maple Leaf Purple. Everyone was systematically preparing to meet the enemy. The orcs are coming. Maple Leaf Purple pointed at the approaching orcs. Are they finally here? Light the beacon. Tell King Roland across the way that the orcs are attacking. Iovia stepped out from behind Whitewing, scimitar slung over his shoulder. How should we fight? Whitewing looked up and sought Iovia's advice. After all, he had participated in the War of the Last Alliance and had far more combat experience than himself. The walls of Lorthain are too low. We can't let them scale the walls. You know we're short of warriors, and we can't waste our precious ranged troops fighting orcs in close combat. Iovia didn't want to risk her people exchanging blood with the orcs. It would be a huge loss. Are you planning to send the elven army directly in to suppress them? You're not going to hold back? Whitewing asked curiously, observing Iovia's plan to charge them with a hail of arrows. Just hype here. The Star Dragon Riders will give them a hard time. Iovia said casually, looking at the giant ogres mingling with the orc army. Okay, then you take command. Whitewing decisively relinquished command. No one knew how to command a war better than Iovia. The orc army is coming. Roland's heart sank as he watched the thick smoke rising from the other side of the river. You're pulling this on me so early in the morning? Caslow, call everyone to a meeting. Roland walked down the city wall with a sullen face. Ding dong. The main quest has been released. The Second Battle of Lonely Mountain. Victory conditions. River Rapids is not breached, and the number of civilian deaths is less than 50%. Rewards are 500 random soldiers, 1,000 civilians, and 5 random rewards. Hidden victory conditions. 1. Kill Azig, reward 100 Raglan heavy cavalry. 2. Kill Board, reward 10 El Nino Rangers. 3. All allies are not eliminated, reward 5 priests. Killing rewards. Reward for the coalition to eliminate 25% of the total number of orcs. Recruitment configuration equipment steel long sword. Reward for the coalition to eliminate 50% of the total number of orcs. Human holy shield Elir. Reward for the coalition to eliminate more than 75% of the total number of orcs. Knight's second holy ring, Ring of Mercy. The system suddenly popped up. This system, you're my real daddy. Roland took one look and tears immediately streamed from his mouth. Not to mention the random troops and items. Just look at the heavy cavalry, the El Nino Ranger, the holy shield, and the holy ring. He was so envious. Azig, Borg, all you lovely orcs, spare your lives. Contribute to my cause. Roland thought gleefully. Ha ha ha. Roland laughed heartily, and walked through the streets, leaving behind a group of bewildered civilians and soldiers. So they built a city here. Ha ha. The darkness will eventually devour you. Warriors, here's your chance to drink the blood of the dwarves. Kill. Take the city. Slaughter everyone. Roar. Azig, riding a white wolf, arrived 10 miles from the city of Lothner. Roar. Kill. Roar. Over 10,000 orcs pressed forward towards Lothner, mingled with ogres carrying massive battering rams, and plodding towards the city. 2 miles. Launch. Arrow of the North. Release. Iovia roared, drawing the elven scimitar from her waist. Bang. The throbbing sound of bowstrings echoed from the city walls. The elven archers and rangers instantly unleashed their north wind arrows at a 45-degree angle. Swoosh. A shrill wind ripped through the air. Elven archers. Azig's expression changed. Chapter 71. Borg failed? Why are elves here? Azig's eyes widened. A city suddenly appearing before him was ridiculous enough, but the defenders were actually elves. Absolutely ridiculous. God knows how difficult it would be to capture a city defended by elven archers and rangers. Raise your shields. Form a formation. Keep calm. Azig angrily brandished his dark red warhammer, seething with rage, as the orcs in the front row were repeatedly felled by the elves' north wind arrows. The orcs, hearing the command, gathered together, raising their arm shields to block the barrage of arrows hurled down from the sky. Will it work? Iovia's eyes twitched. What could a short-lived wooden arm shield really do? What a disrespect for the elven archers. Aim and shoot at the orcs in formation. Iovia's eyes gleamed with death. She wouldn't let Azig's offer go to waste. Ugh! A beautifully crafted elven armor-piercing arrow instantly tore through the center of an arm shield, piercing through it, and piercing the mouth of the orc behind it. Swish! Amidst the chaotic hail of arrows, an armor-piercing arrow easily tore through the obstacle in front of it and plunged down. The orc hiding behind the arm shield quickly turned his head. Although he was not directly hit, the wind element carried by the arrow mercilessly tore through the aorta in his neck, and the foul-smelling blood spurted into the sky like a fountain. Bang! After a buzzing sound, another round of feathered arrows was hurled out by the star elves. Outside the city, the once dense orc army had been reduced to small pieces, and the orc remnants rushed towards the city of Lothner. Many lucky souls, having escaped the elves' deadly arrows, continued their desperate dash towards Lothner, carrying ladders. But they soon lost hope. A nearly 20-meter-wide moat surrounded Lothner before them. This was a brilliant plan by Iovia and White Wing. Lothner was built from scratch, its wooden and stone walls barely 6 meters at their highest point. There was no way to increase the height difference quickly. Finally, when Peter Grow went to see Roland and saw the vast, rushing river, his vision suddenly dawned on him. Not long after Roland borrowed Old Man Rattle, Lothner had its moat. Release? White Wing waved his hand, and the human soldiers immediately released their bowstrings. Awaiting them were the human soldiers led by White Wing. The elven soldiers' energy shouldn't be wasted on close-range attacks. Long-range, covering strikes were the elven's best use. Human soldiers were more than enough to eliminate those who slipped through the arrow barrage. Even dwarves could accurately hit them from a distance of dozens of meters. Puff! Swish! 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 Ah! Splash! The sound of armor-piercing arrows piercing armor, the scraping of flesh against arrows, the wails of dying orcs, and the thud of bodies falling into the water all blended together. What a beautiful piece of music! Iovia said with satisfaction, a cold glint in her eyes, and a sneer on her lips. White Wing shuddered at the sight of Iovia. What had happened to this elf? It seemed she had unlocked some strange form. Watching Iovia's increasingly perverse smile, White Wing quietly took a few steps to the side, keeping a distance from her without a word. Iovia was oblivious to the slightly frightened look in White Wing's eyes, still sneering. In a good mood, she even personally shot down several tough-skinned trolls that were about to break through the arrow's screen. As the massive trolls fell, the orcs hiding behind them were instantly harvested like wheat. Ahem. The king wasn't like this before. Peter Grow quietly approached White Wing, his face abashed. I understand. White Wing muttered helplessly, grinning. His father, our previous king, was tragically killed by orcs, so he... Peter Grow spread his hands, not continuing the heavy topic. So? White Wing looked thoughtfully at the orcs below the city, silent. Your Highness, there are too many orcs. You should see our people. Peter Grow whispered to Iovia, watching the elves swinging their bows with aching arms. Stop firing! Iovia leaned halfway over the wall, surveying the heavy casualties of the orcs on the battlefield. Whoa! The sound of bows being drawn back echoed as the elves, their long bows slung across their shoulders, retreated a few steps, disappearing from the sight of the orcs below. The elven arrows are too fierce. We can't break through. The orc leader in charge of the vanguard cringed as he knelt before Azig. Roar! Damn the elves! What on earth has Borg done? Azig roared angrily. Even if Borg couldn't bypass the elven territory, they could at least hold back the elven army. What was this sudden elven army up to? Borg, who was leading his army through the dark forest, striving towards the foot of Lonely Mountain, suddenly sneezed several times. He glanced at the snowflakes in confusion before finally deciding to grab a fur coat and put it on. How's the battle going? Roland asked Caslo behind him, standing on the ramparts of River Rapids, gazing at the distant riverbank. The orcs and the White-Winged King are in a stalemate. The arrows of those star elves are incredibly deadly. Caslo sighed. As expected of an elf race specializing in archery, the Bedanian archers looked like waste compared to them. TSK, TSK, TSK. Roland suddenly felt jealous. He wanted such impressive archers himself, not a bunch of hand-to-hand brute force. By the way, how's the moat at Losenio? Roland asked. Ha ha ha. Pretty good. The orcs left nearly 2,000 bodies in front of Losenio today. Peter Grow suddenly appeared. Hello, Knight Peter, welcome to River Rapids. Roland nodded in greeting. After all, a true Dragon Knight commands respect wherever he goes. I come to discuss matters with you on behalf of the king and the White-Winged King. Peter Grow bowed. Roland truly admired Peter Grow's mastery of etiquette, even as an elven noble. The intricacies of the noble rituals gave Roland a headache, let alone his own. What's wrong? How can I help you? Roland asked. The orcs' offensive tomorrow will likely be more intense. I hope you can send Knight Caslo to support us. After all, I can't just attack without permission. Peter Grow stroked his chest. Of course, but I think the most intense fighting will be the day after tomorrow or the day after tomorrow, Roland agreed readily. Well, I saw orcs felling trees in the Mirkwood through aerial reconnaissance. They're probably trying to build large wooden shields to protect against your arrows. It's not ruled out that they might even attempt to cross the river rapids. Caslo, noticing Peter Grow's confusion, explained. Thank you for your reminder. If there's nothing else, I take my leave. Peter Grow bowed and expressed his departure. Well, take care. Give my regards to the two highnesses. Roland smiled. Thanks to the dragon god, the Swift River hadn't frozen over in winter. It was just covered with large ice floes, but that wouldn't last. After a personal survey, later told Roland to be on guard against the Swift River freezing over, as a cold front from the north was approaching. Hold the sentries to attention. We can't rule out the possibility of orcs crossing the frozen Swift River to attack us. Reminded by Caslo, Roland quickly turned to Marcus behind him and gave him instructions. He hadn't considered that if the Swift River froze, the orcs could cross this barrier and attack Swift City directly. I hope the orcs won't discover Swift City, Roland sighed helplessly. It was better to let Iovia and White-Wing handle it first. A friend's death is better than mine. Chapter 72. Shoot! Iovia commanded from the city wall, brandishing her scimitar. Her eyes were red, as she hadn't rested properly for 2 days. Your Highness Iovia. The orcs are attacking the west wall. My king has already led his troops to defend it. I leave this place to you. Maple Leaf Purple panted, holding the long sword at her waist. Don't worry, the elves are much more resilient than you think. Iovia glanced at the exhausted Maple Leaf Purple, and said loudly. Kill! A fierce battle was already underway at the distant west wall. The defenders of Lochner, clad in dwarven iron armor, were furiously raining arrows down upon the wall. Ouch! An orc carrying a sack of earth was pierced through the chest by an armor-piercing arrow. It stumbled forward 2 steps before dropping the sack and falling motionless. Bang! The sharp arrow tore open the orc's skull, sending a shower of warm, swaying, white brain matter flying everywhere. Through the hail of arrows, an orc's flying axe swirled upstream, piercing a human soldier's body. The emanating battle energy tore the ordinary soldier apart midair. Occult warriors. Their professionals are coming. The tragic scene immediately captured Bai Yi's attention, but the continuous stream of axes from below made his expression instantly darken. Do they think we're easy prey? Bai Yi's face darkened. Keep shooting. Stop the orcs from filling the moat. Maple Leaf Purple shouted loudly after severing a flying axe headed towards Bai Yi with her sword. Swish. Under Maple Leaf Purple's command, The originally sparse rain of arrows suddenly intensified. Not good. Maple Leaf Purple suddenly noticed that the moat beneath the city had been filled with a path less than 10 meters long. Suppress them. Don't let them in. Whitewing also noticed the fatal path. Don't fear sacrifice. Charge. Quickly defend the city. The orc leader on this side also noticed the fatal gap. Both sides immediately engaged in a desperate struggle around the protrusion carved out by the orc's flesh and blood. Damn it! Maple Leaf, we have to interrupt the orc's offensive. Whitewing roared at Maple Leaf Purple beside him, watching the orcs frantically filling the path. At this moment, the path slowly widened, longered, under the accumulation of orc corpses and sacks. The orc's blood dyed the river a dark green. Ha! A streak of sword light descended from the sky. Thingya watched the approaching orcs. Realizing that bows and arrows alone were no longer enough to suppress their advance, he decisively leaped from the city wall and intercepted the orcs head-on. Flame slash. Thingya swung his sword in a semicircle, scorching flames of battle energy erupting violently, slashing a flaming blade nearly 3 meters long. Knights, go down to the city and suppress them. Bai gritted his teeth at the outnumbered Thingya, finally sending out his most powerful knights. Bang! With the sound of heavy objects dropping to the ground, the knights of Losenial City descended from the sky, shields and great swords in hand. For the glory of knights. Kill! The knights from the grasslands roared to the earth. The next moment, the orcs successfully filled the moat. This 20-meter road was paved with the lives of nearly 1,000 orcs. Bang! Shield-wielding knights, led by the Maple Leaf Knight, fiercely collided with the orc vanguard. There were a full 54 knights present. Whitewing summoned all the aging knights, from the Grand Knights down to the apprentices, forming a square formation and fiercely engaging the orcs. Swish! A knight, after parrying an orc warrior's blow, thrust forth his long sword. Infused with the elemental spirit of wind, the sword, though slightly hindered as it pierced the orc's protective shield, effortlessly pierced through the orc. The raging wind elemental power crushed its internal organs. The orc, a fellow orc, struggled briefly before collapsing limply to the ground. Bang! Through the dented chainmail and the backflip figure, it was clear the elderly knight was severely wounded. Even with his guard activated, he was still severely wounded by the orc before him. Mercy! Under immense pressure, the knights on the front line activated their skills, Mercy, to mitigate the damage they took. Guard! The apprentice knight in the last row quickly activated the guard skill on the knight in front. Hold our formation. Don't let the orcs squeeze our living space. Listen to my orders. Push them out. Shield strike. Maple Leaf Zeely roared. Boom! The roar resounded through the air. Dozens of shields, energized by the knight's concentrated battle energy, clashed fiercely forward. The raging battle energy sent the surrounding orcs flying. Those struck head-on were either shattered to pieces due to the disparity in strength, or fell to the ground with bloody blows. Instantly, the orcs' offensive slowed. Watching the countless orcs being thrown into the water, the knights huddled together, forming a phalanx capable of both offense and defense. Huh? Whitewing breathed a sigh of relief as he watched the orcs being pushed back. Just a moment ago, he had almost thought the knight's formation was about to be broken. The Whitewing King is under immense pressure. Peter Grow approached Iovia, who was leaning on a scimitar. His forces are too few. The orcs could very well use him as a breakthrough point. We must be careful. This orc lord before us is cunning. He knows how to deal with the elves, and he also knows how to wear down our morale and strength. Iovia gazed at the orc army regrouping in the distance, and for the first time, a look of fear crossed her eyes. As expected of Sauron's lackeys. Without some real skills, you're nothing to behold. Iovia chuckled in anger. Knight Caslo, get ready. The White-Winged King needs your support at any moment, Iovia said, turning around. Beside him stood Caslo, Roland's dragon knight. The king sent me here for this very moment. Caslo nodded in agreement. The hard times haven't arrived yet. The orcs haven't launched a full-scale attack yet, they're simply draining our strength and supplies. Iovia said calmly, glancing at the chaotic orc army in the distance. The orcs had already passed their initial panic. They cut down trees to make thick wooden shields, then covered them with mud and water. In the cold, the water froze into ice, instantly giving the wooden shields a defense comparable to that of iron. As for their lifespan? Who cared? All on alert. Iovia said bitterly, glancing at the elven soldiers slumped on the ground, then at the 5,000-man phalanxes of orcs marching in the distance. His kin were exhausted, but he couldn't let them rest. The war wasn't over yet. Target 2 miles. Projectile. Iovia roared angrily, and a hail of arrows shot up from behind him. Chapter 73. Huff, huff. Iovia panted, leaning against the wall, his eyes filled with worry. The orcs had already attacked over a dozen times, but the defenders of Lothner hadn't even killed a quarter of them. Aside from the vanguard, who were initially pelted with bullets by the Star Elves, the other orcs in their feint attacks had suffered few casualties. How's the White-Winged King doing? Iovia turned to look at the guard beside him. The situation is grim. Their knights are already suffering casualties. The guard hesitated. Even noble knights were bleeding on the battlefield, not to mention the warriors and common soldiers. How are the people? Iovia asked with a dark face. Your Highness, our situation is grim. We're afraid our soldiers won't be able to draw their bows after another wave of orc attacks. Has it become this difficult? Iovia muttered to herself. The cunning Azig was a seasoned opponent. He understood the cost of a head-on assault on a city defended by a vast elven army. Therefore, he commanded his orcs to continually deplete the elves' strength and morale. But Iovia couldn't afford to take it lightly. If they revealed a flaw, Azig's feint could easily become a full-scale assault. Your Highness, don't you want me to take action? Peter Grow said to Iovia, watching Castle wreak havoc above the western wall. It's not the last moment yet. I can't trade our trump card for the orcs' trump card. It's too disadvantageous. Iovia pondered for a moment, then decisively rejected Peter Grow's idea of joining the battle. Tell everyone to prepare for close combat. The murderous intent in Iovia's eyes sent a shudder through Peter Grow. People often say elves aren't good at close combat. Ha, if we weren't so skilled, how could we have won the final alliance war? We simply didn't want to sacrifice ourselves. Iovia said sadly, looking around at the elven archers and rangers clad in fine mail and chainmail. Your Highness. Peter Grow also closed his eyes in agony. Only those elves who had experienced the devastating defeat at the Battle of the Black Gate could understand the unforgettable pain and hatred. Needless to say, I will not leave. We never betrayed our allies back then, and we will not do so now, Iovia said firmly, watching Peter Grow's eyes flicker with retreat. Bang! My sword will be aimed in the direction you point. My soul and body will fight for you to the last moment. My king! Peter Grow knelt on one knee and said solemnly. Stand up, Iovia said calmly. Clang! Iovia slowly drew the sharp elven curved blade. For our ancestors. For our faith. For our home. For our people. Noble Star Elves of Singrid. We will never surrender. Iovia stood atop the city walls, her voice filled with grief and grandeur. Kill! Behind him, a hail of arrows fell again. Have you made your decision? Lord Lance gazed at his king. Yes. My allies are fighting hard. We cannot ignore them. If they are defeated, it will be our turn, Roland said firmly. Then, give it your allies. I swear on my honor and my life that I will protect the safety of River Rapids until you return. Whether we succeed or fail. City Defense Officer Marcus bowed, his words filled with sincerity. That's my answer, Your Highness. Lord Lance knelt on one knee and said respectfully. So, what do you need to defend her, Lord Marcus? Roland said slowly. Dwinian heavy swordsmen, Ligran city guards, Bedanian archers, and conscripted light infantry. Their numbers are sufficient for defending the city, but they easily cause confusion in a field battle. Marcus bowed his head, pondered for a moment, and then spoke. Bang! Lance pounded his chest. As a worthy Ligran noble, I will lead my Torrent Legion to clear all obstacles before you. Only death can end my promise to you. Lance's eyes gleamed with loyalty. May the dragon god bless you. Roland ended the heavy topic. Renault. Assemble the knights. Oh, and call Rattle and Ivy, they be needed in this battle, Roland commanded with a wave of his hand. This time, Roland only planned to deploy the Rush Legion and the Holy Glory Knights to support Lothner. The other troops were too disorganized and difficult to command on the vast battlefield. Roland donned his adamantine armor, mounted his tall char warhorse, and stood quietly at the west gate of Rush, awaiting the arrival of the army. His eyes, filled with an indescribable gloom, gazed at the west bank. As the saying goes, man proposes, but God disposes. Roland, who had originally planned to hunker down on the east coast and hibernate, was completely defeated by nature. A loss like this would be truly a stroke of fate. Can you imagine? The Rush River, so vast and wide, had been frozen by a cold current blowing from the north. Just last night. Upon hearing this news, the previously peaceful Rush River immediately went on high alert. Marcus, in full armor, patrolled the city walls all night. For Rush River, the frozen Rush River was like the goddess of victory stripping down to her underwear and waving to the orcs, "Come! Come! Come and attack me! The city of River Rapids now faced the orcs, issuing its own call. Roland doubted he could stop the incoming Azig army. His only option now was to attack proactively. Instead of waiting for the orcs to siege the city, attacking them would still offer a better chance of success. Huh? How tough? Iovia panted wearily. Just now, he had missed his first arrow aimed at an orc. He aimed for the eye, but it had just grazed its neck. Looking at his trembling hands, Iovia gave a feeble, bitter smile. Even the Elf King, renowned for his precision, missed his target. You can imagine how intense the battle must have been. Thanks to the longevity of the elves, the 2,000 elves, all professionals, were able to suppress the orcs for the time being. The continuous hail of arrows kept the orcs at bay, and thus far, the Star Elves had suffered no casualties. Roland! I can't hold them back. Iovia muttered bitterly in her heart. Your Highness! The orcs are charging again! A ranger exclaimed. Can you still draw your bows? Iovia asked bitterly, looking around. Your Highness! We will fight for you to the bitter end. The elven rangers and archers, their arms trembling, drew their scimitars and short swords, proving their loyalty with action. Well, prepare for close combat. Iovia's temper flared. You really think the elves are good-tempered, don't you? Wait! You orc bastards! Today I make you feel the terror of being dominated by the elven army 3,000 years ago. Bang, bang, bang. One by one, the orcs stepped over the piles of corpses and crossed the moat. Hundreds of crude ladders were erected, and as if welcoming the dawn of victory, the orcs swarmed up them. For the dignity of our elven rangers. Singri elves! Kill! Iovia roared at the ugly orc head emerging from the city wall. A blue crescent moon emerged from behind Iovia, and the next second, a burst of blood. Hunting moon activated. Swish! The elven rangers standing before the elven archers suddenly drew their scimitars in unison. As the rangers' arms adjusted, the exquisite scimitars danced, forming a neat wall of blades that towered over the city of Lochner. With their coordinated swings. Dawn arrived. Chapter 74. The ranger's scimitars spun forward and backward, emitting a dazzling blaze. It was the ranger's core skill. The prelude to blade dance. The blinding glare instantly illuminated the dim sky. The terrified faces of the orcs were clearly visible on the blades, reflecting the sunlight. Plop, plop. Over 100 corpses fell straight from the sky. They were the orcs, who had just reached the city walls. Ah! Ugh! Ouch! The orcs' shrill screams echoed from the walls. The bodies raining down like dumplings crushed the morale of the orc army, even slowing down their advance. Damn! These cowardly elves. They're huddled in the city like pitiful creatures. Azig roared angrily. Clearly, the elves' will to resist had exceeded his expectations, and he was deeply moved by their resilience. After all, they were elves who had fought in the War of the Last Alliance. The glory of their ancestors was etched in their hearts, and their once-chilled passion was rekindled. They were warriors who had faced the Black Gate. They were warriors who had bravely stormed Mordor. They were the Star Elves of Thingri. They were children of the stars. Why haven't they run out of strength yet? Azig watched the elven rangers on the city walls, working like harvesters, mowing down the orcs as they appeared, like whack-a-mole. The only difference was that they were using knives. If Roland were here, he would have scoffed at Azig. Having never dealt with an elven army, Azig certainly didn't understand the elves' dirty tricks. During the first battle of Lonely Mountain, the woodland elves had no time to scale the walls upon entering Dale, so Azig fortunately didn't witness their dirty tricks. Once the elven army had formed its formation, their attack pattern became fixed. First, they would use a hail of long-range arrows to wear you down. If the elves were exhausted or the enemy approached, the elven spearmen and rangers would quickly fill in with frontline melee. But be careful. Exhaustion doesn't mean the enemy's battle chi or magicka was completely depleted. Often, even when rangers and druids were exhausted from shooting, their battle chi or magicka was still largely full. If you thought they were fish on the chopping block, then you would be treated to dazzling displays of elven blade dance and druid transformation, as these skills didn't require stamina to activate. Therefore, this elven tactical system was simple yet incredibly effective. Roland had been playing the game for so long, but he'd never seen anyone stand a chance against a well-prepared elven formation. Unless your knights or sky knights could crush them, which Azig clearly didn't. Watching the scimitars, etched with brilliant battle aura, dance across the flesh of the orc soldiers, Azig's heart bled. The first batch of warriors advancing were genuine second-tier orc warriors. They were being chopped down like vegetables and melons. Let the cannon fodder consume them, Azig ordered. He couldn't afford the loss of so many professionals. It would weaken his dominance and deterrence. So, the elite orc professionals retreated, and the ordinary orc cannon fodder surged forward. TSK. They gotten smarter. Iovia's face changed. You know, killing professionals is a one-size-fits-all strategy, and killing ordinary orcs is also a one-size-fits-all strategy. The cost of each is similar, but the elves are clearly losing out. Their precious battle aura is being wasted on ordinary orc scum. Whoosh whoosh. Ogres carrying battering rams strode towards the city gates. Shoot them. The resting elven archers in the rear leaped to their feet, as if energized by a shot of chicken blood upon seeing these moving mountains of flesh. Having just regained some strength, they opened fire without a word. Bang! Dozens of heavy bodies slammed into the ground a few hundred meters from the city gates, leaving deep scratches in their wake. Targeted by hundreds of bows, the ogres were instantly reduced to giant hedgehogs. Use the catapults. Azig waved his hand, unleashing another attack. Bang! Dozens of ogres carrying small catapults slammed their fists into the ground, stopping 1,000 meters from Lothner. Several orcs behind them immediately began loading their stone projectiles. Idiot! Iovia's mouth twitched. How much did this mean? He looked down on the elven archer's range. If Azig wasn't embarrassed, Iovia felt embarrassed for him. Even without Iovia's command, the sharp-eyed archers spotted the targets that remained motionless. Explosive arrows. Fire! Under the command of each captain, a wave of arrows imbued with skill rained down upon them. The elven archers, having finished their fire, didn't even bother to fire another round. Bang! Boom! Boom! The sound of arrows exploding into flesh continued to rip through the air. When all died down, only the remaining giant feet testified to the place where a group of ogres once stood. Roar! Azig raged impotently. Alas! Poor Orc King, who did he think he was? Are all of them Dale? Can Bard's archers compare to the elves? Who gave you the confidence to stand before the elves like a target? Surround them. Azig finally raged. He no longer cared about whether that damn night order would suddenly appear, because he had just received a message. Woo, woo, woo. The unique orc horn sounded from the west. Shit! White Wing, who was battling the orcs holding back the human soldiers, felt a chill in his heart as he watched the black tide and orc totems appear on the western horizon. Dragon God. Caslo, who was dodging the dragon crossbows on the ground and constantly holding back the orcs, felt his hands and feet go cold as he watched the rolling torrent of orcs in the air. Are all the woodland elves dead? How did they protect the west? Iovia, who had also heard the noise, cursed as she gazed at the black tide in the distance. After more than a month, the Gambata orc army successfully bypassed the woodland kingdom and reached the heart of the battlefield. All the orcs ceased their attacks and retreated in an orderly manner to a safe area. Watching them slowly form a semicircle around Lothner, Iovia, White Wing, and everyone on the city walls felt a pang of regret. Why didn't Azig initially lay siege to the city? Because it feared Roland's Holy Glory Knights, believing they were hiding within the city, poised to strike a fatal blow at any moment. With only about 20,000 men, Azig dared not lay siege on all sides. But the arrival of the Borg army changed this balance. Azig now had ample strength to confront the knights. Destroy them. Tear them apart. The age of orcs is about to begin. Azig roared frantically, dancing with a broken arm and roaring with excitement. Crossing the frozen Swift River, Roland led his Swift River Legion and the Holy Glory Knights to the river's west bank. They were now standing behind a hill several dozen meters above sea level. They had also heard the noise. The calm lance immediately dissuaded Roland from advancing, and the group ascended the hill to investigate. Due to the thickness of the ice on the river, they crossed the river more than 10 kilometers north. There, the ice was thicker, allowing heavily laden warhorses to trample on it. From their vantage point, they happened to see the orc army pouring in from the west. The Woodland Kingdom is gone? Roland finally uttered after a long pause. The biggest joke of the year, the dwarfs became prophets. Roland said in astonishment, suddenly remembering what Thorin had said to him, that he didn't trust the woodland elves. It seems the orcs have truly penetrated the woodland elves' defenses. I hope it's not what I thought, that the elves are just watching from the sidelines. Roland's face was heavy. Your Highness. Lance paused. Let's retreat. Renault, ever the chivalrous warrior, actually took the initiative. We can't put you in danger, later said sternly. This battle was different from the first battle of Lonely Mountain. The disparity in strength made Renault unwilling to resist. This wasn't just a matter of abandoning his allies. It was a matter of precariously protecting himself. Man, is this what you call easy? Vervet, with his exceptional eyesight, clearly saw the well-equipped orc warriors. No! We still have a chance. Roland rejected everyone's suggestion. Don't forget. The Star Elves have dragon riders, and dragon riders represent at least one forbidden spell. Roland's face broke into a smile. Everyone's expressions immediately brightened. That's right. Dragon riders? Along with the sages, they're known as the walking nuclear bombs of Middle-earth. If these orcs were more closely packed together, a single forbidden spell could wipe them out. Ah! A clear, passionate dragon roar resounded through the sky. A magnificent blue dragon, gleaming with starlight, soared from the city. Iovia no longer dared to hide. They were having a good time, but this Azig hadn't played fair. He actually doubled up his players. He pulled up his sign at the slightest disagreement. So don't blame us for showing our hand. Chapter 75. Whoosh! Dragon breath, carrying the power of the stars, roared out, and the dozens of orcs enveloped by it were unsurprisingly reduced to ash in the torrent of breath. Giant dragon! How is this possible? Azig stared at the dancing figure in the sky in shock. Dragon clan. Borg's bloodthirsty expression flickered. Scatter! Roar! Azig and Borg roared in unison. The gathered orc army was the perfect target for the dragon clan. Damn it! Pull that thing up! Azig exclaimed angrily. He had never expected this not-so-grand city to give him such a big surprise. Hey, hey, hey! Several orcs pulled the trigger on a massive dragon hunting crossbow. Though it was called a small dragon hunting crossbow, it was definitely not small. Several orc warriors hurriedly brought out their ultimate weapon. If Bard and Roland were there, they would definitely recognize it as the dwarven dragon killer. The black arrow. Azig waved his hand, and an orc immediately stepped forward, holding a black arrow and loading it into the dragon hunting crossbow. As for why the orcs possessed weapons the dwarves used to fight dragons, just ask Moria. Only God knows how much dwarven equipment was lost in the former dwarven kingdom. Now Azig possesses 11 black arrows. The coalition forces are completely unaware of this. Remember, the black arrows are engraved with countless magic patterns, encompassing dozens of different types of magic. These spells grant the black arrows unparalleled acceleration and flight speed. Furthermore, they possess powerful magic-breaking and armor-piercing abilities specifically designed to break through dragon scales. The blood-burning magic within them ignites dragon blood and reconstructs wounds after breaking through scales. Most importantly, firing the black arrows is incredibly simple. Specifically, the black arrow's speed doesn't rely on a launcher. Their inherent wind magic patterns instantly boost their speed to extremes. The activation condition is that once the arrow's velocity exceeds a threshold, the magic patterns automatically activate, launching it into the air. This can be seen in the original story, when Bard used a broken bow to shoot a black arrow and kill Smaug. Target him. Lock on to him. Hunt him! Azig roared, pointing at the raging star dragon in the sky. Peter Grow, pouring out his dragon breath in the sky, had no idea that an orc below was already extending his death side towards him. What kind of rubbish dragon is this? Vannerway grumbled, watching the mighty star dragon soar overhead. Why doesn't Knight Peter allow the dragon to use dragon language magic? Renault asked in confusion. According to Renault's memory, a dragon knight's dragon breath was just as basic as a knight's basic attacks. It was the diverse and varied dragon language magic that truly demonstrated the dragon knight's true value. I think I understand something. Roland's mouth twitched suddenly, as if recalling some unpleasant association. Your Highness, this is impossible. Rattle wiped the sweat from his forehead, leaning on his staff. I knew it. Roland was exhausted. Don't keep me in suspense. What's going on? Vannerweg asked hurriedly. It's probably because the star dragon left behind its own dragon ward. Most of its original power remains within it to maintain its operation. That's why the star dragon can't even use a few dragon language spells right now. Peter must know this, and he's saving those precious spell slots as a trump card. Roland rubbed his brow helplessly. Farby. Renault. Ivy. Lance. Sure enough. Later. Outrageous. Everyone exclaimed in unison. Now that we're here, let's prepare for battle. Roland sighed. The woodland elves are a jerk, and the star elves are also quite tough. This battle is going to be tough. Tear. A high-speed air current tore through the sky. Everyone saw a fleeting flash of black light, and heard a heart-wrenching tearing sound. Ah! The star dragon in the sky wailed in agony. The intense pain caused it to tumble wildly in the air, nearly toppling Peter Grow on its back. Noble dragon blood rained down from the sky. Damn! What was that? Burway witnessed the shocking scene. Black arrow. Roland's face darkened instantly. Knowing the orcs were carrying dragon-hunting crossbows, he had carelessly forgotten that the dwarven kingdom of Moria had already been occupied by the orcs. Perhaps there were stocks of black arrows there. Black arrow? Caslo's eyes widened instantly. Without a word, he pulled his dragon, Cardo, high into the sky, disappearing into the clouds. Given his dragon's thin arms and legs, a single hit from the black arrow would have been enough to kill it. Sky! What's wrong with you? Peter Grow, perched on the dragon's back, clung to the saddle tightly, his eyes filled with panic. Damn dwarves! Damn black arrow! Damn orcs! Die! Ah! The star dragon named Sky, enduring excruciating pain, swooped down from the sky. Its breath, imbued with star power, instantly disintegrated the small dragon-hunting crossbow and nearly 100 orcs surrounding it. Peter? It's Black Arrow. I've been hit by a black arrow. The star dragon's weak yet furious voice echoed from Peter Grow's mind. Sky was conveying this message through the human-dragon contract. How could an orc have a black arrow? Peter Grow was instantly enraged. Get out of here. Let's go! Peter Grow quickly communicated with Sky's telepathic power. It's okay. That arrow hasn't hit me hard yet. I need you to use your sharp eyes to help me keep an eye on the orcs below. I want revenge. The enraged star dragon roared, his boundless dragon force dissipating in the wind from the wound on his left forelimb. He chanted obscure dragon magic in Sanskrit, and a star in the sky shone brightly in sync with the dragon's voice. Forbidden spell. Dragon star meteorite. As the star dragon uttered the last dragon spell, the shining star in the sky rapidly drew closer. With a sharp grinding sound, a meteorite ignited with blue flames fell from the sky. Shit! Everyone get down! Roland screamed in horror as he watched the meteorite being dragged down by the dragon's force. At that moment, he could rival a soprano. Without a word, Renault rolled down the slope. Dragon God. Lance swallowed, glanced at Roland, then decisively raised his tower shield and blocked the stunned temple priest Ivy. Earth barrier. Later instantly unleashed a costly earth spell, creating an earthen barrier that enveloped everyone. War mages are awesome. One person can change a war. Singri elves, listen. Jump back to the city. Iovia felt her hands and feet go cold as she watched the approaching meteorite. She cursed Peter Grow and the star dragon inwardly. Was it really okay to just fire a forbidden spell directly at allies? Jump! White Wing said it succinctly, taking the lead and leaping down from the top of the city wall. Buzz! Dazzling starlight burst forth, a brilliant blue semicircle spreading across the orc army with lightning speed. The surging starlight quickly engulfed the fleeing orcs, instantly dissolving the first orcs it touched. Those engulfed by the starlight then wailed and melted. This was the might of the star dragon, the protection of a barrier, and the dissolving power of starlight. Bang! The wooden and stone walls of Lothar crumbled, annihilated, and melted under the radiant starlight. The elves and humans hiding behind the walls trembled in the aftermath of the forbidden spell. That forbidden spell wasn't cast at the best time, the dusty-faced White Wing said, finding the equally bewildered Iovia. But that was the moment we needed most. Iovia sighed. The star dragon only has the power of one strike. He doesn't have the strength to cast a second forbidden spell. Clearly, the last one wasn't enough to wipe out all the orcs. They were spread too thin. Iovia, knowing that most of the star dragon's energy remained in Singri to maintain the barrier, lamented. Does this mean we're facing another bloody battle? White Wing was stunned. Could such a powerful forbidden spell not wipe out all the orcs? It's better than a desperate battle against tens of thousands of orcs. Iovia glared at him unhappily. Chapter 76. Fuck. Iovia, are your Dragon Knight's forbidden spells so durable? White Wing crouched, gritting his teeth as he stared intently at the star power sweeping overhead. Do you think forbidden spells only inflict damage instantly? Many have lasting damage. Iovia rolled her eyes as she leaned against the wall. Even when Sky unleashed Dragonstar Meteor, Azig and Borg, father and son, had sensed the heart-wrenching surge. One instantly unleashed a skill, piercing the earth and burying himself deep beneath it, while the other fled frantically from a distance. Puff! A hand emerged from the ground, and then a ragged Azig, shambling, crawled out of the rubble. After spitting out the dirt in his mouth, Azig looked around blankly. Roar! The enraged pale orc, deeply enraged by the corpses strewn before him, raised his magic-patterned warhammer and roared. Impossible! The dragon rider has vanished beneath this starry sky. Borg exclaimed in shock, looking at the raging starlight in dismay. As far as he could remember, the ancient profession of dragon rider had vanished with the fallout between dragons and humans. Aside from a few dragons who defected to the Dark faction, most of the order-keeping dragons retreated to the isolated Dragon Island in the western seas. Ah! With the end of the forbidden spell, Sky, frozen in midair, found his target again, unleashing his dragon breath, brimming with annihilating power. Unforgivable. Azig angrily lifted a tilted dragon crossbow. With a powerful tug of his muscular arms, he single-handedly pulled the crossbow, which had previously required several orcs to pull open. Bang! As it triggered the trigger, the black arrow shot out instantly, hurtling straight towards Peter Grow and the others. Sky! Black arrow. Peter Grow's mental energy, connected to Sky's, vibrated violently as he urgently warned the Star Dragon of the impending danger. Whoosh! 2 pairs of broad, powerful flesh wings spread in the wind, and a flick of the dragon's tail instantly changed its flight direction. Hiss! The sharp friction of the black arrow against the air echoed from Sky's side. Peter Grow and Sky narrowly avoided the black arrow. They could even clearly feel the burning heat and sharp edge of the arrow's tip as it passed by. Don't forget, there was another black arrow stuck in Sky's body. That damn ant is there! The dragon's vertical pupils clearly reflected the figure of Azig holding the dragon-hunting crossbow. Who? Ong! With a sharp inhale, the dragon's flames instantly tangled with the air. As the dragon's chest rapidly contracted, brilliant dragon breath shot out, heading straight for Azig. Azig dropped his dragon-hunting crossbow in terror, and turned to run. With a few leaps, he was dozens of meters away, dodging the incoming dragon breath. Sky casually tilted his head, and the dragon breath changed its trajectory, continuing to pursue Azig. Bang! The characteristic tearing sound of a black arrow was heard, and a black light struck the flying star dragon with lightning speed. Sensing the fatal threat, Sky struggled to flip in the air, but the black arrow still pierced the flesh of his right wing. Ong! The star dragon cried out in anger. This damned ant had actually fired a black arrow without a heavy crossbow. This brings us to another feature of the black arrow: versatility. The numerous wind magic spells covering it allow the user to launch it without a launcher. As long as you have extraordinary strength, you are fully capable of throwing the black arrow by hand, and the effect is the same as firing it from a heavy crossbow. And Azig, who had just seized the opportunity, turned around and threw a black arrow. What kind of lousy dragon rider is this? Renault's eyes widened, his mouth twitching. He was completely stunned by Peter Grow's superb dragon riding skills. Ahem, after all, elves don't have a knight class. This is already pretty good. Lance covered his head. There's absolutely no trace of a dragon rider here. It's more like a ranger on a dragon's back. Roland pondered as he watched Peter Grow and the Star Dragon, their coordination awkward in the sky. After all, the Star Elves, who had been living in seclusion for 3,000 years, had barely experienced major battles. Without the tempering of war, Peter Grow was simply a rank without the corresponding combat awareness. This level of skill shouldn't be considered a dragon rider. It should be a dragon warrior. The knowledgeable Rattle ended his magic to protect the crowd, and looked at Peter Grow and the Star Dragon in the distance. Dragon Knight? Roland suddenly recalled a rumor from the game. Not all professionals who rode dragons could be called Dragon Knights, like Alita Priest in the Dragon God Temple. Her class name seemed to be Dragon Priest. It seemed Peter Grow was creating a new advanced class. The path of the Forerunners is not easy, Ivy said worriedly, scepter in hand. It seemed she understood that Peter Grow was now a Forerunner, just like the Dragon Priests in her own temple. They retreated. Lance frowned, watching the Star Dragon staggering towards Losenial City. They tried their best. 3 black arrows were enough to severely damage the Star Dragon. After all, Star Dragons aren't known for their physical defenses. Their defenses primarily come from their impenetrable dragon ward. The knowledgeable Rattle sighed. The young Dragon Knight had ultimately suffered the consequences of his inexperience. It's time for us to move, Renault sneered, gazing at the chaotic orc army in the distance. Dispersed to avoid attacks from dragon breath and forbidden spells, they had lost all sense of formation. They had lost their command structure. It's time to end this ridiculous war. Lance took a deep breath and clenched his lance. Rally my troops. Let's send them off, Roland said coldly, glancing at the orcs, who were like scattered sand. Holy Glory Knights. Assemble. Renault mounted his horse, lance raised high, the red flag with golden dragon stripes fluttering in the wind. Speedstream Legion. Assemble. Lance commanded, raising the green and blue battle flag. Huh? Grip of the Flood? Roland looked at the flag in surprise. The flag was a high-level war magic artifact unique to the Flood infantry, with the added benefit of a courageous heart. The Flood infantry led by the flag would fear no life or death. Movement speed increased by 50%. But Roland reconsidered and felt relieved. This item was standard equipment for the Flood Legion. Every Flood Legion had it. In the Raglan Empire, it wasn't scarce at all, and could even be considered a high-end consumable. After all, the Flood Legion had been annihilated countless times, and those battle flags had basically been scrapped in the war. The Empire's ability to replenish each legion's battle flags at any time proved that the production of these items was not low. Woo! With the sound of war horns, Roland's army slowly appeared on the horizon, figures gleaming coldly from the east. In the name of the tide. Charge! For His Highness! For our homeland! For our allies! Tide infantry advance! Lance waved his hand, and 5 300-man phalanxes of Tide infantry instantly maneuvered at high speed, forming a swift, bar grenade formation as they ran. Tell the orcs! My Tide infantry have returned. Tremble, orcs! Roland shouted. Chapter 77. Tiger! Ha! Tiger! The Flood infantry roared mightily. Carrying their ironwood-covered tower shields and wielding their lances, they swiftly charged towards the vulnerable junction between the Dalgoldo and Gambata orc armies. Lance formation. Fire! Lance observed the orc army in the distance, mentally calculating the distance. When they were about a mile away, he gave the order. The Flood infantry raised their lances one after another. Each gleaming tower shield held a 5-meter-long lance. Facing the bitter winter wind, the lance tips flashed with a cold light. Swish, swish, swish. The shrill sound of arrows piercing the air echoed. The few orc archers raised their short-horned bows. These short bows, which could only sling arrows 200 or 300 meters at most, had long been eliminated in the coalition army. Shields raised. Lance's face fell. No commander would order his troops to withstand a hail of arrows, no matter how devastating the damage. Double, double. The tower shields held high overhead clunked, and falling arrows thumped against them, sending numbing shivers down the shield-holding hands of the Flood infantrymen. Hold on. They can't penetrate our tower shields. Lance felt the vibrations in his hands, and a sudden sense of relief came over him. How could the orcs, without longbows and archers, penetrate the tower shields? 200 meters? First row shields flat. Lance calculated the distance between himself and the orcs accurately. At 200 meters, a direct shot from the orc shortbows would reach the Flood Legion. The first row of infantrymen needed to guard against arrows from the front. Bang, bang, bang. Iron boots pounded the ground, and a barrage of spears, carrying the force of thunder, met the orcs. The last 50 meters? Swift Stream. Charge. In the name of Swift Stream. Long live the Raglan Empire. Lances raised high, charged fiercely with all the Swift Stream infantrymen at the terrified orcs. Painful screams echoed across the universe, as over 100 orcs were lifted up by the oncoming lances. But that wasn't the worst. The well-trained and strong Swift Stream infantrymen didn't stop, their blood-stained lances thrusting again towards the orcs behind them. Then the second row of Swift Stream infantrymen thrust their spears, piercing the orcs lifted up by the first row. Countless twitching bodies hung high in the air, a trail of crimson blood spilling in their wake. How brutal! Roland watched silently from his horse as the Swift Stream soldiers slaughtered the orcs. Now he finally believed the rumors that these Swift Stream infantrymen could overthrow the knights. Because they're the Torrent infantry. Raynor gazed at the brave Torrent Legion in the distance, an unknown light flickering in his eyes. It's time for us to move, Roland said calmly, looking at the agitated orc army. It's not time yet. The waters aren't muddy enough yet. Let Lance and the others hold on. If we don't move, it's fine. But if we move, we make sure they never get a chance to rise. Raynor's words were calm, yet undisguised murderous intent lingered. Then let's wait. The orcs haven't reacted yet. Let Lance and the others pin them down for a while. Roland nodded. Behind him, the Knights of the Holy Glory Knights stood silently in the snow. Only their breath and that of their horses indicated they were alive. Your Highness, I go add fuel to the fire. We can't always let the orcs in the front take the brunt of the attack. That's unfair. Rattle, leaning on a staff, rode a lean horse and swayed to Roland's side, requesting his orders. Reverend Ivy, follow Lord Rattle. Be careful. Roland whispered a few words before sending the two off. After this battle, we need to recuperate. Riverstorm is stretched too thin. It doesn't have the energy left to handle another war. After a moment's silence, Raynor finally couldn't help but admonish Roland. Are you suggesting we stay out of the Dwarfs Moria expedition? Roland smiled. Your Highness. Raynor opened his mouth. As a subordinate, he hoped Roland would steer his ship more steadily. Well, I consider it, Roland said perfunctorily. He couldn't resist the allure of a Dragon Knight. He had to know that the system was granting him a genuine Raglan Empire Dragon Knight, the ultimate force, trained and inherited through systematic training. He was definitely not a match for a lucky, half-baked novice like Peter Grow. Charge! Charge! Don't stop! You are children of the Swift River. You are the Swift River Infantry. You are unstoppable. Kill! Lance roared, wielding his lance as he pierced the chests of the 4 orcs in front of him. He flipped his right hand and thrust hard, sending the 4 still twitching bodies flying. Then, he thrust his lance back into the orcs' bodies, sending warm blood splattering as the Swift River Infantry's lances stabbed him. Swish! A level 3 orc berserker, who had just split a Tide infantryman's tower shield with a heavy axe, was savagely crushed by a dozen Tide infantrymen. His corpse, left behind, was riddled with bloody holes from lances and severed spearheads. The scars of a mace could be vaguely seen on his head, its hard skull twisted and deformed. A Tide infantryman, his chest and abdomen ripped open, feebly held his viscera, his dying form filled with a desperate longing for life. The orcs have reacted, Roland said anxiously, watching the Tide Legion, seemingly surrounded by a vast orc army. Wait a moment. Lost near City should react by now. Renault calmly observed the battlefield, hoping the Holy Knights would appear when and where the orcs least expected them. Bang! Lost near City's sealed gates were breached from the inside, and a vast elven army poured out like a tidal wave. Iovia, wielding a scimitar, led the charge. Her exceptional agility endowed the elves with immense mobility. Swish, swish, swish. Arrows arrived before the troops arrived. 3 rapid-fire rounds completely shattered the orcs, who had just assembled their formation. Those who had managed to form a somewhat orderly formation fell to the ground in the hail of arrows. Those who survived looked for cover. It was precisely because of the psychological trauma left by the elven arrows that the orcs lost their last chance to strike back. Because the elves seized this precious opportunity and pressed forward. The encirclement of the Flood infantry collapsed. Without the threat from behind, the Flood Legion was now unstoppable on the battlefield of Lonely Mountain. It's time, Your Highness. Let the knights take over. They're moving. Renault smiled instantly as he watched the coordinated elven army. The opposing elven commander had a good grasp of the battle's timing, and for the first time, Renault felt confident in his ability to completely annihilate the orc army. Tat-a-tat. The crisp sound of hooves echoed, and a weak but insignificant torrent of steel advanced unnoticed by anyone. Their target was the orc's flank. Swish. Countless 2-meter-long spikes instantly covered a 100-meter radius. Every orc within the magic range was pierced and lifted into the air. Only a few lucky enough to shatter the spikes escaped. Warmage Rattle quietly revealed his Warmage prowess. Chapter 78. Hold your formation. The elves are coming to help us. Lance sensed the elven army approaching from behind, and quickly spoke to boost morale. Although the well-trained Torrent infantry could maintain their fighting spirit even in desperate situations, the encouragement of hope could give them a boost. Kill! The Flood troopers wielded their weapons frantically, their tower shields like bricks, smashing and ramming into the ground. Blood and flesh covered the shields. Most of the elite Flood troopers in the front had lost their lances, countless of which had been broken in the intense fighting. Now, they wielded their durable maces with all their might, searching for the orcs' heads. With the sound of cracking melons, orcs were constantly being surrounded, killed, and dismembered by the fanatical Flood troopers. Kill! Ding-dong! Bang! Across the clamorous battlefield, the neatly arrayed Flood troopers were like an endless stream, hammering down upon the orc army again and again. After this battle, the Flood infantry will probably be wiped out. Roland sighed regretfully, mourning the loss of each and every one of his men. The sight of the blue-armored corpses sprawled on the ground pierced Roland's heart deeply. Closer, closer. The Holy Glory Knights were within a kilometer of the orc army. The heavy clatter of hooves could be heard faintly, and countless orcs looked around in panic as the ground shook. For the glory of the knights. In the name of King Raglan. Charge. Roland raised his lance. Rays of light flashed across the knights' forms. Glory, mercy. A series of status abilities were applied to them. With boundless fury, the knights unleashed their charge abilities. Each Raglan knight, mounted on a triple-armored char warhorse, crouched low. The fine steel of their standard Raglan knight's plate armor gleamed dazzlingly in the snow. The battle aura swirled around the knight's great shield, held erect in their left hand, bringing a sense of security. In their right hand, the lance, held high, gleamed with a cold light. The six-sided, threaded tip of the lance jutted out a meter-long blade. As the horses' hooves raced, the flames of battle aura from the lance's tip tore at the passing cold wind. The dragon-emblazoned cloaks on the knights' backs rustled, their blood-red cloaks seeming to foreshadow the approach of death. The knights? The orcs screamed in terror, like a frightened woman, the sound shattering armor. Boom! The iron hooves easily overwhelmed the orcs, who tried to resist. How could the orcs, hastily assembled in a thin formation under the command of their respective orc leaders, possibly stop the knights' charge? Not every type of soldier is called a torrent infantry. Roland casually flung away the two corpses hanging from his guns. The still warm bodies quickly cooled. Roland raised his head and looked around as if searching for something. Holy glory knights, listen. Deflect left. Target the pale orc. Kill! Roland's eyes suddenly turned red as he watched the pale orc king in the distance, still riding a white wolf and trying to hold off the coalition forces. It's up to you to make up for this loss. Roland thought viciously. As long as they could kill Azig and obtain the 100 heavy cavalrymen, this operation would not be a loss. Because the heavy cavalrymen could be properly trained, they should be able to add more than 10 knights to Roland. This was fatally attractive to Roland, who currently had no regular source of knight training. The number of knights in the Holy Glory Knights was too embarrassing, barely reaching the minimum standard. If more than 2 knights were unfortunately sacrificed, Roland's biggest trump card, the Holy Glory Knights, would be directly useless. Therefore, Roland now urgently needed to increase the number of his knights. Chase them. Engage them. Don't let them form a new formation. Iovia shouted. Swish, swish, swish. A hail of arrows caught Iovia's attention. Her keen senses clearly recognized the elven bows, but the star elves no longer had the strength to draw their bows. The bloodied fingers of the rangers and archers revealed the depth of their exhaustion. Maintaining contact with the orcs was the best they could do. Countless elven rangers and archers waved their trembling arms, their exquisite daggers and scimitars flying up and down, taking the lives of one orc after another. Only then did Iovia realize that the shooting elves were the grassland elves led by Verway. Each nimble grassland elf ranger, running and leaping, fired their arrows, saving one elf and human after another from the orcs' final counterattack. Elf King? Which Elf King are you? Iovia sensed a familiar presence in Verve. The pressure from a 6th-rank stalker led Iovia to mistake Verve for the Elf King of another elven kingdom. Although elves have a long lifespan, top-tier warriors are rare within their tribe. However, those of mid-level professions possess immense combat power. Typically, only the king, priests, and a few elders in an elven kingdom are 6th rank, a number slightly lower than that of dwarves, but far fewer than that of humans. Greetings, Your Excellency the Star Elf King. I am a grassland elf, not a king. The crown of thorns on my head is merely decorative. Verve, realizing Iovia had misunderstood him, smiled and explained, looking at Iovia, who also wore a crown of thorns. Grassland elves? Sorry. Iovia realized he slipped up and quickly apologized. No one knew the grassland elves past better than he did. After the fall of Gondolin, some of these remnants chose to wander the wastes, losing the protection of the magic well. It's okay, we're used to it, Verway said calmly, chopping down a panicked orc passing by. Why are you here? Iovia asked curiously. The grassland elves' instinct to avoid danger and seek safety was legendary among the elves. Otherwise, these elves, suffering from a severe loss of power, would have long since vanished into history, and wouldn't be able to live a relatively comfortable life like they do now, scattered tribe by tribe in the wilderness. You just happened to trap me here, Verway sighed, explaining as he chopped down the enemy, dodging the swirling axe. Sorry. Iovia instantly understood what had happened. It turned out they wandered here because of the war, and were forced to stay. You can choose to leave before this battle, Iovia said. I promised King Roland that I would participate in this war, and he will help us establish a kingdom for the grassland elves. Balway's eyes lit up with anticipation. Iovia's heart ached. Did this great and noble branch of the elves now need human help even to establish a nation? Bitterness instantly gripped Iovia. He clearly sensed the dawn of an era of human dominance over Middle-earth. Azig! Die! Roland roared, leading the Holy Glory Knights towards Azig. He had already discarded his lance, and the sharp dragon slayer sword surged with fighting spirit like a dragon's coil. In the name of King Lagran! Slash! Roland roared, lowering the raised dragon slayer sword. Chapter 79. The dragon-slaying sword slashed towards Azig with a terrifying gleam. The defenseless Azig was horrified. Panicked, he frantically raised his iron-bladed left arm to block the sword's downward force. But could Azig, in his hasty attempt to block Roland's war-fueled Dragon Slayer sword with a fine steel blade on his left arm? Of course not. The war energy concentrated on the blade effortlessly shattered Roland's sword. After all, the total amount and level of a 6th-level Overlord's war energy overwhelmed a 3rd-level Great Knight. But the sharp Dragon Slayer sword itself was no match for Azig's fine steel blade. With unstoppable force, the epic weapon sliced through Azig's blade. The broken blade, gleaming coldly in the snow, spun and flew away. For a moment, the battlefield seemed to fall silent, as everyone focused on the lone figure charging towards Azig. This single strike would change the future of Middle-earth. No! Borg roared at the top of his lungs, his eyes etched with rage, as he watched Azig's flying blade. Roar! Get out of here, you bastards! Azig endured the stinging pain and swung his warhammer to deflect the Dragon Slayer's sword, instantly interrupting Roland's attack. Bang! Roland leaped away from his horse, dodging the hammer's blow to the horse's leg. TSK! Roland spat, feeling completely disgusted. Just at the critical moment, Azig had taken advantage of the moment his arm blade blocked the Dragon Slayer sword's attack and leaned back. The Dragon Slayer sword could only slice through his white armor and penetrate an inch into his flesh. This minor injury didn't affect Azig's strength at all. Streams of black blood oozed from the ripped armor, making Azig look even more ferocious. Alas! Missed opportunity. Mage Rattle's magical eye had been fixed on the battlefield where Roland and his companions were. No one knew that while he was slaughtering the orcs, his left hand, tucked inside his robe, clutched an Earth-based single-target war defense spell. Blessing of Earth. A spell he had prepared specifically for Roland. Is the gap still too great? Renault observed the battlefield from the corner of his eye as he drove back the encircling orc guards with his lance. Roar! A clear dragon roar echoed, and Caslo, who had been hiding in the clouds, finally emerged. His target was crystal clear, Azig, who had just begun to show signs of fatigue. Cardo folded his wings, curled up his limbs, and stretched his tail. All his dragon energy converged on his head and neck, surging with azure dragon energy. Wisps of visible azure whirlwind swirled around them. Caslo crouched on the dragon's saddle, his 10-meter-long adamantine dragon spear thrust out along the dragon's back. Azure battle energy flared, and dragon energy and battle energy rapidly mingled. A profound feeling settled over Caslo and Cardo. Is this the Dragon Knight's secret art of human-dragon fusion? Caslo marveled at this state, a state he had never experienced before. This overwhelming power intoxicated him. A secret art isn't the same as a skill, but it far exceeds it. Usually, a secret art temporarily boosts the user's strength, the amount of which is determined by the user's level. With their minds connected, man and dragon spun involuntarily in the air. The wind elementals active in the sky instantly rushed towards them like moths to a flame. Their high-speed rotation brought a piercing sonic boom as they dived down. Gale shocks the star. Caslo roared, and a heart-pounding elemental torrent descended from the sky. Caslo met Azig head-on, with a momentum no less powerful than a forbidden spell. Tyrant Rearm. Tyrant Soul. Tyrant Blessing. Wild Frenzy. Creation. Azig, reacting quickly, activated various Tyrant skills, stacking them together, then unleashed Tyrant's strongest attack, Creation, and bravely faced Caslo. Rip. The surging wind emitted a tearing sound like lightning. Buzz. The moment the spear and hammer collided, a dazzling elemental torrent erupted, directly blasting away everything around them. Even Roland, who had just retreated a short distance, was struck by the elemental torrent and spat out blood. Pervert. Roland knew without even looking that he had suffered internal injuries. The aftermath of the two perverts had nearly killed him instantly, and Roland's back was instantly drenched in cold sweat. What was the outcome? This thought crossed everyone's mind as they gazed at the center of the battlefield, shrouded in smoke and chaos. Cough, cough, cough. Caslo's cough was the first to be heard. Roar. The weak voice of the four-legged flying dragon Cardo echoed across the battlefield. The dust and smoke slowly dissipated, revealing the victor of this head-on confrontation. Caslo. Azig now lay face down on the ground, looking forlorn. His mighty armor had been ripped to shreds by the wind blades, hanging from his body in wisps. Countless wounds leaked black blood like faucets. Azig trembled as he reached out his right hand to grab the nearby warhammer. Unfortunately, only the handle remained, the hammerhead having already shattered into pieces when it collided with the dragon spear. You lose. Invader. Caslo leaned on his twisted and deformed adamantine dragon spear with his intact left arm, his right arm twisted into an S shape. Beads of sweat rolled down his forehead. Behind Azig's miserable state, Caslo had also paid an equally heavy price. Even the tough-skinned dragon could only lie on the ground and wail. The level gap was enormous. Caslo's challenge to the higher level came at the cost of Caldo's severe injuries. In the previous collision, the dragon had absorbed 80% of Caslo's damage, which was why Caslo could still stand before Azig. The battlefield fell silent for a moment. Kill! White Wing led his troops out of the city of Losenial. This army of less than 500 men seemed so small on the battlefield, yet so immense. The final straw that broke the orc's back was dealt by White Wing, king of Aquavi himself. Kill! Slaughter all those orc bastards. The fresh troops instantly ignited the coalition's remaining courage. The exhausted elven archers drew their bows once more. A crushing defeat perfectly captured the orcs' current situation. Countless orcs fled in all directions. Azig's defeat extinguished the orcs' last hope. The orcs of Dol Guldur were finished. Father! Kill! Bolger's eyes raged. Seeing his gravely wounded father, he roared, attempting to break through the torrent infantry before him to rescue him. However, the tenacious torrent infantry refused to break through, and instead pushed his army back 100 meters. Ain! A weary dragon roared, and the star dragon appeared on the battlefield. Peter Grow, pale-faced, rode resolutely towards Bolger, who remained standing. Although the forbidden spell had drained his fighting spirit, he still had the strength to fight on his dragon. Ouch! Balg howled in agony as his guards dragged him off the battlefield. The entire Gambata orc army instinctively turned and fled, unable to stop the star dragon's slaughter. Balg could only watch as a young knight approached his gravely wounded father. Ha ha! A pale orc? That's all? Roland sneered at Azig, who lay in a pool of blood. You will come down to join me. My son will tear you to pieces. Azig revealed a terrifying smile, still arrogantly challenging Roland. Swish! A flash of sword light appeared, and Azig's head flew upward with a look of astonishment. Black blood shot up into the sky, spraying several meters high. The pale orc, king of the orcs of Doggold. Azig! Fall! You won't be able to stop him this time. Oh! By the way, your son Borg will be down with you soon, so go with peace of mind, Roland said coldly. He dared to act so arrogantly even when facing death. Did he really think the Dragon Slayer's sword was a machete? Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for personally killing Azig. Reward, 100 Bedanian archers. Ding dong. Hidden quest, kill Azig completed. Reward Rag, 100 Lang heavy cavalry. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for completing the kill reward. Destroy over 25% of the orc army. Reward, a steel long sword for recruitment. From now on, each time you recruit or summon any type of soldier, you will receive a steel long sword from the system. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for completing the kill reward. Destroy over 50% of the orc army. Reward, the human holy shield. Ilyar artifact. Send. Roland now had only 2 words in his mind. Chapter 80. Slurp. Roland gulped. This was a huge bonanza. 100 Badani archers plus 100 heavy cavalry instantly gave Roland a boost. As long as the flood infantry didn't suffer heavy casualties, Roland wouldn't suffer too many losses this time. Ilyar? Roland retrieved the legendary artifact shield from the system space and examined it curiously. The shield was 1 meter long and half a meter wide, a very standard zither-shaped cross shield, forged entirely from sacred dragon blood steel. Sacred magic patterns were engraved on the golden shield surface. Roland recognized its attributes immediately. Is this really a paladin's equipment? Roland pondered. He realized that almost all knights' artifact equipment was for paladins or black knights, with the remainder for dragon knights. Very few ordinary knights could fully activate artifacts. Luckily, I'm a paladin, so I can still use this shield. Otherwise, Renault would have gotten it, Roland thought happily. After his mental power entered the shield, Roland skillfully concluded the contract. At the same time, Ilyar's information entered his mind. This shield was actually forged by Turin. Surprised, Roland checked the shield's abilities, and was immediately overjoyed. This shield possesses 3 skills, each of which is a truly impressive feat. First skill, Immortal Ilyar. This skill can be used once daily. Units under the shield's command will be invulnerable for 5 seconds. During this period, they are invulnerable to all damage, control, and attacks. Second skill, Fearless Spirit. This skill can be used once daily. Allies within a 500-meter radius of the shield's holder will be protected by the Fearless Spirit, preventing them from receiving any negative status effects for 10 minutes. Third skill, 1 man against 1,000. Activate the Soul of Elir, and summon his own war chi projections. Each clone possesses 1,000th the combat power of the original. The number of clones summoned depends on the war chi injected, up to a maximum of 1,000. Exclusive to the Paladin class. Awesome. Roland could only exclaim. The first skill empowered Roland's army to withstand a burst of forbidden spells. The second skill effectively prevented the enemy from inflicting negative status effects on his own side, meaning Roland's army's morale wouldn't drop during this period. It also ignored negative status effects. The third skill was a truly powerful way to crush weaker opponents. Once Roland was strong enough, he could be an army all by himself. While this skill could be used infinitely, the war chi consumption was a significant issue. After all, it consumed a lot of war chi. At Roland's current war chi reserves, maintaining 100 clones would require several bottles of mana. Your Highness. Lance approached with a grim expression. What's wrong? Roland suddenly had a bad feeling. I'm sorry, Your Highness. I failed you. The Flood Legion is devastated. Lance said shamefacedly. Tell me the details. Roland's smile dropped instantly. He had a premonition, he just hoped the costs wouldn't be too high this time. 563 men lost their lives. 796 wounded, both minor and serious. The good news is that these soldiers can return to the battlefield with Priest Ivy's care. Lance sighed, the grief in his eyes hard to conceal. How could this be? Roland's heart sank. Although he knew the Flood infantry would suffer casualties after facing the Orc army with such a weak force, he had never imagined the casualties would be so heavy this time. This wasn't just a loss of money, it was a serious loss. Sigh. Roland sighed deeply. Never mind. At least Riverstorm was saved. This had already achieved what he had envisioned. Although the casualties among the infantrymen grieved Roland's heart, he understood that this was the inevitable price to pay on the road to growth. Take good care of the wounded, ensuring they don't die from lack of timely treatment. And organize personnel to collect the remains of our soldiers. Roland said, and then he rushed towards the Riverstorm infantry's camp. As a paladin, he could also play the role of cleric. Renault! Come and rescue them. Roland's voice drifted faintly as he rode away. What? All the sentries at our outpost are missing? Thranduil listened to the report from His Highness's elven assassin. After being out of contact with the outpost for so long, even the slow-witted elves would have realized something was wrong. As expected, the assassins who were out investigating had discovered something unusual. Damn it! No! Gather the troops. Let's rush to Lonely Mountain. No! Send the Moondeer riders to gather information first, and our main army will depart later. Thranduil's face changed, a thought suddenly dawning on him. Thank you for your assistance. You finally gave us a glimmer of hope for victory. Iovia bowed to Roland with the utmost respect. Thank you for coming to our aid in our hour of need. I'm deeply sorry for the sacrifice of your men. Whitewing also approached, straining his tired body. I simply abided by the covenant. It's my duty. As for Peter Grow, if it weren't for the forbidden spell cast by him and his dragon, we wouldn't be able to stop him even if we arrived. Roland waved his hand. Family knows family. If they really faced an orc army in full force, Roland could think about how to return alive. Dragon God. The knights beside him exclaimed in admiration. It wasn't until the war ended and everyone had some free time that they realized the devastation the Dragonstar meteorite had wrought. A massive crater, nearly 5 kilometers in diameter and 100 meters deep, appeared beside the city of Lothnell. The rim of the crater was less than 100 meters from the city, and the wall closest to the crater had melted by more than half. Water from the moat outside Lothnell trickled into the crater through cracks in the ground. Thus, inexplicably, the Dragonstar Lake, Lothnell's landmark, was born. Thranduil, you owe me an explanation. Iovia gripped the hilt of her sword, staring intently at Thranduil, the woodland elf king. The two elf kings stood face to face, their powerful auras clashing with each other. Roland watched in amazement. It turned out that aura could truly be powerful enough to inflict devastation. King of the Woodlands, I need an explanation too. Roland stood up. The elves had signed the alliance at the time. Although the kingdom of Akia didn't, the kingdom of Lagrang did. Now Thranduil had directly allowed the orc army to march straight in. This wasn't just a betrayal of the alliance, it was a blatant act. Sorry. It was an accident. Thranduil ultimately backed down. Even as proud as he was, he knew he was in the wrong. After all, it was his fault that the Gambata army marched straight through his territory. If the coalition hadn't had more tricks up its sleeve, both Lothner and Floodgate would have been completely overwhelmed. But the coalition also paid a heavy price. Peter Grow and his dragons were unable to participate in the remaining battles. Roland's Floodgate Legion, composed of 1,500 Floodgate infantry, could only muster 600 men to form 2 formations. However, Roland had summoned the 100 heavy cavalrymen and 200 Bedanian archers he had just summoned, plus the Knights of the Holy Glory, bringing his cavalry to 400 men. Because of your accident, we suffered heavy losses. Arabore is still under siege, Roland said angrily. Our army will lead the vanguard in this battle. Thranduil apologized. I hope there won't be any more twists and turns in the upcoming war, Iovia said anxiously. Although Borg and the remaining orcs weren't a threat, if they were allowed back into the wild, they would still pose a significant threat in the future. Therefore, they needed to be strangled if possible. Iovia didn't want to give the orcs a chance to make a comeback. Well, this time, it's time to deal with the orcs in the north. Roland nodded in agreement. He would soon begin a long period of farming, and he didn't want to be constantly on the orcs' radar. Chapter 81. Kill all the dwarves. Let us drink their blood. The orc lord of the northern waste swung his battle axe. Dark red streaks trickled down the axe, its surface thick as a door panel, and the dwarven blood stained it had already stained it purple. As a 5th-rank warlord, he completely suppressed the dwarves' high-end combat power. Because the dwarves of Arabore had lost their homeland and wandered for years, they lacked the resources to cultivate their own high-end combat power. As a result, the dwarf king, Thorin Oakenshield, was only a 3rd-rank berserker. King Dane of the Iron Hills was better off. At least he had the resources to upgrade him to a 4th-rank commander. It was precisely because Dane held off the Orc Lord that the entire defense was secure. Damn it! We can't let this warlord keep killing like this. Every time he attacks the city walls, dozens of dwarves are killed or injured. Thorin resentfully gazed at the Orc Lord, who was about to attack Arabore again. I hold him off. Dane dragged his wounded body to Thorin's side, his blood-red battle axe in hand. My brother! You can't fight anymore. You should be resting in bed, not fighting with an axe. Believe me, the situation isn't so bad that a wounded man like you needs to risk your life, Thorin said, turning his head. No! Thorin! You can't. I'm a dwarf just like you. We must face our fate together. The wounded Dane, unable to break free from the brother's grasp, was forcibly dragged off the walls of Arabore. Bard! I need you to stop it with me, Thorin said earnestly, looking at Bard. Bard was a 3rd-level ranger, and with himself, a 3rd-level warrior, he could still hold his own against a 5th-level orc lord. Of course, we have no choice, right? Bard silently watched the orc army outside the city of Arabore. Hey, Bard sighed inwardly. The reason Arabore remained unmoved was due to the city's abundant fighting power. 3,000 dwarf warriors gave Thorin the confidence to hold the city. However, everyone underestimated the orcs' powerful long-range damage output. Not only did they have over 5,000 archers, but they also had several orc wizards. Bard's sharp eyes clearly spotted the figure of the brown-robed wizard. Although the orcs' archers were few in number, and their shortbows were of poor quality, and had a less than stellar range, their sheer numbers could still effectively inflict casualties on the dwarves on Arabore's walls. So far, 1/10 of the dwarves had perished under the orcs' hail of arrows. Of the 5,000 arrows, a few would be lucky enough to penetrate the armor. Dwarf armor, though sophisticated, still had gaps. It wasn't the one-piece, molded plate of Raglan. With a bit of luck, even the orcs' lesser archers could inflict casualties on the dwarves. If we had more archers, we wouldn't be so vulnerable. Bard looked at the ravaged outer walls of Arabore, studded with crudely crafted orc arrows. It was easy to imagine the orcs' utter desperation. He was truly thankful that Saruman hadn't yet turned evil and provided the orcs with superior smelting technology. Otherwise, Arabore would have been destroyed long ago. Damn it! Crossbowmen! Shoot them! Thorin Oakenshield roared. Although archers were rare among the dwarves, they could use crossbows to fight back against the orcs. A qualified dwarf craftsman could forge a steel hand crossbow in a day or two. The entirety of Arabore was currently relying on just over 2,000 dwarves and over 300 Dale soldiers to hold off an attack of over 10,000 orcs. Their only weapons against the orc archers were over 300 crossbows and 100 bows. As for why more crossbows weren't being manufactured, it was simply because they had run out of the raw materials for the crossbow strings. I just want to know where the elves are now. Bard glanced westward. He had no idea how much longer Arabore could hold out. Without reinforcements, at the current rate of attrition, Arabore would be left defenseless in a month or so. I never trusted them. Now we're surrounded. Where are they? Thorin cried angrily. Thorin still didn't know that Borg had bypassed the Elven Kingdom and attacked Lorsnell. The people in the south were busy chasing the orcs, and hadn't had time to deal with the lonely mountain battlefield. After all, the orcs couldn't do anything to Arabore for a while. Of course, if Thorin knew about the elves' actions, he'd be lucky not to curse Thranduil to death. At this moment, Thranduil, also with a frown on his face, rode a moon stag at the front of the column. Behind him were neat rows of elven troops. Roland and his men walked with Thranduil, but their armies lagged far behind the woodland elves. Ealvia had no intention of shedding the blood of the Star Elves, and every death of one of their people was heartbreaking. After the Battle of Lorsnell, the White Wings were powerless to attack. They were fine as a supporting force, but in a head-on confrontation, they could only hold out for a dozen minutes. Roland's cavalry closely followed the woodland elves, while two phalanxes of the swift stream flanked the Star Elves and the Lorsnell soldiers. River Rapids, area, 1 kilometer in radius. Buildings, 1 ruined lord's castle, 70 crumbling houses, 30 fragile houses, intermediate magic rune wall, stone well, blacksmith, barracks, archer's temple. Generals, Caslo, level 3, Renault, level 4, Rattle, level 4, special personnel, Ivy, level 3, city defense officer, Marcus, level 4, administrative officer, Lance, level 2, troops, 1747. Holy Glory Knights, 100 level 2 knights. Raglan City Guards, 100 level 2 warriors. Bedanian Archers, 200 level 2 archers. Dorwinian Heavy Swordsmen, 100 second level swordsmen. El Nino Rangers, 10 second level rangers. Speedstream Legion, 937 Speedstream infantrymen. Levies, 200 light infantrymen. Raglan Heavy Cavalry, 100 heavy cavalrymen. Population, 1,026 trainable civilians. 253, Review. A lonely king led the remnants of his people back to their homeland and built this high-walled city. The city has a small inhabitant, but everything is going well. The city's military is strong and capable of defending it, but it cannot withstand the new darkness alone. The good news is that the city has finally received its own defense officer and administrative officer. Note, the war has begun. The great king has shown his prowess. Speedstream has achieved temporary peace. However, the shadow still lingers in the north, so be careful. Abilities. 1. As the only territory of the Kingdom of Raglan in Middle-earth, it will attract the remaining Raglan residents. The system will direct a wave of wandering Raglan civilians to arrive daily. Hopefully, the Lord will properly accommodate them. 2. Recruiting local civilians to train the flood infantry is permitted. Roland, in his spare time, sat on horseback and reviewed his current assets. Seeing that the Flood Legion had gone from 4 figures to 3, his heart ached. What a loss! The force, which had just broken through the 2,000 mark, had fallen back to around 1,000. Borg! You're dead. I told you so. A flash of murderous intent flashed in Roland's eyes. Chapter 82. We need to speed up. That bald brat is really fast. Roland watched the scattered footprints stretching towards the lonely mountain. It looked like the remaining orcs had joined the northern orcs outside Arabore. It might be a tough battle. We don't have any forbidden spells anymore. I mean, we should all unite our forces. Although Roland also felt that Thranduil was a bit of a jerk, defeating the orcs was still the most important goal. If the woodland elves were allowed to lead the vanguard, it might be another disastrous defeat at the Black Gate. After all, the add fuel tactic is the most idiotic. I have no objection. Whitewing shook his head. It doesn't matter to us prairie elves. After all, we only have so few troops, so you can do whatever you want. Burr shrugged. He knew Roland wouldn't let him die in vain, so he spoke confidently. I don't mind either. Ealvia pondered for a moment before finally agreeing with Roland's proposal. He understood that banding together for support was the best approach. While the orcs were severely wounded, the orcs in the north had barely sustained any damage and were still pressing Arabore. While they couldn't capture the city, the panic and damage they caused was real. Facing the well-organized orc army, a single flaw in the coalition could lead to the collapse of the entire army. Even a lion would use all its might to fight a rabbit, but the coalition was not a lion, and the orcs were certainly not rabbits. Halt! Regroup! Thranduil called back. Under the arrangement of several lords, the order of the entire coalition army was readjusted. At the front were 600 Torrent infantrymen holding tower shields, followed by nearly 2,000 Star Elves and Woodland Elf Rangers arranged in a square formation. 2,000 Elven Archers followed behind the Rangers. The soldiers of Losanil City were arranged on the right wing of the archers, while Renault led the Holy Knights, heavy cavalry and Bedanian archers to move back and forth on the left wing. Because he could not rule out the possibility of something emerging from the dark forest on the left, Roland decisively allocated the mobile forces to the left wing. Hurry up! We can't wait for the orcs to regroup. Destroy them before they even react, Iovia urged. He didn't want his people to die filling the Orcish chasm. Long Lake. Everyone pointed in amazement at the frozen surface before them. The vast expanse, frozen in ice, shone in the sunlight like a silver mirror set in the earth, radiant and sacred. The orcs have crossed the lake. Lance crouched down and touched the specks of black in the snow. They were the blood of wounded orcs, frozen to ice by the freezing wind the moment it hit the ground. The ice is thick, more than enough to bear the weight of the knights running. Later closed his eyes, his magic instantly emanating from his body, and sweeping out from his own body. Under his powerful mental power, the half-meter thick ice layer was clearly reflected in his mind. Cross the lake. Pursue the orcs? Roland, unsuspecting, led his cavalry onto the ice. Goddess of nature. Please, don't let this ice break. Cold sweat broke out on Verway's forehead. He hadn't realized he was afraid of deep water. Let's go! No more dawdling. Maple Leaf Purple looked helpless. A worthy 6th-level stalker. How could he be afraid of such a thing? He was even inferior to a 3rd-level Great Knight like him. Quickly pass, Evia said calmly. Cross the lake, Thranduil said coldly. His anger was so great that he only wanted to vent his anger by slaughtering a group of orcs. He had been fooled by the orcs this time, bringing shame to the entire north. This filled the proud elf king with shame and indignation. Only the blood of his enemies could wash away his humiliation. Sir! The sound of flapping wings echoed through the sky. Caslo, riding a quadruped, descended from the sky. Caldor's sharp claws dug deep into the ice, leaving scratches several meters long before finally stopping in front of Roland. Borg is headed straight for the Lonely Mountain. Arabore is under siege. Dwarves and humans are fighting fiercely on the city walls. The orcs have set up camp at the foot of the mountain. The situation is unfavorable for us. Caslo quickly recounted his reconnaissance findings. How many orcs are left? Roland asked the crucial question. Nearly 20,000. It seems Thorin and Bard haven't managed to inflict much damage. Caslo pondered for a moment. How is that possible? Roland and the others were stunned. Even Thranduil looked incredulous. Although elves and dwarves were at odds, even the elves recognized the dwarves' fighting prowess. After all, the terrifying dwarf berserker legion left an indelible impression on the world during the First and Second Ages. There are too many orc archers. At least 5,000. The dwarves and the humans of Dale are being overwhelmed by the hail of arrows, Caslo explained. Everyone's faces were suddenly filled with shock. This was the first time in their lives they heard of the long-range firepower of an attacking city overpowering the long-range firepower of a defender. Snap! Roland slapped his head, instantly realizing that there were so few serious archers in the entire dwarven race. The existence of Keeley was nothing short of bizarre among the dwarves. After all, dwarves, who believe in force, have an unparalleled obsession with close combat. After spending half a day crossing the Long Lake, the coalition forces finally saw the ruins of Long Lake Town nestled within. Roland could clearly sense the disappointment on the faces of the Lagran soldiers, the sadness in their eyes. In their memories, this place was once the pearl of the Northern Empire. One day, I return and rebuild this place, Roland thought to himself, glancing at the mournful faces. Finally, as his warhorse crossed the lake and touched the shore, Roland felt the solid ground beneath his feet, and a wave of relief washed over him. Although he knew the ice was solid, Roland still felt a little apprehensive about walking on it. Middle-earth harbored a vast number of magical beasts, and water wasn't a knight's forte. Arabore, Thranduil murmured, gazing at the lonely mountain towering into the sky in the distance. This was his 3rd visit here. Who could have imagined that he, who had refused to help the dwarves back then, would now offer to rescue these very people he despised? Fate. Indescribable, the lonely mountain lay before him, the orcs at the gates. The battle that would determine the fate of the north would be decided today. The orcs had also noticed this ill-intentioned army. This combined force of humans and elves had just annihilated a vast orc army, and the fleeing orcs had spread the word of their fame and might. Borg stood atop the camp, quietly observing the coalition before him. The enemy's devastating dragon rider hadn't appeared, only the flying dragon riders soaring through the sky. This realization reassured Borg considerably. If the dragon rider were here, he would have turned and fled without a word. But now, there was still hope of annihilating the enemy and avenging his father. After all, it was 20,000 versus 5,000. The advantage was mine. Bor pondered to himself as the orc army, attacking the city, slowly retreated from Arabore. Soldiers, we are about to face our toughest battle yet. We will face tens of thousands of wasteland orcs. They are powerful and well equipped. We have no walls to protect us. No dragon riders to help us. All we have are our weapons and our trusted comrades. But I firmly believe we can defeat them. I firmly believe the darkness will eventually dissipate at dawn. I firmly believe you are the brightest light in this dark age. For our homeland. For our people. For our future. Allied forces. Raise your weapons and crush them. Roland shouted from the front, his dragon-slaying sword raised. His impassioned speech instantly galvanized the allied forces. Kill! Roland roared, brandishing his long sword. Kill! The allied forces roared in unison. Kill! Roland's voice rose again. Kill! The allied forces' roar reached the sky. Kill! Roland roared with a heart-wrenching cry, then bolted forward. As he cried out, countless shadows ripped through him, transforming into one clone after another. One horse against 1,000. Attack! Kill! Following Roland's lead, the coalition charged towards the orcs in the distance. Chapter 83. Charge! Lance thrust his spear forward. His special training as a flood infantryman endowed him with unparalleled explosive power. At Roland's command, the two flood falcons shot out with lightning speed, their ferocious momentum stunning even their own men behind them. Shoot! Iovia, Thranduil, and Verway shouted simultaneously. The elves, arrayed in 4 rows, drew their bows and arrows, stretched their arms, and released their grips. The sharp whistling of arrows resounded through the air. Holy glory knights and heavy cavalry, follow me. Bedanian archers, charge freely. Renault calmly scanned the battlefield and left from the flank with 200 heavily armored cavalry. Attacking from behind was Renault's standard tactic. Raise your shields. Borg's face paled as he watched the elven armor-piercing arrows streak through the sky like meteors. Dang, dang, dang. A sound like rain hitting banana leaves echoed, punctuated by the orcs' muffled grunts and wails. Sharp, armor-piercing arrows, driven by gravity, ripped through everything in their path. The orcs' leather and wooden shields were as fragile as paper, and only those holding iron shields managed to block some of the fatal arrows. Release! The 3 elf kings commanded simultaneously. The elves, receiving the command, loosened their bowstrings, and the rain of arrows descended again. Roar! The enraged orcs helplessly raised the corpses on the ground to act as shields. Not only was the orc corpse more effective than a shield in terms of defense, but the tissues of the corpse effectively slowed the armor-piercing arrows' velocity. Once the arrows pierced the corpses, they were barely able to damage the orcs beneath them. Bah! You're just a bunch of bastards! Roland spat as he watched the orcs hoisting their comrades' corpses in defense. It would be better to kill all these inhumane orcs. All troops, listen. Charge. Multiple arrows. Roland raised his dragon slayer sword. Following closely behind, the Bedanian archers drew their bows and drew their arrows. Warchi condensed on their mithril purple bows, forming single Warchi arrows, a faint aura of Warchi flowing through the arrows. Swish! The multiple arrows launched by the Bedanian archers spun in the air, transforming into 3 arrows. The Warchi imbued the arrows with immense destructive power, but weakened their penetrating power. Instantly, the corpses and shields held by the orcs were shattered by the violent Warchi, causing heavy casualties among the orcs. Arrows of the North Wind. Iovia suddenly changed her strategy. Armor-piercing arrows now had little impact on the orcs. The orcs, hoisting corpses and shielding themselves in large numbers, were no match for ordinary armor-piercing arrows. Arrows, swirling with wind elementals, swirled from the bowstrings. The wind element's powerful tearing and penetrating power easily pierced the orcs' flesh shields. Heavy arrow meteor. Thranduil commanded, and the woodland elves unleashed their own abilities, attacking the orc army. The arrows launched into the air were imbued with 10 times the force of gravity, whistling down with terrifying penetrating power, raining down upon the orc army. Greetings, King Thorin and King Bard. Oh! Thank God you're all safe. Caslo, riding his dragon, arrived first on the walls of Arabore. Gazing at the walls, ablaze black and red with blood, Caslo breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing the 2 kings. He had been sent to Arabore by Roland himself. Roland had gone to great lengths to protect the 5 factions from being destroyed, thereby earning the system's reward for the priests. After all, if the king died in battle, the system would deem the faction destroyed. Huh? Where's Dane, king of the Iron Hills? Caslow's face changed, noticing the dwarf king Dane nowhere to be seen in the crowd. My cousin was seriously injured while trying to stop a 5th-level orc warrior. He's recuperating in the city now, Thorin explained. Huh? Caslow breathed a sigh of relief and said, the coalition forces have arrived. We need the help of the dwarven army and the Riverlands. We have no choice. Thorin and Bard said firmly. Balin. Dwalin. Assemble the troops. Keely. Philly. You take the wounded and stay in Arabore. Thorin immediately assigned the tasks. Bard. Can you still chop off an orc's head? Thorin winked at Bard. Of course. At your service. Bard drew his sword and swung it in a flower. Then, my kings, blessings be upon you. Caslow, with a chest-press salute, rode his dragon and charged towards the orc army. Bang! The massive golden bell once again ravaged Arabore's newly repaired walls, sending rubble tumbling into the moat outside, filling it. Moat, are you polite? For the second time. Kill! Dwarves wielding hammers and axes, and humans armed with swords and spears, streamed out of the breach in Arabore's walls, charging down the mountainside towards the orc camp. Those damn dwarves have finally come down. They're like pathetic rats, burrowing in and out of holes. The northern orc lord said disdainfully, observing the dust rising from the mountain. They're fighting back. Borg's eyes flashed with a solemn expression. Although the father and son were arrogant, bloodthirsty, and brutal, that didn't mean they were brainless. Even though they now had the advantage in numbers, being attacked from both sides would be disastrous. The frenzied counterattack of the dwarves was a memory fresh in the minds of all races that had fought against them. Then what should we do? These damned elven archers are so annoying. Why don't we retreat to camp? The orc lord said. Borg glanced at the high lord before him, and suddenly felt exhausted. Retreating to camp, and becoming a target for the elves? They didn't realize it was easier to get in than to get out. Roar! Fight back. Tear apart the elves and humans before us. Everyone, leave the camp and fight the elves. Kill them all. The north will be ours. Borg roared. Are we ignoring the dwarves? The orc high lord asked doubtfully. Although the combined dwarf and human forces fighting back from Arabore numbered less than 2,000, abandoning the rear camp and letting the dwarves directly in would cause horrific damage. Once we wiped out those fly-like elves, we won't have to fear dwarves or humans. Bolger licked his lips, his eyes gleaming with bloodthirsty cruelty. Kill! Kill them all! The age of orcs is coming. We will rule the north. We will rule Middle-earth. All resistance will be reduced to dust before our swords. Bolger raised his arms and shouted. Inspired by his words, the orcs rushed towards the coalition forces, charging towards them like crazy. What's wrong with the orcs? Are they crazy? Roland frowned, watching the fanatical orcs and sensing their rising morale. He immediately sensed something was wrong. Kill! The torrent infantrymen were the first to collide with the orc vanguard. Chapter 84. Break the army. Lance thrust his spear with all his might. The sharp lance easily pierced the armor and bodies of 2 orcs. He flung the twitching corpse aside with a shudder of his hand. With a fierce roar, he lunged at his next target. Squeak! Bang! Crack! The blue torrent and the black torrent collided, a sharp grinding sound. The clashing of shields. The snapping of spears. The clashing of flesh. The screams of the flood troopers. The snapping of blades. The clashing of weapons. The wails of the orcs. In an instant, the battle reached a fever pitch. The orcs madly charged the flood troopers' defenses. They didn't even want to. Even if they were riddled with thorns and spears, they would desperately try to leave a scratch on the shields or armor of the torrent infantrymen. Change formation. A long snake. Lance keenly sensed the orcs' frenzy. Seeing the elven rangers behind him already caught up, Lance decisively changed his formation. Now the torrent infantryman's goal wasn't to kill the enemy, but to protect the fragile rangers and archers behind them. Looking at the thin mail of the elven rangers, and the tight leather armor of the elven archers. Then at the orcs' rugged weapons and burly figures. Lance suddenly felt a surge of pressure. The torrent infantrymen in the rear suddenly broke into a trot, forming a thin defensive line in front before the orc army arrived. Raise your shields. Hold on to them. Seeing more and more orcs rushing over, Lance quickly ordered everyone to raise their shields to block them. A shield wall suddenly rose up. The surging black tide was blocked by the thin green defense line, and could not move forward. Hurry! I can't hold on any longer. Lance's veins bulged, and he gritted his teeth, clinging to his tower shield. Deep scars were plowed under the feet of all the flood infantrymen. Support fire! Roland, watching the flood infantrymen's faces weaken, quickly ordered the surrounding Bedanian archers. The Bedanian archers immediately ceased their blocking fire, and switched from projectiles to flat shots. Dang dang dang. Sharp and vicious arrows pierced through the crowd, grazed shields, penetrated the gaps, and then lodged in the throats and eye sockets of the orcs. In an instant, over 100 orcs collapsed to the ground, and the pressure on the entire flood infantry defense was instantly relieved. Hold on. Lance finally relaxed. The shove had nearly toppled the entire shield wall. Blade dance. Dazzling blade lights flashed over the heads of the flood infantrymen. Elven rangers, clad in yellow and blue mail, gently flipped out of the shield wall above them. Elven scimitars slashed gracefully in their hands, and the fragments of orcs flew everywhere as the blades flashed. The orcs, once furious, faltered. The horrifying sight of broken limbs tested their endurance. Even Roland, skirmishing in the rear, felt his stomach churn. The smooth stumps of the freshly severed limbs still oozed with steaming blood. The grotesque bodies twitched slightly, their painful, dying bodies conspicuous against the pure white snow. The black night of blood poured over the snow, blindingly glaring. Roland, who had already begun to. Those beginning to adapt to this brutal age couldn't help but frown. How brutal. Although it wasn't the first time he'd seen the Elven Ranger's blade dance skill, seeing it again still left him deeply astonished. There's a reason the elves have been able to hold their ground in Middle-earth for so long. The ultimate attack, sacrificed for defense, is enough to make any enemy facing the Elven Ranger's legs spin. Roland asked himself. The only ones among his command who could withstand the Elven Ranger's blade dance unscathed were the Dorwinian heavy swordsmen, and they weren't even given time to charge. The blade dance skill's initial step was charging. If they were allowed to successfully charge, even the Dorwinian heavy swordsman's heavy armor would be slashed through. As for the Lagrang knights in standard plate armor, it would have no difficulty at all. So, the Elven Ranger's offensive power was truly evident to everyone. The erratically dancing curved blades flew up and down, dismembering the orcs repeatedly as the blades of battle energy extended forth. The high-spirited Elven Rangers were about to seize the opportunity to pursue their victorious attack. Swish. With a bang, a swift black shadow slithered into the Ranger formation. Puff. The first few Elven Rangers pierced by the shadow instantly exploded, their body parts scattering everywhere. Puff, puff. The sound of flesh being torn apart was so clear. Nearly 10 elves from the woodland and star tribes were pierced by a single crossbow, turning them into a string of candied haws. Bang! A powerful force echoed, as the crossbow bolt pierced the shield of a flood infantryman, its immense impact twisting his arm bones. The sight of the bone fragments protruding through his body sent a chill down his spine. Damn it! The dragon crossbow! Lance's pupils shrank. After blasting several rangers, it could still penetrate nearly 10 more, and still have enough power to pierce the tower shield. Only the dragon crossbow could have such power. Damn it! Caslow, who was rushing to the battlefield, felt his pupils shrink and his body froze. These damn dragon crossbows still existed. When did they become so worthless? Anybody could pull out a few. How would the dragon knights, wyvern knights, drake knights, and other aerial knights survive? Caldor. Pull up. Don't lean too low. You can't handle that thing. Not unless you wear adamantine dragon armor. Caslow, sensing Cardo's resentment, said hurriedly. He was afraid the foolish dragon would suddenly go down and seek trouble with the dragon crossbow. Dragons naturally have a strong aversion to large crossbows, like the dragon crossbow, as evidenced by the sullen look Cardo always gave the city defense crossbows on the rapid city. Roar! With a breath, Caldor instantly soared high into the sky, hiding in the clouds. Because of the breath's distance, the violent wind element had already transformed into a gentle breeze by the time it reached the orc's head. Dragon Knight. Borg's eyes gleamed fiercely. With 2 dragon-hunting crossbows, he had every chance of slaying the dragon. Unfortunately, his knight was too slippery. His strike missed, and he immediately retreated into the clouds, thereby holding Borg and the others back. Switch your shots. See if you can lure that damn reptile down, Borg said grimly. Swish. Another crossbow bolt blasted out, and the prepared Elven Rangers dodged quickly. Unfortunately, several were still killed. Although their eyes caught the flying bolt, their bodies couldn't keep up with their thoughts. Hunting Moon. A blue moon and a blue moon rose, and Eovia and Thranduil leaped forward. Hunting elves with dragon-hunting crossbows right before their eyes? As if the 2 elven kings didn't exist? With the dancing crescent moons paving the way, the 2 enraged 6th-level hunters swiftly charged in the direction of the crossbows, their limbs and arms flying as they leaped. Damn! Unfair! Is a dragon hunting crossbow meant for humans? Verway's expression twisted instantly. Although not from the same elven lineage, he was still an elf, and a 6th level hunter moreover. A fiery crescent moon rose, and Verway, holding manicotti, tiptoed after them. Roland was immediately drawn to the movements of the three people, and then his mouth twitched. How could the orc manning the dragon-hunting crossbow have such a great reputation? He was actually targeted by 3 6th level elf kings. May there be no elf kings in heaven. Chapter 85. Die! A murderous gleam flashed in Iovia's eyes. She thrust her scimitar straight for the neck of an orc berserker blocking her path. A sharp, snapping sound echoed. Iovia didn't even glance at the money, continuing to leap towards it. Well, true elves never focus on the outcome of their attacks. Swish. Van always swung his manicotti in his hand, spun around, and instantly severed several orcs, weapons and all. The elven fire holy sword proved completely ineffective against ordinary weapons, tearing through their armor and sending blood gushing out like a fountain. Hunk. Puff. Thranduil's 2 scimitars swung with impenetrable force. Effortlessly piercing the bodies of 2 orcs, Thranduil used the momentum of the corpses to dodge the spears that had been thrust at him. Bang! An explosion echoed from Van Alway, the smoke and dust instantly obscuring everyone's view. Ground trap. Later slammed his staff into the ground, and a powerful wave of magic erupted from Later's center. Oh! The orcs caught in the wave paused, their heads drooping in confusion, only to discover their calves were sunk into the mud. Puff! Lance, raising his hand and poking an orc, glanced back at Later, who stood behind him, channeling his magic. Excellent! War-grade control magic. These orcs are now a target. The orcs, struggling to move and mired in the earth, roared in excitement. Later's ability controlled the ground beneath their feet, rendering them unable to move, as if trapped in a quagmire. Attack! Roland and Whitewing quickly gave the orders. With the Elven Kings absent, they were the only ones in command. Roland was a family man, and he knew his own business. The war spells Later had unleashed covered an entire square kilometer of the battlefield, consuming tons of magic. A war mage's total mana could only sustain it for about 2 minutes. Of course, Later wouldn't last 2 minutes. He simply hoped to quickly create a breakthrough for the coalition forces. Using up all his magic on the battlefield wasn't a good idea. Advance. Lance charged forward, shield and spear raised. Kill! The Flood infantry, receiving the order, followed closely behind, leaping past the Elven Rangers and following suit. Instantly, the Flood infantry, with their incredibly long arms, launched a massacre upon the orcs. It was a sheer delight to poke these motionless targets with their 5-meter-long lances. Quick! Speed up. The magic's effects are wearing off, Lance said, sensing the rapidly returning magic. Roar! Kill these scum! The enraged orcs roared as they charged towards the Torrent infantry, who had just been slaughtering everyone. Form a formation. Lance's eyes fixed. Bang, bang, bang. Heavy tower shields stacked together, and in an instant, a smooth shield wall appeared at the forefront of the battlefield. Tilt your shields 45 degrees. Get down! Lance roared. The shield wall suddenly lowered, and all the rushers leaned their shoulders against their shields. The furious orcs surged forward like a tsunami. Aside from the twitching orcs hanging on their lances, the others were pushed onto their shields by the orcs behind them. The Elven Rangers following the rushers instantly laughed. From their position, the orcs' calves were exposed, their unprotected calves. Crack! The sharp scimitars slashed like thunder, with a crisp sound of breaking bones. The orcs, who had rushed up the tilted shield wall, had their calves severed one after another, tumbling back with wails. The orcs crowded at the front of the formation were thrown into chaos. TSK! The TIE troopers should have been equipped with long swords. Roland lamented, observing the chaotic orcs. In this chaotic battle, the TIE troopers' slender lances had no room to maneuver. The lances were already piled high with orcs being swarmed by their own men. Most of the TIE troopers had been forced to abandon their increasingly heavy lances, and instead engaged the orcs with their maces. However, the maces' attack speed and agility were far inferior to those of long swords, making them ineffective in this situation. Watch the flanks! Lance exclaimed in panic. Because the TIE troopers were outnumbered, some of the orcs had already bypassed the immovable frontal force and attacked from the sides. On the flanks lay the weak defenses of the Elven Rangers and archers. Bedanian archers. Follow me, charge! Roland gritted his teeth as he watched the elves engaging the orcs in close combat. He only hoped that Renault's cavalry could successfully get behind the orcs. Bang, bang, bang. Amidst the clatter of heavy hooves, the Bedanian archers, clutching their armed shields, charged into the battlefield like heavily armored cavalry. Heavy cavalry. The orcs' hands and feet went cold as they watched the smoke billowing from the Bedanian archers. The symbol of the Knight's Order was that both rider and horse were shrouded in the same flame of war energy, so it was generally impossible to mistake the enemy for knight or cavalry, unless the commander of the army was exceptionally treacherous, delaying the activation of his glory skill until the moment of engagement. Roland's face twitched beneath his visor after hearing the shrill cry. What heavy cavalry! Sure enough, the heavily armored Bedanian archers were incredibly deceptive. More importantly, the Bedanian archers' riding skills were definitely not bad. After all, how bad could an archer who could shoot from a galloping warhorse be? Bang! 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 The Bedanian archers swung their arms vigorously. Driven by centrifugal force, the mithril-forged armor-piercing hammers imbued their heavy heads with terrifying kinetic energy. As the mithril armor-piercing hammers made contact with the orcs' heads, blood splattered like exploding watermelons. Black blood mixed with brain matter flew through the air. The crisp crack of skulls cracking was chilling. Even with 100 men, no one could stop them. Die! Verway, having just taken a direct hit from a dragon-hunting crossbow, trembled in his hands. But he was still no ordinary orc or professional could stop him. After slicing two orcs about to launch a sneak attack in half with a single strike, Verway half knelt on the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood. Are you alright, Lord Verway? Thranduil frowned, turning back and blocking several incoming arrows. You won't die. Verway's expression suddenly changed. With a push of his knees, he instantly bounced to his feet. Boom! The next second, a massive crossbow pierced through the air, striking directly where he had been standing. Stars twinkle. Iovia's face turned cold, her body suddenly fading. Then, in an instant, she reappeared 100 meters away, where he had been standing, a crossbow twisting and sinking deep into the earth. They have at least 2 small dragon-hunting crossbows, Thranduil said coldly. It was a good thing the orcs didn't hold their composure, otherwise, a sudden attack from one of those things would have been fatal. Little did he know, Borg had his own difficulties. From a distance, he could see 3 dancing crescent moons harvesting the lives of the orcs. He was no fool. Who wouldn't recognize the signature universal skill of a 6th-level stalker? Hiding his abilities at this moment would be courting death. So you were hiding here? Eovian's uniquely elf-like farsightedness allowed him to spot the dragon-hunting crossbow hidden among the crowd. He smiled coldly, casually sheathed his scimitar, and with a backhand pulled out a finely crafted longbow from his back. He stroked the bow with nostalgia. This bow had once belonged to his father, named Lord Nan. It was considered the pinnacle of epic rank, poised to enter legendary status. Pulling this bow came at the cost of one's life force. Each draw of the bowstring absorbed the wielder's life force, transforming it into an arrow. Those struck by this arrow suffered not only physical damage, but also a loss of both life force and soul strength. This bow was known as the Life's Funeral Song. Eovian's father had fought with this bow, ultimately losing his life force to the force it drained. Even the Elf King's terrifying vitality could be drained, so imagine the ferocity of that battle. Hiss! A deep blue arrow swiftly emerged from the bowstring, its entire form a breathtakingly beautiful work of art, as radiant as the vitality it absorbed. The moment Iovia released the bowstring, her face paled. The arrow flew silently, leaving only a blue shadow visible to the naked eye. Boom! The surging vitality raged, its pure energy roiling the air, and a spatial rift appeared in its place. Without even a sound, the entire dragon-hunting crossbow and the orc beside it were instantly torn to pieces by the spatial rift. Chapter 86. Iovia glanced at the shattered dragon crossbow and vanished in a flash. There was still another dragon crossbow waiting for him to finish off. Kill! Vannerwe raised the manicotti in his hand, and scorching flames of battle energy ignited along his hand. At that moment, countless orcs felt the terrifying pressure from Vannerwe. Chase! Unleashing a uniquely grassland elves secret technique, Verway flashed and instantly appeared before an orc warrior 100 meters away. The sharp manicotti sliced through the poor warrior's axe like a hot knife through butter, then his skin, muscles, and bones. Feeling the resistance from the manicotti fade, Verway launched another chase and slash, appearing before the orc 100 meters away. He rapidly closed in on Borg's direction. The orc, bisected diagonally where he had just stopped, already emitted a charred, barbecued smell. Swing in the wind. Thranduil also spotted the orc lord. He decisively abandoned the slaughter of the miscellaneous soldiers and, with a flick of his legs, soared into the air. Blades of wind elemental energy appeared in the air. He tapped his feet against the blades for leverage. Just like that, like the wind, it rushed towards where Borg and the others were. Roland, who was furiously slashing at the mobs, also caught sight of Thranduil, soaring through the air with incredible force. He was speechless. I never thought you could be this kind of Thranduil. Just float in the air, so what? Why fly so high? As if you're afraid no one can see you. What a show-off. Roland knew the Wind Sweep skill by heart. You have to know that countless Wind Ranger players in previous games had mastered it. After all, it was one of the few Ranger skills that could be used in aerial combat. Experts who mastered it to perfection could unleash all sorts of complex sword and knife techniques in the air, and countless aerial combat techniques were spawned from it. For a while, the Wind Ranger became extremely popular, thanks to some who combined Wind Sweep with other skills to slay dragons in midair. Noob! Roland glanced at Thranduil with disdain. His maneuvering was impressive, but compared to Roland, who had seen far more impressive things, it was nothing compared to him. With his stilted movements, Roland could say, without exaggeration, that a top-tier marksman in his past life could have shot him down. Unfortunately, the orcs lacked marksmen of that caliber, so when Thranduil soared through the air, the orcs below froze in shock, while the elves roared with deafening cheers. The coalition, their morale buoyed, launched a frantic counterattack against the orcs. Roland, watching with his blood aroused, frowned. The orcs attacking from both sides were driven back by the passionate elves with scimitars and bows. Roland first realized the terrifying melee ability of the elves. As the last charging orc's head was shattered by a mace, the remaining orcs faltered. They too were afraid. They too were terrified. Faced with the immovable shield wall and the mad, reckless elves, most of the orcs retreated. Kill! For the Battle of the Black Gate. For our lost kin. After a moment of silence, the elves, as if recollecting memories of the past, instantly went into a frenzy like berserkers. Countless star elves and woodland elves leapt past the foremost torrent infantry and charged towards the orcs. The hatred from 3,000 years ago hadn't faded, it had simply become etched deep within their blood over time, and the current scene had directly awakened the memories buried deep within them. Killing mad? Lance watched with lingering fear as the roaring woodland elves and star elves charged forward. They had completely abandoned their formations and identities, intent only on sending these former enemies to hell. Swish. Puff. Swish. The sound of swords clashing continued, but most of the fallen were orcs. The demoralized orcs were overwhelmed by the elves, who swung blood-stained scimitars and daggers at the orcs. Ah! A shrill howl echoed, and countless orcs glanced sideways in surprise. The one who had uttered the cry was none other than the great orc lord of the northern wastes. He was now struggling to crawl along the ground, half dragging his body, his arms flailing with energy, a gesture of desperation to escape the demon behind him. Spare me! Don't kill me! The orc lord, cut in half by Thranduil, begged, spewing blood. He could still be saved. A single shaman could save his life, so he desperately hoped Thranduil would spare him. Swish. Thranduil, expressionless, casually swung his scimitar. A flash of light flashed, and a massive head shot skyward, two thick jets of black blood spurting from its cavity. Borg felt his hands and feet freeze as he watched the beheaded orc lord. He too was being targeted. Verway, holding Manicotti, was rapidly approaching him. Roar! Countless orcs from the northern wastes watched the body fall to the ground, ripped into 3 pieces. Their lord had been torn to pieces before their very eyes. Amidst their sorrow, a desire for destruction quietly emerged. Stop the pursuit! Roland sensed something was amiss as the orcs, seemingly having given up resistance and retreating step by step, felt a sense of awe. To be on the safe side, he ordered the Bedanian archers to halt their pursuit. After all, they were not proper knights. The trembling limbs of the renowned Sharma beneath them spoke volumes about the intensity of the battle they had just endured. Damn it! No! This is a desperate army. Roland's pupils shrank. Anyone from Blue Star would have heard the old saying. The desperate army will win. The elves quickly paid the price for their reckless advance. Facing the equally bloodthirsty orcs, the elves were quickly at a disadvantage. Their numbers were few, and their defenses were weak. The sudden counterattack by the orcs inflicted heavy casualties on the elves, with hundreds of both tribes killed or wounded in an instant. That's it. Iovia coldly pulled his scimitar from an orc's chest. Just now, he had nearly capsized. A dying orc had nearly pointed a dragon-hunting crossbow at him. If that arrow had hit, everyone could have prepared for a feast. However, Iovia was lucky. At the critical moment, he decisively swung the scimitar from his waist, pinning the orc to the ground. Anything else? Verway pointed his manicat at the prostrate Borg, the flaming blade flickering. Borg's eyes flashed with despair. I wait for you in hell. Borg roared in despair. How could a 5th-tier warrior like him possibly defeat a 6th-tier stalker? He wasn't a special class. Idiot! Verway swung his sword, and Borg's words were cut short. His hideous head tumbled to the ground. Borg is dead. He casually lifted Borg's head with a manicat and roared. Wow! Instantly, the orcs erupted in a tizzy. Even the orc king, respected by the Lord, was dead. The coalition was truly invincible. This thought crossed the minds of all the orcs. Swish. Quickly, the orcs, their breath gone, scattered like frightened deer. Having just fought so desperately, the orcs, having lost their last remaining source of strength, completely collapsed, becoming nothing more than a fat sheep at the mercy of the enemy. Seeing this, Roland breathed a sigh of relief, yet also felt a deep sense of heaviness. Relieved because the war was finally over, he felt heaviness because he saw himself reflected in Borg and the orcs. If he were to be slain one day, would his men be the same prey on the chopping block? Here we are riding the sky. Suddenly, a familiar song echoed from afar. Roland smiled. He knew these orcs were doomed. When Renault appeared on the battlefield, all their escape routes were gone. Boom! The main gate of the orc camp was torn down. Countless dwarves and humans from Lonely Mountain rushed down. The dull thud of iron hooves echoed randomly across the western plains. The Lagrang dragon banner, with its red background and golden dragon, fluttered in the north wind. Chapter 87. Kill! Reynolds charged forward, lance thrust high. A tidal wave of knights followed closely behind him. The heavy cavalry hid behind the knights, mopping up any enemies they had missed. The entire cavalry force surged forward like a torrent of steel. Ding-dong! Countless orcs dropped their weapons in shock. Losing their spiritual support, they scattered like frightened animals, abandoning their weapons. Ride like a wall! Reynolds exclaimed, watching the orc army crumble before them. As the horses accelerated and decelerated, the cone formation, originally spearheaded by Reynolds, gradually formed into a neat wall-like charge. The Knights of the Holy Glory Knights held their fine steel lances steady. The heavy cavalry following closely behind them drew their heavy swords and formed a line behind the knights, their raised heavy swords flashing a terrifying light. Boom! Like thunder, the Knights of the Holy Glory crashed into the orc throng. The members of the Holy Glory, their bodies shrouded in war flames, engulfed the orcs they struck with their flames like blazing flames. Crack! Snap! Bang! The triple-armored Shire horses, weighing over a ton, slammed into the orcs, instantly breaking bones and tendons. Then, their hooves trampled them relentlessly, their flesh apace covering the path they had trampled. Surely, the flowers and plants here will flourish abundantly next year. Kill! Thorin Oakenshield, shield in one hand and Oarcrest in the other, led the charge. Behind him, a vast army of dwarves, armed to the teeth, galloped forward. Ugh! Thorin roared, blocking the orc's slashing machete with his shield. With a single swing of his hand, he slashed the orc's blade, his sharp beast spike gleaming with a cold light, leaving no trace of blood. Children of Durin! Fight! Fight! Drive them back into the abyss! Thorin roared, the pent-up rage in his chest nearly driving him mad. These days, pinned down by the orcs on the city walls, were like a nightmare to Thorin. He couldn't imagine what would happen if Roland and his men in the south failed to stop Azig's army. These orcs would be able to trap the dwarves to death. Kill! Fight! Fight! Kill them all! For our fallen. For those who died at the Battle of Azanulbazar. Frenzy! Thorin watched the orc totem banner fluttering in the air, his body instantly going berserk. The images of his fallen family and tribesmen seemed to loom before his eyes. Kill! The enraged dwarves raised their weapons, their deep-seated hatred for the orc seared into their souls, like a thorn in their flesh. There shouldn't be many dwarves left. Roland sighed, as he watched the dwarven warriors frantically slaughtering the fleeing orcs. The Battle of Lonely Mountain was supposed to be the dwarves' last great glory. Whether in the movies or the games, the dwarves fell into decline after this battle. Who would have thought that even a dwarven army of several hundred during the War of the Ring would be considered a significant force? Imagine how quickly the dwarves declined. Surrounded by the combined forces of humans, dwarves, and elves, the orcs on the battlefield panicked. They huddled shoulder to shoulder in the narrow space, their faces shrouded in fear, their weapons trembling wildly. Caslow, soaring and reappearing in the sky, rode a flying dragon overhead, flexing his muscles in awe, occasionally swooping down and spitting out dragon breath to drive the orcs away. The orcs are finished, Roland said with a complex expression, as he watched the orc army being surrounded, crushed and slaughtered. Only a handful of orcs had escaped the battlefield and fled into the forest, the rest were destined to fertilize the land. Roland sheathed the bloodless dragon slayer sword to his waist. He had no interest in slaughtering the defenseless orcs. Although their hatred ran deep, perhaps influenced by the Blue Star civilization, Roland had no interest in slaughtering defenseless orcs. May the dragon god forgive them. Ivy gently cupped her chest, bowed her head, and prayed silently. The clerics of the dragon god temple, known for their benevolence, possessed few offensive skills, while possessing a terrifying strategic healing buff. Consequently, most of the dragon god temple's clerics were pacifists. Forgiving them is the dragon god's responsibility, and my mission is to bring them before him. Roland casually glanced at the wailing orcs. Forgiveness and pardoning differ depending on the situation. Clearly, orcs are not one of them. Put away your unrealistic pity. A war between races always ends with one side falling. They do not deserve sympathy, Roland said calmly, his voice steady and imbued with authority. I'm sorry. Your Highness, Ivy said, her face flushing. Never mind. Roland waved his hand. After all, the priests of the Dragon God Temple didn't demand a high level of fighting desire. Rather than fighting the enemy, they preferred to walk the earth and heal the wounded. This was in stark contrast to the Knights of Light within the Dragon God Temple, who were essentially saints. Roland took one last look at the orcs being surrounded and hacked away, and shook his head. When would this cycle of revenge end? The ideologies of both sides destined them to remain enemies. Ignoring these insignificant orcs, Roland slowly rode away from the stinking battlefield. Is it over? Roland said to Caslow as he stood on the mountainside at dusk, watching the lords, who had arrived in succession, and the returning army. Well, except for a few who escaped, they all stayed there. Caslow pointed to the area below where flames shot up into the sky, where the bodies of orcs were piled and burned. Let's go to Arabore. There are still many matters to discuss after the battle, Roland said. Although the battle was ultimately victorious, Roland couldn't be happy. The flood infantry had suffered heavy casualties, and the heavy cavalry had also been seriously injured in the counterattack. The knights had exhausted their fighting spirit and were exhausted. The entire Flood City military was at its weakest. Ding dong. Detection, war over. The system's emotionless voice echoed. Now starting the settlement. The system rang with a series of calculations. Congratulations to the host on winning the war. City of Rapids remains unconquered. Civilian casualties are 0%. 500 Badanian archers and 1,000 civilians of random gender will be awarded. Random rewards are being distributed. Congratulations to the host on winning 30 El Nino Rangers. Congratulations to the host on winning 100 tons of flour. Congratulations to the host on winning 50 oxen. Congratulations to the host on winning 1 chicken farm. Congratulations to the host on winning 1 magical plantation. Congratulations to the host on successfully killing. Bolger, reward, 10 El Nino Rangers. Congratulations to the host for not losing any allied forces in this battle. Reward, 5 random priests from the Dragon God Temple. Congratulations to the host's coalition for successfully annihilating over 75% of the orc army and obtaining the artifact. The Ring of Mercy. Congratulations to the host for winning the second battle of Lonely Mountain. You achieved your achievement. Do it again. Reward, 1 sage. A series of delightful voices echoed, and Roland's heart, which had been hurt by the heavy casualties suffered by the Rush infantry, felt a little better. Chapter 88. Slurp, slurp. Roland, taking inventory of his harvest, felt as elated as a glass of cold water in the dog days of summer. 500 Badanian archers? Are they going to make me farm and guard the house? Roland pondered. After all, archers are mostly defensive classes. Their weak defenses make them prone to passive-aggressive behavior, even the heavily armored Badanian archers. Archers' primary battlefields are on city walls and fortresses, while knights and flood infantry are purely offensive classes. Plains are the best terrain for them to unleash their combat power. Surely no one would ask a knight to abandon his charge and stand still to deal damage, nor would anyone ask the flood infantry to form a flood army formation and defend. Not bad. At least it replenishes the ranged professionals I desperately need. Roland thought for a moment, and immediately felt satisfied. 1,000 civilians is great. The population base is finally growing. Roland turned his attention to the population bonus. Dragon Slayers. 30 of them. Not bad. Roland was extremely satisfied. El Nino's Rangers' deterrent power in small-scale warfare was strategic. A squad of 10 was enough to give the enemy a headache. It looked like he had all the options for making things worse. After all, El Nino's arms were incredibly long. How could a ranger who could slay dragons with a longbow have a short range? Thank goodness. System, you've finally given me food. I finally don't have to borrow from others. Roland's face was filled with dismay as he thought about how his own faction couldn't even manage basic logistics. That's not right. At a rate of 1 pound of flour per person per day, we only last a month at best. Roland calculated and realized that this little bit of food was only enough to address the immediate needs. Never mind, we see later. Let me see what's coming down. 50 oxen? Great stuff. Roland immediately gave them a useful definition. Next spring, the kingdom of Legrand's grain bag depends on them. Chicken farm, 10 acres, can raise tens of thousands of high-quality chickens. Chickens are magical beasts. Roland cast his eyes on the chicken farm, and his face darkened. What the heck is going on here? Cows and chickens. Magic plantation, 5 acres, can grow all kinds of magical herbs. That's a bit strong. You know, the difference between someone who's taken magic potions and one who hasn't is completely different. Anything that can grow magic potions is good. Roland licked his lips. He was already imagining the days of drinking potions like water, punching dragons, and stomping on chimeras. Another 10 El Nino Rangers? Now we got a full 50-man team. If I had El Nino Rangers in this battle, well, the casualties would have been at least half. Roland sighed. Besides his signature ability, Falling Dragon Arrow, El Nino Ranger also possesses the special title of Crazy 3 Seconds. With this array of skills, an El Nino Ranger at full power can empty a quiver of 30 arrows in just 3 seconds, delivering them precisely into your vital points. Perfect for striking the enemy vanguard or stopping a cavalry charge. Priests from the Temple of the Dragon God? Those Reverend Mothers? Roland was overwhelmed. Were the priests of the Temple of the Dragon God awesome? Awesome. Were they powerful? Powerful. But were they any use? No. They were complete pacifists. They were fine against orcs, but in a civil war with humans or other allied races. Forget it. They wouldn't be able to attack, and at best, they could buff their own people. Forget it, just bear with it. I can keep it at home and heal the sick. That's the bread and butter of a Dragon God Temple priest. Not only are their combat awareness and abilities in mind, but their healing skills are absolutely top-notch. Generally, only a high priest of at least 5th level can master this incredible magic, but many of the Dragon God Temple's clerics, 3rd level temple clerics, can perform resurrection. That's why lords used to recruit a temple cleric who could resurrect themselves in battle. Resurrection has quite a few limitations. Ivy, one of Roland's subordinates, can perform resurrection, but the victim can't have been dead for more than 72 hours, and each resurrection weakens her for nearly 10 years. Roland saved this precious resurrection spell slot for himself, so that if he died, Ivy could still bring him back. Ring of Mercy? Roland examined the emerald green ring, casually slipped it onto his hand, and chose to bind it. As the second ring of the knight's 9th tier ring, it amplifies the knight's skill, Mercy. The last one is actually an achievement reward. How long has this stingy system not given something like this? Roland exclaimed in surprise. Sage. This is level 6. Roland's eyes widened. What's going on? Giving it to a level 6 professional? Although it's just a support class, this thing is a genuine level 6 professional. With the Sage, Roland's magic plantation can open. Every alchemist is a qualified magical plant grower and manager, and the Sage, as the top of the pack, can concoct almost any potion with sufficient materials. System, check the territory of Rapid City. Roland wanted to see how he was doing. River Rapids, area, 1 kilometer in radius. Buildings, 1 ruined lord's castle, 70 crumbling houses, 30 fragile houses, intermediate magic rune walls, stone well, blacksmith, barracks, archer's temple. Generals, Caslo, level 3, Renault, level 4, Rattle, level 4, Unknown, level 6, Special Personnel, Ivy, level 3, City Defense Officer, Marcus, level 4, Administrator, Lance, level 2, Troops, 2033. Holy Glory Knights, 100 level 2 Knights. Lagran City Guards, 100 level 2 Warriors. Batanija Archers, 700 level 2 Archers. Dewinian Heavy Swordsmen, 100 level 2 Swordsmen. El Nino Rangers, 50 level 2 Rangers. Flood Legion, 683 Flood Infantry. Levy Light Infantry, 200 Light Infantry. Raglan Heavy Cavalry, 100 Heavy Cavalry. Priests, 5, rank unknown, population, 2,102, trainable civilians. 753, Review. A lonely king led the remaining people back to their homeland and built this high-walled city. The city's inhabitants are few, but everything is going well. The city's military is strong and capable of defending it, but it cannot withstand the new darkness alone. The good news is that the city has finally received its own defense officer and administrative officer. Note: the war is over. The Shattered Kingdom needs to recuperate. Abilities. 1. As the only territory of the Kingdom of Raglan in Middle-earth, it will attract the remnants of Raglan. The system will guide a wave of wandering Raglan civilians to arrive daily. Hopefully, the Lord will properly accommodate them. 2. Allows the recruitment of local civilians to train flood infantry. Sure enough, the Swift Stream infantry suffered heavy casualties. Roland's heart was bleeding. At least 300 Swift Stream infantrymen had died in this battle. Chapter 89. Your Highness, the king invites you. A dwarf gently knocked on the door. After Roland called him in, he explained his purpose. Thorin wants me? Roland was stunned, then realized it was probably about post-war recovery and various alliances. After all, even though the unfortunate father and son, Azig and Borg, had been dealt with, the Orc kingdom in the north still existed, and orcs still lingered in Dol Guldur. The most outrageous thing was that the Wainriders, these chaotic races now living in the Run region, were all minions of Mordor. Everyone. Good morning. Roland casually picked up a nearby wine glass and raised it to the crowd. King Roland. Good morning. Thranduil smiled warmly. Oh! Roland! My brother! Thorin came up and gave him a bear hug to express his hospitality. Good morning, Your Excellency, Iovia said, raising a glass of juice. I'm so glad I'm alive to see you. Whitewing joked as he buttered his bread. Hey! Come here, buddy. Vanru, devoid of any elf's grace, enthusiastically invited Roland to dine beside him, like a commoner. Thank you for your aid. The heroic deeds of you and your soldiers have changed the future of the North. Bard praised heartily. Everyone's here. Oh, and where's Dane? How could the King of Ironhill not be present for such a grand occasion? Roland searched around but couldn't find Dane. Oh! Damn it! No one pulled me up. I'm wounded. Didn't you see Roland was looking for me? Dane's muffled voice came from under the table next to Bard. Oh! Sorry. Dane, you're really too heavy. Bard scooped him up, but Dane's heaviness was clearly beyond Bard's imagination. The dwarf's stout body was incredibly dense. Ha ha ha. Bard, you're a real man. Dane patted Bard's shoulder. Oh! Dane, King of the Iron Hills? Hello. Roland carefully observed the dwarf king before him. This dwarf king, who had more achievements, wisdom, and skills than Thorin in history, had a red beard, a rugged face, and stocky, short limbs that embodied unparalleled explosive power. He also seemed to be the strongest professional dwarf currently. The dwarves were quite pitiful, their homelessness resulting in a lack of resources for cultivation. Hello, King Raglan. Thank you for your help in our most critical moment. You will always be a friend of the dwarves. Dane said sincerely. It's my honor, Roland nodded. He had to admit that Dane was worthy of being the king who would rule the lonely mountain after Thorin and bring it prosperity. Even his words were so gracious, a rare sight for such a stubborn and arrogant dwarf. All right, let's get back to business. Thorin clapped his hands, attracting the king's attention. Although the darkness has receded, they haven't been completely defeated. The Orc Kingdom of Gundabad, the Orc Horde of the Misty Mountains, and the remnants of Azig entrenched in Dol Guldur are all our mortal dangers. Thorin stood up, surveyed the expressions of the crowd, and continued, I want to form an alliance. To completely eliminate these threats. As expected, Roland facepalmed internally. The dwarf's tendency to be ambitious and conceited was perfectly exemplified in Thorin. He wasn't even healed yet, and he was already thinking of launching a counterattack? We have the powerful knights of the Kingdom of Raglan. The dwarves' most fearless warriors. The elves' most deadly rangers and archers. We even have dragon riders and true dragon riders. We are fully capable of defeating them. We will carve out a pure land for our descendants, untouched by darkness. Thorin clenched his fists and spoke passionately. I'm sorry. The elves of Singer will not participate in the following battle. Iovia stood up and bowed in apology. Our people are few, and the sacrifice of nearly 400 this time is a serious loss. Knight Peter Grove's dragon was also seriously injured, having received numerous direct hits from the dragon-hunting crossbow. He needs to recuperate. Iovia explained, no longer willing to sacrifice the lives of his people for such imaginary threats. The Woodland Kingdom also suffered heavy casualties. In the final decisive battle, the Woodland Kingdom's Rangers and the Flood Infantry fought together on the front lines. "We have honored our covenant," Thranduil said calmly. Honestly, the Woodland Kingdom's Rangers had indeed suffered heavy casualties this time. The number of over 1,000 casualties had already made Thranduil's heart ache. "Why are you looking at me? Don't you know what's happening in the Kingdom of Aquavia? The soldiers in Losenial are almost wiped out." Whitewing rolled his eyes. Losenial, one of the main battlefields, had made them pay a heavy price. Finally, everyone's eyes fell on Roland. "Give up. I don't have the manpower to organize another battle. The Flood Legion has 1,500 men. Count how many of them are still intact. Don't tell me we're going to use the knights to attack the city?" Roland shrugged. He didn't have many infantrymen left. And most importantly, Roland didn't seem to have any strong siege units. Flood infantry, heavy cavalry, and knights were suited to plains warfare. Archers and rangers were suited to jungle combat. Dorwinian heavy swordsmen and Lagrange city guards were suited to defending cities. As for conscripted light infantry, forget it. While they become brave and skilled after training, their upper limit wasn't high. So, if Roland really wanted to attack the city, the outcome was uncertain. Thorin stared blankly at the crowd, unable to understand why no one would take such a good opportunity to end the orcs. Beside him, Bard and Dane shook their heads slightly. "My advice: everyone go home, each to their own mothers, and help each other in attack and defense. We've been fighting for so long, it's time to rest and recuperate. I don't even have enough food for my people to eat until the autumn harvest." Roland sighed. "Yes, we can't fight anymore. If we continue, I don't know whether the orcs will be destroyed, but the city of Lorsenil will be lost." Whitewing said sadly, thinking of his fallen people. "I can't sacrifice my people's lives to fight back against the orcs. That would be too unfair to them." Iowa looked at Thorin. "The Woodland Kingdom also needs to recuperate. Our outposts have been infiltrated by the orcs, and many have been uprooted. It will take a long time to regain control of the Woodland Kingdom's borders." Thranduil expressed his difficulties. "Thorin, you two need to rest. The casualties in Dale and the Iron Hills are heavy, and Arabore has paid a price. You should take back your wandering people and let them recuperate, instead of rushing to attack the orcs," Roland advised. "Thorin, my brother, I know you're furious. You hate the orcs. But Roland and everyone else are right. We can't afford to fight anymore, and we need to recuperate. Behind every victory is the cry of our people. We can't sacrifice them again." Dane looked at Thorin sincerely. "Form an alliance. We need each other." Thorin said nothing more, but it was clear he was convinced. Click! Click! With the seals of authority falling one after another, the Lonely Mountain Alliance was officially established that day. Chapter 90. "So it's over?" Caslo asked in surprise, riding behind Roland. "Of course. The war's over, isn't it?" Roland smiled kindly. To be honest, war wasn't really his forte. Although he played plenty of war strategy games before, in this real world, he found his commanding abilities quite lacking. Stockpiling and farming were the skills Roland possessed. "Go home and get some sleep. I haven't had a good night's sleep since the war began." Roland sighed softly. This whole journey had been like walking on thin ice, always so cautious. One misstep could have been fatal. Now that everything was over, he could finally rest. "Even though I haven't seen River Rapids for only a few days, it feels like a century has passed," Roland sighed. "Home is still so comfortable," Caslo said affectionately, gazing at the towering walls of River Rapids. "Welcome home, my king." Raynor led all the high-ranking officials of River Rapids City, accompanied by a team of mounted Bedanian archers, out of the city to greet Roland and his companions. "Your Highness." Everyone bowed, their words filled with respect. "By the way, Your Highness, after the war, many of your clansmen have come to you for refuge, including a wise man." Raynor lowered his voice at the end. "Oh!" Roland exclaimed in surprise. The system was quite efficient. Everything was arranged so quickly. "Let's go and see." 6th-level professionals, regardless of their profession, must be treated with courtesy. Roland entered the city first, curious as to whether the summoned wise man was a famous NPC or just an ordinary wise man. "Here it is," Renault said respectfully, as he led Roland to an ordinary dwelling. "Knock," Roland said. Creaky. The simple wooden door swung open the moment Renault extended his hand. "Come in, Your Highness, Knight," a gentle voice called out. "TSK?" Roland was startled. A 6th-level sage was indeed different. Although they were professionals with weaker combat power, Their myriad magical abilities were truly breathtaking. Greetings, respected King Legrand. A young man raised his head and nodded to Roland in greeting. Greetings, the sage, the embodiment of knowledge and wisdom. Roland shrugged off his impolite behavior. After all, once one's strength reached a certain level, he was already a noble, and a 6th level professional wouldn't bow down to a king. Ha ha, your highness, you're joking. I'm Yifeng, a mere alchemist, unworthy of being called the embodiment of knowledge and wisdom. My advancement to the 6th level was simply a fluke. Yifeng smiled. I come to invite you to join me in restoring the glory of the Raglan Empire. I hope you put your knowledge to good use, Roland said straight to the point. Playing with your intelligence in front of a sage known for his wisdom was truly foolish. Your highness seems quite confident that I will be loyal to you? Yunfeng asked, his tone playful and interested. If that weren't the case, you wouldn't be here. Roland actually wanted to say, the system has thrown everything at you. Can you really run? Okay, you convinced me, but I'm not good at combat. My strengths lie more in crafting potions and magical equipment, Yunfeng said proudly. Although I'm a weak fighter, my knowledge is impressive. Of course, Legrand's current situation doesn't warrant sending a single sage into battle. Roland nodded in agreement. Well, let me first explain my abilities. I can craft almost all potions of epic rank and below, and I can also create sub-epic magical equipment. Of course, that's provided the raw materials are sufficient. Yunfeng said calmly. Although his tone was calm, his subtle pretense was incredibly deadly. Roland and Raynor suddenly felt a path open to them. Forget potions, just take magical equipment. Magical equipment is in short supply across Middle-earth. Didn't you see Thranduil wielding mid-level magical equipment? And Verbit wielding the elven holy sword. Everyone has witnessed the power of the Manicoti's subsequent explosion, and Manicoti is, in a sense, a divine artifact, a mythic-level item. Don't forget that Roland's blacksmith shop has a lava forge. It's incredibly fast at forging low-level magical items. I suddenly discovered the future of River Rapids. Roland muttered. By the way, how's the potion market going? Roland asked blankly. It has a bright future. The elven pharmacists produce just enough for their own use, but the market demand is huge, Raynor said slowly. So can I put my magic plantation to good use? Roland asked excitedly. What? A magic plantation? River Rapids has such a treasure. Yunfeng exclaimed in surprise. Of course, although it's not big, only 5 acres. Roland trailed off. Come on. Take me to see. You have no idea how poor the conditions are here. I have no place to store all these precious magic plants, and many of them have withered. Yunfeng grabbed Roland and ran. For the first time, Roland questioned the wise man's so-called weakness. This physical fitness was no less than that of a great knight. This explosive power was beyond Roland's reach. System. Manifest a magic plantation. Roland quickly called the system, which materialized the magic plantation not far from the Swift River. Yunfeng braked abruptly. By the way, your highness, where is this plantation? Yunfeng smiled innocently. Roland. Not bad, not bad. Plenty of magic power. Excellent soil. It just needs some careful cultivation. How could such a good magic plantation remain untended? A few hardy magical plants could thrive. Yunfeng muttered, his tone filled with resentment. For an alchemist who loved research and creation, seeing a magic plantation abandoned was heartbreaking. Seeing weeds sprouting from the soil rich in magical energy. He nearly had a heart attack. Ahem. Roland coughed a few times to ease the awkwardness. All right, I leave this place to you from now on, Roland said quickly. Everyone has their specialties, so this thing should be left to the professionals. Okay, your highness, you're really wasting money. You left such a beautiful plantation here, Yunfeng said with a grim expression. Before, there were no professional alchemists, so no one could take care of it. And then, there was the Lonely Mountain War, so I had no time for it. Roland had no choice but to lie. Well, I take over from now on. I cultivate magical plants and refine potions as quickly as possible. If you need me to forge magical weapons, let me know in advance and I go back and make them. Yunfeng spoke as he began to channel his magic power to construct a thatched hut. It looked like he planned to live here permanently. You want to live here? Roland's eyes widened. Of course. It's easier to look after them here, Yunfeng said matter-of-factly. All right, I send someone to guard this place. You can contact them if you need anything. Roland had no choice but to do this. All right. Yunfeng waved his hand at Roland as if shooing away a fly, then dove headfirst into the plantation.